Second Marriage of a Wealthy Old Man Chapter 1 to Chapter 87. The second wife of a rich old man Xianxia felt a headache, a lot of pain, and a little cold because the wind was blowing and the rain was falling on his body. Rain? Xianxia was puzzled. Why did the rain fall on him? Shouldn't he be in the cave? After taking a deep breath, Xianxia immediately confirmed that he wasn't in a cave. In fact, he wasn't even in the deep mountains below the cliff. Hey, are you okay? Look at him. He must have fainted, right? Why is he lying in the middle of the road? Maybe he drank too much? This is too dangerous. He doesn't take his life seriously. Xianxia listened to the voices around him and slowly opened his eyes. Although his vision was very blurry, he could vaguely see that there was a crowd around him. He had been blind for so many years. How could he see? It must be a dream now. I'd better wake up soon. With this thought, Xianxia fell into a coma again. The second day after Xianxia woke up, he was taken home from the hospital. He sat on the bed and looked at the familiar room in his memory again and again. Then, he squinted and looked at the sunlight outside the window. He had not seen anything with his eyes for many years. After being blind for so many years, he now deeply felt that the feeling of being able to see was so wonderful. He had never thought that he would be reborn after waiting for 15 seasons. He had been waiting for a chance to start all over again. He had returned to the time when everything was still not too late. When he woke up in the hospital, he was sure that it was not a dream, so he cried for a long time. The nurse thought that he was uncomfortable somewhere, so she called the doctor and gave him all kinds of examinations again. While Xianxia was enjoying the feeling of being able to see, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open slowly. Xianxia turned his head and immediately felt angry, as if someone had grabbed his neck and made it difficult to breathe. Xianxia, are you okay? Xianxia looked at Xianxia with a worried and anxious look. Xianxia just looked at him expressionlessly and did not answer him. I received a call from my mother when I was abroad. I heard that you were hit by a car and were hospitalized. I was worried to death, so I came back early. Xianxia walked to the bed and sat down. He looked at Xianxia and asked with concern, how do you feel now? Does your head still hurt? Xianxia held back the hatred and anger in his heart and slowly shook his head. It's good that you are okay. Xianxia sighed and said, how can you be so careless? You were almost hit on your birthday. Where is Luoxing? Didn't he accompany you? As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, Luoxing pushed the door open and came in. He first looked at Xianxia, then frowned and looked at Xianxia and said, how old are you? How can you run to the road and lie down? Isn't it just that he didn't accompany you on your birthday? There should be a limit to your temper, right? He just came back from the hospital. He must be very uncomfortable. Can't you talk to him properly? Xianxia looked a little angry. He looked at Luoxing and said, before I went abroad, didn't I tell you that you must accompany him on his birthday? Why didn't you accompany him? If you accompanied him, he wouldn't have almost been hit by a car. I wanted to accompany him on his birthday, but my grandfather suddenly called me over. He said that there was going to be a family meeting. My uncles didn't dare to not go, so I couldn't not go. And I already told him that I would help him celebrate his birthday after a while. Who knew that his temper would be so bad that he would run to the road and lie down? Luoxing looked at Xianxia impatiently and said, birthdays happen every year. What's the big deal about this one time? Xianxia looked at Xianxia and said, Xianxia, since he didn't do it on purpose, don't be angry. It just so happens that my birthday is in a few days. It will be our birthday. Let's celebrate it together, okay? I will do it for you. Take it as my compensation for you. I will hold a lively party for you and invite other friends to celebrate your birthday. Luoxing looked at Xianxia and said, are you satisfied? Xianxia sneered in his heart. He thought that these two people's acting skills were really good. He didn't even need to concentrate. He could smell the same shower gel on their bodies just by breathing normally. These two people must have just come from the hotel together and then pretended to come in one after the other. I'm tired. I want to rest. You can go do your things. Xianxia said weakly. Then he pretended to be very tired and closed his eyes to lie down. Yu Junchen and Luo Xing looked at each other. Then Yu Junchen stood up and said, "Then rest well. If you want to eat anything, tell me. I will make it for you." After Yu Junchen finished speaking, he saw that Meng Yang seemed to be asleep and didn't reply. He looked at Luo Xing and then the two of them walked out together. Luo Xing didn't leave immediately. Instead, he went to Yu Junchen's room. After entering the room, Yu Junchen said with a guilty face, "I grew up with Meng Yang. I know what kind of person he is. His temper comes and goes quickly. Even if he is angry, he will be fine soon. The more silent he is, the more it means that he is really sad. We shouldn't do this kind of thing behind his back on his birthday. Since he wants to spend his birthday with you alone, you should fulfill his wish. I don't want to be alone with him now. Every time I eat with him alone, my mind is full of you. The one I love now is you, not him. If I don't love him anymore, then I don't love him anymore. It's because of him that we can't be together openly. I think we've already considered his feelings. There's nothing to be sorry about. I should make it clear to him as soon as possible. We can still be friends in the future. I have tested him many times. He really loves you. It is impossible for him to easily agree to break up with you." Yu Junchen held his forehead and said weakly, "After all, we wronged him first. We should find a way to minimize the damage to him. We are just dating. We are not married. Even if we are married, we can still divorce. Now I want to break up with him. Can't we break up if he doesn't agree?" Luo Xing said with some anger and helplessness, "Can't you care about my feelings? And your own feelings? Can you be a little selfish? Don't be so kind and think about others all the time. Of course I care about your feelings, but right now." Yu Junchen held Luo Cheng's hand and leaned her head on his shoulder. "Now is not the best time for you to break up with him. Let's wait a little longer. Let's talk about it later." "I can't wait. I must make it clear to him as soon as possible." Luo Xing said with a serious face, "I don't want to be sneaky with you anymore. I want everyone to know that I love you." The second wife of a rich old man too. After Meng Yang got into Lu Yunjing's car, Lu Yunjing looked at him and asked doubtfully, "Didn't you say yesterday that you were going to celebrate your birthday with Luo Xing alone? Why did you suddenly go to the hospital? How were the results? Are there any big problems?" "Drive first, I'll tell you as we drive," Meng Yang said as he buckled his seat belt. "Where do you want to go? To eat?" Lu Yunjing asked. "Let's find a place to sit," Meng Yang said. "What's going on?" Lu Yunjing asked as he drove. "Luo Xing didn't celebrate my birthday with me yesterday. I drank too much and accidentally fell asleep on the road. The passers-by thought I was unconscious, so they called the hospital and asked the ambulance to take me away. I wasn't injured. If Luo Xing didn't celebrate your birthday with you, you should have called me. What was so good about you drinking alone?" Lu Yunjing said angrily. "Luo Xing and Yu Junchen are together behind my back," Meng Yang said calmly. Lu Yunjing looked at Meng Yang in shock and said, "Really? You drank to drown your sorrows because you knew about them?" Meng Yang was silent and didn't answer. Before his rebirth, he drank to drown his sorrows because Luo Xing didn't celebrate his birthday with him. It wasn't because he knew about the relationship between Luo Xing and Yu Junchen. According to the development of his previous life, he would only know that Luo Xing and Yu Junchen had been together for about 3 years. "I feel that there's something wrong between the two of them, but it's not good to talk about things that I'm not sure about," Lu Yunjing said angrily. "What are you going to do next?" Meng Yang said, "In a few days, Yu Junchen's birthday, I'm going to give them an unforgettable gift. There's one more thing I need your help with." "What is it?" "Speak." "I want to borrow your family's Tea Mountain Villa to hold a birthday party." Lu Yunjing thought for a while and understood Meng Yang's meaning. Then she said, "I see. I will help you prepare it." "Yunjing." Meng Yang looked straight ahead and said firmly, "From now on, I will control my own brain. I will live according to my own thoughts." "Could it be that your brain was controlled by someone else before?" Lu Yunjing was puzzled by his words. Meng Yang closed his eyes and recalled all the things that had happened in his previous life. In his previous life, his stupidity was pitiful. After Meng Yang told Lu Yunjing the specific plan, the two of them went to have dinner together. After that, Lu Yunjing sent Meng Yang home. When Meng Yang was about to enter the house, Luo Xing's car drove in from outside the gate. Meng Yang. After Yu Junchen got out of the car, he walked quickly to Meng Yang and asked, "Where have you been? Why didn't you answer the phone? We've been looking for you everywhere." Meng Yang adjusted his facial expression, then turned around and looked at Yu Junchen with a smile and said, "I went to have dinner with Yunjing. Have you guys eaten?" "We." Yu Junchen looked back at Luo Xing who was walking over and said, "We've been looking for you everywhere. We haven't had time to have dinner yet." Meng Yang sneered in his heart. He could tell from the smell of Yu Junchen's body that he had just eaten. "What's wrong with you?" Luo Xing looked at Meng Yang angrily and said, "Do you think it's fun to make others worry about you? Do you want to waste other people's concern for you? When something happens to you, no one will care about you. Then you'll be happy, right? Forget it, Luo Xing." Yu Junchen habitually grabbed Luo Xing's hand. When he was about to persuade him, he was suddenly shocked by his own action. He immediately let go of Meng Yang and quickly peeked at Meng Yang's expression. When he found that Meng Yang's expression didn't change, he deliberately pretended to be on Meng Yang's side and said, "Can't you talk to him nicely? You were obviously worried about him just now. Now you're pretending to be angry. Can't you be a little more honest? I have something to tell you. If you haven't finished eating, ask the kitchen to cook a few dishes for you. You can eat while we talk." Meng Yang turned and walked inside. "Let's go." After they entered the house, Meng Yang asked the helper to inform the chef in the kitchen to cook some dishes that Yu Junchen usually liked to eat. Then he sat in the dining room with the two of them. While waiting for the dishes to be served, he talked to them about the birthday party. "When I went to eat with Yunjing today, he knew that I was going to hold a birthday party, so he said that he would lend his villa on Tea Mountain to us for the birthday party." "Really?" Yu Junchen was a little surprised. Then he said with a smile, "It seems that he really treats you as a friend. He's actually willing to lend his villa on Tea Mountain to you for your birthday party." "We have villas in the mountains, the seaside, the island, the city. You can choose any. Or we can hold it in our hotel. There's no need to hold a birthday party in their villa on Tea Mountain," Luo Xing said. Yu Junchen had gone to Lu Yunjing's villa on Tea Mountain with Meng Yang before. He liked it very much. He wanted to stay there for a few days to find inspiration, but Lu Yunjing refused. He said that only the villa could not be lent to others. In fact, the reason why Lu Yunjing didn't lend it was that he didn't like Yu Junchen very much. But because of the relationship with Meng Yang, he had never mentioned it. Yu Junchen was refused several times. Of course, he was disappointed. He told Luo Xing about it. Luo Xing felt that Lu Yunjing was petty. It was just a villa. He didn't want to stay there for a few days, so he hated Lu Yunjing in his heart. The second wife of a rich old man. 3 After the two's birthday parties, friends arrived one after another. They all came to greet Meng Yang and Yu Junchen and gave them their birthday presents. "Happy birthday. Happy birthday. These are my presents for you. I hope you like them." "Thank you." Meng Yang and Yu Junchen smiled and thanked them, then took the presents and put them away. "Your relationship is too good. You even want to celebrate your birthdays together." "Yeah, I don't even have such a good relationship with my own brother. It's Meng Yang who is willing to accommodate me and celebrate my birthday as his birthday," Yu Junchen said with a smile. "Feelings are mutual. Moreover, you all know me. If someone treats me well, I will return it back in double. Junchen often tells me that even if everyone betrays me, he will stand behind me and support me. He will never do anything to betray me. Even if it's because of his promise to me, I must treat him well." Yu Junchen smiled, but his smile was a little forced, and he felt very guilty. Meng Yang's mother passed away not long after she divorced his father, and his father married Yu Junchen's mother soon after. Yu Junchen came to the Meng family when he was 10 years old. Before he was 10 years old, his life was very hard. After he came to the Meng family, he lived a life he could not even dream of. His mother told him that if he wanted to live such a life, he must please Meng Yang. Meng Yang's mother was a strong woman. Meng Yang's father married into the family. Although Meng Yang's mother was busy with her career, she knew very well that Meng Yang's father kept in touch with his first love. However, in order to give Meng Yang a complete family, she chose to pretend that she did not know. When Meng Yang was 9 years old, Meng Yang's mother suddenly asked for a divorce. Then, she handed over the management of the company to the vice president. All the assets and shares under her name were transferred to Meng Yang's name. She also signed an agreement with the bank to manage the company on behalf of Meng Yang. After Meng Yang became an adult, he could do whatever he wanted. A few months later, Meng Yang's mother passed away. In this country, one could become an adult at the age of 16 and get married at the age of 18. Meng Yang was now 19 and had already taken control of the economy. Therefore, all the people living in Meng Yang's house relied on Meng Yang to live. However, they clearly knew that Yu Junchen and Luo Xing were together, but they kept it from him and relied on him without any qualms. When Yu Junchen faced Meng Yang, he felt a little inferior in his heart. This was because Meng Yang was very rich. It was money that truly belonged to him. Moreover, Meng Yang was better looking than him and had so many friends around him. Yu Junchen had been trying to please Meng Yang. He wanted to find an opportunity to integrate into Meng Yang's circle of friends. Then, their relationship slowly improved. After all the friends had arrived, Lu Yunjing asked someone to push the cake out. Then, she asked Meng Yang and Yu Junchen to make a wish and blow out the candles. Meng Yang asked Yu Junchen to make a wish on the grounds that he had already made a wish on his birthday. In his heart, he thought that for him, being able to be reborn was the best wish that could be fulfilled. First wish, I hope that our family can be healthy and safe. Second wish, I hope. Yu Junchen looked at Meng Yang and said, I hope that Meng Yang can be happy. Third wish, Yu Junchen didn't say the third wish out loud. Instead, he closed his eyes and thought in his heart. He hoped that he could be in love with Luo Xing for the rest of his life. Yu Junchen blew out the candles. In the cheers of the others, he kept smiling. Luo Xing stood behind the others and leaned against the wall, looking at Yu Junchen with gentle eyes full of love. Everyone ate and drank while chatting. After the banquet, it was already very late, so everyone stayed for the night. This villa was quite big. It could accommodate 20 or 30 people. Meng Yang waited in his room for a while before he received a call from Lu Yunjing. The fish is in the net. Can we start? Let's start, Meng Yang said. Meng Yang, Yu Junchen's friends, and Luo Xing's friends were all about to go to bed. However, they were suddenly woken up by a knock on the door. Then, they were taken to the room on the top floor for no reason. I'm sorry to disturb your rest. Meng Yang said with an apologetic expression, but actually, I also prepared a gift for Junchen today. I want to give him a surprise. I hope that everyone can witness this scene. It will be over soon and I'll let everyone go back to sleep. Please bear with it for a while. After Meng Yang finished speaking, he turned to the wooden wall and counted down, 3, 2, 1. After Meng Yang finished counting down, the wall in front of him suddenly opened quickly. Then, there was the sound of dry ice spraying and the continuous sound of colorful cannons. In the glass greenhouse, the two people who were lying on the bed together were startled by this movement. They turned their heads at the same time and were stunned. They looked at Meng Yang in shock. Meng Yang's back was facing the others. He was very calm, so calm that there was no expression on his face. Meng Yang walked towards them step by step. When the others saw this scene, they were also shocked and looked at each other. They couldn't react for a long time. Meng Yang walked to the bedside and looked at them. This birthday present is not bad, right? Do you like it? You did it on purpose. Luo Xing looked at Meng Yang angrily. Yes, I did it on purpose. But I did it for your own good. This way, you can publicly be together, right? Meng Yang said with a mocking expression. Meng Yang, let me explain. We didn't want to hurt you, so we waited for the best time to tell you. We didn't mean to hide it from you. Yu Junchen explained with tears in his eyes. So you thought that as long as you found the right time to tell me that you two were together behind my back, it wouldn't count as hurting me? Meng Yang looked at Yu Junchen with a funny expression. The second wife of a rich old man. For the next day, Meng Yang came home with the people from the moving company. As soon as he entered the house, he saw that everyone was waiting for him. When they saw Meng Yang come in, they felt a little embarrassed. Meng Yang didn't bother to pay attention to them. He directly took people upstairs to pack up his important things and move them out. After Meng Yang took people upstairs, his father, stepmother, and Yu Junchen all followed carefully to see why Meng Yang brought so many people. They thought that Meng Yang brought people to throw out Yu Junchen's things, but they saw him take people into his room. After telling 3 of them what to pack up, he took the others to his mother's study. There were some very important things in this study, so there were 2 kinds of locks, a password and a key. Only Meng Yang could open this door. Meng Yang, are you planning to move out? Zhao Wan and Meng Yang looked at each other, then looked at Meng Yang and continued, Meng Yang, I know you're angry, but we really don't want to hurt you, so we didn't tell you. And things like love can't be forced. Did I say who I want to force? Meng Yang interrupted her and said, if you want to see, stand further away. Don't block them from moving things. Meng Yang, you're the one who went overboard. Yang Su put on his father's dignity and posture and lectured, whether it's for you or for the company, angering Luoqing is a very irrational thing. Besides, Luoqing didn't marry you. It's his freedom to be with whoever he wants. Even if it's not Jun Chen, it'll be someone else. You should be glad that it's Jun Chen who's with him. Otherwise, the company will be ruined by you. Do you know that? Every word you say makes me feel disgusted. Can you shut up? Meng Yang said expressionlessly. Meng Yang, I know it's hard for you to accept this for a while. In fact, Jun Chen feels very guilty and uncomfortable. You've already punished him by letting so many people talk about and laugh at him. Luoqing is very angry now. Jun Chen has already pleaded with Luoqing for you. If you go and apologize to Luoqing in person and calm him down, this matter will be over, okay? Zhao Wan and Yang Su played the good cop and bad cop. They used both soft and hard methods on Meng Yang. They wanted him to apologize to Luoqing in person so that Luoqing could save some face. They also wanted him to forgive Yu Junchen so that Yu Junchen could continue to live in this house. Meng Yang's mother took over the company from his grandfather. This company mainly dealt in perfumes, aromatherapy, essential oils, and other products. Although it wasn't a big company or brand, it was a well-known old brand in the industry. Because of its high cost-performance ratio, it was very popular among ordinary people. Meng Yang's mother was very good at doing business, but she didn't inherit his grandfather's talent in perfumery. Meng Yang was the same. Although he learned about perfumery from a young age, his talent in perfumery could only be considered okay. His sense of smell wasn't particularly sensitive, and his smell quotient wasn't very high. He couldn't be compared to Yu Junchen, who later got the title of a perfumery genius. Meng Yang's grandfather left his mother more than 50 books about perfumery, incense, and aromatherapy. These books were passed down from generation to generation in the Meng family. The contents recorded in the books were all messed up, and some were even replaced with symbols. When Meng Yang was young, his mother taught him the correct way and told him that he absolutely couldn't forget. But in his previous life, although Meng Yang could be correct, because his sense of smell wasn't sensitive enough and his smell quotient wasn't very high, he couldn't understand and comprehend the profound contents in the books. But after his rebirth, when Meng Yang looked at these books again, he felt that it was much easier to understand. In his previous life, Meng Yang felt very distressed because he couldn't understand the contents of the books. He felt that he had let down his mother's hopes and expectations. When Yu Junchen found out, he said that he wanted to help him. And because he trusted Yu Junchen, he was really stupid enough to write down these things in the correct order and showed them to Yu Junchen. Later, Yu Junchen became a very famous perfumer and aromatherapy master at a young age. These things played a key role in his success. In this life, Yu Junchen only read the contents of 2 of the books. But just the contents of these 2 books allowed the talented Yu Junchen to benefit greatly. Even before entering university, he was already chosen by the famous master perfumer Su Wangya to be his disciple. Occasionally, when he went to other countries to participate in aromatherapy exhibitions and buy raw materials, he would also bring Yu Junchen along. Yu Junchen stood at the door of the study and watched as Meng Yang carefully packed up the ancient books and put them into a burglar-proof box with a password lock. He was about to let someone move them away. He immediately became anxious because he had a premonition that from now on, he would no longer be able to know the contents of those books. Meng Yang, it's all my fault. I apologize to you. I'll kneel down in front of you, okay? Yu Junchen really did kneel down at the door. He looked at Meng Yang anxiously and begged, I beg you, as long as you forgive me, I'll apologize however you want me to. I'll move out of this house. I won't come back until you've calmed down, okay? Zhao Wan watched as Yu Junchen knelt down and apologized to Meng Yang. Her heart ached. She said to Meng Yang angrily, Meng Yang, Junchen has already knelt down and apologized to you. What else do you want? Do you have to be so unreasonable? That's right, Meng Yang, Meng Yang's aunt also said, we're all family. Why do you have to make things so ugly? Junchen is begging you. Just forgive him. Luosheng loves Junchen and not you. It's not Junchen's fault. In fact, we all think that even if you fall in love with Luosheng, you won't necessarily be able to marry him. Luosheng obviously loves Junchen, and the possibility of Junchen marrying Luosheng is higher. That's why we kept it from you. This is also for the good of you and the company. Meng Yang automatically blocked all their words and asked the moving company to move all the packed things away. Those people stepped over Yu Junchen's body and put the anti-theft box on the cart outside. Then they pushed the cart directly into the elevator. Meng Yang. Yu Junchen saw that the books had been moved away and became even more anxious. I'll break up with Luosheng. As long as you can forgive me, I'll never see him again. I promise I'll break up with Luosheng completely. Please don't move out. Meng Yang checked the study one last time to see if there was anything left behind. After making sure that everything had been moved out, he walked out and said, I've already sold this house. You have 2 days to move your things out. After 2 days, this house will be someone else's. If you don't leave, don't blame me for not warning you if someone calls the police. What did you say? Yang Su looked at Meng Yang in shock and anger. You sold the house? This is the house your mother and I bought. I'm your father. How dare you sell the house without my permission? Zhao Wan was also very anxious. She quickly followed Meng Yang and said, Meng Yang, you're really too much. Although you're an adult, your father is still here. How can you sell the house without his permission? And if you sell the house, where will we live? You can live wherever you want. What does it have to do with me? Isn't your son now with Luosheng? One of the family Luo's industries is the real estate business. In addition to money, there are also many houses. Let the family Luo's young master give you a villa or a mansion. Why do you have to live in my house? Zhao Wan and Yu Junchen's faces became even more ugly because of Meng Yang's words. If they really lived in the house given by Luosheng, then Yu Junchen's relationship with Luosheng would change to being kept by Yu Junchen. These were two completely different things. If Yu Junchen had a reputation of being kept, not only would he be looked down upon, but the family Luo and Luosheng's grandfather's family would also not agree to their marriage. Yu Junchen didn't expect Meng Yang to be so ruthless. He even sold the house. He quickly followed Meng Yang downstairs. He looked at Meng Yang with a pale face and said, Meng Yang, what do you want me to do? As long as you say it, I'll do it. Meng Yang sneered and said, I've already sold the house. I've said what I wanted to say. After that, you can do whatever you want. The days of relying on me and scheming against me are over. You should learn to be self-reliant. Meng Yang. Yu Junchen called out to Meng Yang, who was about to leave. Do you know that you're using your own future and the whole company as the price for a fit of pique? I know I've wronged you. I can apologize to you. I can make amends. But I sincerely hope that you won't use my mistake in exchange for your own punishment. Sometimes you shouldn't think too highly of yourself. Do you really think that Luosheng is so powerful that he can do whatever he wants to me? You should worry about where you'll live in the future. Meng Yang said and strode away. Stop right there. This is my house. Who allowed you to sell it? You stop right there. Yang Su shouted as he chased after him. Xiao Wan's legs softened and she sat on the sofa. Then she looked at Yu Junchen and asked, will it affect your marriage with Luoxing? What should we do? Yu Junchen sat down with an ugly face. He didn't know what to do for the time being. He could only discuss it with Luoxing. The second wife of a rich old man in the spring of next year, Meng Yang and the others would start to enter university. Although their usual grades and performance were the key to deciding which university a student could go to, they still had to take the graduation exam. If they didn't take the graduation exam, they wouldn't be able to take the university's exam. On the day of the graduation exam, as soon as Yu Junchen walked into the classroom, the students who were chatting looked at him. Then, they took out their mobile phones and began to talk. After Yu Junchen sat down calmly, he took out his tablet and began to review. In fact, he didn't read a single word. He knew that from now on, he had to get used to those strange looks. He would use his own strength to prove that even if he didn't have money or background, his personal ability was worthy of Luoxing. Yu Junchen had been comforting himself in his heart. Even if he was talked about and looked down on, it was only temporary. So, it didn't matter. He could endure it. After he proved his ability and married Luoxing, everything would change. Yu Junchen and Meng Yang are usually like brothers. I didn't expect that he would steal Meng Yang's boyfriend. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Yes, he usually pretends to be gentle, kind, and upright. In the end, he still did such a disgusting thing as being a mistress. Yes, this kind of two-faced person is the most disgusting. If he directly said that he also liked Luoxing and wanted to compete with Meng Yang fairly, I wouldn't look down on him so much. But he chose the most despicable means and methods. He got together with Meng Yang's boyfriend before they broke up. Then, he acted like he was very close to Meng Yang. He's really shameless. In my opinion, this kind of person is the most terrible. You absolutely can't have a deep relationship with him. Otherwise, he may seem to be very close to you on the surface, but who knows how many times he has stabbed you in the back. Yes, you can't really have a heart-to-heart with this kind of person. When Meng Yang walked into the classroom, the students glanced at him at the same time. Then, they typed faster. Meng Yang looks quite normal, but he must be feeling terrible, right? Isn't that nonsense? Anyone would feel bad if the person they liked was snatched away by the person closest to them. Okay, I just saw a message in another chat group. It said that Meng Yang sold his house. It seems that he wants to cut ties with Yu Junchen. But I think the way Meng Yang exposed Luoxing and Yu Junchen is too irrational. Isn't this completely offending Luoxing? That's right. Although this way of shedding all pretense of cordiality was satisfying, it was tantamount to forcing himself into a dead end. Would Luoxing let him go? Who knows? Let's continue to wait and see what happens in the future. Yu Junchen also turned his head and glanced at Meng Yang. Then, he took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Meng Yang, saying that after the exam, they would find a place to sit down and talk. However, Meng Yang had blocked him, so he wouldn't receive his message at all. Meng Yang was looking at his tablet computer intently, but he wasn't reviewing. Instead, he was studying the terrain of a mountain in a certain country. After a soft music sounded in the classroom, all the students immediately put away their mobile phones and took out their tablet computers. After the exam content was sent to all of them, the internet was cut off. As long as they filled in the answers within the specified time and went to the podium to send it, they could leave. Yu Junchen wanted to concentrate on the exam, but because of the frustration in his heart, he couldn't concentrate. The exam time was originally 1 hour, but Meng Yang only took half an hour to submit the answers and then left the classroom. Meng Yang found that after his rebirth, his brain became very flexible. This feeling was very good. After 2 days of exams, Yu Junchen didn't find a chance to talk to Meng Yang. Meng Yang also wouldn't give him a chance to listen to his boring nonsense. After 2 days of exams, Meng Yang went abroad. In his previous life, Meng Yang had been hiding from place to place, thinking that no one would recognize him as long as he hid in a remote area. However, he had gotten lost and entered a forest resort. That was how he met that man. At that time, Meng Yang didn't have time to see the man's face clearly. They just looked at each other and then fainted in front of him. Meng Yang was taken in by that man and spent more than a year with him. During this year, Meng Yang didn't say a word for several months. That man also didn't force him to say anything. He just told him that he could stay or leave if he wanted to. When he stayed with that man, Meng Yang had an inexplicable sense of security. He didn't know why, but he felt that this man could definitely protect him. Therefore, he stayed. During this year, what made Meng Yang even more unbelievable was that he fell in love with that man. Although that man gave people a very cold feeling, his legs were disabled, he could only sit in a wheelchair, and half of his face was disfigured. However, every time Meng Yang looked at him, he felt that man's great charm. He couldn't help but fall in love with him. Meng Yang also felt that that man also fell in love with him. He just hid and endured his feelings. Because that man wasn't a gentle person, but he treated him better and better. Meng Yang didn't even want to hate him or prove anything. He just wanted to stay with that man for the rest of his life and live a peaceful and leisurely life. However, Luoxing suddenly appeared and broke his peaceful dreamlike life. At first, Meng Yang thought that Luoxing came to find him. Later, he found out that Luoxing actually came to find that man, and that man was Luoxing's father. When Luoxing saw Meng Yang, he was also very surprised. Then, taking advantage of that man's absence, in order to completely cover up the fact that Yu Junchen framed Meng Yang, Luoxing decided to make Meng Yang, who had disappeared for a year, completely disappear from this world. He fed Meng Yang poison, then asked his subordinates to bring the dying Meng Yang to a mountain far away from the resort and threw him under a cliff that no one had ever gone before. However, Meng Yang didn't die because he was blocked by a big tree. He even spent 15 winters alone under the cliff. What kept Meng Yang alive, besides the rekindled hatred, was that he believed that man would definitely find him. However, he waited for 15 years, and Meng Yang didn't wait for that man to come find him. Before his rebirth, Meng Yang lay in the cave and lost the desire to live. Then, he had a very strange dream. He dreamed that the world he was in was actually a world created by someone. Yu Junchen and Luoxing were the protagonists of this world, and he was one of the tragic cannon fodder used to set off the two of them. Although he didn't dream of all the content in the book, he knew the general content. The reason that man didn't come to find him was that he was ready to publicly announce that Luoxing wasn't his biological son and found enough evidence to prove his innocence. However, before he was ready to do these things, he was killed by Luoxing's grandfather. The second wife of a rich old man, the front of Meng Yang's car hit the mountain wall, while the front of Luo Shou's car hit the mountain wall and the other half hit Meng Yang's car. When Meng Yang's car hit the mountain wall, his forehead hit the glass due to the violent collision, and blood kept flowing down. He felt dizzy and painful at the same time, but he finally succeeded in stopping Luo Shou's car. Just a moment ago, Luo Shou suddenly fell into darkness due to the severe headache. He tried hard to open his eyes, but it was pitch black in front of him. He felt something hit him, but he thought it was an illusion caused by the severe headache. After he felt an even more violent collision, his consciousness that was about to disappear gradually came back, and then his vision became clear. After seeing what happened in front of him, Luo Shou quickly got out of the car, walked to Meng Yang's car, and opened his door. Seeing Meng Yang's forehead bleeding and his eyes closed, Luo Shou was shocked. He immediately took out his mobile phone to call someone over, and then bent down to check on Meng Yang's condition. Meng Yang opened his eyes with great effort, glanced at his face, and then fell into a coma. But Meng Yang's eyes made Luo Shou's heart sway, which made him feel doubtful. In order to not let Meng Yang freeze, Luo Shou temporarily closed the door, and then turned his head to look at the curve not far ahead. If his car had not been forced to stop by the person in the car, he would have fallen down the mountain with his car, and maybe he would have died. In other words, the person in the car saved his life. Luo Shou clenched his fists tightly. The fact that he almost died was in front of his eyes. Even he would feel scared. Luo Shou's villa was not far from here, and his bodyguard soon arrived. Luo Shou carefully took Meng Yang out of the car, and then asked the driver to drive to the hospital as fast as possible. Luo Shou held Meng Yang in his arms. After the bodyguard opened the medicine box, he personally treated the wound on Meng Yang's forehead. After helping him to stop the bleeding, he held Meng Yang as if he was holding a child. Looking at Meng Yang, whose eyes were tightly closed, Luo Shou was very worried and upset. this child saved his life, but he almost killed him. In fact, Luo Xiu went out with his bodyguard most of the time. But sometimes when he went skiing, he wanted to enjoy the feeling of being alone. He didn't want to be followed all the time, so sometimes he went out without his bodyguard. Today, he suddenly wanted to go skiing in the mountain, so he drove out without his bodyguard. But his headache suddenly broke out. Although he often had a headache, it had never been like today. The strong pain made him fall into a semi-coma. It could be said that the degree of danger just now could have killed him and the child in his arms. After arriving at the hospital, Luo Xiu immediately arranged for Meng Yang to have a full examination. As for himself, he also went to do a brain check because the feeling just now was really too strange. He wanted to know how much his headache had worsened. If this kind of situation happened frequently in the future, then he would have to bring bodyguards with him all the time when he went out. Meng Yang felt a little uncomfortable, as if he had a hangover. His head was very painful, and he felt a little nauseous. He opened his eyes. At first, there were some double images. After blinking a few times, his vision slowly became clear. How do you feel? Is it very uncomfortable? Luo Xiu had been guarding Meng Yang, waiting for him to wake up. Meng Yang looked at Luo Xiu's face. He was a little absent-minded. This was the man he had been waiting for 15 years. In this life, his face was not disfigured, and his legs could also walk. It was really great. The current Luo Xiu and the person they met in their previous life didn't look like the same person at all. Now, Luo Xiu's face was deep. He was handsome, and he was tall and strong. His body was very perfect. Thinking of the days they spent together in their previous life, Meng Yang's eyes gradually became moist. Is it very uncomfortable? Luo Xiu looked at Meng Yang, who was about to cry. He thought that Meng Yang was like this because of his physical discomfort. He couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Meng Yang gently shook his head, indicating that he wasn't very uncomfortable. Don't be afraid. The doctor has done a full body examination for you. He said that other than the wound on your forehead, there are no other injuries. After the wound on your forehead heals, you will be fine. Luo Xiu softly comforted him. Meng Yang slightly nodded again, then closed his eyes and continued to sleep. Luo Xiu asked the hospital to arrange the best ward for Meng Yang, as well as the best treatment and care. In the next few days, Meng Yang could only lie in bed to recuperate. He also received various examinations to make sure that his head didn't have any other injuries caused by the strong impact. The doctors also assured Meng Yang that they would use the best medicine to ensure that there wouldn't be any scars on his forehead. Meng Yang felt that staying in this ward was no different from staying in a hotel. There was a service available on call, and Luo Xiu would come to see him every day. But the most regrettable thing was that he missed the exam for St. James University, which he wanted to study in. He originally thought that after he changed Luo Xiu's fate, he would be able to rush back to take the exam. But he didn't expect that he would be injured and have to stay for treatment and examination. Thank you for saving me. Luo Xiu once again thanked Meng Yang. You should already know who I am, right? Meng Yang sat on the bed and looked at Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu indeed knew everything about Meng Yang, of course, including his relationship with Luo Xing. When he saw Meng Yang's information, he was quite surprised, mainly because he didn't expect that the person who saved him was Luo Xing's ex-lover. Moreover, she broke up with Luo Xing in a very unpleasant situation. But what made him puzzled was that Meng Yang shouldn't appear in this country at this time. After all, now was the time when all the universities in China started their exams, and Meng Yang seemed to have appeared specifically to save him. How do you want me to repay you? Luo Xiu looked at Meng Yang and asked. Repay me? Meng Yang really didn't think about this question. Of course, you have to repay me for saving your life. As long as it's something I can do, I can help you achieve it. Luo Xiu thought that if he really rushed down the mountain, even if he was lucky enough to survive, he would definitely lose half of his life. He hated owing people favors the most, not to mention that it was a life-saving grace. He definitely had to repay it. I'll tell you when I think about it. Meng Yang felt like he had picked up a wishing lamp. After all, as the chairman of Lock Group, there were many things that he could do. He really had to think about it carefully. I have to go back to China tomorrow to deal with some important matters. Do you want to go back with me, or continue to stay here to recuperate and go back when you feel better? Luo Xiu asked. The second wife of a rich old man. After all, Meng Yang had dated Luo Xing before, so he had a certain understanding of him. Luo Xing was raised by his grandfather since he was a child. He returned to the family Luo when he was an adult, but he didn't live at home every day because he had his own house outside. The family Luo's house was so big that they might not meet each other even if they lived under the same roof. Therefore, Meng Yang thought that he might meet Luo Xing after living there for at least a few days. But the next morning, when Meng Yang and Luo Xiu were having breakfast together, Luo Xing walked over as if he had something to say to Luo Xiu. But when he saw Meng Yang, he was stunned. Why are you here? Luo Xing, who came back to his senses, looked at Meng Yang and asked, Who allowed you to come here? Meng Yang didn't answer him, but deliberately looked at Luo Xiu with an innocent and helpless look. He is my guest. I invited him to live here. Do you have a problem with that? Luo Xiu looked at Luo Xing with a cold face. Luo Xing was even more surprised when he heard Luo Xiu's words. Then he said angrily, Father, did he say something to you? I've already broken up with him. No matter what he said, it's all a lie. Don't believe him. I know you've already broken up with him. It has nothing to do with you that I let him live here. Don't flatter yourself. If you don't want to see him, then don't come back. Luo Xiu hated Luo Xing's mother and grandfather's family as much as he hated Luo Xing's mother and grandfather's family. But now was not the time to announce that Luo Xing wasn't his biological son. Father, you can't let him stay. You don't know what kind of person he is, I'll say it for the last time. He is my guest. If you dare to be rude to him, don't step into this house again. Luo Xiu's face was expressionless. He didn't even show any anger, but his imposing manner had frightened Luo Xing. He didn't dare to say anything. He could only clench his fists and stare at Meng Yang with angry eyes. Uncle Luo, Meng Yang looked at Luo Xiu and said, Luo Xing doesn't want to see me, and I don't want to see him. Why don't I go to the hotel? You don't need to go anywhere else. Luo Xiu had been in charge of Lock Group for many years. He was used to making arrangements and letting others carry them out. Now in his heart, Meng Yang was just a junior. Children should be obedient. Staying here to receive the best care was the best arrangement for him. Then, can I go and see my friend today? I haven't seen him for many days. He is worried about me. Meng Yang asked Luo Xiu for permission. He knew that without Luo Xiu's permission, he couldn't leave here. You haven't fully recovered yet. Don't go out for too long. Or you can ask your friend to come and see you, Luo Xiu said. I'll just go out for a short while. I'll come back after I see him, Meng Yang said immediately. Luo Xing stood aside. He didn't leave, nor did he sit down. He had something to say to Luo Xiu, but he didn't want to sit at the same table with Meng Yang. Luo Xiu and Meng Yang ignored him directly. They continued to eat breakfast. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Luo Xing felt very angry. This was his home, but he became out of place. Luo Xiu looked at the time. He got up and left for the company. Uncle Yuan walked him out. There were only Meng Yang, Luo Xing, and several helpers in the dining room. I've never seen such a shameless person like you. No matter how you persuaded my father to let you live here, and no matter what your purpose is, I'm warning you. You'd better get out of here and never appear in front of me again. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. Luo Xing looked at Meng Yang fiercely and warned him. Meng Yang drank a mouthful of milk and wiped his lips with a napkin. He got up and looked at Luo Xing. If I live here and make you angry, then I'll be happier to live here. And you don't seem to know your place. Uncle Luo is not only the head of the Lock Group, but also the head of the family Luo. He's the owner of Longling Mountain. What right do you have to refuse him when he invites me to live here? I'm very curious and I'm looking forward to seeing how you'll make me regret it. Luo Xing looked at Meng Yang's back as he left. He was so angry that he wanted to rush over and throw him out with his own hands. Meng Yang asked Uncle Yuan to prepare a car for him. Then, he drove to pick up Lu Yunjing. As soon as Lu Yunjing got in the car, she saw the bandage on Meng Yang's forehead. She was stunned for a moment before asking, "What happened to your forehead?" "It's just a small injury. It'll be fine soon," Meng Yang said as he drove. "I say, what's so important that you have to go abroad when all the universities are having their exams? Are you not going to go to university? You said before that you wanted to get into St. James University. Now that you've missed the exam, what are you going to do next? Choose a normal university to study in? Or do you plan to take the exam next year? This year, I'll participate in some fragrance competitions. If I'm lucky, I might be accepted as a student by a master and get a special opportunity to take the entrance exam. If I'm not that lucky, I'll take the exam next year." Meng Yang also felt that it was a pity that he missed St. James University's exam. However, he was still very confident about participating in the competition. "There's one thing that you might not know. Yu Junchen and his mother, as well as your father and aunt, are all living in Luo Xing's villa. Your father is going around saying that you're unfilial and have no conscience. He even said that he's going to sue you." Meng Yang sneered and said, "Sue me for what? Sue me for not taking care of him? I'm only 19 years old and I'm still studying. He's not 70 or 80 years old and can't take care of himself. After a few decades, if he sues me, I'll pay him a fixed amount of money every month." In his previous life, Meng Yang was completely bitterly disappointed in his father. In this life, he only severed his relationship with his father because they were father and son. "There's one more thing. Luo Xing and Yu Junchen are going to get engaged. I asked someone to inquire about it. In order to prevent Yu Junchen from being looked down upon, Luo Xing worked very hard to get his grandfather's approval. It seems that he agreed to his grandfather's request. Yu Junchen is one of Master Su Wanya's most valued students. He's also the one with the best grades among all the students who got into St. James University's Fragrance Institute. Even before school started, he was already valued by the institute. That's why Luo Xing's grandfather agreed to their engagement. Yu Junchen is indeed very talented in the field of fragrance mixing. He's also the hardworking type." Meng Yang thought to himself. However, he would wait and see how far Yu Junchen could go in this life. But it's not certain whether they'll get engaged successfully. After all, Luo Xing is part of the family Luo and is his father's only son. His grandfather agreed to his engagement with Yu Junchen, but his father might not agree. Even if Luo Xing's father doesn't agree, at least Luo Xing has already proven his sincerity and determination towards Yu Junchen. Those friends who used to be on good terms with us are now all circling around Yu Junchen. This is the reality. They're not good friends to begin with. What they do is their own business. We can't control it." Meng Yang had already recognized those people in his previous life. His anger and sadness were all in the past. Now, he didn't feel anything. Luo Xing has already said that he won't let you go. Your family's company may be in a difficult situation from now on, don't worry. I know what to do. Since Meng Yang publicly fell out with Luo Xing and Yu Junchen, he was prepared for Luo Xing to attack his family's company. However, he had saved Luo Xiu's life, so Luo Xiu definitely wouldn't stand by and do nothing. The second wife of a rich old man not far ahead was one of the largest racing arenas in the city. Xiaoke often came here to practice driving and race with others. He also formed his own team and occasionally participated in some formal races. Racing was very expensive and exciting. Many rich young masters liked it. Meng Yang and Luo Xing met each other at the racing arena. Xiaoke, whose hands were tied, kept yelling and threatening Meng Yang to let him go. Meng Yang pretended not to hear him and drove directly into the racing arena. Generally speaking, people who came to the racing arena to practice driving or race had to show their membership cards at the gate. However, Xiaoke's father was one of the shareholders of the racing arena. The guards at the gate recognized Xiaoke's car, so Meng Yang drove directly in. They didn't stop him. They all thought that young Master Xiao wanted to vent his anger again. They'd better stay away from him. Meng Yang drove Xiaoke's car through curves, ramps, mountain paths, quagmires, and sandy lands. He drifted and flew, feeling the thrill of showing off his driving skills and enjoying the thrill of excitement. Although Xiaoku often raced, he was still scared and screamed a few times. He felt that the car could fly so high and so far. He thought that Meng Yang would hit the boulder on the side of the curve, but Meng Yang almost drove the car over the boulder. Xiaoku was not only scared by Meng Yang's speed, but also hit his head on the glass several times when Meng Yang sped through the curve. He began to feel dizzy. After Lu Yunjing drove the car into the racing arena, he parked the car on the side of the arena. Looking at the picture on the huge screen, he was immediately stunned. He wondered when Meng Yang's driving skills became so good. It was almost the same as those amazing professional racers. The people in the monitoring room also exclaimed and praised Meng Yang's driving skills. Oh. What was going on? Did young Master Xiao take the wrong medicine? He has actually become so powerful. His cornering speed is amazing. He's almost at the level of a professional driver. This ramp is so cool. I'm going to fall. He fell down. He passed. Amazing. I say, is the driver really young Master Xiao? Don't tell me there's someone else there? That's possible. You weren't even this good when you came to practice driving yesterday. It doesn't make sense for you to suddenly become so good today. Yeah, it shouldn't be him, right? After Meng Yang finished all the tracks, he drove the car directly out of the racetrack. Lu Yunjing immediately followed him. Xiaoku's face was pale. He gritted his teeth hard. He was resisting the urge to vomit. His stomach was churning violently. This was the first time in his life that he had been frightened by a car. Meng Yang drove the car out of the racetrack and parked it again on the side of the road where they started. After parking the car, Meng Yang got out, opened the back door, untied Xiaoku's belt, and dragged him out of the car. After Xiaoku got out of the car, his legs were weak and his head was still dizzy. He was a little unsteady and sat directly on the ground. He grabbed his hair with both hands. The shame made him unable to raise his head. Compared to being beaten up by Meng Yang, he felt more ashamed that he had screamed out in fear just now. Lu Yunjing also drove the car over. Meng Yang walked over, took a bottle of water from the car, and opened it to take a sip. You. Lu Yunjing wanted to ask Meng Yang when his driving skills became so good, but he was stopped by Meng Yang's eyes. Lu Yunjing glanced at Xiaoku and didn't continue to ask. How do you feel? Meng Yang looked at Xiaoku and said, Is it exciting? Is it cool? Your driving skills are so good. Why have you never shown it before? Xiaoku asked doubtfully, because you don't want to steal Luoxing's limelight? I won't tell you why, but if you want to know how to beat Luoxing in a car race, I can tell you. When Xiaoku heard Meng Yang's words, he was stunned for a moment. Then he sat on the ground and hesitated for a long time. He had a grudge with Meng Yang before, and he was beaten up by Meng Yang just now. According to his character, it was absolutely impossible for him to talk nicely with Meng Yang. But in addition to being shocked by Meng Yang's driving skills, he was also envious of Meng Yang's excellent driving skills. The way to beat Luoxing was too tempting for him. After hesitating, Xiaoku stood up and said, If you can really tell me how to beat Luoxing, we can forget about what happened before. But if you dare to trick me, do I need to trick you in this way? If I want to trick you, I can tie you in the car and drive you to the racetrack for a few laps. Isn't that more interesting? Meng Yang looked at him and said. Xiaoku turned his head. When he thought of how he screamed just now, the feeling of shame appeared again. But he still couldn't wait to know the answer. Then tell me, how can I beat Luoxing in a car race with skills? It's very simple. You can make an appointment for a race, and I'll beat him. But I'll drive your car to race with him. I won't show up, and you can't tell anyone that I beat him, Meng Yang said. No. Xiaoku refused at once. Either you join our team and beat him in public, or you tell me the way, and I'll beat him fair and square. Xiaoku, don't use this kind of cheating method. If others know, I won't have the face to race with others in the future. I didn't say that you can race with him in your own name. Don't you have a team? You can make an appointment with him in the name of your team. After I beat him, you can tell the others and Luoqing that it wasn't you who beat him. It was your team who beat Luoqing and the others. As long as you don't mention me, it's fine. Do you understand word games? And I'm not a professional racer. I haven't even participated in a race. Even if people find out that I beat Luo Xing, it won't affect your reputation and your team's reputation. Why don't you beat him fair and square? With your driving skills just now, you can definitely beat him. You can also take revenge on him for falling in love with someone else. Isn't it better for you? Xiaoke said doubtfully. Of course I have my reasons. As for what the reasons are, I won't tell you. Just tell me whether you agree or not. The second wife of a rich old man 9 inches the evening, when Luo Xiao returned to the main house and was about to go back to his room to rest, Uncle Yuan reported to him, Sir, young Master Meng Yang fell asleep after eating a little porridge during dinner. He seems to be very uncomfortable. I have asked the doctor to come over and check on him. The doctor said that there is no serious problem, but he must have a good rest and not overwork himself. Luo Xiao frowned and then walked to Meng Yang's room. Meng Yang was in a daze when he felt someone come in. He immediately opened his eyes alertly and saw that it was Luo Xiao. He sat up and looked at Luo Xiao and said, Uncle Luo, you are back? Luo Xiao sat down on the bed and looked at Meng Yang's pale face. He asked, What did you do today? I chatted with my friends and then came back. I didn't do anything else. Maybe it was because of the wind outside. After I came back, I suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, but Uncle Yuan has called the doctor to check on me. The doctor said that I just need to have a good rest. Meng Yang didn't want Luo Xiao to know about his racing. In order to get Xiaoke into the car, he beat Xiaoke up. After that, he was highly concentrated in the car and suffered from bumps, so he felt a little uncomfortable when he came back. Don't go out again before your injury is healed. Luo Xiao habitually said in a commanding tone. He knew that Meng Yang was at the age where he liked to play with his friends, but it was very important to recuperate after an injury. He thought that Meng Yang was too young to understand and didn't care about these things. If there were sequelae, he would definitely regret it in the future. As the person who caused Meng Yang's injury, he had the responsibility to ask him to have a good rest as an elder. I know. Meng Yang showed a well-behaved and obedient look. You are absolutely safe here. No one can hurt you. If you are worried, I will ask someone to guard outside. When Luo Xiao came in, he saw that Meng Yang maintained a high degree of vigilance even in his sleep. This was also a sign of insecurity. No, just ask Uncle Yuan to lock the door. Meng Yang was actually used to being alert even when he was asleep when he was at the bottom of the cliff. The two people sat quietly for a while. Meng Yang leaned against the bed. His face was pale and weak. Once again, Luo Xiao's cold heart evoked feelings of sympathy and pity. He thought that this child was a little pitiful. Although he had relatives, they were all vampires. It was better not to have any of them. Luo Xiao had lived alone for so many years with many relatives. He could understand Meng Yang's feelings very well. He couldn't help but feel pity for Meng Yang. Have a good rest. Luo Xiao got up and was about to leave. Uncle Luo. Meng Yang stopped Luo Xiao again. Then, he looked like he wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Luo Xiao looked at Meng Yang in confusion, waiting for him to continue. Meng Yang looked up at Luo Xiao and said, When we were abroad, you said that in order to repay me for saving you, you would do something for me. Have you thought about what you want me to do for you? Luo Xiao asked. I want you to marry me. Meng Yang looked at Luo Xiao seriously and said, I only want 3 years. You want to repay me with 3 years of marriage. Do you agree? Marriage? Luo Xiao looked at Meng Yang with surprise and said, Marriage is not a small thing. It's the same for you and me. I can't agree to this request. Let's change it to something else. I can give you half of my personal property. Half of your property is a fatal temptation for anyone, but not for me. Meng Yang smiled and said, I only want 3 years of marriage. After 3 years, we will divorce. I don't have any other requests. Although this is my only request, you can agree or disagree. I won't force you. I know I can't force you. So, you can make the decision. You want to take revenge on Luo Xing by marrying me? Luo Xiao looked at Meng Yang and asked. Meng Yang thought for a moment and said, "This is the best way I can think of to take revenge on him." Meng Yang thought that if he made Luo Xiu think that he wanted to take revenge on Luo Xing, it would be easier for Luo Xiu to agree. Because he loved this man deeply, he waited for him under the cliff for 15 years. But this man hadn't fallen in love with him yet. So, he gave himself 3 years to make this man fall in love with him. In his previous life, he got along with Luo Xiu for more than a year. He felt that Luo Xiu actually liked him. In this life, he was confident that he could make Luo Xiu fall in love with him. But experience told him that love could be cultivated, but not forced. If Luo Xiu didn't fall in love with him in these 3 years, then he was willing to give up and protect him as a friend. "Well, I will think about it. You should also think about it. After you recover, we will discuss this matter." Luo Xiu looked at Meng Yang for a moment and said, "Okay." Meng Yang immediately agreed. Luo Xiu turned around and left Meng Yang's room. After Meng Yang lay down, he closed his eyes and recalled his experience with Luo Xiu in his previous life. At first, he was very afraid of Luo Xiu, not only because of Luo Xiu's disfigured appearance, but also because of Luo Xiu's unapproachable cold aura. After several months of getting along, Meng Yang felt Luo Xiu's gentle side. Then, he couldn't help but be attracted by his charm and fell in love with him. With Luo Xing as an example, Meng Yang didn't dare to fall in love. So, he restrained himself. But when he felt that Luo Xiu actually liked him, he felt happy for the first time in his life. In this life, he would do his best to achieve the love and happiness that he didn't get to experience in his previous life. After Luo Xiu returned to his room and washed up, he laid down on the bed and prepared to sleep. He thought about Meng Yang's words. Then, Meng Yang's delicate and tender face appeared in his mind. Although 19 years old was old enough to get married, compared to him, he was still too young. But since he wanted to take revenge on Luo Xing, it was not impossible to have a marriage in name but not in reality. It would only last for 3 years. After all, he never owed anyone a favor. In the next few days, Meng Yang seriously rested and recuperated. He almost didn't go out of his room. Lu Yunjing called him and asked him to go out, but he refused. He wanted to recover as soon as possible and get Luo Xiu's answer as soon as possible. Luo Xiu was very busy these days. He didn't go back to the main house every day, so Meng Yang didn't see him every day. When Meng Yang finally didn't need to put medicine on his forehead, he couldn't wait to call Luo Xiu and tell him that he had recovered. In fact, even if Luo Xiu didn't go back to the main house every day, the housekeeper would report to him about Meng Yang's situation. So he knew that Meng Yang didn't need to put medicine on his forehead. Meng Yang just urged him to reply as soon as possible. Because he didn't have time to go back to the main house, Luo Xiu asked Uncle Yuan to arrange for a driver to send Meng Yang to the headquarters of Lock Group. After Meng Yang entered Luo Xiu's office, he sat on the sofa and waited. After Luo Xiu finished the documents at hand, he stood up and walked to sit opposite Meng Yang. The second wife of a rich old man, originally Meng Yang and Lu Yunjing's friends, they were all Yu Junchen's friends now. They surrounded Yu Junchen and chatted with him by the indoor swimming pool in the family Luo mansion. Luo Xing dated Meng Yang for more than a year, but he never invited us to the family Luo mansion. Now that he just started dating you, he invited us to hang out because of you. The difference is too big. Luo Xing and Meng Yang are just playing around. He's dating Junchen with the premise of marriage, and they're about to get engaged soon. Of course, the difference is huge. Meng Yang doesn't know what's good for him. Love is a matter between two parties. If they don't love each other, then they don't love each other anymore. In the end, they fell out and made things so ugly. What good does it do for him? Isn't it better to part on good terms? Yeah, we can still be friends if we part on good terms. It's stupid to anger Luo Xing. Originally, I didn't want to hurt him, so I kept it from him. I wanted to find a suitable opportunity to tell him, but I still hurt him. Yu Junchen smiled helplessly and said, "After a while, I'll go and apologize to him." He shouldn't be so angry anymore. The others looked at each other and felt that this was really hard to accept. If they really didn't want to hurt him, they shouldn't have betrayed him in the first place. Since they already did it, they shouldn't say things like they didn't want to hurt him. But since these people had already chosen to bow down to reality and stand on Yu Zhenchun's side, of course, they wouldn't say what they really thought. So they immediately changed the topic and talked about something else. On Luo Xing's side, his friends were also surrounding him and talking about the things he did for Yu Zhenchun recently. This time, you're not really in love with him, are you? Are you really planning to get engaged with him? That's right. No matter how much you like him, isn't it too early to get engaged now? I'm sure that he is my true love. I won't marry anyone else except him, so it's not too early to get engaged now. After Luo Xing finished speaking, he glanced at Yu Zhenchun. Although your grandfather agreed, are you sure your father will agree as well? That's right. Although you grew up with your grandfather, you are still his grandson. In the future, you can only inherit the family Luo's assets. If your father doesn't agree to your engagement with Yu Zhenchun, what do you plan to do? Even if you paid for Yu Zhenchun's company, the difference between the two of you is still too big. In terms of family background, it's like heaven and earth. Although your father doesn't care about you at all, I don't think it's likely that he will agree to your engagement with Yu Zhenchun. No matter how difficult it is, I will fight for my own happiness even if I have to risk my life. In this life, no matter how much money you have, if you can't spend the rest of your life with the person you love, what's the point? First of all, I am an independent person. Then, I am my father's son. So, I am in charge of my own life. No one can interfere with my freedom of marriage. Luo Xing's eyes were firm as he said, my father only has one son, and he hasn't remarried for so many years. Who else can inherit this huge family property except for me? Can he give it to my incompetent cousins who only know how to eat, drink, and play? Anyway, no matter what, I will definitely get engaged with Zhenchun. The others looked at each other again. From Luo Xing's eyes and attitude, they felt that he was really serious this time. Last time, Luo Xing was going to tell Luo Xiao that he wanted to get engaged with Yu Zhenchun, but because he was too surprised and angry when he saw Meng Yang, he didn't tell Luo Xiao about it. After that, he had been thinking about the reason why Luo Xiao kept Meng Yang. He felt that this was probably the first step of Luo Xiao's objection to his engagement with Yu Zhenchun. So, he thought that instead of getting Luo Xiao's objection after he told him, it was better to act first and ask his grandfather to hold the engagement ceremony for him and Yu Zhenchun. Today, he brought these friends here to let them humiliate Meng Yang and let Meng Yang leave here in shame, but Uncle Yuan told him that Meng Yang went out early in the morning. After the car stopped, Uncle Yuan helped Meng Yang open the car door. After Meng Yang and Lu Yunjing got out of the car, they saw 2 rows of helpers in uniform standing to welcome them. Let's go in and have a look, Meng Yang said to Lu Yunjing. As expected of the family Luo mansion. It's really big. Lu Yunjing couldn't help but sigh, this is a real rich family. This house is so magnificent that it makes people feel oppressed. It seems that other people's descriptions are not exaggerated at all. I heard from people who have been here that there is a very beautiful garden here, and you can see the sea from the room. The sea is on the other side of the mountain. You can see the sea from the room, Meng Yang answered and asked Uncle Yuan, Uncle Yuan, is Luo Xing at home today? Yes, the young master invited some friends to play. He is entertaining them in the indoor pool, Uncle Yuan replied. Oh? Meng Yang smiled and thought that it was a coincidence. Then he said, take me to see them. Uncle Yuan replied respectfully, yes. Are you sure you want to have a conflict with him now? Lu Yunjing turned to look at Meng Yang and asked. I don't intend to have a conflict with him. Meng Yang smiled and said, from today onwards, I will be living here. We will see each other often, so I'm just going to say hello. Luo Xing's group was discussing the swimming competition. Luo Xing's friend suddenly saw Uncle Yuan and a few people coming over. After being stunned for a moment, he said to Luo Xing, it seems that you have guests at your house. Guests? Luo Xing turned around and looked at him in confusion. He thought that his father was not at home, so why would there be guests at this time? And even if there were guests, they shouldn't be brought to the pool, especially when they knew that he was entertaining friends. After Uncle Yuan brought Meng Yang and Lu Yunjing to the pool, he stepped aside. After seeing that the people who came over were Meng Yang and Yu Zhenchun, everyone was stunned. Luo Xing was the first to recover. He frowned and asked unhappily, "You haven't left yet?" The second wife of a rich old man. Those people were stunned by Meng Yang's words. Luo Xing clenched his fist and glared at Meng Yang, saying, "It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't stop talking nonsense." As soon as Luo Xing raised his fist, the bodyguard standing next to him quickly moved in front of Luo Xing. He grabbed Luo Xing's fist and pressed him to the ground. "You dare to hit me?" Luo Xing was even more furious, but he quickly recognized that this bodyguard was his father's bodyguard. However, he felt very embarrassed to be pressed to the ground in front of so many people. He struggled and shouted, "Let me go. I told you to let me go, do you hear me?" "Young master," Uncle Yuan stepped forward and said, "Young master Meng Yang has indeed registered his marriage with Sir. The wedding will be held in a while. Sir has already instructed that young master Meng Yang is now the owner of Longling Mountain, just like him." "Did you hear that?" Meng Yang looked at Luo Xing and said, "I am now the owner of this place. As for whether you will be the owner in the future, I don't know." "Impossible." Luo Xing shouted with an ugly expression, "How could my father suddenly marry him? This is absolutely impossible. Whether it is possible or not, you can ask your father yourself." Meng Yang turned and said, "Uncle Yuan, take me to the master bedroom." "Yes." Uncle Yuan replied respectfully and then led the way. The others looked at each other and saw disbelief and shock in each other's faces and eyes. What is going on? Meng Yang actually married Luo Xing's father? How is this possible? Yes, let's not talk about other things first. Meng Yang and Luo Xing have dated before. Just based on this, how could Luo Xing's father marry Meng Yang? What's more, Luo Xing's father is too different in age from Meng Yang. Why on earth did Luo Xing's father marry Meng Yang? How can we know the reason? Luo Xing. When everyone looked at Luo Xing and wanted to ask him if he knew the reason, they found that Luo Xing's face was very ugly. Judging from his appearance, he definitely didn't know the reason, so they didn't dare to ask. In addition to Luo Xing's face, Yu Zhenshen's face was also very ugly. If Meng Yang really married Luo Xing's father, then Meng Yang would become Luo Xing's elder. Moreover, he felt that Meng Yang would definitely ask Luo Xing's father to stop him from marrying Luo Xing. Uncle Yuan took Meng Yang to the master bedroom, which was Luo Xiu's living room. It was a suite with many rooms. Meng Yang and Lu Yunjing walked into the bedroom. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, there was an open-air swimming pool and garden. Looking into the distance, they could see the blue sea with waves rolling up. The scenery was very beautiful. "Are you really going to live here?" Lu Yunjing walked to the sofa in the garden and asked after sitting down. "I'm already married to Uncle Luo. Of course I'm going to live here." Meng Yang stood by the railing and looked at the sea in the distance. Although the hatred from his previous life hadn't disappeared in his heart, for now, revenge wasn't the most important thing. Repaying kindness was the most important thing. Therefore, he would try his best to create opportunities to be with Luo Xiu. At this moment, Luo Xing had already rushed to the headquarters of Lock Group to question Luo Xiu. "Boss Luo, young master wants to see you," the assistant outside the office said through the intercom. "Let him in." Luo Xiu had already expected Luo Xing to come, but he didn't want Luo Xing to waste too much of his time. "Father." After the office door opened, Luo Xing walked quickly to Luo Xiu's desk. He looked at Luo Xiu and asked, "Is it true that you're married to Meng Yang?" "It's true. He's now my legal partner. We'll hold our wedding soon." Luo Xiu looked at Luo Xing expressionlessly and answered. Luo Xing said angrily, "You know that Meng Yang and I dated before. When you married him, did you ever consider my feelings? It's not your place to question my decision. Now that you know the truth, you can leave." Luo Xiu said coldly. "I don't agree." Luo Xing roared, "I don't agree to your marriage. For so many years, have you ever treated me like your own son? It's fine if you don't care about me, but now you don't even ask about my feelings and thoughts on such an important matter like marriage? What right do you have to disagree? I'm the one who wants to get married. Do I need to ask about your thoughts and feelings? Out of all the people you've dated, which one of them did you get my permission? Have I ever interfered with your relationship? I'm dating, not getting married. Marriage is such an important matter. It's not the same thing as dating. Then let me tell you now. I don't agree with you being with Yu Junchen. Break up with him immediately and marry the person I want you to marry. Will you do it? Luo Xing was stunned. He then defended himself, Junchen and I are truly in love. You don't accept my interference in your marriage, but you want to interfere in my marriage? Luo Xiu interrupted Luo Xing and said, I'll say it one last time. No one has the right to interfere with what I want to do and what decisions I make, including you. If you dare to come and yell at me again, don't come back to the family Luo. Get out. The second wife of a rich old man Yu Junchen returned to the villa that Luo Xing gave him. When he told his family that Meng Yang and Luo Xiu were married, they were all shocked and in disbelief. Meng Yang married Luo Xiu's father? Zhao Wan said in shock, How is that possible? Why would Luo Xiu's father marry Meng Yang? Yeah. Meng Yang's aunt also said in disbelief, Meng Yang is so much younger than Luo Xing's father. What's wrong with Meng Yang? Why would he marry someone who's old enough to be his father? Meng Yang's aunt recovered from the shock and said, although Luo Xing's father is a little older, he's the head of the lock group. No matter what he looks like, with his wealth and power, there are definitely many young men and women who want to marry him. Looks and love can't be eaten. Being able to enjoy life while you're alive is the most important thing. That's right. Yu Junchen's aunt said, if Meng Yang marries Luo Xing's father, it can be said that she has reached the top in one step. After all, Luo Xing's father is the head of the lock group. It's unknown how many years it will take for Luo Xing to inherit the family Luo's business. If Meng Yang gives birth to a child for Luo Xing's father, it's really hard to say who will inherit the family Luo's business in the end. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhao Wan said unhappily, if Meng Yang marries Luo Xing's father, it might affect Jun Chen and Luo Xing's engagement, don't you know? Instead of helping Jun Chen think of a solution, you're here discussing how good it is for Meng Yang to marry Luo Xing's father? I'm just saying, Yu Junchen's aunt smiled and said, even if Meng Yang marries Luo Xing's father is a great thing, it has nothing to do with me and Yu Junchen's uncle. In our hearts, we are definitely on Yu Junchen's side. Only then did Yu Junchen's aunt realize that they were on Yu Junchen's side. If Yu Junchen was better, they would be better. No matter how good Meng Yang was, it had nothing to do with them. Meng Yang's aunt and aunt exchanged a look, then said, sister-in-law, don't think too much. In our hearts, we are also on Jun Chen's side. After all, you know Meng Yang's personality. He's extreme and eccentric. How can we expect him to help us at all? Jun Chen is such a kind person. Of course, we hope that he can successfully get engaged and married to Luo Xing, and then live a happy and blissful life. That's right. Meng Yang's aunt said, we are all counting on Jun Chen now. Although I am Meng Yang's aunt, we really can't stand his temper and personality. A person with a good temper and personality like Jun Chen deserves to be happy. Yu Junchen, who had been sitting on the sofa without saying a word, stood up and said, I'm tired. I'm going back to my room to rest. Jun Chen. Zhao Wan also stood up. After watching Yu Junchen go upstairs, she said angrily to the others, I'm telling you, if Jun Chen can't successfully get engaged to Luo Xing, all of you will move out. No one can stay here. As soon as Yu Junchen entered the room, he lay down on the bed. He could more or less understand how Meng Yang felt. The whole family was living in his house, but they were scheming against him for their own benefits. However, Yu Junchen already knew what kind of people they were, so he didn't really care. Now, what he was most worried about was whether he could successfully get engaged to Luo Xing. Also, what he should do to make Meng Yang continue to show him the contents of the books passed down from generation to generation in the Meng family. Yu Junchen thought that since Meng Yang couldn't understand the contents of the books, those books wouldn't be of much use in his hands. If Yu Junchen had them, he would definitely be able to make the most of them. Once school started, the real competition would begin. He really needed those books, but how could he get them, when it was time to go to bed at night? In the villa that Luo Xing gave to Yu Junchen, the lights in everyone's room were on. Meng Yang had already married Luo Xiu, so they couldn't sleep at the same time. Yu Junchen's uncle and aunt naturally hoped that Yu Junchen could become a family Luo as soon as possible. This way, their children would be able to get more help from Yu Junchen in the future. Meng Yang's uncle, aunt, and aunt were all considering whether to persuade Yang Su and Meng Yang to reconcile. Previously, because they knew that Luo Xing didn't like Meng Yang anymore and had fallen in love with Yu Junchen, they felt that there was no hope for Meng Yang and Luo Xing, so they helped to hide it. But the situation was different now. Meng Yang was married to Luo Xing's father and was already a family Luo. Luo Xiu's several younger brothers also lived on Longling Mountain, but they didn't live in the main house at the top of the mountain. Instead, they lived in several mansions halfway up the mountain. Because the old lady was still alive, they hadn't really separated from the family, so Luo Xiu allowed them to live in the mansions on Longling Mountain. In the evening, when Luo Xiu returned to Longling Mountain, there was already a large group of people waiting for him in the main house. Luo Xiu walked into the hall. Uncle Yuan helped him take off his coat and handed it to the helper. The others immediately stood up. Luo Xiu walked to the main seat and sat down. Only then did the others sit down. Luo Xiu wiped his hands with a hot towel, picked up the teacup and drank a mouthful of tea. Then he looked at those people and said, "My wedding hasn't started yet. Why are you all gathered here? What do you want?" We're here to see if there's anything we can help with for Big Brother's wedding," Luo Xiu's third brother, Luo Ming, said. In fact, they knew that Luo Xing's grandfather was coming, so they all came to see what Luo Xing's grandfather would say to Luo Xiu. Uncle Yuan walked to Luo Xiu's side and said, "Sir, the young master's grandfather, Master Qing, is here." Luo Xiu was silent for a while and said, "Let him in." "Yes." Uncle Yuan turned and walked out. After a while, Master Qing came in. Except for Luo Xiu who sat still, the others stood up and greeted Master Qing. "You came at a bad time." Luo Xiu put down the teacup and said, "We're having a family meeting. If you're not in a hurry, why don't you sit down and wait for a while? I'll listen to what you have to say after I finish talking to them." "It seems that I came at a bad time." Master Qing sat down opposite Luo Xiu and said, "You can talk, I'm not in a hurry." Luo Xiu looked at the others and said, "It's my business who I want to marry. If any of you dare to talk or even want to interfere, I'll let you know what it's like to be interfered with. Meng Yang and I have already registered our marriage. He is now my legal partner. If you don't like it, you can completely cut off all ties with me. After a while, Meng Yang and I will hold our wedding. I don't care if you come or not, but if you dare to have any ideas, you'll have to be prepared to bear the consequences." "I'm sorry, Master Qing." Luo Xiu looked at old Master Qing and said, "I've let you see a joke. After living a good life for a long time, people will become unable to differentiate good from bad. They will even think that they have the right to criticize everything. This kind of people who don't know their own place and think that they are qualified to control everything and want to control everything, they need to be taught a lesson. What do you think?" Master Qing was silent for a while and said, "You don't have to make oblique accusations. I know you're saying that I'm not qualified to control who you marry. Although you've divorced my daughter for many years, she gave birth to a son for you. I'm Luo Xing's grandfather, so I can be considered your elder. Today, as an elder, I have a few words to persuade you." The second wife of a rich old man Meng Yang had been standing at the corner of the stairs, secretly observing everyone below. Among the people sitting below, there were Luo Xiu's 3 younger brothers, 1 cousin, 2 cousins, and their respective wives. Master Qing, who came in later, was originally prepared to put on airs as an elder, but after hearing Luo Xiu's words, he was speechless. Meng Yang could feel the oppressive momentum of Luo Xiu just by looking at his back, not to mention those who were facing Luo Xiu directly. Master Qing, on the other hand, even though Luo Xiu had divorced his daughter for more than 10 years, he still relied on his identity as Luo Xing's grandfather to put on airs as an elder in front of Luo Xiu. He wanted to let Luo Xiu confirm Luo Xing's identity as the heir of Luo Xiu's family. Luo Xing was the child of Luo Xiu's daughter. He wasn't Luo Xiu's biological son. However, Master Qing didn't know about it yet. At present, only Luo Xiu and Luo Xing's mother knew that Luo Xing wasn't Luo Xiu's biological son, except for Meng Yang. Luo Xing's mother must have thought that no one else knew about it except her, so she didn't say anything, because it wouldn't do her any good. If she didn't say anything, Luo Xing could still inherit the family Luo's property. Meng Yang speculated that the reason why Luo Xiao didn't say anything was because he wanted to have time and opportunity to breathe. He didn't say anything now because he wanted to take revenge on family Qing, because he knew that family Qing must have tried his best to let Luo Xing inherit the family Luo's property. When they had high expectations, they would be hit harder. Luo Xiao was waiting for an opportunity to give family Qing a fatal blow. Meng Yang thought that there might be other reasons, but he couldn't ask Luo Xiao about it until this matter was made public. Meng Yang saw Luo Xiao stand up, so he immediately turned and went upstairs. Master Qing left first. Except for Luo Xiao's second brother, Luo Qi, who took his wife back to his residence, the others went to Luo Ming's place to continue to discuss what to do next. What do you think is going on with Big Brother? He suddenly decided to get married, and the person he's marrying is Luo Xing's ex-lover. As a father, how can he marry his son's ex-lover? That Meng Yang is only 19 years old. The main reason he married Big Brother must be for money. Big Brother and him are already legally married. Even if they divorce now, he can at least get a small part of Big Brother's property. That's family Luo's money. If Meng Yang really gets a share of it, I feel like my heart is bleeding just thinking about it. What do you think Big Brother is thinking? I recommended so many people of equal social status to him before, and he told me not to meddle in other people's business. Now, he suddenly married a shareholder of a small company. That kind of little boy, it's fine to just give him some money to play with. But Big Brother actually married him. Is he possessed or what? He has become Big Brother's legal partner. In the future, maybe even we will have to listen to him. At this age, we still have to listen to someone who is about the same age as our children. Do you think this is appropriate? Now, we can only ask Mom to come back quickly. Only she can control this family. I called Mom. She can't leave now and can't come back immediately. Mom said that we should wait for her to come back. No matter what happens now, don't bother her. When she can come back, she will come back immediately to deal with these things. We can't do anything now. We can only wait for Big Aunt to come back. Luo Xiao came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. Seeing Meng Yang sitting on the bed and looking at him, he said, "There are many rooms on this floor. You don't have to force yourself to sleep in the same bed as me." "I'm not forcing myself," Meng Yang looked at him and said, "We are legal partners. Isn't it normal to sleep in the same bed? And if Luo Xing knows that we sleep in different rooms right after we get married, won't he use this as an excuse to ridicule and humiliate me?" Luo Xiao was a little tired. Without saying anything, he lifted the quilt and lay down on the bed. Then, he tried to let his mind and body enter a state of relaxation. Meng Yang saw that Luo Xiao seemed to be very tired. He moved to his side, then looked at his face and asked, "Are you tired?" "Yes." Luo Xiao was indeed tired, so he had to relax his mind and body quickly. Otherwise, he would have a headache for the next few days. Seeing this, Meng Yang didn't want to disturb him. He turned off the light with the remote control, leaving only the dim yellow night lights on both sides of the bed. Then, he lay down beside Luo Xiao and slept. After living alone under the cliff for 15 years, Meng Yang was used to being alert at all times. Otherwise, he could be attacked by snakes, ants, poisonous insects, or even wild animals at any time. But sleeping beside Luo Xiao and smelling his scent made Meng Yang feel very relieved. This was the first time he slept so comfortably after so many years. In the middle of the night, Meng Yang suddenly woke up because the familiar scent that made him feel at ease disappeared. He opened his eyes and saw that there was no one beside him. He sat up and saw that Luo Xiao was sitting on the sofa by the glass wall. Meng Yang got out of bed and walked to Luo Xiao's side. He looked at him and asked, "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing. Go back to sleep," Luo Xiao said with his eyes closed. His headache was acting up. The more he lay down, the more uncomfortable he felt. Therefore, he could only sit down and rest. Even if Luo Xiao didn't say it, Meng Yang knew that he couldn't sleep because of the headache. In his previous life, he had seen Luo Xiao's painful appearance when he had a headache. It was much more serious than this. Meng Yang turned around and went to the dressing room next door. He opened his suitcase and took out the things he had prepared for Luo Xiao. then, he went back to the bedroom. Luo Xiao endured the headache that felt like it was going to explode. His whole body was tense and he couldn't relax. But the more he was like this, the more tired he was. The more tired he was, the worse his headache was. Since a few years ago, he had suffered from a headache. The doctor said that it was because of the car accident many years ago and because he worked too long and didn't pay attention to rest. Therefore, after Meng Yang was injured because of him, he had been strict with Meng Yang to rest well and have regular checkups. He didn't want Meng Yang to have the same sequelae as him. When Luo Xiao first took over the management of the family Luo company, he was involved in a car accident. At that time, he hit his head, but the wound healed quickly. The doctor also said that it was no big deal. After he officially took over the family Luo company, he began to deal with all kinds of things day and night. There were also a lot of social activities and intrigue. Because of this, he didn't sleep more than 3 hours a day. Sometimes, he didn't even sleep in bed for several days. He just took a short nap in the car and immediately began to deal with all kinds of things. The second wife of a rich old man 14 Luo Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and turned his head to look outside the glass wall. He found that the sky was already bright. He actually fell asleep with a headache and slept all the way until dawn. He looked at the incense burner on the coffee table and felt that it was a bit unbelievable. Although his headache had not disappeared, it was obviously not as painful as last night after sleeping for a night. Luo Xiao looked at Meng Yang, who was curled up on the sofa opposite him and was still sleeping. He stood up and walked around the coffee table in the middle, then squatted down and looked at Meng Yang's sleeping face. From the moment they met, this person had puzzled him. But he was not in a hurry to know the so-called truth. Maybe everything was really just a coincidence. Luo Xiao picked up Meng Yang from the sofa and was about to put him on the bed to let him continue sleeping. But as soon as he touched Meng Yang woke up. "It's dawn?" Meng Yang asked with half-opened eyes. "Yes, it's morning." Luo Xiao put Meng Yang on the bed and looked at him and asked, "Do you want to continue sleeping?" "No." Meng Yang sat up and rubbed his eyes with his palms. Then he looked at Luo Xiao and asked, "Did you fall asleep last night?" "I fell asleep." Luo Xiao replied. "Really?" Meng Yang said with a smile, "It's great that the herbal fragrance is effective on you. I often have insomnia, so I specially made some sleeping incense for myself. We can use it together in the future. But I smelled something wrong with your body last night. In addition to insomnia, there should be other discomfort in your body, right?" "You smelled something wrong with my body?" Luo Xiao looked at Meng Yang with a puzzled look. "That's right. Last night, when you were sitting on the sofa, your body must have been very uncomfortable, so there was some smell. I smelled it." Meng Yang pointed to his nose and said, "My sense of smell is very sensitive. I can smell things that ordinary people can't." Luo Xiao silently thought about Meng Yang's words. As far as he knew, ancient medicine relied on looking, listening, asking, and feeling to diagnose the illness. And the listen and look, listen, ask, and feel not only meant to listen to the breathing, but also the body odor emitted from the patient's body to determine the illness. If one wanted to become an aromatherapist, he must have a sensitive sense of smell and a high olfactory IQ. "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Meng Yang saw that Luo Xiao was silent, so he deliberately asked. "You're right. I didn't feel well yesterday, so I couldn't sleep." "Then, can you tell me what's wrong with you? Describe it to me in detail. Who knows, I might be able to conjure a medicinal fragrance that can help treat you. Let's talk about it later." Luo Xiao looked at the time and said, "I have to go to the company now. The people from the wedding planning company will come over today. You can tell them what kind of wedding you want to hold. Let's confirm the time and place today so that I can send out the invitations." "Okay, I got it." Meng Yang was a little disappointed, but he could understand why Luo Xiao didn't tell him. If he were in Luo Xiao's shoes, he wouldn't immediately believe that a person who wasn't even a perfumer would be able to cure a headache that couldn't be treated. Luo Xiao stroked Meng Yang's hair and then got up to wash up. The people from the wedding planning company recommended many places for Meng Yang to hold the wedding, including many hotels and resorts under the Lock Group. They were very suitable for holding the wedding, but Meng Yang still chose to hold the wedding in the Longlingshan main residence. Meng Yang's original intention was that he didn't want to go through the trouble of holding the wedding elsewhere. At present, his marriage with Luo Xiu was just an agreement, so he didn't want to spend too much effort and time. But when Luo Xing and his uncles learned that Meng Yang decided to hold the wedding in the main residence, they were very angry. They felt that Meng Yang was deliberately showing off to them. On the day of the wedding, all the guests who received the invitations handed in their invitations at the intersection at the foot of the mountain and then drove up the mountain. Meng Yang was completely disappointed with his father in his previous life, so he didn't invite Yang Su and Zhao Wan to the wedding. But his uncles and aunts came uninvited, but they didn't have invitations, so it was impossible for them to go up the mountain. The guards at the foot of the mountain reported to the housekeeper, and the housekeeper asked for instructions from Meng Yang. Meng Yang told the housekeeper to let the guards drive them away. When Meng Yang's uncles and aunts saw the strong men in black suits and sunglasses, they didn't dare to make trouble here. They could only leave with their tails between their legs. And along the way, they were very angry and kept scolding Meng Yang. However, Luo Xing took Yu Junchen to the wedding banquet. After looking around the magnificent hall, Yu Junchen's mood was very complicated. After he and Luo Xing were together publicly, he always hoped that one day he could hold the wedding with Luo Xing in the family Luo's main residence. He didn't expect that Meng Yang would beat him to it. And Meng Yang was married to Luo Xing's father. Although Luo Xing told him that his father's marriage with Meng Yang would definitely not last long, after he and Luo Xing got engaged, Meng Yang would become his elder. This relationship was too messy. Luo Xing didn't want to come to this wedding that he didn't agree with, but he didn't want Luo Xiu to have an excuse and reason to disagree with his engagement with Yu Junchen. So, not only did he come, but he also brought Yu Junchen with him. The wedding officially began. Meng Yang held Luo Xiu's hand. Under the music and everyone's eyes, they walked from the red carpet to the high platform for the vows. This was the first time that Yu Junchen saw Luo Xiu in person. After seeing Luo Xiu's appearance clearly, he couldn't help but be stunned. He always thought that Luo Xiu should be a middle-aged version of Luo Xing, but Luo Xing and Luo Xiu didn't look like each other at all. What's more, he didn't expect that Luo Xiu was more handsome and charming than Luo Xing. He looked at most 30 years old, not like a man in his late 40s at all. Luo Xing didn't want to look at the two people who were already standing on the high platform and were about to start the vows. But when he suppressed his anger and looked at Yu Junchen, he found that Yu Junchen was stunned. He asked in confusion, "What's wrong? You don't look like your father." Yu Junchen still hadn't come back to his senses and subconsciously said what was in his heart. "In fact, I don't look like my mother. I look more like my grandfather and uncle." Luo Xing looked at the people on the high platform again, and then immediately turned his eyes away. Yu Junchen looked at Luo Xiu's deep facial features, perfect proportions, and tall figure. Not only did he have a mature male charm that made people unable to look away, but he also had a very imposing and elegant appearance. Yu Junchen had to admit that just looking at his appearance and everything he had now, he was really a very perfect and attractive man. Although this was his boyfriend's father, his heart still beat faster uncontrollably. Yu Junchen was very sure that Meng Yang suddenly married Luo Xing's father because he wanted to take revenge on Luo Xing. But now that he saw Luo Xing's father in person, his previous certainty began to waver. It was more likely that such a charming and perfect man wanted to marry him because he was attracted to him. In Yu Junchen's heart, there was a feeling of envy. The second wife of a rich old man Meng Yang and Luo Xiu walked in front of Luo Xing and Yu Junchen. Meng Yang introduced them to Luo Xiu. "Honey, this is Luo Xing's current girlfriend, Yu Junchen." "Luo, Uncle Luo, nice to meet you. I'm Yu Junchen." Yu Junchen greeted Luo Xiu nervously. Luo Xiu just nodded and didn't say anything. "Luo Xing, I know that it's hard for you to accept my marriage with your father. I also know that you won't be willing to call me little dad now." Meng Yang smiled and said, "But I can understand your feelings. Although your father and I just got married, I already hope that you can marry the most suitable person. Among the people who came to the wedding today, there must be someone more suitable for you. Your father and I will help you choose." "You." Luo Xing almost scolded him, but under Luo Xiu's cold gaze, he didn't curse. He could only clench his fists tightly and glare at Meng Yang fiercely. Then he turned around and walked away with Yu Junshin. Yu Junshin looked back and happened to meet Meng Yang's eyes. Meng Yang looked at him and deliberately showed a proud smile. Yu Junshin couldn't help but be more worried. He felt that with Meng Yang's interference, it would be more difficult for him to be with Luo Xing. In fact, Meng Yang had no intention of stopping them from being together. He wanted to see if the two of them would still be as loving as they were in his previous life after he changed the direction of the development of the situation. Lu Yunjing, his grandfather, and father all came. Meng Yang went to greet them. Luo Xiu was also talking to his friends. Luo Xiu's friend teased him, "Your marriage is too sudden. After knowing you for so many years, how come I didn't know that you liked this kind of young girl?" "That's right. After so many years, I haven't seen you particularly like anyone. Your marriage is really confusing. Also, you have someone you want to marry. How could you hide it from us? That's too much, isn't it? I also need to know in advance so that I can tell you in advance. I suddenly decided to get married. I myself only knew a few days earlier than you." Luo Xiu said. "Are you serious? This doesn't fit your personality. Is there a reason?" Luo Xiu shook his head, motioning them not to ask. "But that child is indeed quite beautiful." "That's right. His appearance is impeccable. But you have seen many good-looking people. It seems that there is something special about him that attracts you. Anyway, you finally have a companion by your side. Enjoy tonight's wedding night." Luo Xiu's friends raised their glasses to congratulate him. Only Luo Xiu sighed helplessly in his heart. Many of the guests who came today were thinking that if they had known that Luo Xiu liked this kind of young and beautiful boy, they would have made preparations earlier. However, it wasn't too late to find out now. Anyway, the person they were sending wasn't a marriage partner. And those who had already sent Luo Xiu young and beautiful boys were even more confused. They thought that Luo Xiu suddenly changed his preferences. Although Yu Junshin did not know most of the people who came to the wedding banquet, he knew that these people were either rich or respectable. Almost all of them were well-known figures in the upper class. Only then could they be invited to the wedding of the chairman of Lock Group. Thinking back to when he was 10 years old, his life was worse than ordinary people. But now, he was able to stand in the crowd of the upper class. For him, this was a huge change. "When we get engaged, can we also hold the engagement banquet here?" Yu Junshin asked in a low voice. "You can hold it anywhere you want." Luo Xing looked at Yu Junshin and said. "Then let's hold it here too, okay?" Yu Junshin wanted to become a member of the family Luo as soon as possible. Although it was only an engagement and not a marriage, if they could hold the engagement banquet in the main house, then he would have more confidence. "Okay." Luo Xing immediately agreed. After the wedding banquet, Meng Yang and Luo Xiu returned to their room to rest. Meng Yang walked out of the bathroom in a bathrobe. After sitting down on the bed, he looked at Luo Xiu who was leaning against the headboard and resting with his eyes closed and said, "You've been so busy recently. Your headaches must be getting worse, right?" Just 2 days ago, Luo Xiu finally told Meng Yang in person that he felt uncomfortable because of his headaches. "I'm used to this kind of pain." Luo Xiu had been very busy recently. During this period of time after returning to China, he had not been able to truly relax and rest. "Can't you rest for a while before you start working?" Meng Yang looked at him and said. "I'll be fine after this period of work." Luo Xiu opened his eyes and saw Meng Yang's skin that was so white that it was almost transparent. Meng Yang's face was even redder because he had just taken a hot bath. He looked like a juicy peach that had just been cleaned. It was fresh, tender, delicious, and moist, with an alluring fragrance. "Let me give you a massage to relax." Recently, Meng Yang had spent most of his time studying the contents of aromatherapy in the books left by the ancestors of the Meng family. Although he was very clear that Luo Xiu's symptoms, which had accumulated over many years, could not be cured in a short period of time, he still hoped to help Luo Xiu reduce his headaches while studying. "No need," Luo Xiu refused, "you've been busy all day. You're tired. Go to sleep." "I'm not tired. I didn't worry about the wedding at all. It's still early now." If I go to sleep now, I won't be able to fall asleep. Meng Yang took out the essential oil he had extracted 2 days ago from the bedside table and prepared to give Luo Xiu a massage. Hurry up and lie down. It'll be done soon, Meng Yang urged. The second wife of a rich old man, Xiao Ke, came in with a group of his friends. He put a bottle of red wine in front of Luo Xing and said, I heard that your father remarried and married your ex-lover. My friends and I are here to congratulate you. This bottle of wine is a congratulatory gift. My ex-lover has become a stepfather. I don't know anyone else except you. It's really worth celebrating. Madman Xiao, I advise you to get out of here before Luo Xing gets angry. Otherwise, don't regret it. Xiao Ke deliberately pressed his chest and made an exaggerated look. Hurry up and make me regret it, Master Luo. I beg you. You really need to be taught a lesson. You only feel comfortable when I teach you a lesson every once in a while. Luo Xing looked at Xiao Ke with a cold face. If I were like you and had the habit of tampering with other people's cars, do you think you would have the chance to say such things to me? Xiao Ke looked at Luo Xing with a sarcastic expression and said, You should be grateful that I don't have the same habit as you. Otherwise, you would have been lying in the hospital. Luo Xing's face became more ugly because of Xiao Ke's words. Madman Xiao, don't go too far. There should be a limit to your crazy words. I'm just telling the truth. Do you think I'm going too far? Xiao Ke raised his hand and pointed at all of them on purpose. Then, he looked at Luo Xing and said provocatively, You can send any one of you to compete with our team. If you win, I will write down what I just said on paper and swallow it into my stomach. I will never mention it again in the future. If you lose, the car used in the race will belong to us. Do you dare to accept? Why wouldn't I dare to accept the challenge of a loser? Luo Xing looked at Xiao Ke and said, Time? Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, Xiao Ke said. Okay. Xiao Ke pulled up the corners of his mouth and smiled. Then he turned around and left with his friends. Xiao Ke's best friend, Sudi, was very good at driving. He had raced with Luo Xing many times, but Luo Xing only beat him once. That time, Luo Xing won because someone tampered with Sudi's car. Sudi lost control of the car during the race and hit a boulder, and Sudi became a vegetable. From then on, Xiao Ke's temperament changed greatly. He wanted to use violent racing to take revenge for Sudi. However, his driving skills were not as good as Luo Xing's, so he never beat Luo Xing. Luo Xing himself felt that it was not his fault that Sudi became a vegetable, because he did not ask anyone to tamper with Sudi's car. It was Sudi's cousin who wanted to borrow money from him. In order to please him, Sudi's cousin did it on his own initiative. Although Luo Xing did not explicitly tell him not to do it, he just kept silent, so Sudi's cousin took it as acquiescence. However, Luo Xing still felt that it had nothing to do with him. Although Sudi's cousin was in prison and Xiao Ke took revenge on him in various ways, Xiao Ke still felt that Luo Xing was responsible for Sudi becoming a vegetable. As long as Sudi didn't wake up, Xiao Ke's hatred for Luo Xing would not disappear. Meng Yang called Luo Xiu and confirmed that Luo Xiu would be busy until late at night. Then he went to Lu Yunjing's house and asked the bodyguards to guard outside. After dark, Meng Yang changed into black clothes, wore a hat, sunglasses, and a mask, and left secretly from the back door with Lu Yunjing. When they were about to arrive at the racetrack, Meng Yang got in Xiao Ke's car again. There were many onlookers at the racetrack tonight. Xiao Ke's team was quite famous among the non-professional racing teams. Therefore, every time his team raced with others, there would be many onlookers. Before Sudi's accident, Luo Xing had never won against Sudi. After Sudi's accident, Xiao Ke had never won against Luo Xing. Therefore, the onlookers still thought that Luo Xing would win. Are you still betting on Child Luo to win today? Aren't you spouting nonsense? Although I don't care about the money, I will feel unlucky if I lose. I got a message from the staff of the racetrack. I heard that Xiao Ke's driving skills have improved a lot. Maybe he will win this time. He has lost 7 or 8 races. No matter how much he has improved, he can't win so quickly. This time, Luo Xing will definitely win. Let's observe the situation first, and then judge the possibility of Xiao Ke winning against Luo Xing. I also think that the gap between Xiao Ke and Luo Xing is quite big. I always feel that Luoxing deliberately let Xiaoke win. Otherwise, the gap would be bigger. Maybe he also feels guilty about Sudi's accident. After all, even if it was not his intention, it was caused by him. Speaking of Sudi, it's a pity. His driving skills are really cool and have his own unique style. It's quite a contrast with his usual appearance. Yes, if nothing happened, with Xiaoke's financial support, he must be a professional racer now. If he wins a few professional races, he will have the investment and make a lot of money. Look. Xiaoke's car is coming. Xiaoke drove the car directly to the starting point and then changed seats with Meng Yang. He didn't get out of the car to say hello, but he was special to Luoxing, and others were used to it. Luoxing was sitting in the car and talking with his friends. Seeing that Xiaoke had arrived, he also drove the car to the starting point. After the race started, the two cars set off at the same time. But soon, Luoxing's car was in front, and Meng Yang drove Xiaoke's car, following closely behind Luoxing's car. The side of the racing field was full of cars. Lu Yunjing also parked his newly bought car in the middle of those cars. Then he sat in the car and watched the racing process on the big screen. Although he knew that Meng Yang's driving skills were very good now, the racing process was still full of all kinds of accidents, so he was still a little nervous for Meng Yang. After driving through several consecutive curves, Meng Yang didn't overtake Luoxing's car. The distance between the two cars gradually narrowed when they drove up the ramp. Luoxing's car flew out in front of Meng Yang, and under everyone's gaze, Meng Yang drove directly over Luoxing's car, which had already landed. The spectators let out a cry of surprise. To be able to fly so far and still land steadily and rush out, it required a lot of skill. Luoxing saw Xiaoke's car falling from the sky in front of him, and he was very shocked. He immediately accelerated and wanted to overtake him. The second wife of a rich old man, Yu Junchen, accompanied Luoxing to the hospital for an examination. After confirming that he was not injured in other places, he still felt uneasy because Luoxing was not in a good mood, so he accompanied Luoxing back to the Longlingshan main residence. The two sat down on the sofa in the living room. Luoxing took a sip of tea. When he thought of the scene where he was hit by Xiaoke's car and overturned, the anger in his heart came out again. He threw the teacup on the ground forcefully. Yu Junchen was shocked by his action. Then he looked at him and said, "In 4 or 5 days, we will hold the engagement party. Are you going to get engaged with me in anger? No matter who I lose to, I can't lose to that crazy Xiaoke. Otherwise, he will be more unscrupulous in the future and ruin my reputation everywhere. I must win it back as soon as possible. I can't let him be arrogant for too long. Even if you want to win it back, wait until after the engagement party, okay?" Yu Junchen looked at him pleadingly and said, "Don't think about it for the time being. I really don't want you to get engaged with me in such a bad mood. Just think of it as for me, okay?" Luoxing took a deep breath and suppressed the anger and unhappiness in his heart. After that, he held Yu Junchen's hand and said, "I'm sorry. I will try to control my emotions." At this time, Meng Yang just came in. Looking at Luoxing's unhappy look and Yu Junchen's worried look, he smiled and asked deliberately, "Look at you two so happy. Did something good happen? Why don't you share your happy mood and let me be happy?" Luoxing was already in a bad mood. After seeing Meng Yang, he felt even more uncomfortable. He glared fiercely at Meng Yang, then got up and went back to his room. Yu Junchen also stood up. He glanced at Luoxing's back, but he didn't immediately follow. Instead, he walked towards Meng Yang and said, "Meng Yang, I have something to ask of you. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll allow you to talk about it." Meng Yang looked at him and said, "I know you married Luoxing's father because you want to take revenge on me and Luoxing. You want me to marry Luoxing's father to take revenge on you and Luoxing, right? Let me ask you, in what way do you think Luoxing is better than his father? Is Luoxing more handsome and charming, or is Luoxiu more handsome and charming? Is Luoxing richer and more capable, or is Luoxiu richer and more capable?" Yu Junchen had a very clear answer in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud. "I don't need to think about it seriously. The answer is very obvious, isn't it? I've already married a man like Luoxiu. Do you think I'll still like Luoxing? It's like, if you already have a luxurious manner, who will still think about an ordinary villa. You, don't tell me you really like Uncle Luo? Yu Junshin looked at Meng Yang in surprise and asked. So what if I do? Meng Yang said with a smile, Uncle Luo is much older than me. From any other point of view, it's not strange that I like him, right? Uncle Luo didn't marry you because he likes you. If you fall too deeply, you'll be hurt even more in the end. Yu Junshin persuaded Meng Yang earnestly, Meng Yang, don't continue like this. Even if Luoxing doesn't be with me, he won't be with you. And even if you marry Uncle Luo, it's even more impossible for you to be happy. You deserve a more perfect and happy life. You just need to wait until someone who loves you wholeheartedly appears. I believe you'll be able to wait. Yu Junshin's every word made Meng Yang feel ridiculous, but Meng Yang didn't show the ridicule in his heart to Yu Junshin. Instead, he walked over to him and deliberately whispered, I'm so young and good-looking. Every night, I share a bed with Uncle Luo, and then I do some. I'm very confident about making Uncle Luo fall in love with me. After all, none of you thought that I would marry Uncle Luo, right? Then, who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Yu Junshin was silent for a while. He didn't want to continue this topic. He looked at Meng Yang and said, I want to ask you, on the day of my engagement with Luoxing, can you not appear? Because you sold the house before, and because you didn't invite your aunt and the others to your wedding, they are still very angry now. If you quarrel again, won't you be a joke? So, when the time comes, can you not meet them? That won't do. Meng Yang immediately said, you came with Luoxing to my wedding with Uncle Luo. How can I not go to your engagement with Luoxing? And Uncle Luo didn't want to attend your engagement with Luoxing. If I don't persuade him to go, he definitely won't go. How can Uncle Luo not go? Yu Junshin was anxious, he is Luoxing's father. If he doesn't appear, Luoxing will be unhappy. Luoxing brought you to our wedding, but you don't want me to attend your engagement with Luoxing. To put it nicely, you don't want me to quarrel with my father and aunt. You know the real reason in your heart. Meng Yang said with a smile, turned around, walked to the elevator, and went back to the room to rest. Meng Yang. Yu Junshin was very anxious. He didn't want Meng Yang and Luo Xiu to attend his engagement with Luoxing. But if Luo Xiu didn't attend, there would definitely be people who would think that Luo Xiu didn't recognize his engagement with Luoxing, and then laugh at him behind his back. In the evening, when Meng Yang was sleeping in a daze, he felt a movement beside him and immediately woke up. But he knew that it was Luo Xiu, so he moved to the side in a half-asleep state. Then, he used the movement he had gotten used to these days to tightly hold Luo Xiu's arm. Luo Xiu had also gotten used to Meng Yang's movements. After turning his head and glancing at Meng Yang's sleeping face, he turned off the light with the remote control and then closed his eyes to sleep. In the middle of the night, Luo Xiu suddenly woke up. This time, he didn't wake up because of a headache, but because of the heat in his body and heart that made him unable to sleep. In Luo Xiu's heart, he felt that he didn't have any other thoughts about Meng Yang. But after all, he was a normal man. Even when he slept alone, he would occasionally have a reaction, let alone when there was such a fragrant and soft young body so close to him. And he didn't know where the sweet smell of Meng Yang's body came from, but the more he smelled it, the hotter he felt. Luo Xiu knew that Meng Yang usually practiced perfuming, so he always used scentless toiletries. But every time he came out of the shower, there would be such a sweet smell on his body. It was obviously not present during the day, but the later it was, the stronger the smell was. Luo Xiu began to sweat. He took a deep breath, lifted the quilt, got out of bed, and walked to the bathroom. Meng Yang also woke up because of Luo Xiu's movement. He thought that Luo Xiu went to the bathroom, so he didn't care and continued to sleep. But he didn't fall asleep completely. He kept a little bit of consciousness and waited for Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu put his hands on the wall of the bathroom. He felt guilty in his heart. Although he had unemotionally vented his desire on others over the years, those were all transactions. He shouldn't have such feelings for Meng Yang. After all, Meng Yang had saved his life, and he was such a pure child. Meng Yang relied on him because he trusted him, but he couldn't control his most primitive biological urges. What was the difference between him and an animal? Luo Xiu turned on the cold shower to reduce the heat and blamed himself in his heart. Meng Yang waited for a while, but Luo Xiu didn't come out of the bathroom. He thought that Luo Xiu had a headache again, so he sat up. When he was about to get out of bed and go to the bathroom to check, Luo Xiu just came out of the bathroom. "Do you have a headache again?" Meng Yang looked at Luo Xiu with sleepy eyes and asked. The second wife of a rich old man 18 before the engagement ceremony officially began, Yu Junchen was chatting with his friends in the lounge. "Luo Xing is indeed the young master of family Luo. I heard that even if you have money, you might not be able to hold a banquet here." "That's right. It's your own hotel. Of course, you can use it however you want. You don't have to spend a penny. You just need to give an order, and someone will immediately prepare everything." "Right, Junchen?" "I'm not sure. It's all arranged by Luo Xing," Yu Junchen said with a smile. In fact, he knew very well that Luo Xing personally went to the hotel's general manager and talked to him several times. The general manager didn't want to offend him, but he had to pay the money. All of Luo Xing's expenses now were paid by his grandfather. Master Qing liked Luo Xing very much, but he cultivated Luo Xing so carefully and invested more in Luo Xing than his other grandsons. Of course, he wanted to make sure that Luo Xing could bring more benefits to the family Qing after he inherited the Lock Group. "Junchen, will Luo Xing's parents come today? Aren't you asking the obvious?" "Of course they will come. How can their son get engaged without his parents? Isn't that right, Junchen?" Yu Junchen just smiled and didn't answer, because he wasn't sure whether Luo Xing's father would come or not. He only knew that Luo Xing's mother definitely wouldn't come. Then will Meng Yang also come? I'm still surprised when I think that Meng Yang actually married Luo Xing's father. It must be because Luo Xing looks like his father. Meng Yang can't be with Luo Xing, so she decided to marry Luo Xing's father. Only Meng Yang would do something like this. But Junchen, after Meng Yang marries Luo Xing's father, it won't affect your relationship with Luo Xing, right? What if Meng Yang says something to Luo Xing's father? These people were originally friends of Meng Yang and Lu Yunjing, but they didn't expect that Meng Yang would marry Luo Xing's father. They regretted taking sides too early, but it was too late. According to Meng Yang's personality, he wouldn't even care about his own father, let alone them. So now they could only stand firmly on Yu Junchen's side and hope that Yu Junchen could successfully marry Luo Xing. Otherwise, they would be in vain. Moreover, these people's families could only be considered rich. In the past, they were far worse than Lu Yunjing's family and Meng Yang's family. Compared with Luo Xiu's family Luo, they were worlds apart. So they had never seen Luo Xiu in person. They only thought that since Luo Xiu and Luo Xing were father and son, they must look very similar. Luo Xing's father didn't disagree with our engagement. And I believe that the relationship between Luo Xing and I can overcome everything, Yu Junchen replied. The others looked at each other and then continued, Luo Xing is his father's only son. His father waited until now to remarry, which means that he must have planned to let Luo Xing inherit everything. After all, they are father and son. How can they be so easily instigated? Luo Xing's father will definitely respect Luo Xing's choice in the end. Yeah, Meng Yang must think that as long as he marries Luo Xing's father, he can definitely stop Luo Xing and Junchen from being together. But today, Luo Xing is going to be engaged to Junchen. His goal is absolutely impossible to achieve. In my opinion, no matter how much Luo Xing looks like his father, they are not the same person. How on earth did Meng Yang manage to sleep in the same bed with someone who is old enough to be his father? But Luo Xing is so handsome. If he looks like his father, then his father must be very good-looking. But their ages are there. Even if they are good-looking, when the two of them stand together, they will definitely look like father and son. Yeah, in order to separate Junchen and Luo Xing, Meng Yang is really cruel to himself. Luo Xing's father is so much older than him. If they get together, just thinking about it makes my hair stand on end. Although there are many old couples and young wives nowadays, Meng Yang is a man with a certain amount of wealth. He is also a young master who has never had to worry about food and clothing since he was young. But he just has to learn from those who want to change their lives and marry someone who is old enough to be their father. As Yu Junchen listened to their words, the smile that he tried to maintain gradually became more and more forced. Fortunately, the service staff came to inform him that the engagement ceremony was about to begin. He hurriedly got up and walked out. When the ceremony began, Yu Junchen saw that Luo Xing's parents were not present. It would be a lie to say that he was not disappointed. Moreover, there were not as many guests as there were on the wedding day of Meng Yang and Luo Xiu. Although the Garden Hotel was very beautiful, it definitely could not compare with the extravagance and significance of the family Luo mansion. Yu Junchen could only comfort himself in his heart. When he married Luo Xing, he would definitely get everything he wanted. After the ceremony ended for a while, Meng Yang and Luo Xiu appeared at the engagement banquet together. Everyone's eyes were on them. Those who had not seen Luo Xiu before, especially Yu Junchen's friends, were very surprised after seeing Luo Xiu. Is that Luo Xing's father? Why doesn't he look like Luo Xing at all? It should be. Look, Meng Yang is holding his hand. Luo Xing and Jun Chen are also walking towards them. Luo Xing's father is actually so young? If you say that he is Luo Xing's elder brother, I will believe it. Yeah, he doesn't look like someone who has a son as old as Luo Xing at all. And he is so handsome. He is much more handsome than Luo Xing. His figure is also very good. He is simply like a male model. He has both temperament and momentum. He is simply a walking male hormone. I always thought that I only liked girls and had no feelings for any man. But if it is this man, I really can. Me too. Meng Yang looked at Luo Xing and Yu Junchen and said with a smile, "Congratulations on your engagement. I wish you can be together forever." The second wife of a rich old man 19. When spring arrived, the students would return to school to study, and the freshmen of the various universities would also begin to enroll. Meng Yang had always wanted to enter St. James University. It was a very famous private university in the country and even the whole world. Moreover, this university had produced many famous people. The reason why Meng Yang wanted to enter this university was because this university had the best fragrance institute in the country. Because he had learned all kinds of knowledge related to fragrance from a young age, his basic knowledge was very solid, especially in botany. Therefore, in his previous life, he had also been admitted to St. James University's Fragrance Institute. However, after entering the university, the gap caused by talent became more and more obvious. In this life, in order to save Luo Xiu, Meng Yang missed the entrance exam of St. James University's Fragrance Institute. Originally, he couldn't study there, but Luo Xiu's company would invest a lot of money in the Fragrance Institute, the Economics Institute, and several other branches every year. After so many years, the amount of money invested had become very substantial. Therefore, Luo Xiu asked the institute to arrange an entrance exam for Meng Yang. Naturally, the institute wouldn't not give face to a big financial backer like him. Meng Yang's entrance exam score was very high, but even so, in some people's eyes, he was still a student who entered the Fragrance Institute through the back door. On the first day of school, Meng Yang got off the car at the entrance of the Fragrance Institute and then walked to the freshmen's classroom. St. James University's Fragrance Institute was like an ancient garden. All the buildings and decorations inside were in a classical style. All the students were divided into classes according to their grades. However, because it was the first day of school, the first class was all gathered in the largest classroom. The seats in the classroom were arranged in a convex shape. The table at the very front in the middle was the seat for the first place of the year. Meng Yang's entrance exam score was higher than Yu Junchen's, but with all the grades in high school, Yu Junchen's total score was higher than Meng Yang's. Therefore, Yu Junchen sat at the table in the middle, and Meng Yang, as the second place, sat at the table on the far left. Meng Yang walked over and sat down under the gaze of the other students. The students who already knew each other were communicating with each other on their mobile phones. Meng Yang and Yu Junchen were stepbrothers. The two were married and engaged to a father and son respectively. It could be said to be the biggest gossip in the institute. Yu Junchen also looked back at Meng Yang, thinking about how to talk to Meng Yang. He had to reconcile with Meng Yang and find a way to make Meng Yang trust him as much as before. Only then would he have the opportunity to know the contents of the books left behind by the ancestors of the Meng family. Only the freshmen had the opportunity to listen to the master class twice a month. After the freshman period ended, only the students of the first class had the opportunity to listen to the master class. Therefore, the students were very excited in the first class because today was their first time listening to the master class. Moreover, several national and even world-class masters would come today. For most of them, this kind of opportunity might only come once or twice in their lives. The light music that signaled the start of class rang out. All the students stood at the side of their seats. Only then did the masters walk in and take their seats at the front of the podium. Each master brought 2 students, and they also took their seats behind the masters. After the teachers of each class also took their seats, the freshmen sat down. Of the 2 masters sitting in the middle, one had a serious face and cold eyes. Just looking at him made the freshmen feel a sense of fear. He was Yu Junqian's teacher and also a world-class master of incense, fragrance, and fragrance therapy, Xianxia. The other was slightly stout with a kind smile on his face. He was also a world-class master of incense, Lin Sungtai. These 2 were recognized as the representatives of the country's incense field. They had a very high status in the field of incense. However, not only were their personalities different, but their disagreements were also known by everyone in the field of incense. After Xianxia sat down, he quickly scanned all the freshmen. Then, his gaze stopped on Meng Yang's face. He frowned and asked, "Who arranged these seats?" The year leader immediately stood up and replied, "The seating arrangement is the same as before. It's all arranged according to the ranking. I'm not asking about the other students." Xianxia frowned and said, "Why didn't the students who didn't take the entrance exam and got in through the back door be arranged to the back?" The year leader glanced at Meng Yang and said, "Although Meng Yang didn't take the entrance exam with the other students, the school arranged a separate exam for him. His total score was second among all the freshmen, so, those who break the rules will not be tolerated by the rules. Special arrangements are not within the rules. This is the greatest injustice to those who abide by the rules." Xianxia said with a straight face, "I don't care if he really took the exam or what his total score was. To me, it doesn't count. Move his seat to the back." The year leader glanced at Meng Yang again. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Xianxia didn't believe that Meng Yang's entrance exam score would be higher than Yu Junqian's. This was because Meng Yang had participated in an incense competition with Yu Junqian. Originally, Xianxia wouldn't have been invited to a competition of this level. However, Xianxia happened to be meeting an old friend. He was invited by his old friend to be a temporary judge. All the contestants were nervous and excited. In this competition, although Meng Yang entered the semi-finals, he was too nervous. When he was making incense, his movements were very irregular. Moreover, the proportion of the ingredients for the incense was not right. He was very miserably criticized by Xianxia. After the news that Meng Yang's entrance exam score was higher than Yu Junqian's spread, even the other students didn't believe it, let alone Xianxia and Yu Junqian's senior brothers. Because of this matter, Yu Junqian's senior brothers were very dissatisfied. They often said bad things about Meng Yang in front of Xianxia. This made Xianxia hate Meng Yang even more. Xianxia asked the year leader to move Meng Yang's seat to the back. However, the year leader felt very embarrassed because he was just a year leader. He didn't dare to offend Xianxia, nor did he dare to offend Luo Xiao. When immortals fight, mortals suffer. He couldn't afford to offend either of them. Xianxia saw the year leader standing still with an embarrassed expression. He was about to let the student sitting behind him do it. Yu Junqian stood up and said, "Teacher, let's forget about it today. Since the school has arranged it like this, I think the other students won't care. Teacher's time is precious. The students have also been looking forward to today for a long time. It's better to put other things aside for the time being." Xianxia valued Yu Junqian very much because Yu Junqian was the most talented student among all of his students. He felt that he was very talented and hardworking. He was much better than the impetuous young people. Moreover, he knew etiquette and followed the rules. In terms of incense making and mixing, he was also very similar to himself when he was young. Xianxia was about to say that because of Yu Junqian's request, he wouldn't care about this matter today for the time being. He wanted to let Meng Yang feel grateful to Yu Junqian. However, Meng Yang, who saw through his thoughts, had already stood up. Mr. Su, Meng Yang bowed slightly and then looked at Su Wangya and said, "Do you always feel that I didn't abide by the school's rules at the beginning of the school's enrollment, so I don't deserve to sit here?" Yu Junchen immediately turned to Meng Yang and winked. "Meng Yang, do you still want to deny it?" Su Wangya frowned and said, "As far as I know, since the establishment of St. James University, there have been at least a few hundred students like me who have passed the entrance exam. In other words, St. James University's rules allow this kind of enrollment. I'm not the first one, nor am I an exception. Mr. Su, you've been teaching at St. James University for more than 10 years. Before me, there were so many people who entered the school in the same way as me. You didn't raise any objections, but you only raised objections to me. Can I assume that as long as you're not satisfied with someone who didn't abide by the rules at your place, the others don't count?" Su Wangya's frown deepened, and his face turned ugly. There were very few people who could make him speechless, let alone Meng Yang, a young boy who he didn't take seriously. Lin Sungtai put down his teacup and turned to look at Su Wangya with a smile. "What he said is very reasonable. You said that the way he entered the school was unfair to other students, so you only raised objections to the way he entered the school, which is also unfair to him. Or do you think that you can decide who follows the rules by relying on your age and identity?" Su Wangya glanced at Lin Sungtai, and then looked at Meng Yang and said, "You're young, but your words are so scheming. You set traps everywhere. Who do you think I am? Do you think I'll fall for your words? With your character and scheming mind, you'll definitely hurt yourself in the future, and the consequences will be tragic." The second wife of a rich old man, 20 Su Wangya's students and 2 assistants brought over the test questions from the wooden box. These so-called test questions weren't the content written on a few pieces of paper. Instead, they were extracts of various powders, liquids, pastes, and solids from raw materials. In other words, the fragrant parts of the raw materials had been extracted. "Junchen, cover your eyes when you compete with him. Otherwise, he'll think it's unfair," Su Wangya said. "Yes." After Yu Junchen answered, he picked up a wide white cloth and covered his eyes. Although he didn't want his relationship with Meng Yang to worsen, he had no choice but to show his strength now that things had come to this. Meng Yang also sat down and covered his eyes with a white cloth. Su Wangya looked at his actions and sneered mockingly. Su Wangya's 2 assistants opened the wooden box and took out a small plate with a lid. They neatly placed it on the long table in front of Meng Yang and Yu Junchen. After Su Wangya nodded, the 2 assistants opened the lid of one of the small plates and placed it in front of Meng Yang and Yu Junchen. Just as Yu Junchen picked up the small plate and put it under his nose and was about to focus on the smell, Meng Yang opened his mouth and said, "Fragrant bean powder." Yu Junchen was stunned for a moment and then waited for the answer to be announced. The assistant swept the small amount of powder into the lid with a fragrant feather. Then, he showed the bottom of the plate to everyone. "Fragrant bean powder, correct." "Cedar moss oil," Yu Junchen also answered. "Cedar moss oil, correct." The assistant showed the bottom of the plate. "Evening incense root," Meng Yang answered again. "Evening incense root, correct." "Seed orchid leaf," Meng Yang answered. "Seed orchid leaf, correct." "Osmanthus grass." "Osmanthus grass, correct." "Honey pod." "Honey pod, correct." After Meng Yang had consecutively answered 5 types of spices, Yu Junchen said the second one, "Osmanthus." "Osmanthus, correct." Surprise gradually emerged in the hearts of the others, and Su Wangya's brows were already furrowed. Yu Junchen was also a little anxious. He wanted to catch up with Meng Yang's speed as soon as possible, but with his eyes covered, he needed to concentrate enough to identify the spices. Next, it was basically Meng Yang's performance. Although Yu Junchen's accuracy was also very good, the gap between his speed and Meng Yang's was too big. Benzoin. It contains locust resin, desert cistanche, citrus pine, orange oil, and rice star. It has the effect of calming the mind and making people happy. It has the effect of not fainting after a long time. Correct. Su Wangya's assistant looked at Meng Yang's eyes and was even more surprised. Benzoin referred to the type of incense. This kind of benzoin formula was quite common, but there were many different kinds of formulas, so Meng Yang could accurately name all the ingredients in such a fast speed. It was really amazing. After Meng Yang named several different types of blended incense in succession and correctly stated the ingredients of the formulas, not only the students looked at him with incredible shock, but even the masters sitting above couldn't hide the shock in their eyes. Because they were still students, it was already very impressive for a blended incense to be able to name 2 to 3 main aromas. Meng Yang accurately named all the ingredients. The sensitivity of his sense of smell was really shocking. Yu Junchen had already begun to panic, but the more panicked he was, the harder it was for him to concentrate and the slower his confirmation speed. After Meng Yang answered all the ingredients on the table accurately, Yu Junchen only confirmed less than 1/3 of the ingredients. Su Wangya's face became very ugly, but he had already confirmed the facts with his own eyes, so he couldn't not believe it. Meng Yang untied the blindfold, then looked at Su Wangya and said, "Old Mr. Su, what else do you want to test? Pharmacology? Botany? Zoology? Chemistry? Physics? Or geography or history of incense? These basic subjects are boring. Show us how to make incense." Lin Sungtai raised his hand and asked someone to prepare something. Yu Junchen had already untied the blindfold, but his eyes were staring at the table, not daring to look at Su Wangya. In fact, what he could do now was not something other students could do, but the strength Meng Yang just showed made him panic. He really didn't dream that he would lose to Meng Yang. Yu Junchen's 2 senior brothers watched and couldn't help but worry for him. They were worried that Yu Junchen would be scolded by Su Wangya for losing to Meng Yang. The second wife of a rich old man 22 Su Wangya was naturally angry because he had embarrassed Meng Yang in class and had lost face. However, he was not angry because Yu Junchen had not won against Meng Yang. He was angry because he had lived to this age and had seen all kinds of situations. He was actually embarrassed because of a student that he looked down on. However, Su Wangya had to admit that Meng Yang's sense of smell was indeed very sensitive. This time, he had underestimated Meng Yang and had to bear the consequences. However, he did not think that Meng Yang was necessarily better than Yu Junchen. Although a sensitive sense of smell was a necessary condition, talent and fragrance mixing mainly depended on one's comprehension ability. Yu Junchen was the one with the highest comprehension ability and fragrance mixing talent among all the students he had accepted. He believed that Yu Junchen's future achievements would be very high. Perhaps one day in the future, Yu Junchen's achievements would surpass his. However, he felt that it was impossible for Meng Yang to surpass Yu Junchen in terms of talent. For so many years, he had never misjudged anyone. Yu Junchen had lost to Meng Yang in the fragrance test. While feeling depressed, he was also worried that Su Wangya would blame him. Until his senior brother, Wen Yuan, told him that Su Wangya was not angry with him, and Su Wangya felt that Meng Yang would absolutely not surpass him in the future. Only then did he feel relieved. After the masters left the classroom, the students also walked out while talking about Meng Yang and Yu Junchen's fragrance smell competition. No wonder Meng Yang's entrance exam score was higher than Yu Junchen's. He must have scored very high in the fragrance test and the understanding of fragrances. These 2 scores accounted for more than half of his score. As for the basic knowledge test score, we can get a rough idea from all his previous scores in school. I was very sure that Meng Yang's score must be very high, but looking at his performance just now, I feel that he didn't need to cheat at all. So overall, is Yu Junchen better or Meng Yang better? I think Yu Junchen is still better. That's because the fragrance test can be improved through practice. However, something like talent is really hard to change and improve. Yu Junchen has won first place in several competitions before, but Meng Yang has never won a prize in a competition, so Yu Junchen's talent is definitely higher. But Meng Yang has now become Master Lin Sungtai's student. Under the guidance of Master Lin Sungtai, he may be better than Yu Junchen in the future. Yu Junchen is also Master Su Wangya's student, and Master Su Wangya's student is better than Master Lin Sungtai's student. Isn't this something that everyone knows? It can be seen that Master Su Wangya's teaching ability should be better than Master Lin Sungtai's. That's right. Yu Junchen is obviously more talented than Meng Yang, and Master Su Wangya's teaching ability is better than Master Lin Sungtai's. Then the possibility of Meng Yang being better than Yu Junchen is too small. However, whether it is Master Su Wangya's student or Master Lin Sungtai's student, it is enviable. Meng Yang had 2 classes in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. After the first day of classes, Meng Yang did not return to the Longlingshan main residence. Instead, he asked the driver to send him to the headquarters of Lock Group. After entering Luo Xiu's office, Meng Yang took out the fragrance he made himself from his backpack because Luo Xiu was on the phone. He opened the bottle cap and put it on the small round table. Then, he sat down on the sofa and took out his tablet computer to read. He saved some of the ancient books on the tablet computer. Whenever he was free, he would take them out to study. Half an hour later, Luo Xiu ended the call. Meng Yang put down the tablet computer and walked over to Luo Xiu's sofa. He massaged Luo Xiu's shoulders and the back of his neck while asking, "Are you working late today?" "It's not too late today. It'll be over in 4 or 5 hours, Luo Xiu said while looking at the documents. "Then let's have dinner in the office today," Meng Yang said. "How was school today?" Luo Xiu asked. Meng Yang's massage technique was really excellent. Luo Xiu could not help but relax because he found the acupuncture points very accurately. Because it was so comfortable, he could not help but want to close his eyes and enjoy it. "The first day of classes was quite simple and easy for me to understand," Meng Yang said. "Today is the first day of school. I wanted to have dinner with Yunjing to celebrate, but his family will definitely celebrate for him. I can't let him accompany me alone without his family." Meng Yang sighed deliberately with disappointment. Luo Xiu said, "If you have anything to say, just say it." "Tell you?" Meng Yang pretended to hesitate and said, "The generation gap between us should be very big, right? You may not understand my troubles even if I tell you. I'm sure you will only talk to me about some general principles. Maybe you will even teach me a lesson. Am I such an old-fashioned image in your eyes?" Luo Xiu said while signing the documents. "I don't know if I'm old-fashioned or not, but recently you always want to raise me as a son, so maybe you will teach me a lesson like a father." Meng Yang said, "However, I seem to be a little envious of Yunjing recently. His parents and grandparents love him very much, but my father, in his heart, his son, am not as important as Lu Yunjing. Yunjing originally asked me to have dinner at his house today, but I was afraid that I would feel envious and sad, so I refused." Meng Yang put his arms around Luo Xiu's neck, put his face on his face and said, "Uncle Luo, do you really want to be my father?" "But I don't want to be your son. What should I do?" Luo Xiu sped up the documents and said, "If you don't want me to treat you as a son, I can treat you as a younger brother." "Is there no other choice?" Meng Yang asked. "Then how do you want me to treat you?" Luo Xiu said, "I will respect your idea." "Really? You will really respect my idea? Then." Meng Yang kissed Luo Xiu's face hard and said, "Do you understand?" Luo Xiu's face felt the soft touch of Meng Yang's lips. He was stunned for a while and said, "Let's go and eat." "Didn't you say that you would be busy for 4 or 5 hours?" Meng Yang asked. "Today is your first day in school. We should celebrate. Let's go." Luo Xiu stood up and walked to the side to pick up his coat and put it on. The second wife of a rich old man 22. The next day, Meng Yang went to the courtyard where Lin Sungtai taught. He officially became Lin Sungtai's student and got to know his senior brothers and sisters. After communicating with these senior brothers and sisters, Meng Yang felt that they were very easy to get along with. He thought that he wouldn't have any problems when he came here to teach in the future. Meng Yang felt that these masters really liked to accept students with similar personalities and styles. After Lin Sungtai got up and left, Meng Yang and the others packed up and prepared to leave. "Meng Yang, we're going to have a dinner party today. You should come with us." Wu Feng turned to Meng Yang and said. "Sorry, senior brother. I already have an appointment today. Next time." Meng Yang replied. He hadn't seen Luo Xiu for 3 days. He must go to his office today and let him have a good meal and rest. "Well, it's a bit sudden this time. I'll tell you in advance next time," Wu Feng said. "Okay." After Meng Yang packed up, he got up and said, "I'll go first, senior brother." "Okay." Wu Feng nodded. After Meng Yang walked out of the courtyard, Yu Junchen and his 2 senior brothers were walking towards him. "Meng Yang." Yu Junchen quickened his steps and walked to Meng Yang. He looked at him and said, I'm going to have dinner with my senior brothers tonight. You should come with us. I want to introduce you to them. Meng Yang ignored him and walked around him. Meng Yang. Seeing that Meng Yang ignored him, Yu Junchen called him again, but Meng Yang still pretended not to hear him. Yu Junchen could only turn around and reveal a disappointed expression. Because of Meng Yang's attitude, Wen Yuan immediately frowned unhappily. He walked to Yu Junchen's side and deliberately said loudly, Why did you invite that kind of person? In our hearts, he's not even worthy of carrying your shoes, let alone eating with us. In the future, you should pay less attention to this kind of person, lest you lower your standards. Senior brother, let's hurry up and go to class. Otherwise, the teacher will be unhappy if we're late. Yu Junchen was worried that Meng Yang would hear what Wen Yuan said. If that happened, it would be even harder for him to reconcile with Meng Yang, so he hurriedly urged Wen Yuan and the others to leave. As Yu Junchen continued to walk forward, he looked back at Meng Yang and sighed helplessly in his heart. If he wanted to reconcile with Meng Yang, he had to create a suitable opportunity. In fact, in his previous life, Meng Yang had already met Yu Junchen's senior brothers. It was Yu Junchen who introduced him to them. However, because Meng Yang's talent in perfumery wasn't high, they looked down on Meng Yang from the bottom of their hearts. It was fine if they ignored him, but they often mocked him. Meng Yang wasn't so stupid that he couldn't tell, so he stopped meeting with them after that. Meng Yang's senior brothers were almost the same as their teacher, Xianxia. They were arrogant and virtuous. Although they did have the right to be arrogant, their way of showing their virtuousness by mocking others made Meng Yang look down on them, whether it was in his previous life or in this life. Moreover, Wen Yuan liked Yu Junchen. In his previous life, she had always been in an ambiguous relationship with Yu Junchen. Before Meng Yang knew that Yu Junchen was actually with Luo Xing, he always thought that Yu Junchen and Wen Yuan would be together. Meng Yang knew that even if Yu Junchen was now engaged to Luo Xing, he would definitely continue to be in an ambiguous relationship with Wen Yuan in this life. This was his personality. He would wait and watch a good show. Other than going to school every day, Meng Yang spent most of his time in the study room of the main residence, seriously studying the ancient perfumery books passed down by the Meng family's ancestors. However, if Luo Xiu didn't return to the main residence for more than 3 days, Meng Yang would go to his office and pester him until he was willing to eat with him or go back to the main residence with him. According to his understanding of the situation in his dream, Meng Yang knew that Luo Xiu's setting was that of a workaholic. He worked non-stop to earn money. Moreover, he had reached the point where he was addicted to work. Even when he could rest, he would find something to do and then constantly expand his business. He would only stop to rest and relax when his headache was very severe. It was precisely because of this that his headaches became more and more serious. In addition to work addiction and headaches, Luo Xiu had some other characteristics that were formed because of the setting. Meng Yang would slowly change him. In this life, they would definitely be happy. Meng Yang's senior brothers, Wu Feng and Yu Junchen's senior brothers, were in the lobby of the famous ancient restaurant Wen Yuan in the city. Because of the courtyard that was finally vacated, they didn't give way to each other and even started arguing. The people on both sides didn't see eye to eye. When they met in school, they would mock each other when they met. Now that they met outside, naturally, they would fight to the end. Yu Junchen came here to eat with Luo Xing before. Luo Xing told him that Wen Yuan was originally invested in by his father and a few friends for fun. The business was getting better and better, and now it only served members. Wu Feng's boyfriend, Qin Hong, had a father who was a member of this restaurant. Yu Junchen's senior brother, Wen Yuan, had a father who was also a member. But now there was only a small empty courtyard. They came at the same time and didn't give way to each other, which made the service staff here very difficult. Yu Junchen thought that since Luo Xing's father was one of the bosses here, then the manager would definitely give face to Luo Xing. So he called Luo Xing to come over. But when Luo Xing came, Wen Yuan was unhappy again. He deliberately said to Luo Xing that such a small courtyard was nothing. If Luo Xing really had the ability, then he should take them into Liuxiang courtyard. Luo Xing was puzzled by Wen Yuan's hostility and contempt. But he was an extremely proud person. Even if he knew that Wen Yuan was deliberately provoking him, he still had to do it. But the manager said to Luo Xing, "Young Master Luo, I'm really sorry. I really don't have the right to let you in." Wen Yuan already knew that the manager would say this, so he deliberately sneered at Luo Xing contemptuously. Luo Xing looked at the manager with displeasure and said, "Don't tell me that when my father came, you also said this? Or do you want my father to personally call you before you're willing to let us into Liuxiang courtyard?" This. Manager Su hesitated for a moment and said, "If it's Boss Luo's personal order, then naturally I can let you in." Of course, Luo Xing wouldn't call Luo Xiao for such a small matter. He didn't have the confidence in front of Luo Xiao. Just when Luo Xing wanted to say something more serious to get the manager to agree, Luo Xiao and Meng Yang walked in from outside the door. "Boss Luo." Manager Su seemed to have seen his savior. He quickly walked over to greet Luo Xiao. "Boss Luo, young Master Luo and his friends are also here. What do you think? Should we also arrange for them to enter Liuxiang courtyard?" Luo Xiao slightly frowned. Manager Su immediately understood what he meant. He immediately let the service staff prepare and no longer mentioned anything about letting Luo Xing and the others into Liuxiang courtyard. Seeing Luo Xiao walk over, the people on both sides couldn't help but automatically retreat, making a path in the middle. The second wife of a rich old man. Next day, Luo Xiao took Meng Yang to the Xishan horse farm to practice riding. After the manager of the farm knew that Luo Xiao was coming and wanted to choose a horse for Meng Yang, he immediately ordered the trainers to bring out the best horses for him to choose. After Luo Xiao and Meng Yang arrived at the farm, the manager respectfully greeted them. Luo Xiao and Meng Yang changed into their equestrian suits and equestrian boots. The manager personally drove the tour bus to take them to choose a horse. The sun was very bright today, but it was still very comfortable with the breeze blowing. Meng Yang took off his sunglasses and looked around. There was a whole green grassland and a racetrack, as if he couldn't see the end of it. The horse trainers were already waiting with the horses they were responsible for. When they found out that Luo Xiao was here to buy horses, they were very excited. If one of them could be responsible for taking care of and training the horses Luo Xiao bought, they would be able to live a very rich life for at least a few years. In the words of their trade, a man's worth depended on his horse's worth. Our school's equestrian classes are also held in this farm. Meng Yang said to Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao nodded. St. James University's equestrian classes have always been in charge of our farm. They are held in Area B5. The manager said with a smile. After arriving at the VIP area, the manager got off the car and opened the door for Meng Yang. After Meng Yang and Luo Xiao got off the car, they went to the rest stand with a canopy and sat down. The service staff had already prepared tea and fruits and snacks. They were standing on one side, waiting for orders. Luo Xiao's bodyguards and assistants stood on the other side. Soon, several trainers ran over on their horses. After the horses were lined up, the manager went to Luo Xiao and said, "Boss Luo, these horses are not only of good breed, but also have a beautiful appearance and coat color. Most importantly, they are docile. Even beginners can control them well. Let's go and have a look." Luo Xiao said to Meng Yang. "Okay." Meng Yang nodded. He got up and walked over to the horses that were already lined up. Meng Yang didn't really know what kind of horses were good, but he knew that the horses sent to Luo Xiao must be good and expensive. Even if he didn't know much about horses, he felt that these horses were very beautiful. Meng Yang had taken fighting class in his previous life. He had practiced it for many years since he was a child. In this life, he wanted to change to something he didn't learn in his previous life. Therefore, he chose the equestrian class that he thought was useless in his previous life. Meng Yang immediately spotted the horse that was glowing with a soft golden light under the sun. He walked straight towards it. "Can I touch it?" Meng Yang asked the trainer. "Yes." The trainer replied. Meng Yang stroked the fur on the horse's neck and smiled. "Do you like this horse?" Luo Xiao walked behind Meng Yang and asked. "It's very beautiful." Meng Yang didn't know what kind of horses were good, so he chose it based on its appearance. "Young Master Meng, you have a good eye. This kind of golden snow horse is very rare in the world. Our horse farm spent a lot of effort to bid for it overseas. This kind of horse is gentle and graceful when it runs. It is also very smart and easy to control. It is very suitable for beginners to learn equestrian training. Such a good horse must be very expensive, right? Meng Yang said. It is indeed more expensive than Boss Luo's horse. After all, the rarer something is, the more expensive it is. This kind of horse is more difficult to cultivate, so it is expensive and valuable. Meng Yang began to calculate in his heart whether it was worthwhile to buy this horse. After all, it was beautiful, but it had to be worth it. How much time could he spend on riding? Let's try it first. If you like it, you can buy it and take it home. Luo Xiu said. Can I really take it home? Meng Yang looked at Luo Xiu and said. He began to look forward to it. There is a place to raise it in the main house. Let it bask in the sun on the lawn. Every once in a while, send it to the horse farm for inspection and training. Can you also take the horse you bought before? Then it will have a companion. When I don't ride it, it won't be lonely. Meng Yang said with a smile, and then stroked the horse's face from top to bottom. The manager's heart immediately became happy, because Meng Yang's words almost meant that Luo Xiu would buy the horse. Selling the most expensive horse in the horse farm to Luo Xiu was much better than selling it to others, because Luo Xiu had always been generous. The cost of taking care of this horse was not a small amount. Luo Xiu helped Meng Yang get on the horse, and he also got on the horse and sat behind Meng Yang. Then he turned the horse's head and let it trot first, then slowly increased its speed. Meng Yang felt the feeling of running briskly, and he couldn't help but become happy. The freedom of jumping and flying in the wind was really interesting, and it was different from driving a car. He seemed to understand why so many rich people still like to ride horses in modern society with advanced technology. He used to think that riding a horse would be very uncomfortable, and driving a car was more stable and comfortable. But now it seemed that it had a lot to do with the horse. Meng Yang leaned on Luo Xiu's broad and strong chest, and felt very safe. He also enjoyed this pleasant feeling. After riding the horse for a lap, they returned to the original place where they started. After Luo Xiu dismounted, he looked at Meng Yang and asked, "Do you want to try other horses?" "No." Meng Yang said with a smile, "Let's take it home." Rich old man's second wife 24. The coach started to call out the students whose names were called to claim their horses. The first few students who were called quickly walked to their horses and stroked the hair on their horses' necks happily. After school started, it was very difficult for them to have free time to see their horses except during equestrian classes. The fifth horse, Yu Junchen, the coach called out as he looked at the name list on the tablet. Yu Junchen, who was suppressing his excitement, suddenly froze. The fifth horse was a white horse. Although the white horse was also very beautiful, he couldn't react to the sudden disappointment of his expectations. The fifth horse, Yu Junchen, the coach called out again when he saw Yu Junchen standing there in a daze. He thought that Yu Junchen didn't hear him clearly. The students who thought that the light gold horse was the horse that Luo Xing gave to Yu Junchen were also stunned. Then, they became even more confused and curious. Yu Junchen walked towards the white horse in a daze, but his eyes were fixed on the light gold horse beside it. He felt as if something that belonged to him had suddenly been snatched away. He felt uncomfortable and unwilling. The horse stood in the middle of all the other horses, like a crane in a flock of chickens. Compared to it, the other beautiful horses looked very ordinary. The sixth horse, Meng Yang. Meng Yang walked towards his horse. All the students' eyes were focused on him. The people beside Yu Junchen had been talking about how Luo Xing gave a horse to Yu Junchen. None of them remembered that Meng Yang was the one who married the chairman of Lock Group. How could Luo Xing be richer than his father? Yu Junchen lowered his head with an ugly expression. He felt that he had been too embarrassed just now. He was also a little angry that when those people were talking about it, Meng Yang didn't say that it was his horse. He felt that Meng Yang deliberately embarrassed him. After the students who had their own horses got on their horses, they slowly rode into the horse field under the guidance of the horse trainer and started to practice. There were more students who didn't have their own horses, so they couldn't all squeeze together. The practice horses provided by the horse field were already coming over, but everyone's eyes were still focused on Meng Yang's horse. It was as if a picture had been paused. Yu Junchen didn't know how to ride a horse yet, so the horse trainer helped him to lead the horse into the horse field. His eyes were fixed on Meng Yang's horse. He wasn't interested in the equestrian class before, but he thought that he wasn't good at other elective classes. When he took the equestrian class, he could be with Luo Xing, so he chose the equestrian class. But even if he wasn't interested in horses and equestrian classes before, he had to admit that Meng Yang's horse was very attractive to anyone. Just its appearance alone made people want to own it. After all the students were ready, those who had riding experience and those who had no riding experience started to practice under the guidance of the horse trainer and the coach. Students who had riding experience had more free time to practice, but Yu Junchen, who had no riding experience at all, could only trot slowly at most. The coach confirmed that Meng Yang was a good rider, so he allowed him to run freely and practice. Meng Yang felt that he should run one lap first, then ride the horse into the distance under everyone's gaze. It's so beautiful. It's like a horse that walked out of a fairy tale. It's the first time I've felt such elegance from a horse. This horse is really expensive. I can only say that he's worthy of being the chairman of Lock Group to be able to buy this horse. Although it's expensive, we can't feel what it's like to own such a horse. I always thought that our family was very rich, but now I can't help but sigh. The more money, the better. Yu Junchen sat on the horse with his head lowered as he listened to their discussion. He couldn't tell what he was feeling. The horse that Luo Xing gave him looked pretty good, and it was a token of Luo Xing's sincerity. He always thought that sincerity was more important than anything else, but now he didn't know why, but he didn't feel very happy. The business school also started their free practice. Luo Xing rode over to find Yu Junchen. When he saw Yu Junchen sitting on the horse in a daze, he called out, "Junchen?" Yu Junchen came back to his senses and raised his head to look at him. "Luo Xing. Do you like the horse I gave you?" Luo Xing asked Yu Junchen with a smile. "I like it." Yu Junchen also smiled at him and said, "Thank you." "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Luo Xing saw that Yu Junchen's expression wasn't right. Although there was a smile at the corner of his mouth, there wasn't a smile in his eyes. "No, it's my first time learning to ride a horse. I'm not used to it." Yu Junchen quickly explained. "It's normal to be afraid of riding a horse for the first time. Let me teach you," Luo Xing said. "Okay." Yu Junchen nodded. Luo Xing dismounted from his horse, then mounted Yu Junchen's horse and sat behind Yu Junchen. Luo Xing's friends also came over. When they saw Luo Xing sitting behind Yu Junchen, they all jeered and made fun of him. At this time, Meng Yang returned on his horse, once again attracting everyone's attention. Luo Xing and his friends were also stunned when they saw him. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the weather was bright and sunny. On the endless green grass, a horse shone with a soft golden light under the sunlight, gracefully and lightly ran from a distance. All the students looked at this beautiful scene that was like a movie's special effects. In such a vast and clear blue sky and green field, one man and one horse seemed to have run from the clouds in the sky to the ground. It was too beautiful to be real. The second wife of a rich old man 25. What happened at the racecourse made Luo Xing very angry, but Meng Yang felt that it was far from enough. Therefore, Luo Xing was asked to race with Xiaoku again, and he immediately agreed. He was still thinking about racing with Xiaoku again, and wanted to win back the face he lost to Xiaoku last time. Before the race started, the racetrack was already very lively. When the news of Xiaoku winning against Luo Xing spread, it caused a lot of discussion. Therefore, there were even more people coming to watch the race this time. I haven't seen young Master Xiao race with others recently. Is his driving skills really as good as you said? You wouldn't ask this if you saw their race last time. Anyway, I bet on Xiaoku to win this time. But I still can't believe it without seeing it with my own eyes. After all, Xiaoku lost to Luo Xing so many times before. Maybe he just won last time because of luck. To be on the safe side, I still bet on Luo Xing to win. I heard that Xiaoku has hired a very good coach. He hasn't raced with others because he has been hiding and practicing his driving skills. As long as he can perform normally like last time, I don't think there will be a problem. Luo Xing's car arrived first, and Xiaoku's car soon arrived. Xiaoku parked his car in front of the stands, then opened the door and got out. Young Master Luo. Xiaoke walked to Luo Xing's car, patted the front of his car and said, "The new car looks good. I want your car. You just won by luck once. Have you forgotten the fact that you lost so many times before? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big?" Luo Xing said with a cold face. Xiaoke smiled and said, "It's really boring to talk so fast. It's really boring to bet on cars every time. Why don't we bet on something else this time? What do you want to bet?" Luo Xing looked at him and asked. "Whoever loses will treat everyone here to a drink. If our team loses, I will toast everyone who bet on you and bow to apologize that I shouldn't have overestimated myself and provoked you. If you lose, you have to give a toast to everyone who bet on our team. Then, you have to bow and apologize for being too arrogant. How about that?" When the people in the stands heard Xiaoke's words, they all looked at each other. They felt that Xiaoke's gamble was a bit too big. For rich kids like them, money was a trivial matter. Face was the most important thing. If he had to bow and apologize to at least half of the people here, how would Luo Xing have the face to meet people in the future? Even though Luo Xing was confident that he could beat Xiaoke, he couldn't help but hesitate. "What's wrong? You don't dare to bet?" Xiaoke continued to provoke him. "I lost so many times before, and I fulfilled all your conditions. You just lost to me once, and you don't dare to agree with my conditions? Is young Master Luo so timid? In that case, in order to take care of young Master Luo's little heart, I won't bet so big. Whoever wins will choose one person from these people who bet on him or her. The loser will apologize 3 times according to what he said just now. Is that okay?" Luo Xing was still silent. "You still don't dare to bet? Is young Master Luo so timid? Then there's no need for this race." Xiaoke said to the people in the stands, "Let's go. Young Master Luo is timid. He's afraid of losing, and he can't afford to lose. He doesn't dare to compete." The people in the stands began to whisper to each other. In the face of Xiaoke's public provocation, Luo Xing's face became more and more ugly, and the anger in his heart became heavier and heavier. If he didn't vent the anger in his heart, he would feel more uncomfortable, so he agreed to Xiaoke's bet. Both of them drove the car to the starting point. Meng Yang, who had been hiding in the car, stood up from the back seat and sat on the seat. After the car stopped, the two of them quickly exchanged seats. What Xiaoke said just now was what Meng Yang asked him to say. Didn't Luo Xing like to humiliate him in public? So while intensifying the conflict, he also wanted to let him feel the feeling of being humiliated in public. During this time, Xiaoke had been practicing his driving skills hard. In order not to expose that Meng Yang had replaced him in the race, he even practiced in hiding. He also made an agreement with Meng Yang that before he could beat Luo Xing with his own driving skills, he wouldn't race with other people. Meng Yang also tried his best to teach him the driving skills that he had learned in his previous life. Those who were watching the race found it particularly exciting just by watching the two cars chase each other on the big screen. Xiaoke's heart is really strong. He dares to use such a dangerous method. If he doesn't control well and hits the car, he will definitely be seriously injured. Although it's dangerous, it's effective. Isn't the distance between them increasing immediately? It's thrilling just by watching it. How confident is he in his driving skills to dare to drive like this? Young Master Zhao's driving skills are really improving rapidly. Even if he competes with a professional driver, he might still win. Yes, with such driving skills, it's a pity that he doesn't participate in a large-scale race. Meng Yang was in a state of high concentration. In his mind, the car was his body, but it was not easy to make his body flexible and agile. Now, every seemingly simple skill was proof of his countless practice and hardships in his previous life. Every time Meng Yang showed off his driving skills, the audience couldn't help but exclaim and cheer. Even those who bet on Luo Xing began to cheer for him. This was the admiration of racing enthusiasts for the strong. This time, Meng Yang didn't intend to let Luo Xing overturn the car, so the distance between the two cars was getting farther and farther. When Luo Xing saw that he couldn't catch up with the car in front of him, his mentality collapsed and he couldn't concentrate. Because of the law of the more anxious you are, the more chaotic you are, he almost hit a boulder. After the emergency brake, he pounded the steering wheel to vent his anger. He was so angry that his heart was about to explode. Meng Yang drove the car to the finish line and quickly changed positions with Xiaoku again. The second wife of a rich old man 26. Although Meng Yang was only slightly injured, Luo Xiao still let him rest at home for 2 days before letting him go back to school. The freshman period was about to end, and the monthly exam was about to begin. After every monthly exam, the students would be divided into classes and seats according to their grades, but after dividing into classes, the curriculum would be different. Therefore, for every student, dividing into classes was very important. At the end of every month, the students were the most nervous. Meng Yang and his senior brothers and sisters were preparing to pack up and leave after memorizing the homework assigned by Lin Sungtai. "Are you all confident in this exam?" Lin Sungtai asked. "Teacher, we always take the exam with great confidence." Wu Feng deliberately put on a serious look and said, "But confidence is not very reliable." "I think it's you who is unreliable." Lin Sungtai rolled his eyes at Wu Feng and then said, "Although I usually tell you that grades are not the most important, if you can have good grades and can extinguish the arrogance of that old man Xianxia, I will definitely be very happy. Do you understand?" "Teacher, we understand." Meng Yang's senior brothers and sisters nodded and replied with a look of understanding. Meng Yang looked at their appearance and felt a little funny. "Teacher, don't worry. This time, with Meng Yang, at least the first place of the first grade is in the bag," Wu Feng said. Meng Yang's other senior brothers and sisters also nodded in agreement. Because during this period, they clearly knew how high Meng Yang's talent was and how solid his basic knowledge was, so they all agreed that even if Meng Yang did not perform well, he could still easily take first place. Lin Sungtai looked at the students and said, "Am I worried about Meng Yang? I'm worried about you guys who don't know how to improve. If you guys are half as hardworking as Meng Yang, I can worry less. You should feel a bit of pressure. Otherwise, who knows how much time you've wasted by lazing around all day. This time, if you don't enter the top 10 in your grade, you will be punished by copying volumes 1 to 20 of botany 10 times, and volumes 1 to 20 of pharmacology 10 times. Teacher." The classroom was immediately filled with cries of anguish. "What are you howling for?" Lin Sungtai scolded with a straight face. Then, he got up and left. Meng Yang's senior brothers and sisters were all frowning as they packed their things and prepared to leave. The group of people had just walked out of the courtyard when they bumped into Yu Junshin's group, who were walking over from the opposite courtyard. The stone path between the two courtyards was quite wide. The students on both sides glared at each other in order to compete with each other. On Meng Yang's side, Wu Feng's eyes were the roundest. Meng Yang didn't want to glare. He felt that it was meaningless. Moreover, it was childish for his eyes to hurt. If he wanted to compete, he would only compete with the other party in terms of strength. Meng Yang said to Wu Feng, "Senior brother, let's go. I'm hungry. You've been defeated for thousands of years. You only have the ability to glare. If you have the time, you should go read more books." When Yuan scornfully mocked, "You guys are used to being defeated. You don't have any ability at all. It's fine if you don't hide when you see us, but you actually have the face to glare at us. Shameless people are invincible. When it comes to shamelessness, who can compare to you guys?" Wu Feng said mockingly. Master Su Wanya said that he can't tolerate people who cheat and falsify grades. However, he has helped you guys cheat many times. Who in this school doesn't know that? You use your cheating grades to show off and say the same thing to you. Shameless people are invincible. Don't talk nonsense. When Yuan glared at Wu Feng and said, "Are you so ignorant that you don't even know what the normal practice before the exam is? There should be a limit to your stupidity, right?" Wu Feng said sarcastically, "That's right. Your normal practice couldn't be more normal. However, our teacher taught us that even if we give up the ranking, we still have to ensure the authenticity of the exam. Otherwise, the exam is meaningless. Your teacher taught you that even if you are shameless and use your face to play the game of edge, you still have to look at the results and ranking, right? It's fine if you slander us. We won't lower ourselves to your level. However, you dare to insult our teacher. Don't blame me for being impolite," Wen Yuan said fiercely. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Bring it on. Wu Feng rolled up his sleeves and looked like he was about to fight. Senior brother, forget it. Don't quarrel. Yu Junchen grabbed Wen Yuan's hand and tried to persuade him. Then he looked at Wu Feng and said, Senior brother Wu, you should talk less. We are all from the same school. We are not enemies. There is no need to be so fierce every time we meet. Who is your senior brother? Stop pretending in front of me. Others are blind and can't see your true colors. I am disgusted by your hypocrisy to the extreme. Wu Feng really hated Yu Junchen. Seeing him pretending to be a good person, he felt even more disgusted. He began to attack. I heard that you are Master Su's most valued student. You are also the one with the highest talent among all of you? I think your talent in stealing other people's boyfriends must be higher than your talent in fragrance. That's why you lost to Meng Yang in the previous fragrance test. You lost so miserably, right? Yu Junchen lowered his head in grievance. Wen Yuan was even angrier. He wanted to go over and teach Wu Feng a lesson. However, after looking at Qin Hong standing behind Wu Feng, he still maintained his rationality. He thought that there were many ways to teach people a lesson anyway. Using violence was the stupidest way. Senior brother, put away your expression. You are too much like a villain. Meng Yang whispered. Wu Feng froze for a moment. Then he rubbed his face with his hand and adjusted his facial expression. He saw that Wen Yuan and the others were so angry that they couldn't speak. He proudly raised his chin and left with Meng Yang and the others. The closer it was to the assessment time, the more nervous the students of Fragrance Academy became. Even the students who usually liked to talk and laugh became silent. It was as if even the air was filled with the smell of tension. Yu Junchen's nervousness was no less than the others. In fact, the pressure was even greater because Meng Yang's score in the entrance exam was higher than his. He also beat him in the previous fragrance test. If he couldn't keep the first place in the grade, then not only would he lose face, but also his teacher's face. Moreover, over the years, the first place in the grade had always been his senior brother's. He couldn't let it be snatched away from him, especially when he was personally recognized by Su Wanya as the most talented among all the students. The assessment of Fragrance Academy was very strict. It was impossible to cheat in the exam process. Although Yu Junchen and the others had practiced in advance and had an advantage over the other students, the order of the assessment was random, so it was impossible for them to complete it correctly. On the day of the exam, the atmosphere was naturally more serious and tense. Several masters had to supervise the exam. At the same time, they also had to personally observe the exam process of the students, especially their own students. The students below the stage were nervous about the exam. The masters on the stage were also secretly competing with each other. If their own students performed better, they would show some gratification. In fact, it was also a proud expression. The next day after all the assessments were over, the students stared at their flat-screen computers as soon as they arrived at school, waiting for the results to be announced. Got it, got it. The second wife of a rich old man 27 Meng Yang had won first place in the year. His seniors wanted to celebrate with him. Lu Yunjing also wanted to celebrate with him, so Meng Yang booked a small banquet hall with a garden and swimming pool at the hotel for everyone to gather. He even invited Xiao Ku and his friends. After the bar fight last time, Meng Yang had a reason to publicly become friends with Xiao Ku. After Meng Yang chatted with his seniors for a while, Xiao Ku came. Xiao Ku brought a few bottles of good wine from his collection for Meng Yang to celebrate. Meng Yang wanted to talk to him alone, so he brought him to the side to sit down. Meng Yang opened the red wine he brought. After tasting it, he felt that it was very good. He chatted with Xiao Ku while drinking one glass after another. How's Sooty? Meng Yang asked. How can he be? He slept well. As soon as Xiao Ku heard Sooty's name, his eyes flashed with sadness. He smiled bitterly and said, maybe he suffered too much in the past. Now that he's asleep, he doesn't want to wake up. Maybe he's really tired, so he wants to have a good rest. You don't have to worry too much. When he's had enough sleep, he'll definitely wake up. Meng Yang comforted. In his previous life, Sooty didn't wake up. However, in the Meng family's ancestral books, there was a way to wake up someone who was unconscious. But before he learned it, he couldn't tell Xiaoku. After Meng Yang chatted with Xiaoku for a while, he went to chat with his seniors. He kept drinking. Lu Yunjing saw that he was about to pass out and wanted to send him back. Meng Yang waved his hand and took out his phone. He called Luo Xiu and asked him to pick him up. After Luo Xiu answered the phone, he heard Meng Yang's slurred words and couldn't help but frown. He knew that Meng Yang must be drunk. Although he knew that there were bodyguards following him, he was still worried that Meng Yang would make trouble again. So he immediately got up to pick him up. In the conference room of a branch of Lock Group, the employees who were having a video conference with Luo Xiu looked at each other, not knowing what to do. This was the second time that their boss, who had never missed a video conference before, had suddenly left in the middle of a video conference. The door of the banquet hall was suddenly opened, and everyone looked over. After seeing the man who appeared at the door, the chatter immediately quieted down. Their eyes were focused on the tall and handsome man, and they couldn't help but stop talking. Luo Xiu looked around and then walked in. Because his aura was too strong, no one dared to stop him, and no one asked him who he was looking for. And those who recognized him didn't dare to talk to him. Even Lu Yunjing silently took a few steps back after seeing Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu saw Meng Yang lying on the sofa and strode towards him. He observed Meng Yang's state and found that he was completely drunk. He seemed to be pretending to be a fish and kept blowing bubbles. Luo Xiu picked up Meng Yang and took him away. It wasn't until he disappeared outside the door that those people came back to their senses. Some people even thought that they were drunk and hallucinating. He's Luo Xing's father? Xiaoku whispered to Lu Yunjing. Haven't you seen Boss Luo before? Lu Yunjing looked at him doubtfully. Xiaoku was the young master of the Xiao family. How could he not have seen Luo Xiu before? I've seen him before, but it's the first time I've seen him up close. He looks even more handsome up close. Xiaoku touched his face and said, and his aura is too strong. Is it because of his face and figure? It's mainly because of his aura, Lu Yunjing said. After Luo Xiu carried Meng Yang to the car, Meng Yang kept mumbling something that couldn't be understood at all. Uncle Luo, don't shake. Meng Yang held Luo Xiu's face and felt that Luo Xiu's shaking made him dizzy. In fact, he was drunk. Luo Xiu didn't move at all. Meng Yang's lips kept falling on Luo Xiu's face, but he couldn't find Luo Xiu's lips. He even smeared Luo Xiu's face with his saliva. Luo Xiu felt the soft and fragrant lips, and felt that this little fellow really made him worry. Even if there were bodyguards following him, he would still worry that he would be bullied outside, worried that he would accidentally get hurt, worried that he would be too young and not have a sense of self-protection, worried that he would be easily deceived, worried that he would be too beautiful, worried that he would be taken advantage of, worried that he would be approached with ulterior motives because he married her, and then be hurt. Luo Xiu stroked Meng Yang's hair and sighed helplessly. He didn't know when his state of mind began to change. Although this little guy made him worry, he didn't feel that he was a burden that he hated. Instead, he felt a burden that brought him happiness. Happiness? Luo Xiu thought to himself. He thought that he was insulated from these two words. Meng Yang's lips were sore from all the kissing, but he still couldn't find Luo Xiu's lips to kiss. He felt tired, so he buried his face in Luo Xiu's neck to rest. Then, he still thought that he was a fish, pouting his lips and puffing nonstop. Luo Xiu carried Meng Yang back to the room. Meng Yang was so drunk that he couldn't take a bath by himself. Luo Xiu fed him some hangover tea and took a warm towel from the servant to wipe his face, neck, and body. Uncle Yuan stood aside and watched. He was very surprised. He had been Luo Xiu's housekeeper for so many years, but he had never seen Luo Xiu personally take care of someone. Uncle Yuan thought, it seemed that young Master Meng Yang was really special to Mr. Luo. Not only did he make Mr. Luo marry him, but he also made Mr. Luo willingly take care of him. This was also good. After so many years, Mr. Luo finally had someone who could walk into his heart to accompany him. After the servant left, Luo Xiu put on a nightgown for Meng Yang and covered him with a quilt to let him sleep. Then, he went into the bathroom to take a bath. When Luo Xiu came out of the bathroom, he saw that Meng Yang had taken off all his clothes. He looked very uncomfortable and was twisting on the bed. Luo Xiu went over and covered him with the quilt. Meng Yang made a dissatisfied sound and pushed the quilt away. He really felt very hot. Meng Yang felt as if his body was on fire. He was very uncomfortable. He breathed hard and opened his eyes. In his blurred vision, he magically saw Luo Xiu's face. Then, he sat up and hugged Luo Xiu's neck. Uncle Luo. Uncle Luo, I waited for you for a long time. Why didn't you come to pick me up? Meng Yang asked with a crying voice, why didn't you come to pick me up? I have already picked you up. We are home. Sleep well. Luo Xiu patted Meng Yang's back and said. The second wife of a rich old man 28. The man could tell from Meng Yang's expression that Meng Yang had recognized him, so he looked at Meng Yang and asked in a gentle tone, are you guys going to eat? How about I treat you guys? Wu Feng and the others looked at each other. They felt that this person was very handsome, but they didn't know him. Why would he treat them to a meal for no reason? No need. We're going to walk around before eating. Besides, I've already made a reservation. Meng Yang calmly rejected. Blairet was very surprised by Meng Yang's rejection. He thought that Meng Yang had recognized him, but since he recognized him, how could he reject his invitation? Goodbye. Meng Yang nodded at him, then turned and left. Blairet was still surprised by Meng Yang's rejection, but Meng Yang and the others had already slowly walked away. When Yu Jingchen passed by Blairet, he couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. He also felt that this person seemed a little familiar. Wait a minute, I remember now. Wu Feng suddenly said loudly, isn't he that, what's his name again? His name is Blairet. He's the vice president of the internationally famous perfume brand, Esfer Company. He's also a very famous perfumer internationally. He's also a famous model. Qin Hong knew who that person was at a glance. Yes, that's him. I was wondering why he looked so familiar. I've seen his perfume advertisement before. His figure is super good. Wu Feng said excitedly, did you want to treat us to a meal just now? Did we miss something just now? The others also remembered and began to talk about it. Is it really him? I thought it was just a look-alike. He's the idol of the perfume industry. Is it too late for us to go back and find him now? Yeah, we're too lucky. We actually met Blairet, and he wants to treat us to a meal? Am I dreaming? Wait a minute, you must have made a mistake. He doesn't seem to be treating us to a meal. He's treating Meng Yang to a meal. Meng Yang, did you not recognize him just now? Is that why you refused? Wu Feng looked at Meng Yang and asked. I recognize him, Meng Yang said, but we're not familiar with him, so there's no reason for him to treat us to a meal. Won't they be cooked after eating? Wu Feng said, he must have seen how good you are, so he wants to get to know you. If you can become friends with him, then you will have an advantage when you go abroad in the future. And if you go abroad to buy rare spices, it will be much easier with his connections. Hearing Wu Feng's words, Meng Yang just smiled and said, I booked a private room in Wangqing restaurant. Don't you want to go? Of course we want to go, but... Wu Feng wanted to persuade Meng Yang, but he was interrupted by Qin Hong. Meng Yang is right. We're not familiar with him, so why should we agree to let him treat us to a meal? Qin Hong said. Hearing Qin Hong's tone, Wu Feng knew that he was jealous. He hit Qin Hong with his elbow and said, don't be jealous. I'm saying this for Meng Yang's good. It's said that the more friends you have, the more opportunities you have. If Meng Yang can have a friend like Blairet, then he will have one more shining road. If Meng Yang wants to go abroad in the future, it will definitely help him. Yu Jingchen deliberately slowed down his pace and followed Meng Yang. After hearing their conversation, he was surprised that the man just now was Blairet himself. And Blairet even wanted to treat Meng Yang to a meal. Why was Meng Yang so lucky? Meng Yang and the others wandered around the city for a while and bought many common but high-quality spices. Then they went to the Wangqing Tower to have a meal. After the meal, they went back to the inn. Every inch of land in the city was expensive. Compared with the hotels outside the city, all the inns in the city were not very big. Meng Yang and the others stayed in the best and biggest inn in the city. What a coincidence. Are you also staying here? Blairet looked at Meng Yang and asked gently. Excuse me, are you Mr. Blairet? Wu Feng looked at him and asked. Yes. Blairet looked at Wu Feng and nodded. Then he looked at Meng Yang and asked, Can I talk to you alone? No need. Just tell me what kind of spices you want. Meng Yang had already seen that this person was waiting for them. And the reason why he waited for them was probably because they bought the spices he wanted. Blairet smiled and thought that this number 28 was really smart. He liked to deal with smart people. Then he said, I want the jasper branch and the Yuli ball. No. Meng Yang didn't even think about it and immediately refused. I will use these 2 spices soon. I can't give them to you. I will pay 5 times the price. Blairet said. Do you think I am short of money? Meng Yang asked. Blairet thought about it and agreed. Then he said, Then how about I use other spices of the same value to exchange with you? I will owe you a favor this time. The second wife of a rich old man 29 outside the door stood Meng Yang's seniors, Yu Junshin's seniors, Yu Junshin himself, and several part-time paparazzi. In front of these people, Luo Xing knelt in front of Luo Xiao and Meng Yang, and called Meng Yang little dad. Even Meng Yang himself was surprised. He didn't expect that Luo Xing would kneel in front of him. Sure enough, the power of money was really strong. Yu Junshin stood outside the door, his face full of shock and heartache. Looking at him, it seemed that Meng Yang, a big villain, forcibly humiliated Luo Xing's dignity, and Luo Xing had no choice but to endure the humiliation. Meng Yang deliberately waited for a while before taking the teacup in his hand, but he didn't drink the tea. He wouldn't drink the tea. Meng Yang looked at him and said, Your tea is a little late, so I don't want to drink it now. But since you have already called me little dad, then I can't be impolite. Well, I will think about whether to forgive you tonight, and I will give you an answer tomorrow. Luo Xing gritted his teeth and took a deep breath to suppress his anger. You can go. Meng Yang said. Luo Xing got up, turned around and walked out. When he reached the door, he pushed the people blocking the door away and left quickly. It's late. You should go back to sleep. Meng Yang walked to the door and closed it after he finished speaking. Luo Xing knelt in front of so many people to serve tea to Meng Yang and call him little dad. Although Meng Yang was a little happy, this little punishment was not enough. Meng Yang wanted to see how far Luo Xing could endure for money. Meng Yang sat on the bed, looked at Luo Xing and said, Uncle Luo, what I did just now, was it too much? I know that although you said very harsh words to him, he is your son after all. The blood relationship between father and son can't be broken easily. He is not my son. Luo Xiao suddenly said. Not your son? What do you mean? Meng Yang pretended to be puzzled and asked. Luo Xiao thought for a while and said, I mean, I have never regarded him as my son, and I will never let him inherit my property. You can just treat him as if he is not my son. Besides, he is in the wrong. You can punish him however you want. It can be considered as helping you vent your anger. Meng Yang thought that Luo Xiao was going to tell him the truth, but it seemed that he did not intend to do so for the time being. After all, Luo Xiao had a setting that prevented him from easily revealing the truth that Luo Qing was not his biological son. This setting also made it convenient for Luo Xing to inherit the family Luo property in his previous life. But in this life, it was impossible. Meng Yang approached Luo Xiao and hugged his waist. He looked up at him and said, Uncle Luo, since you have never regarded Luo Xing as your own son and have no intention of letting him inherit the family Luo property, how about I give birth to a child for you? You are still a child. It is too early to think about having a child. When you meet someone. Luo Xiao was about to say something, but he suddenly could not say it. He wanted to say that Meng Yang would regret it when he met the person he loved. But when he thought that Meng Yang would leave him in the future, he became restless. Meng Yang pushed Luo Xiao down and straddled him. She looked down at him and said, I want to give birth to a child for you. Although we have a 3-year agreement, after 3 years, if you don't want me to leave, I will not leave. Let's raise the child together, okay? Meng Yang leaned over and kissed Luo Xiu's forehead, nose, cheeks, and chin. Then she put his hand on her flat belly and looked at him and said, "Let me give birth to a child for you. Teach me what to do. You are my legal husband. You have the responsibility to teach me these things." They looked at each other. Luo Xiu saw the love in Meng Yang's eyes. Meng Yang also saw that Luo Xiu loved her. He was just enduring it. Meng Yang leaned over again and whispered in Luo Xiu's ear, "Do you really want me to learn these things from someone else in 3 years and then give birth to a child for someone else?" Luo Xiu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Meng Yang's words hit him hard in the heart. God knew how much strength he used to maintain his calmness. When Meng Yang saw Luo Xiu's reaction, he felt even more indignant. He clearly did not do anything in his previous life, but Luo Xiu still fell in love with him. In this life, he threw himself into Luo Xiu's arms and even spoke so bluntly, but Luo Xiu was still unmoved. He did not believe that he was so unattractive that Luo Xiu would not fall for him. Meng Yang tore open Luo Xiu's nightgown and made a move on him. Luo Xiu's line of reason broke. He turned over and pressed Meng Yang under his body, and then kissed him hard. Meng Yang hugged his neck. He didn't know how to respond, but he was in control. Every time Meng Yang was drunk, he would think that he was a fish, but he didn't know that, and he had no memory of it when he woke up. When he was in a daze from Luo Xiu's kiss, he fell into the illusion that he had become a fish. Moreover, the feeling was very obvious, so when he woke up, his memory would definitely be very clear. The beautiful white fish was swimming freely in the warm sea. When he was swimming happily, a sea monster that was much bigger than him suddenly appeared. He had to hide in the stone cave, but the sea monster tried to enter the cave and eat him, which made him very scared. The sea monster bit the white fish, and the little white fish struggled because of the pain. He cried and begged for mercy, but the sea monster bit him so hard that he couldn't break free. The little white fish thought that the sea monster was going to eat him, and he was scared because of the pain. But slowly, he found that although it was painful, it was also somewhat comfortable, so he stopped struggling. Meng Yang thought that he was going to have sex with Luo Xiu tonight, but after everything was done, Luo Xiu held back and didn't do the last step. Luo Xiu stroked Meng Yang's face. He looked so young, and his whole body was like a fresh and delicious peach. With a gentle pinch, water would come out, and it was a sweet and delicious juice. But because he was still too young, he really couldn't do it. But even if he just tasted it, it made him have a rich aftertaste, and he really fell in love with this taste. What Luo Xiu was most worried about now was that Meng Yang was still too young. One day in the future, he was likely to regret it. The second wife of a rich old man 30 after breakfast, Meng Yang and the others went directly to the largest fragrance garden in the city. Every year, the quarterly price-guessing auction would be held here. Lin Sungtai, Su Wangya, and other masters of Saint Elegant Garden had also arrived. They were drinking tea and chatting. Yu Junchen and the others had also arrived, but Su Wangya's face was not very good. Yu Junchen and the others also lowered their heads slightly and did not talk to each other. Meng Yang and the others walked over and saluted the masters. "Sit down," Lin Sungtai said with a smile. "I heard that yesterday's spice auction was bought by Meng Yang alone?" "Not all of them," Meng Yang replied. "At the beginning, there were a few things that I didn't think were needed, so I didn't bid. Later, I thought that even if I didn't need them for the time being, I would keep them and they would be useful in the future. So I bought all the rest." Lin Sungtai and the masters next to him laughed, but Su Wangya and the masters next to him at another round table didn't look very good. "Teacher, I won't cause any trouble by doing this, right?" Although Meng Yang felt that there was no need to hide his strength, it was better to ask. "You are still a student now. It is still necessary to show your strength as much as possible. When you become famous, remember to leave some food for others," Lin Sungtai said. "Yes, I will remember." Meng Yang also thought so. For him now, the most important thing was to become famous and be able to participate in higher-level auctions in the future. "Later, you will go in with me. How about you guess the price and bid?" Lin Sungtai asked. "Thank you for being willing to give me a chance, teacher. If I guess the price correctly, can I buy it myself?" Meng Yang asked. "Of course." Lin Sungtai said. Thank you, teacher. Meng Yang thanked him happily. With the sound of the gong, the folding wooden doors that separated the inside from the outside were all pushed open. Those who were qualified to bid got up and walked in, while the others stayed outside to watch. Every person who was qualified to bid could bring one person in as a helper, and most of the helpers they brought were experts at guessing the price and bidding. There were also people like Lin Sungtai, who brought their students to see the world and learn. Yu Junchen was Su Wangya's most worthy student, so of course Su Wangya would bring him along. No matter what, he had to nurture Yu Junchen and let Yu Junchen win more awards. Whether it was in the academy or in the association, only then would he have more say. If Yu Junchen lost to Meng Yang, Lin Sungtai would take advantage of this opportunity to surpass him. The first round of the bidding began. In the first round, there were 2 kinds of spices in the first group. In each round, only one person from each group could go forward to identify the quality of the spices. In the first round, there were spices that Su Wangya needed, so he went forward to identify the quality of the spices. Blairet was walking in front of Meng Yang, but he suddenly turned around and said, "After you." Meng Yang didn't know why he was giving in, and didn't want to waste time talking nonsense. He just nodded and walked in front of him to identify the quality of the spices. Meng Yang just sniffed and didn't even look at them. After confirming, he returned to his seat. After thinking for a while, he wrote down the price on the wooden board. "Are you confident?" Lin Sungtai asked. "Yes." Meng Yang nodded. Lin Sungtai smiled and continued to drink tea. Not long after the wooden board was put away, the staff announced loudly, "Spices number 1 and number 2 have been won by guest number 17. Lin Sungtai's smile became bigger, and Su Wangya immediately turned to look at Meng Yang. He couldn't help but clench his fist. Spice number 1 was exactly what he needed. The next 2 rounds of spices were all won by Meng Yang. The other guests who participated in the bidding didn't look so good, and the people who were watching outside also talked about it because of the surprise. "Who is that young man? He's so powerful. Didn't you see him sitting with Master Lin Sungtai? He's most likely a new student of Master Lin Sungtai. To be able to be a student of such a world-class master, he must be extraordinary. There are quite a few masters and experts at guessing and bidding among them. Did he just outshine them all by himself? Isn't it just the 3rd round? It's too early to say this." The 4th and 5th rounds soon began. Su Wangya originally wanted to let Yu Junchen have a try after winning the spices he needed. Even if the price wasn't very accurate, as long as it was close to the price, it would be a learning experience. But now, he didn't plan to let Yu Junchen go up. "Teacher, can I buy all the spices?" Meng Yang returned to his seat and asked Lin Sungtai. The second wife of a rich old man 31 on the second day after returning to Anlua City, Meng Yang told Luo Xiu that he hoped that Luo Xiu could send someone to help him take over his company. After some serious consideration, Luo Xiu told him a few plans for him to choose from. Meng Yang didn't know much about these things, so he let Luo Xiu make the decision for him. Half a month later, Sun Fengfei, the president of Xiangming Company, brought a lot of documents to Meng Yang. "Aunt Sun, long time no see." Meng Yang walked into the small living room and said to Sun Fengfei. "Meng Yang, I haven't seen you in a while. I heard that your school is famous for being strict. You must be very busy with your studies, right?" Sun Fengfei said with a smile. "My studies are fine, I can still cope with it. I'm just busy preparing for the competition," Meng Yang said after sitting down. Sun Fengfei nodded and said, "If you want to become a successful perfumer, it's necessary to participate in the competition. Aunt Sun, you've worked hard all these years." Meng Yang looked at Sun Fengfei and said sincerely and gratefully, I'm quite ashamed. I didn't make the company develop better and let it deteriorate year by year. My ability can't be compared to your mother's. It's too difficult for me to make the company better." Sun Fengfei recalled all these years and felt a lot of emotions in her heart. Meng Yang's mother and Sun Fengfei were close friends. When Meng Yang's mother found out that she had a terminal illness, she handed the company over to Sun Fengfei, who was still the vice president at the time, to manage it. Over the years, she helped Meng Yang manage the company wholeheartedly. In Meng Yang's heart, he was very grateful to her. Meng Yang was really not good at business and management. He had no interest in these things. The only thing he could do now was to rely on Luo Xiao to not let the company be eliminated by the times and to completely transform it into a new life. The Meng family's company would be affiliated to Locke Group. Luo Xiao would send people to take over the company. From the brand name to the company's internal management system, everything would be overhauled. If he wanted a new life, he had to endure the pain and abandon the old. Although Sun Fengfei would no longer participate in the company's management, in order to thank her, Meng Yang would still give her an annual salary every year. It was an early retirement pension. After Meng Yang signed all the documents, he asked Sun Fengfei to stay for lunch. The two of them talked about the past and missed the time when Meng Yang's mother was still alive. They chatted until the afternoon, when Meng Yang sent Sun Fengfei away. Not long after Sun Fengfei left, Luo Xiao came back. After returning from Hangzhou, Meng Yang began to treat Luo Xiao's headaches. Therefore, he asked Luo Xiao to come home on time. In addition to smelling the fragrance, there was also fumigation, soaking, and using blended essential oils to massage the acupuncture points and meridians. Meng Yang asked the housekeeper to set up an aromatherapy room next to the bedroom. It was beautiful and comfortable. He also asked someone to send hot spring water every day to enhance the efficacy of the medicine. Meng Yang poured the herbal juice into the hot spring water. Then, he mixed it with one hand and opened the wooden cover on the wall with the other to set the temperature of the water. After Luo Xiao finished washing his body, he walked out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around his body. Meng Yang turned to look at his body. He couldn't help swallowing and said, "The temperature of the water has been adjusted. You only need to soak in it for half an hour today." Luo Xiao entered the wooden bathtub with a towel wrapped around his body. He sat down in the water with his back facing Meng Yang. Meng Yang helped him wipe his back with a towel. Luo Xiao's back muscles were very strong. His back alone gave people a feeling of firmness and reliability. This was the result of him working out in the office gym every day no matter how busy he was. Meng Yang loosened the towel and rubbed his shoulders and back with his hands. Then, he slowly hugged him from behind. "Uncle Luo." Luo Xiao closed his eyes and tried his best to restrain himself. Meng Yang pressed his face against Luo Xiao's back. Luo Xiao's breathing became heavier and heavier. Meng Yang's breathing also became more and more rapid. Luo Xiao suddenly turned around, hugged Meng Yang and kissed him deeply. Meng Yang was stunned for a moment. Then, he hugged Luo Xiao's neck and kissed him back. Both of them were deeply in love with each other. The more they kissed, the more emotional they became. It was as if all the love in their hearts was expressed to each other in this kiss. Luo Xiao let go of Meng Yang. He held his face and looked into his eyes. "I want to keep you by my side and take care of you. No matter 3 years later or how many years later, I won't let you go. Tomorrow, I will ask someone to cancel the prenuptial agreement. Do you agree?" Meng Yang's eyes were blurred by his kiss. After he heard Luo Xiao's words clearly, he nodded and said, "I agree." Luo Xiao kissed Meng Yang's lips again and said, "Recently, you will be participating in important competitions. You can't be distracted. After you finish all the competitions, we will have a good and in-depth talk about the future, okay?" "Okay." Meng Yang nodded again. The two of them kissed again. After Luo Xiao soaked for half an hour, Meng Yang let him lie on the aromatherapy bed. He covered him with a cloth and fumigated for half an hour. After the fumigation, Meng Yang let him turn over and lie on his stomach on the aromatherapy bed. Then, he straddled his back and helped him massage his acupuncture points and meridians with essential oil. After massaging Luo Xiao, Meng Yang was also sweating. When Luo Xiao went to the bathroom to take a shower, he also went to the bathroom to take a shower. Meng Yang and his senior brothers participated in the domestic youth tournament. In 3 days, there were 3 rounds of competitions. Meng Yang won the first place, Yu Junchen won the second place, and Wu Feng unexpectedly won the third place. The students who won the top 3 places could participate in the Western International Youth Tournament. Although St. James University's aromatherapy school was recognized as the best in the country, there were several other schools that were also very strong. It could be said that they were chasing closely behind St. James University's aromatherapy school. In order to reduce the pressure of competition and get more attention and resources, some very strong students would choose other schools. The second wife of a rich old man 32 Luoxing took a deep breath and said to his friends, "Today's party is specially prepared to celebrate my little father winning the first place in the competition. Everyone who is here today will be friends in the future. I hope that everyone can get along well and stop arguing." Almost everyone was shocked. They looked at each other and thought that they were hallucinating or dreaming. Otherwise, how could Luoxing say such words? Meng Yang smiled and then looked at the wine on the long table next to him. He motioned to Luoxing to bring a glass of wine. Luoxing went over and poured a glass of red wine and gave it to Meng Yang. Meng Yang looked at the wine in his hand and said, "White wine." Luoxing immediately turned around to change under the shocked eyes of others. He took a deep breath secretly and put down the red wine. Then he poured a glass of white wine and gave it to Meng Yang. Meng Yang took the glass and said to the crowd, "Thank you for coming to celebrate with me today. As you can see, Luoxing and I have reconciled. I am very happy that Luoxing is willing to recognize and respect me as an elder. So let bygones be bygones. The present and the future are the most important. Today, everyone, have a good time. I hope that everyone will have a good time and enjoy themselves. I propose a toast to everyone to express my gratitude." Meng Yang picked up the glass and took a sip. Then he handed the glass to Luoxing and said to the others with a smile, "Don't just stand here. It's rare that the weather is so good. Let's go and have fun." Although the others still didn't know what was going on, after Meng Yang went out with the others, they walked out in twos and threes and whispered to each other about what was going on. What's wrong with Luoxing? Does he really recognize Meng Yang as his stepfather? That's impossible, right? When Luoxing talked about Meng Yang before, he gnashed his teeth and looked like he wanted to tear him apart. Now, such a sudden change is too unbelievable. Could it be because of the previous news? But wasn't there no follow-up to that piece of news? Luoxing's father also didn't admit that the news was true. Let's find a chance to ask Luoxing what's going on later. Meng Yang admired the scenery as he walked towards the pavilion. He said to Luoxing behind him, "I heard that the spring water in Jadewater Mountain Villa is very good. Have someone brew a pot of tea for me to taste." "Yes." Luoxing immediately turned around and went to the back to ask someone to make tea for Meng Yang. Meng Yang walked into the pavilion and sat down. Luoxing quickly brought the tea over. Meng Yang opened the lid of the teacup and glanced at it. He said, "I don't drink green tea. It's bad for my stomach. Make a cup of black tea." "Yes." Luoxing didn't say anything else. He immediately turned around and asked someone to brew a new pot of black tea. Luoxing's actions shocked even Yu Junchen, let alone the others. He felt very uncomfortable in his heart. He finally understood what Luoxing meant by those words. But seeing Luoxing treat Meng Yang so respectfully and humbly, he felt very uncomfortable and uncomfortable. After the tea was served, Meng Yang picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then, he placed it on the stone table next to him and said to Luoxing, "I hope that everything you did today was from your heart and that you can continue to do so in the future. Then, in the future, we can really live in harmony without fighting. You go and talk to your friends. They must be waiting for your explanation. I'll call you if there's anything." "All right." Luoxing nodded, then turned around and walked towards his friends. Xiaoke walked to Meng Yang's side and asked in a low voice, "Did you really reconcile with Luoxing?" Although Xiaoke didn't think it was possible, he was still a little worried. "On the surface, it's true. As for whether it's true or not," Meng Yang smiled and said, "Whether it's true or not, I can go back on my words at any time. Now I want to see how tolerant he is." Xiaoku immediately understood what he meant. He nodded slightly and said, "Do you want me to help you test his tolerance?" "Okay." Meng Yang agreed. "It's just the beginning. It's better not to go too far. Just do it appropriately. Otherwise, you won't be able to play later." Lu Yunjing whispered. "I know. I know." Xiaoke said, "It'll be a pity if I can't play anymore after one time." Wu Feng walked to Meng Yang and asked, "What's going on? Aren't we here to play today?" Senior brothers, just enjoy yourselves to your heart's content. Do what you want to do and eat what you want to eat. Don't worry about anything else, said Meng Yang. Then we'll go and have a look around. The scenery here is really good. If there's anything, you can call us. Wu Feng said. Okay, go ahead. Meng Yang nodded. After Meng Yang finished his tea, he walked around with Lu Yunjing and Xiao Ku. The second wife of a rich old man 33. Meng Yang was busy studying, practicing for the overseas competition, and completing the final perfumer license exam. Sometimes, when his brain was really tired, he would ride around the Dragon's Ridge mountain to relax his mind. Blairet was invited by Luo Shou's brother, Luo Qi, to be a guest. As soon as he got off the car outside the gate of the mansion, he saw a noble and elegant light golden horse running towards him. He was immediately stunned when he saw the person on the horse. It was as if he had seen an illusion. Under the bright sunlight, the exquisite and beautiful elven prince was riding a Pegasus and running toward him. How he wished that this charming prince could jump down from the Pegasus and jump into his arms. Meng Yang was thinking about other things, so he didn't see Blairet and rode away. Blairet's eyes followed Meng Yang until Meng Yang disappeared from his sight. He didn't come back to his senses. Mr. Blairet, please come in. Luo Qi saw that Blairet was ignoring him, so he raised his voice and called, Mr. Blairet? Blairet came back to his senses and turned to look at Luo Qi. Please come in. Luo Qi raised his hand. Mr. Luo, that was. Blairet walked in and asked tentatively. He pretended that he didn't know Meng Yang so that he could find out what he wanted to know. That was my brother's wife. They just got married. Luo Qi replied. Really? But he looks very young. He is indeed very young. He is the same age as my brother's son. Oh? Blairet pretended to be surprised. How did they meet and get married? I don't know. My brother suddenly said that he was going to get married to his son's ex-lover. His son's ex-lover? What's going on? Blairet was really surprised this time. Let's go inside and talk. The day of the competition had arrived. Luo Shou had promised Meng Yang that he would go abroad with him, but even though he had tried his best to spare time, he could only go abroad 2 days later than Meng Yang. However, Meng Yang and the others didn't compete as soon as they arrived abroad, so it didn't matter if Lu Shou went there 2 days later. After you finish arranging your work, you must come and find me immediately. You can't miss my match, okay? Meng Yang hugged Luo Shou's waist and looked up at him. Don't worry, I won't miss your match, Luo Shou replied. After Meng Yang and the others arrived abroad, there were still 4 or 5 days before the competition started. Luo Shou could still make it. Meng Yang raised his hand and wrapped it around Luo Shou's neck. He tiptoed and kissed Luo Shou's lips. Luo Shou held his waist with one hand and raised his chin with the other to kiss him back. Luo Shou sent Meng Yang to the airport. Meng Yang reluctantly said goodbye to him and then got off the car to meet his seniors. They went abroad to compete, representing themselves and the school. There were also several masters with them. Another advantage of becoming a master was that even if they didn't get the qualification to participate in the international competition, they could still go with the school to broaden their horizons and learn. They went abroad a few days before the competition started because they wanted to visit several perfume parks and plantations and buy some spices. After getting off the plane, no one expected that Blairet would come to pick them up. Welcome. Blairet shook hands with the masters and then said with a smile, I'll be in charge of the reception this time. This way, please. The students were very surprised. No matter what, they didn't need someone like Blairet to do the reception. After watching the masters get in the car and leave, Blairet turned to the students and said, Everyone, please get in the car. After the masters left, the students finally couldn't suppress their excitement. They looked at the idol of the perfume industry with joy and expressed that they wanted to take a photo with him. In the next few days, we will meet every day. There will be many opportunities to take photos, so don't worry. Go to the hotel and have a rest first, Blairet said gently. Most of the students were fascinated by Blairet's gentle and polite demeanor. In this world where same-sex marriage was allowed, people were fascinated by a person's charm, regardless of whether they were men or women. More than a dozen black cars were waiting behind. Just as the students were about to get in the cars, Blairet walked to Meng Yang and asked him, "Can you take my car?" Meng Yang looked at him and said, "No, I'll go with my seniors." Everyone looked over and wondered why Blairet only invited Meng Yang. Blairet looked at Meng Yang and smiled. After nodding, he turned and got in the car. The second wife of a rich old man 34. Meng Yang punched Blairet and snatched his phone back. He saw that the call had been hung up. When he was about to dial Luo Xiu's number again, he found that there was no signal. "What did you do?" Meng Yang glared at Blairet and asked. "Is there no signal?" Blairet rubbed his face and said, "If there is no signal, it means that a storm is coming. It will take at least a day and a night for the storm to pass. That is to say, you can't go back until the day after tomorrow. But don't worry, such a storm won't last more than 3 days, so you won't miss the game." As soon as Blairet finished speaking, a strong wind blew in from the French window and lifted the heavy curtains completely. The timing of all this was so perfect, as if it was controlled by Blairet. Meng Yang was so angry that he lifted his collar and began to beat him again. Blairet didn't expect that Meng Yang would beat him, and he didn't expect Meng Yang to be so strong. Blairet also practiced fighting since he was a child, and he was actually better than Meng Yang. However, he was reluctant to fight back against Meng Yang, so he could only resolve and block Meng Yang's fists, but he couldn't block some of them and could only take some of them. As soon as Wu Feng entered the room, he saw Meng Yang beating Blairet. He was shocked and quickly ran over to hold Meng Yang and dragged him back. "Meng Yang, stop. Calm down." Wu Feng held Meng Yang and asked, "What happened?" Meng Yang panted and slowly pushed Wu Feng away. Then he looked at Blairet and said, "Get out." "I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to be so angry." Blairet looked at Meng Yang apologetically. "I told you to get out," Meng Yang said with a cold face. Blairet could only leave first. He wanted to talk to Meng Yang after he calmed down tomorrow. He felt that his biggest mistake was that he didn't expect Meng Yang to have such a fiery temper. He had calculated everything, including the arrival of the storm, but he didn't expect Meng Yang to actually make a move on him. Meng Yang was clearly such a calm and composed person. Briley raised his hand and touched his face again. He couldn't help but laugh. He felt that he might be masochistic. After being beaten up by Meng Yang, he actually liked him even more. He felt that Meng Yang's angry look was quite cute. "Wu Meng Yang," and then he went to Meng Yang. "And Meng Yang, why did you fight? No, why did you start hitting him? We can't leave here until the day after tomorrow." Meng Yang sat down on the sofa and looked at his phone that had no signal. Wu Feng turned his head and looked out of the window again. He walked to Meng Yang and said, "The weather is changing too fast. Why did it suddenly start to storm? If the storm gets worse tomorrow, we won't be able to leave for the time being. It won't rain for a few days and cause us to miss the competition, right? I shouldn't have come." Blairet said it will stop the day after tomorrow. He is also a judge of the competition. If we can't participate in the competition, he will take responsibility. So, he shouldn't be lying. That's good. Wu Feng was relieved. He originally wanted to ask Meng Yang why he hit Blairet, but seeing that Meng Yang didn't want to talk about it, he didn't continue to ask. Meng Yang sat there in a daze. Every word Blairet said just now made him angry. In his previous life, he waited and persisted for so many years, but he didn't get to be with Luo Xiu. Maybe it was because of his persistence that he was able to be reborn. In this life, he had the chance to start a happy life with Luo Xiu again. He hated anyone who dared to say that he would divorce Luo Xiu. Meng Yang felt that Blairet underestimated him. Did he think that he would have a good impression of him by playing some tricks and being romantic? He wasn't Yu Junchen. He was already with Luo Xing and knew that Wen Yuan liked him, but he still had an ambiguous relationship with Wen Yuan. He enjoyed the feeling of being loved by two people at the same time. The storm at night was getting bigger and bigger. The storm was like a monster in the sea that wanted to break out of the sea. It was the kind that could scare children to tears. Meng Yang looked at his phone and didn't sleep. Another reason why Blairet's words made him angry was that he said that Luo Xiu didn't love him. It hurt his heart. He and Luo Xiu didn't get married because they loved each other. Although Luo Xiu had shown his feelings for him during this period of time, he didn't express it personally, so he still felt a little uneasy in his heart. After Meng Yang hung up the phone, Luo Xiu called him back more than 10 times, but he didn't get through. He immediately contacted the hotel and Lin Sungtai. After several calls, he found out that Meng Yang was taken away by Brian. More than 2 hours later, Luo Xiu arrived at the airport and got on his private plane to go abroad. Meng Yang couldn't sleep, so he simply got up from the bed and sat on the sofa to watch the storm outside get bigger and bigger. It was still dark outside when the sky was supposed to be bright, and the storm showed no signs of abating. The sea must be turbulent. Meng Yang thought that even if Luo Xiu rushed to this country overnight, he definitely couldn't come to this island today. Maybe he would come to pick him up tomorrow, but he really missed him now. During breakfast, Blarick comforted everyone, saying that the storm would pass tonight and they would definitely be able to leave tomorrow. The other students were not in a hurry to leave, especially when Blarick promised that they would be able to leave tomorrow. Instead, they felt lucky to be able to stay one more day, because this castle was really beautiful, and there were many works of art collected by Blarick that they could appreciate. Even if they did nothing but sit in the hall in a daze, they could imagine that they were the royal family of this country and lived a happy life here. Blarick kept looking at Meng Yang. He wanted to have a good talk with Meng Yang, but Meng Yang sat in the hall motionless and didn't even go back to his room. Wu Feng and Qin Hong sat on either side of him, so Blarick couldn't find a chance to talk with him alone. When it was almost noon, Blake was still thinking about how to calm Meng Yang down so that Meng Yang would not be so defensive and resistant to him. When he was seriously thinking about it, a group of people suddenly walked in from outside, causing everyone sitting in the hall to be stunned. Uncle Luo. Meng Yang was stunned at first, then he suddenly stood up and ran to Luo Xiu. He looked at Luo Xiu and said, "How did you get here? By plane? It's too dangerous in this weather." Luo Xiu held Meng Yang's face and carefully observed the expression on Meng Yang's face. He saw that Meng Yang didn't seem to be wronged except for the worried expression on his face, so he was temporarily relieved. He took Meng Yang into his arms and kissed his forehead. Meng Yang felt Luo Xiu's lips trembling slightly. He was stunned again, then he looked up at Luo Xiu and said, "Uncle Luo, Blarick, you're too reckless. You knew that there would be a storm last night and today, but you still brought these students to the island without permission." A woman in a formal dress walked to Blarick and looked at him as she scolded, "If anything happens to any of them, can you bear the responsibility? Since I brought them here, I will naturally be responsible for their safety and can guarantee that nothing will happen to them." Blarick looked at his sister and said calmly. The second wife of a rich old man 35 Meng Yang lay on his side in Luo Xiu's arms and took deep breaths. There were still tear stains on his face because he cried very hard just now. Just now, he felt very painful, but also very comfortable. After all, it was his first time. He had never had such an experience before. The combination of pain and comfort was too stimulating for him and he couldn't help but cry. Meng Yang's voice was a little hoarse. Luo Xiu got out of bed to pour a cup of warm water, then held him in his arms and fed him. Luo Xiu put the cup on the bedside table, then continued to lie down and hold Meng Yang. He buried his face in his neck and seriously enjoyed the fragrance of his body. Luo Xiu used to think that Meng Yang's body would only emit this seductive and sweet smell when he was asleep at night. But after doing it, the sweet smell of his body smelled even better. It was addictive. Meng Yang hugged Luo Xiu tightly. His body was still trembling slightly because the aftertaste hadn't faded away. His body still couldn't get rid of the feeling just now. "Uncle Luo, let's have a child as soon as possible," Meng Yang said in a hoarse voice. "Well, it's really time to have a child of my own," Luo Xiu replied. Now they were a real husband and wife relationship. He felt that he was already at this age and it was time to have his own child. Moreover, his current ability and strength were enough to protect Meng Yang and their child to have a stable life. Moreover, he had endured for so many years. The plan and action to deal with the family Qing could also be carried out. "My child?" Meng Yang pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Don't you already have one? Although I know you don't like Luo Xing, blood relations can't be changed. Luo Xing is not my son. He was conceived after his mother had an affair with her ex-boyfriend who was forced to break up with her because he was too poor. Luo Xiao sat up and hugged Meng Yang. He said, Luo Xing's mother and I were forced to get married by our families. At that time, I was still young. I thought that even if there was no love between us, we could live with mutual respect. However, Luo Xing's mother was arrogant and domineering. Her personality was really unbearable, so she thought that she would try her best to stay away from her in the future. We were forced to sleep together several times by our families. His mother drugged me in my tea. I knew about it, but I didn't expose her on purpose. I knew that nothing had happened between us, but not long after, she got pregnant. Then why didn't you tell the truth at that time? Meng Yang asked. At that time, I thought that Luo Xing's mother didn't want to marry me, and I didn't want to marry her either. We never had feelings for each other, so even if she was pregnant with someone else's child, I didn't feel anything in my heart. Another thing was that family Cheng's power was stronger than our family. My father wasn't as shrewd as Master Cheng. So if this matter was exposed, it wouldn't be good for our family. I thought that after I finished my studies, I would go out and find a reason to divorce Luo Xing's mother and let her be with her ex-boyfriend. At that time, I would announce that Luo Xing wasn't my biological son. But before I graduated, my father passed away due to illness. I had no choice but to shoulder the family Luo business. When family Cheng saw that my father passed away suddenly, and at that time, the family Luo company was facing a crisis, they immediately began to hit our company while it was down. They ruthlessly stepped on family Luo to death. At first, I thought that Master Cheng did this because he knew that Luo Xing wasn't my son. But after many tests, I found that he didn't know. After I successfully turned the family Luo business around, he still dreamed of letting Luo Xing inherit the family Luo business. Meng Yang raised his head and stroked his face. He looked at him with heartache and said, "Those years, you must have suffered a lot, right? It's all in the past." Luo Xiao said calmly. But in these few words, there was a sadness that ordinary people couldn't understand. If only I could be by your side at that time. Meng Yang really hoped that he could face those difficult days with Luo Xiao. Now that you're by my side, it's the best time. Luo Xiao kissed his palm and said, I hope that you can live happily every day. I don't want you to suffer with me. And if I had met you at that time, I wouldn't have been able to take care of you at all, and I wouldn't have been with you. Meng Yang shrank into Luo Xiao's arms, leaned his head on his shoulder and said, Since Luo Xing isn't your biological son, then after we have a child, we'll announce the truth and let them deeply feel the feeling of their dreams being shattered. I want to have a child as soon as possible. Uncle Luo, you have to work hard. Do you mean that when you cry until your throat is hoarse, you won't stop working hard? Luo Xiao asked. Yes, the kind of hard work until I get pregnant. Meng Yang kissed him on the mouth, then lay back in his arms and prepared to have a good sleep. He didn't sleep last night. Just now, he had done a lot of strenuous exercise. Now, he was really tired and needed to sleep. Before the start of the competition, Meng Yang didn't move with the other students. Luo Xiao helped him ask for leave from Lin Sungtai and took him to live in the hotel in advance. This hotel was in a botanical garden, so the area was very large and very beautiful. In addition to a few tall buildings, the rest of the hotel was a villa. Meng Yang and Luo Xiao occasionally left the room during the day to take a walk outside. The rest of the time, they stayed in the room and worked very hard to make a baby. 2 days later, several masters and Wu Feng also came. Meng Yang went to meet them. Wu Feng looked at Meng Yang's face and said, I haven't seen you for only 2 or 3 days, but you seem to have changed a little. What's different? Meng Yang asked doubtfully. Why do I feel that your face is glowing? It seems to be more beautiful. Wu Feng said. Meng Yang smiled and didn't say anything. He thought that if his face was really glowing, it must be the light of happiness. Before the start of the competition, some preparations had to be made. The contestants from other countries had also arrived one after another. The reporters were also busy interviewing them. The masters and their students went into a lounge randomly and waited for the staff of the organizer to come over and take them to the audience seats arranged for them. This way, they wouldn't run around when the competition started tomorrow. Suddenly, several people walked in quickly. They thought that they were going to take them to the audience seats, but those people hurriedly said, Sorry, please leave immediately." "What happened?" one of the masters asked in confusion. "Cersei is going to be interviewed here. You only have 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, you can come in again. Please leave now," the staff said quickly. "Hurry up." One of the staff urged again. "Cersei's car is about to arrive at the entrance. He doesn't like crowded places. If he sees so many of you sitting here, he definitely won't accept the interview. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and leave." Because the staff was too anxious, his tone and attitude were very bad. Although the masters were unhappy, they didn't want to argue with these people who were just following orders. They could only stand up and leave with their students. When they walked to the hall outside, they saw a large group of reporters already waiting behind the door. 3 black cars stopped outside the hall. After a few bodyguards got out of the car, they opened the door of the car at the front. A young man with blonde hair and blue eyes wearing a mask got out of the car. He was the winner of last year's and the year before that, Cersei. The bodyguards pushed the reporters away and escorted Cersei inside. A large group of people walked into the lounge where Meng Yang and the others were sitting. The second wife of a rich old man 36. When it was time for the competition, the organizer opened the door to the competition area and invited Cersei in first before letting the other contestants in. The organizer was trying to please Cersei not only because she won first place last year and the year before. Another reason was that Cersei's perfume had the highest sales last year. Since the organizer was related to Cersei's company, they naturally wanted to give special treatment to this genius who could make them rich. The competition area and the audience area were separated by glass. The contestants' sense of smell was very sensitive. If they were not separated, too many people would affect the contestants' performance. In fact, this kind of perfume competition was not interesting at all. However, there were still thousands of spectators from all over the world, and almost all of them were rich people. Because most of the contestants were already very famous in their own countries, these spectators either came to support the contestants or were extreme fans of perfume. Many of them were Cersei's fans and wanted to see this year's youth competition with their own eyes. In the competition area, there were more than a dozen trapezoidal display tables. On the tables, there were dozens of bottles of extracted perfume of a single fragrance. Each contestant would choose 10 to 15 different fragrances from these brown bottles and mix them on the spot. After mixing, they would first give the score to the main judge. The 10 contestants with the highest scores would then be given to the 100 spectators from all over the world to vote. The president of the International Perfume Association announced that the theme of this year's competition was Dream. After announcing the start of the competition, the contestants immediately walked to the brown bottles and opened the caps one by one to choose the fragrance they wanted. So, what was the meaning of this competition? The main reason was that there were many so-called perfume geniuses all over the world, and there was a lot of debate about whether these geniuses were worthy of their names. Therefore, it was better to gather these geniuses together and mix them according to the theme on the spot. Then, they would compare and see who was the real genius among geniuses. Although these brown bottles contained fragrant liquids extracted from the same plant, the quality of the same plant was not necessarily different. Therefore, this was a test of the contestants' sensitivity and olfactory quotient, as well as their understanding of the raw materials. After choosing the fragrance they wanted, they went to the table with many tools and began to mix. This was the real test of the contestants' talent in mixing fragrances. Just by mixing the liquids with different fragrances together in different order and proportions, the final product would be very different. Some people took test tubes and droppers and carefully confirmed the ratio. Then, they carefully poured these liquids into the measuring cup according to the order in their hearts. After gently stirring with a stirring rod, they fanned the air with their hands to confirm the smell. If they felt that it was not the fragrance they wanted, they would start mixing again. In short, they could mix as many times as they wanted within the specified time. Meng Yang spent most of his time selecting the single fragrance perfume. There were too many bottles, and it took a lot of time just to open them one by one. After choosing, he covered the top of the table with a black cloth because the contestants' formulas were not allowed to be seen. Then, without using test tubes or droppers, he poured the single fragrance perfume he wanted into the measuring cup one by one. Every time he added a perfume, he would close his eyes and concentrate to smell it carefully. Only the judges sat behind the glass wall. Blairet had been ordered by his father to reflect on his mistakes in the past 2 days. Today, he was a judge, so he was allowed to go out. He was almost 30 years old, but he was still grounded. He found it ridiculous when he thought about it. His eyes were fixed on Meng Yang alone. He couldn't suppress the love in his heart. The thing that bothered him the most was why he hadn't met Meng Yang earlier. Instead, he had only met Meng Yang after he had already married and fallen in love with his husband. Why did fate play such a trick on him? Cersei raised her head and looked at Blairet. Following Blairet's gaze, she turned to look at Meng Yang. She paused for a moment, then lowered her head and began to concentrate on mixing the perfume. Meng Yang put the perfume he had mixed into a clean dark brown bottle. He wrote his name and number on the label and stuck it on the bottle. Then, he put a new label on the label so that no one would know who made the perfume until the label was torn off. Meng Yang put his perfume bottle on the circular display table, then walked into the waiting room. The other contestants also put their perfume bottles on the table and went into the waiting room to wait for the results. When the time was up, the staff rearranged all the perfume bottles and wrote numbers on the blank labels. Then, they put the bottles in front of the judges one by one for them to give the scores. This was a very time-consuming process, and everyone was nervously waiting for the results. After the judges gave the scores to each bottle of perfume, the audience began to leave their seats to prepare. The staff put the top 10 perfume scores given by the judges into 10 small circular rooms. The audience could enter each room twice. After smelling the perfume in a room, they could write down their feelings and scores on a notebook before entering the next room. While the audience was voting, the main judge started a discussion while waiting for the results to come out. This year is really a harvest of geniuses. Except for the number 3 perfume, there are a few other bottles that are equally good. I am really distressed and hesitant when I am giving the scores. Which contestant made this perfume number 3? I'm really curious. This year's first place will definitely be him. Who is it? I want to know as soon as possible. Although the perfume that gets first place in the International Youth Competition sells very well every year, the number 3 perfume will definitely have explosive sales. I will definitely be one of the consumers who will buy it. I think the number 3 perfume should be made by Cersei. Other than him, who else could be so talented to make such a dreamy perfume with a limited fragrance? It seems that he has made a new breakthrough this time. Speaking of dreamy perfume, the number 3 perfume fits the theme perfectly. Blairet, what do you think? I also feel that number 3 perfume is the best, but it's still hard to say who is the maker of number 3 perfume. Braille said with a smile. Don't you have confidence in Cersei? The female judge joked with a smile. The other judges also laughed because there were rumors about Blairet and Cersei. Although Blairet had always denied it, there were still people who liked to use Cersei to tease him. There was a little chaos in the audience judges area. Originally, the 100 audience judges had to take turns to enter the small room. However, the people who entered the number 3 perfume room were constantly urged by the staff members to come out. In the second round, only those who wanted to enter the room were allowed to enter. Most of the people waited outside the number 3 perfume room. The people inside couldn't come out, and the people outside couldn't go in. The organizers had to find more staff members to evacuate the crowd. Then, they set a time limit for the people who went in and had to come out in groups of 4 or 5. After waiting for a long time, the glass wall between the competition area and the audience was raised. The host went on stage to announce the winner of the number 1 perfume. This year's number 3 perfume is the number 1 perfume. Both the judges and the audience liked the number 3 perfume very much. Therefore, the number 3 perfume received an overwhelming number of points and votes. The host said, then, before we announce the winner of the number 3 perfume, please give your comments on this year's number 1 perfume. The number 3 perfume gives me a wonderful feeling. The gentle floral fragrance makes me feel very comfortable, and the faint fruity fragrance is just right. It makes me involuntarily want to explore deeper. It really is like a wonderful dream. I gave the number 3 perfume a very high score because I think the number 3 perfume has no boundaries. Regardless of gender, age, or gender, this perfume can feel the beauty of this perfume. This is the most successful part of this contestant. No matter who he is, I have to admit that he is really a genius. I think Linda is right. The number 3 perfume has no boundaries because its fragrance is not too sweet, but not too light either. It is just the right combination of floral and fruity fragrance. It makes people feel very comfortable. It has a clean and pure fragrance. I can't feel any lust from it. It makes people feel comfortable and relaxed. It also makes people want to get close to it. That's why I gave it the highest score. I predict that it will sell well and get very high ratings. The second wife of a rich old man 37. After the award ceremony, the host announced the top 10 rankings. Then, the audience left the venue one by one, and the reporters interviewed the top 3. The questions that the reporters asked the most were Meng Yang's feelings about winning the award, and Cersei's feelings about not getting first place. Both of their answers were very official and watertight, so the astute reporters couldn't get any juicy information out of them. The most pitiful one was the third place. This was his last year participating in the international youth competition, and after so many years, he finally got third place. However, he didn't have any sense of presence at all, so he was unintentionally ignored by everyone. After the interview, they returned to the lounge and prepared to leave. Through the exit, Blairt was already waiting in the lounge. He looked at Meng Yang and said, "Congratulations." "Thank you," Meng Yang thanked him calmly and walked out of the lounge. Luo Xiao was waiting for him outside the lounge. As soon as Meng Yang came out, Luo Xiao put his arm around him and walked out. Under the escort of the bodyguards, Luo Xiao walked out of the hall with Meng Yang in his arms. There were already many reporters waiting outside. During the interview, there were too many reporters. It was good enough that each one of them could ask 1 or 2 questions. They still had a lot of questions that they wanted to hear from Meng Yang personally. They were even trying to get a chance to interview him alone. After all, he was the first Asian to get first place in the International Youth Fragrance Mixing Competition. The current situation was completely different from the previous day. Yesterday, there were no reporters who wanted to interview Meng Yang, a contestant whose name they had never even heard of. Today, however, the reporters were fighting to get the exclusive news. After getting in the car, Meng Yang jumped into Luo Xiao's arms and asked him happily, "I got first place. Do I get a reward?" "What reward do you want?" Luo Xiao touched his face and asked. His eyes were full of love. He was very proud of Meng Yang. "Anything?" Meng Yang asked. "Anything is fine." There was nothing that Luo Xiao couldn't promise Meng Yang now. He was even willing to give his life to Meng Yang, let alone other things. "I haven't decided yet. I'll tell you when I've decided. I need to slowly accumulate my wishes. Then, you'll have to listen to me in the future." Meng Yang's words were completely unreasonable, but it was also a kind of happiness to be so unreasonable with the person he loved. "Okay." Luo Xiao immediately agreed, and then kissed his soft lips. There were too many reporters who wanted to interview Meng Yang alone, but Meng Yang refused all of them, so they could only rely on their own imagination. Therefore, there were some rumors that Meng Yang was not famous at all before, and even won the first place in his first international competition. It was very likely that their country had secretly trained him for many years. He didn't participate in any competitions before, so that he wouldn't be exposed in advance. It was good for him to shock the Western fragrance industry in the Western International Youth Competition. These rumors were reasonable and seemed to be true. Even Meng Yang's senior brothers almost believed it after reading the report. They thought that Meng Yang might really be a talent secretly trained by their country's fragrance industry to shock the Western countries. After the news spread back to China, the domestic fragrance industry also became lively. This time, Meng Yang's fame was completely spread in the domestic fragrance industry. The masters were resting in the villa, while Meng Yang and the others were playing in the swimming pool. Because the hotel occupied a large area, there were many large and small swimming pools. The area where they stayed was within the range of the swimming pool. There were not many people in their area, and not everyone would come to the swimming pool, so Meng Yang and the others could play happily. Luo Xiao sat on the beach chair. Meng Yang took out the sunscreen and asked him to help him apply it. Luo Xiao didn't let him take off his shirt. After helping him apply the sunscreen on his arms, he directly put his hand into his clothes to help him apply the sunscreen. It was Meng Yang's own request, but Luo Xiu's actions made him a little embarrassed. He blushed and urged, "Hurry up, you don't have to apply the sunscreen so carefully. It's not good for so many people to see." "Then let them see. What are you afraid of?" After Luo Xiu helped him apply the sunscreen on his front, he held him in his arms and carefully applied the sunscreen on his back. Meng Yang lay in Luo Xiu's arms, his hands hugging his shoulders. He bit his lips and felt Luo Xiu's broad and slightly rough palms moving up and down the skin on his back. Then, his face and ears turned red. After Luo Xiu was finally willing to let go of him, Meng Yang quickly got up and trotted. Then, he jumped into the swimming pool to calm his already hot body down. Luo Xiu sat on the deck chair and watched Meng Yang and his seniors play volleyball on the water. Seeing Meng Yang laughing happily, Luo Xiu felt a sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, a figure stopped beside him. He turned his head and glanced at it, then continued to look at Meng Yang in the swimming pool. "I always thought that Boss Luo was a very rational person." Blairet also looked at the swimming pool in front of him and said, "I didn't expect that there would be such an irrational side to him." Different perspectives lead to different conclusions about a matter. Luo Xiu replied, "You think that my decision is irrational, but I think that it is a very rational decision for me. If you suspend the cooperation with my father's company, your company will also have to bear a certain amount of losses. I think that Boss Luo shouldn't bring personal feelings into work. Meng Yang is already the focus of the world. In the future, more people will fall in love with him. If Boss Luo starts this business, he will definitely not be able to stop it in the future. Then, your company will be in a precarious situation. If I want to change my previous decision, then I have to bear some losses. But from a long-term perspective, I don't think my decision is wrong. I think you should be very clear in your heart that I don't have to choose to cooperate with your father's company. Meng Yang is already the focus of the world. I am happy to show him to the world, but this doesn't mean that I have to tolerate your offensive actions and not retaliate," Luo Xiu said. Blairet had always thought that he was very smart and that nothing unexpected would happen. But first, he didn't expect that Meng Yang's temper would be so bad that he would directly attack him without saying anything. Then, he didn't expect that Luo Xiu would value Meng Yang so much that he would use a submarine to take Meng Yang away in advance. What's more, he didn't expect that Luo Xiu would directly suspend the cooperation with his father's company for a year because of this matter. Now that his father asked him to apologize to Luo Xiu, he had no choice but to do so. "I apologize to Boss Luo for my offensive actions, and I promise that I won't do such actions again. I hope that Boss Luo can reconsider cooperating with my father. Go back and tell your father that I will consider it carefully." When Blairet heard this, he knew that Luo Xiu was patronizing him. He could only say, "Then what do I have to do to make Boss Luo be willing to immediately resume the cooperation with my father?" Sometimes, it's difficult for people to control their feelings. So, if I ask you not to like Meng Yang, it's definitely not realistic. But behavior can be controlled, so my request is that you never take the initiative to approach Meng Yang again, and you are not allowed to pursue him in any way. The second wife of a rich old man 38 Luo Xiu won against Breely in swimming. Meng Yang was even more excited than when he won the first place in the competition. He didn't care that so many people were watching. He happily kissed Luo Xiu several times on the face. The onlookers were also discussing. Boss Luo actually beat Blairet by half a swimming pool. His stamina and explosive power are too good, right? Boss Luo is almost 10 years older than Blairet. Not only is his figure comparable to Blairet's, but his stamina is even better than Blairet's. He's too strong. What era is it now? How can one's age be determined by how many years one has lived? I think the age of one's body is the most important thing now. In the past, there were always people who said that life can't be perfect. But now, Meng Yang has everything going for him. Do you want to swim? Luo Xiu asked while hugging Meng Yang. Yes, yes, yes. Meng Yang pulled Luo Xiu into the water. I don't know how to swim yet. Teach me. I want to learn how to swim like you. After entering the water, Luo Xiu first taught him the swimming posture. After teaching him the movements, he put his hand under Meng Yang's stomach and let him start practicing. Meng Yang practiced for a while, then hugged Luo Xiao and rested for a while. The two's bodies were close to each other in the water. This kind of touch was very different. The two didn't care if there were other people around them. They hugged and kissed passionately, almost blinding the onlookers. After Meng Yang was tired from practicing, the two left the swimming pool and prepared to return to their room. Meng Yang found that many people were peeking at Luo Xiao. He wrapped a bath towel around his waist, thinking that this was his and he wouldn't let anyone see it. After returning to the room, Meng Yang took off his wet clothes, wrapped a bath towel around his waist, and prepared to take a shower. Before entering the bathroom, he hugged Luo Xiao's waist. "What's wrong?" Luo Xiao looked at him and asked. Meng Yang was embarrassed to say that it was because he looked too sexy in his swimming trunks, so he wanted to hug her. He suddenly turned around and said, "Wait for me. Don't take off your swimsuit yet." Meng Yang found his phone and began to take pictures of Luo Xiao. While taking pictures, he said like a photographer, "Turn around a little. Here, and behind." Meng Yang took a picture of Luo Xiao's swimming trunks and prepared to use it as his phone wallpaper. Luo Xiao's male model-like figure was like a print advertisement for swimming trunks. "Are you done?" Luo Xiao asked. Okay. Let me choose my favorite one." "Which one should I choose?" Meng Yang looked at the pictures in distress and began to choose. "Take a shower first." Luo Xiao took Meng Yang's phone and threw it on the bed. Then he picked him up and carried him into the bathroom. After the door of the bathroom was closed, the sound of running water could be heard for a while. Then, there were faint shouts and slapping sounds. Meng Yang lay on the bed. He felt that he had no strength at all. He just wanted to sleep. Luo Xiao lay on his back and kissed his face gently. "Uncle Luo, I want to sleep," Meng Yang said weakly. "Didn't you say that I should work hard until you are pregnant?" Luo Xiao said. "But I still need to rest." "And I." Meng Yang wanted to say that he was not as strong as Luo Xiao, but he fell asleep before he finished his words. Luo Xiao kissed Meng Yang's face. Then he fell asleep with him in his arms. They slept until it was dark. Then they got up and prepared to attend the banquet in the evening. Meng Yang told Luo Xiao about the unfair treatment they had encountered yesterday. Luo Xiao frowned and called his friend. Half an hour later, the person in charge of the competition personally brought people to apologize to Lin Songtai and the others. "It's our fault for not managing the event properly. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to express my apologies." The person in charge said sincerely, "We have already punished the staff member who sold your audience judge certificate without permission. We have also reported to the International Perfume Association to blacklist the people who bought the audience judge certificate from him. They can no longer be audience judges in the future." Lin Songtai and the other masters looked at each other. Seeing their sincere attitude, they accepted their apology. However, Lin Songtai knew that these masters came to apologize not only because Meng Yang won the first place. The main reason should be that Luo Xiao had done something. They had heard that Luo Xiao had been working hard to expand his industry in the Western countries over the years and had his own forces. Now, it seemed that this rumor was true. The organizer gave some gifts specially prepared for the distinguished guests. After apologizing again, he left with his people. Grandpa Lin and the others washed up and got ready to attend the banquet. As audience judges, they had received the banquet invitation before they came. The second wife of a rich old man 39 Meng Yang arranged for people to give city fumigation, medicinal baths, and acupuncture. Every night, they would light the medicinal incense at his bedside and wait for a month to see the effect. Meng Yang only stayed in the country for a few days before he had to go abroad again. Regarding the sales of his award-winning perfume, although he didn't need to do everything himself, there were still some things that required him to be present. For example, among the many brands that he wanted to co-brand, Luo Xiao got someone to help him screen it out. In the end, he still had to make the decision himself. Because Meng Yang's company was only a little famous in China, the best way to raise its level was to co-brand with a big brand. Every year, the winner of the youth competition was allowed to use the crown logo on the perfume bottle, which was officially designed by the International Perfume Association. Nowadays, many people liked to collect Crown perfume bottles every year, and the winner's perfume would sell well every year. The big brand perfume companies wanted to use the Crown logo on their brands, and they also wanted to make a lot of money from the popularity. Therefore, there were many big brand perfume companies that wanted to co-brand with them. Meng Yang looked at the companies that had been selected, and suddenly stopped and asked, "Wen Xiao? Isn't that Cersei's personal brand? Cersei's company and himself both have the intention to work with you, and the conditions that they offered are very sincere. Cersei also said that if you are willing, he would like to talk to you face to face," said the assistant. Meng Yang turned his head and looked at Luo Xiao, who was standing by the French window and talking on the phone. He thought for a while. When Luo Xiao finished the call and walked over, Meng Yang said to him, "Cersei wants to work with me. Do you think he has other motives? I heard that there were rumors about him and Blairet. Does he know that Blairet likes me? I've already learned about this matter. I think he really wants to cooperate with you. Moreover, the biggest boss of their company has a good relationship with me, so cooperating with their company is a good choice. Even if he hid it well and had ulterior motives, I was confident that I wouldn't let him succeed. If you're worried, you can meet him and have a chat. You can test him." Luo Xiao kissed Meng Yang and said, "I have to go to the company. If you want to meet Cersei, let them arrange it." After Meng Yang walked Luo Xiao out, he thought about it carefully and finally decided to meet with Cersei. After the assistant arranged a meeting place, Meng Yang went out under the escort of the bodyguards. Cersei arrived a little earlier than Meng Yang, but he didn't seem to be in good spirits. You don't look very good. Are you not feeling well?" Meng Yang thought to himself. How could he talk about business in this state? "I didn't expect you to meet me today. I drank too much with my friends last night and didn't sleep at all." Cersei rubbed his face with both hands and said, "It's rude of me to meet you in this state. I'm sorry." "It's okay. I didn't think it through before suddenly asking to meet you." Meng Yang said, "Why don't you go back and rest first? We can talk tomorrow. I often get drunk, but I can still talk when I have a hangover. The sunny and handsome boy is just a persona. In fact, I started drinking a long time ago, but you don't have to think that I've encountered something unfortunate. I've never suffered since I was a child. My parents love me very much. I just like to drink, and I have a lot of inspiration after I get drunk." Cersei said, "And I can't wait to tell you my thoughts." Meng Yang thought that this person was quite interesting. He smiled and said, "Tell me about it." Then Cersei told Meng Yang his thoughts. Cersei said that he liked the perfume made by Meng Yang very much. He also got an inspiration from the perfume that Meng Yang made. If the two of them cooperated and combined Western romantic art with Eastern healing aesthetics, it would definitely be very popular. Maybe it would reach unprecedented heights in the future. Meng Yang listened very carefully. Cersei's various descriptions and ideas were very tempting. "What do you think?" Cersei looked at Meng Yang expectantly and asked. "I have to admit that your idea is very attractive to me. I even want to realize it as soon as possible." Meng Yang looked at him and said, "But there's still one thing that worries me." "You mean Blairet?" Cersei asked directly. "I know that you like him. You should also know that he likes me. If we start to cooperate and have conflicts because of him, that's a very Eastern way of thinking." Cersei smiled and said, "Blairet is not the first man I like, and he won't be the last. I like him now, but it doesn't mean that I will always like him. In my life, nothing is more important than perfume. I will never do something stupid for someone who doesn't like me." Cersei shrugged and said, "I can have as many men as I want. Why would I go against money for a man? Besides, I haven't stopped dating men. I need to enjoy life to get more inspiration. Blairet is just one of my many inspirations that I haven't gotten yet. I don't understand why you got married at such a young age. There are so many interesting things in the world. Why would you bind yourself with marriage so early? I can't tell you the reason, and I can't describe my thoughts to you. Maybe one day, you will meet someone who can make you not afraid to live no matter how painful it is. You will understand how I feel no matter how happy you are. Then I hope that I will never meet such a person. I want to enjoy life to the fullest. I can't imagine liking only one person all the time. The two chatted for a long time before they parted. They agreed to talk about the cooperation officially tomorrow. Meng Yang also understood why Luo Xiao was willing to cooperate with Cersei. He felt Cersei's passion for perfume. Although they had different ideas, they unexpectedly got along well. Meng Yang felt that he had met a confidant when it came to perfuming. Meng Yang left the formulas of several perfumes to Luo Xiao and hurried back to China after they finished talking about what he needed to do. Sooty's fingers began to move in less than a month after Sooty's perfume treatment. Xiaoke saw it and immediately ran to find a doctor. He was so excited that he fell at the door. He completely forgot that a doctor would come if he pressed the emergency bell at the bedside. After the doctor came to take a look, he found that Su Di was indeed showing signs of waking up. He was very surprised. 2 days later, Meng Yang finally had time to visit Sooty, who had completely woken up. Xiaoke saw Meng Yang coming in and immediately got up to give his seat to him. Meng Yang sat down on the sofa beside the bed. He looked at Sooty, who was still pale and weak, and asked, "How do you feel?" Rich old man's second wife 40 Meng Yang and his senior brothers and sisters, as well as the other master's students, followed Lin Sung Tai to the fragrance therapy branch. Aside from visiting and learning, they also had another purpose, which was to get recommended students to take the preliminary membership exam today. This was another benefit of becoming a master's student. The scenery here is really good, Meng Yang said to Wu Feng. This place was even bigger than their school. It was an ancient garden with pavilions, terraces, and waterside pavilions. The scenery was elegant and quiet. It was a good place to rest and recuperate. The scenery is good, but the people here aren't so good. Because there were other master's students, Wu Feng lowered his voice and whispered to Meng Yang, "Don't mention the official members, even the preliminary members all have their noses in the air. They think they're better than everyone else. It's really annoying." Before Meng Yang became Lin Sung Tai's student, Wu Feng and the others had come with Lin Sung Tai a few times. For him to say something like this, it could be seen that he had been bullied before. Meng Yang smiled and said, "I heard that even if you want to become a preliminary member, the threshold is quite high. The exam process is very strict, and you also have to get the approval of the 5 masters." "That's true." Wu Feng unwillingly curled his lips and said, "A few of my senior brothers passed the exam before. I almost passed the exam last time. As long as you pass the exam, with the teacher here, it's easy to get the approval of the 5 masters. That's why the preliminary members are basically all master students." Meng Yang nodded. He actually didn't want to take the exam, but if he wanted to get the license of the fragrance therapy branch, then he had to become a member here. The current situation was that many people only recognized the license of the fragrance therapy branch. If he didn't get it, then the situation of being looked down upon by the vice president would definitely happen again. Moreover, he had to at least prove that he had the ability to obtain it. Only then would he have the right to express his disdain for such a situation. Meng Yang didn't want to be a reserve member. A reserve member was no different from a handyman. However, Lin Sung Tai told him that if he could get a high evaluation and score this time, he might be able to become an official member. This had happened before. They passed through the bamboo forest and walked deeper into the garden. When they passed by a courtyard with a garden, they saw a few people walking over and then turning around. Meng Yang was stunned for a moment. He turned to Wu Feng and said, "I saw Uncle Luo. I'm going to talk to him. Then I'll wait for you at the end of the corridor in front. Otherwise, you won't be able to find me. You have to be quick." "The teachers are about to leave after they finish talking," Wu Feng said. "Got it. I'll be right there," Meng Yang said and quickly walked towards Luo Xiao. After Meng Yang quickly approached, he called out to Luo Xiao's back, "Uncle Luo." Luo Xiao was surprised to hear Meng Yang's voice. He turned around and saw Meng Yang quickly walking towards him. He also took a few steps forward. "Why are you here?" Meng Yang hugged his waist and looked up at him. "My friends and I are here to see another friend. He hasn't been in good health recently, so he's recuperating here." Luo Xiao saw that Meng Yang's cheeks were a little red because he walked too fast. Luo Xiao raised his hand to touch his face and said, "You came with your teacher?" "Yes, we came to visit and take an exam today. If you're not in a hurry to leave, come pick me up later. We'll go back together," Meng Yang said. "Okay." Luo Xiao agreed. "Then I'll go first. Senior is still waiting for me." Meng Yang tiptoed and kissed him on the cheek. Then he turned around and quickly left. Luo Xiao saw that Meng Yang was like a gust of wind. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. He watched as Meng Yang's back disappeared from his sight before he turned around and walked towards his friends. Luo Xiao's friend teased, "Your wife called you uncle? What's up with you guys? She called me that before we got married. She hasn't changed it," Luo Xiao said with a smile. "Although it's not wrong for her to call you uncle. You can indeed be her uncle. But you're already married. How do you feel when she calls you that?" Luo Xiao's friend asked with a smile. "If you want to know how it feels, go back and let your wives call you that. Then you'll know. But it definitely won't be as good as mine. After all, your wives aren't as young and beautiful as mine," Luo Xiao said with a smile. I find that since you got married, you've become more and more shameless." Luo Xiao and his friends walked forward while talking and laughing. Meng Yang quickly walked up the corridor and along the wall. When he was about to reach the corner, he suddenly stopped and stood in place. A few seconds later, a person came from the other side of the corner. When Meng Yang saw that he was carrying something, he continued to stand still and waited for him to pass. The person saw that Meng Yang seemed to know that he was coming and was very surprised. Because he was wearing cloth shoes and his footsteps were very light, he didn't make any sound when he walked on the stone floor. He couldn't help but look at Meng Yang a few more times. With one look, the person recognized Meng Yang and immediately frowned. When he passed by Meng Yang, he forcefully bumped into Meng Yang's shoulder. Meng Yang didn't expect his action and didn't know why he did it. Because he didn't know this person at all, his body instinctively dodged to the side. Because of Meng Yang's dodge, the person staggered and all the boxes in his hands fell to the ground. He hurriedly squatted down to pick them up. When he saw that the boxes didn't fall, he stood up and looked at Meng Yang angrily and scolded, "Are you blind? What are you bumping into? If the things inside are broken, you won't be able to pay for it even if you have money, do you know that?" Meng Yang was puzzled. He stood there motionless and waited for him to pass. He deliberately bumped into him and said that he was bumping into him? Was there something wrong with this guy's head? "Who are you? Do you know where this is? How dare you walk around?" The person still didn't let Meng Yang go and continued to scold, "Who brought you in, or did you run in on your own? Tell me, or I'll get the security to throw you out." The second wife of a rich old man 41 Luo Xiao held Meng Yang's hand and walked slowly as if they were taking a stroll. "How's your friend?" Meng Yang asked. "Why did he come here to recuperate?" "He has a very serious insomnia problem. He took a lot of medicine, but it didn't work. It even damaged his body. The problem is getting worse and worse. His personality has become irritable and irritable. He even started to hallucinate. Sometimes, he can't tell if he's awake or asleep. We always knew that he had insomnia problem, but we didn't know it was serious to this extent. He kept it from us until he almost had an accident. Big bosses like you who are in charge of such a big company have to bear unimaginable pressure. Just like your headache, it's caused by working without sleep for a long time. People who study fragrance therapy know that at least 8 out of 10 big bosses have sleep problems. It's just that the degree is different. Many aromatherapists like people like you who use your body to earn money and spend a lot of money on treatment when problems arise in your body." Meng Yang asked again, "So, what's the effect of his aromatherapy now?" Several fragrance therapists have researched and prescribed medicine for him. Recently, he has also been using essential oil massage, fragrant medicinal bath, fumigation, acupuncture, and so on. There are some effects. However, fragrance therapy is a branch of ancient medicine. Its characteristic is that the effect is slow. He is impatient, and he can't let go of the company. He can't rest well. Because it's a problem caused by the accumulation of time, the treatment is of course slow. If he had received the treatment when he first discovered the problem, it wouldn't have taken too long. He said that he can sleep for a while at night, but he can't sleep for a long time and wake up again. It's more torturous. I was thinking that the sleeping incense you prescribed for me, I can sleep until dawn every time. Maybe I can give it to him. That incense is specially made for your physical condition. If you give it to him, it may or may not work. It's hard to say, Meng Yang said. How about this? Luo Xiu stopped. He looked at Meng Yang and said, go and check his condition. I'll ask him to show you his previous treatment records. If you're sure that you can cure him, I'll let him leave here and let him receive your treatment. It would be great if the treatment is successful, but even if it doesn't work, I have a way to make you an official member here as soon as possible. I thought you didn't want me to join the aromatherapy branch. Meng Yang looked up at him and said. Joining the fragrance therapy branch will bring you a lot of benefits. You can also learn a lot here. Furthermore, the fragrance therapy branch was established by the government to supervise and train fragrance therapists. In order to protect and support the development of aromatherapy, the country invested a lot of money every year. This wasn't the private territory of those old men. Just because they had been here for a long time didn't mean that they could do whatever they wanted. I don't want you to suffer, so I don't want you to start as a probationary member. With your talent and ability, you can directly become an official member. Meng Yang thought for a moment. He felt that what Luo Xiu said was very reasonable. This was not the private territory of those old men. Why couldn't he learn here? He wanted to let those people know what it meant to speak with strength. Well, then I'll go and check your friend's condition first. Meng Yang said. Luo Xiu held his face and kissed him on the forehead. Then, he held his hand and continued to walk forward. Luo Xiu's friend saw that Luo Xiu brought Meng Yang to see him. He was very happy. Staying here alone, he felt that he was going to grow mushrooms. He wanted to have friends to accompany him and talk, but he also knew that everyone was busy, so he never took the initiative to let them come. After asking some questions about Luo Xiu's friend, Meng Yang silently noted it in his heart. Then he said goodbye to Luo Xiu and went home. After returning to the main residence, Meng Yang pulled Luo Xiu into his own study. Then, he opened the safe and took out a few of the books passed down by the ancestors of the Meng family for him to read. I'll tell you a secret. These books about aromatherapy were passed down by our Meng Yang family from generation to generation. I learned the methods to cure your headache and wake up sooty from these books. Qi family's aromatherapy records? Luo Xiu picked up a book and read the words on the cover. Our family's ancestor's surname is Qi, not Meng. One of my great-grandfathers, because his medical skills were too good, was hunted down by various forces. He loved freedom very much and was unwilling to rely on power, so he changed his name and hid. Later, he simply stopped practicing medicine and returned to the Qi family's old profession of making aromatherapy incense. But the nature of a doctor can't be hidden, so he specially developed a lot of aromatherapy and aromatherapy methods, which were passed down from generation to generation. So that's how it is. Luo Xiu nodded. Our family has a rule, which is that the contents of these books can never be spread out. We also can't let other people know that our Meng family has these books. Otherwise, I'm afraid that it will cause a lot of trouble. But, before my brain was not very good, I told Yu Junchen about this matter and showed him the contents of these 2 books. Because he is still thinking about these books, he definitely hasn't told other people about this matter. But in the future, he is likely to talk about this matter. Luo Xiu thought for a moment and said, it doesn't matter. When the time comes, we will deal with it according to the situation. These books were passed down by your ancestors and now belong only to you. It has nothing to do with other people. People who learn aromatherapy now are also learning from the things left behind by their ancestors, right? Meng Yang nodded. He opened a book and said, I've already understood your friend's situation. There are several ancient prescriptions in this book that specifically target his situation. Give me some time and I'll study which one is more suitable for him. There are several rare medicinal herbs in this book that I don't have here. You find a way to get them. If you really can't find them, I will see if I can use other substitutes. Okay. Luo Xiu held Meng Yang in his arms and said, "Don't work too hard. It's okay to take it slow." In fact, the contents of these books, except for some of the ancient prescriptions that are specially recorded because the effects are particularly good, most of the contents are very profound and difficult to understand. Meng Yang told Luo Xiu about his worries. "Although I have been studying very hard, I still feel that it is very difficult. It will get harder and harder in the future. I am worried that if I continue to study, I won't be able to understand and comprehend these contents." Don't push yourself too hard. Aromatherapy itself is not omnipotent. There are many problems that the masters of the aromatherapy branch can't solve. You are still so young. To be able to do this to this extent is already very amazing. Luo Xiu kissed Meng Yang's face and said, "You are so smart, hardworking, and diligent. In the future, you will have great achievements. You should be more calm and confident because you are not only young, but also a genius." Meng Yang felt Luo Xiu's constant kisses on his face. Listening to his praise, he felt that his self-confidence seemed to have gained energy. "Do you have confidence in me?" Meng Yang asked. "Of course." Luo Xiu hugged Meng Yang tightly and said, "My headache was cured by you. That boy named Sudi was also awakened by you. I have confidence in you not only because I love you, but also because I personally feel it." Luo Xiu lowered his voice and said in Meng Yang's ear, "You are so young, so beautiful, and so excellent. You don't know how lucky I am to have you. I think you are the best and most precious reward that God has given me after I have gone through so many difficulties." Listening to Luo Xiu's magnetic voice, Meng Yang felt numb and empty all over his body. He needed something to fill him up. Luo Xiu kissed Meng Yang's lips and kissed deeper and deeper. Meng Yang hugged his neck and kissed him back. When Luo Xiu's kiss gradually went down, he raised his head and opened his mouth slightly to breathe. His eyes gradually became misty. Rich Old Man's second wife 42. The masters of the fragrance therapy branch didn't dare to say anything to Luo Xiu, and they couldn't convince Li Yan either. The more they thought about it, the angrier they got. They thought that since Meng Yang was Lin Sungtai's student, then Lin Sungtai had the responsibility to properly discipline Meng Yang. When Lin Sungtai was called over, he didn't know what was so urgent that he was called over. After he arrived, he was besieged by the masters, and their spittle almost sprayed on his face. After listening for a while, Lin Sungtai finally understood what they were talking about. He was also a very protective person, so when he heard them scold his student like that, of course he wasn't happy. His expression also became very ugly. "Enough. Have you said enough?" Lin Sungtai rarely retorted with displeasure. He wants to change places for treatment, and that's his right. What can you do about it? What's the big deal? You're making it sound so serious. Is there a need to be so uptight? You're all so old, yet you're still making things difficult for a child. Don't you think it's embarrassing? Not only are you Meng Yang's teacher, but you're also one of the founding members of the fragrance therapy branch. We, the people of the fragrance therapy branch, have the responsibility to maintain the reputation of the fragrance therapy community. Now that your student is acting so recklessly, you as his teacher don't say anything to discipline him, and you're saying that we're making things difficult for a child? There are so many private fragrance therapy centers out there. If you want to maintain the reputation of the fragrance therapy community so much, and you're so free, why don't you go and discipline them one by one? Why do you have to hold on to Meng Yang and not let him go? You're talking as if Meng Yang will definitely treat Li Yan to death. At most, it won't have any effect. How is it as serious as you make it out to be? Lin Sungtai looked at them and said, "He's my student. If something really happens to him, I'll bear the consequences for him. When the time comes, you can come and find me." Lin Sungtai turned around and left angrily. Lin Sungtai returned to the school. He suppressed his anger and taught the students. After the class, he asked Meng Yang to stay alone to talk to him. "Was it your own idea to give Li Yan the fragrance therapy?" Lin Sungtai asked. "At first, it was Uncle Luo asked me to see if I could treat his friend's condition. After I saw it, I felt that I had some confidence that I could cure him. So I asked Uncle Luo to take him to bring him to a different place, environment and better." Meng Yang answered. "How confident you Luo was Luo's is. How confident are you? IIS's, at least. Meng Yang looked at him and said, Teacher, don't worry. I can guarantee that even if it doesn't have any effect, there won't be any problems. Lin Songtai nodded and said, I know your character. You're calm, steady, and always think about things. You're definitely not someone who likes to act recklessly and flaunt your superiority. Since you have enough confidence in your heart, then just go ahead and do it. If you find anything wrong, inform me immediately. Yes, I'll remember. Meng Yang answered seriously. Luo Xiu had a villa in the North Mountain. Although the mountain wasn't high, the scenery was good and the air was fresh. From the construction to the decoration of the villa, it was designed in a very modern style. Li Yan felt that he was a layman. He didn't appreciate the garden scenery. He liked this kind of modern and automated building, as well as those thick trees and tall, lush, and beautiful plants. He felt happy when he looked at them. Meng Yang's treatment for Li Yan had already begun. In addition to the medicinal bath and fumigation every day, it was natural to use essential oil massage. However, Luo Xiu couldn't let Meng Yang personally massage Li Yan, so Luo Xiu hired a professional acupoint masseur. He let Meng Yang guide him twice so that he knew how to massage. When he was at the aromatherapy branch, the master who gave Li Yan the aromatherapy treatment asked him to sit and practice breathing and meditation every day. Although this was also a way to relax mentally, for people like Li Yan, this method would only make him more impetuous. Meng Yang arranged for him to relax by letting him exercise, such as swimming, playing basketball, running, and so on. It was just to let him sweat, but not to be too tired. He also asked Luo Xiu to specially hire 2 cooks for him. Meng Yang personally wrote the menu and let the cooks cook according to it. In the book passed down from the Meng family, it said that one must pay attention to the diet and medicine. The right diet can also enhance the treatment effect. Meng Yang and Luo Xiu didn't have time to visit him every day, but the people in the villa were all Luo Xiu's people. Someone would specifically report Li Yan's daily situation to Meng Yang. After more than 10 days, Meng Yang and Luo Xiu finally had time to visit Li Yan in person. When Luo Xiu and Meng Yang arrived, Li Yan had just come back from the tennis court after playing with the bodyguards. He went to take a shower and changed his clothes before coming out to talk to Meng Yang and Luo Xiu. Li Yan reached out to Meng Yang and wanted to shake his hand, but he was stopped by Luo Xiu and said, If you have something to say, say it. Don't fight. Li Yan looked at Luo Xiu and said, Brother, I'm much more comfortable living here than when I was at the fragrance therapy branch. Every day, they let me sit and relax, and then practice breathing. Long breaths, short breaths, deep breaths, and shallow breaths. Except for this, they don't let me do anything else. It's simply torture for me. Now I can play basketball, swim, and watch the news every day. I can even drink a small cup of wine during lunch. In comparison, it's simply the difference between heaven and hell. How did you sleep last night? Luo Xiu asked. Speaking of this, Li Yan was a little excited. He stretched out 2 fingers and said, 2 hours. I slept for 2 hours last night. It was so comfortable. Meng Yang observed Li Yan's complexion. Seeing that his spirit was indeed much better, he said, Since you can sleep for 2 hours, then from tomorrow onwards, you can spend 2 hours every day dealing with work matters. Really? I can start working now? Li Yan looked at Meng Yang and asked. But it can't be more than 3 hours. Meng Yang said. Great. Li Yan was excited. He wanted to hold Meng Yang's hand again, but he was stopped by Luo Xiu. He looked at Luo Xiu and said, All the doctors told me that I began to hallucinate, which means that the situation is very dangerous. They told me that I must temporarily stop working and recuperate. I completely stopped thinking about it, but how can I do it so easily? Your 2 younger brothers are doing very well. They are loyal to you. We can also help you. You should take advantage of this time to have a good rest. Luo Xiu said. For so many years, I've been used to shouldering everything by myself. I really can't let go of it. Li Yan sighed and said, If I can have 2 or 3 hours every day to understand the company's situation, I can feel more at ease. Luo Xiu could understand his thoughts. He was really used to it. When you can sleep for 6 hours every night, you can go back to the company. But you can't work more than 8 hours a day. You also have to arrange appropriate time for exercise and a reasonable diet. The aromatherapy can't be stopped. If you want to be completely cured, you have to carry out aromatherapy for at least 1 or 2 years. If it's longer, it may take 4 or 5 years. And in the future, you can't mess up your work and rest schedule. Meng Yang said. Meng Yang asked him to start working now because he learned from the aromatherapy book passed down in the Meng family. Although dealing with work matters consumed a lot of mental energy, it also made him feel happy and at ease. If he was not allowed to work at all, he would be more worried about the company's affairs. He would think more and spend more mental energy. Sometimes, the effect of psychotherapy was actually better. The second wife of a rich old man, Luo Xiu, held Meng Yang's hand and walked into the private room. Several of Luo Xiu's close friends had also arrived and were waiting for the two of them. Li Yan was talking with his friends. When he saw Luo Xiu and Meng Yang come in, he immediately walked over and warmly welcomed them. Then he invited them to sit down. Today, I invited all of our close friends. Li Yan said excitedly, I must publicize for my sister-in-law. Over the years, I started taking 1 or 2 pills, and then a handful of pills. My problem got worse and worse. The treatment didn't work for so long. But now, after 2 months, I can sleep for 5 hours. Li Yan became more and more excited. He reached out to hold Meng Yang's hand again. Halfway through, he paused and then turned his hand to Luo Xiu. While holding Luo Xiu's hand, he looked at Meng Yang and said excitedly, Thank you so much. I haven't had a good night's sleep for years. Thanks to you, I can finally have a good night's sleep again. Luo Xiu pulled his hand back and looked at him, Sit down and talk. We won't run away. Seeing Li Yan's eyes filled with tears, his friends began to persuade him. It was really not in line with his usual image. Okay, calm down. Don't scare him. Sit down. You have the image of a tough guy. Don't ruin it. Do you have to be so excited? Wang Xian pressed him to sit down. Li Yan waved his hand to Wang Xian and said, You fall asleep as soon as you hit the pillow. You can't understand how painful it is for a person like me who has suffered from insomnia for many years. When I found that I was hallucinating, when I didn't know whether I was awake or asleep, the feeling of wanting to sleep was really painful. What Li Yan didn't say was that when he was in the most pain, there was even a moment when he didn't want to live anymore. His friends looked at each other. Although they couldn't understand how much pain Li Yan was in, when they saw his haggard face, they had a feeling that he didn't have much time left. Now, not only did he look better, but his spirit was also better. In fact, they could understand why he was so excited. Li Yan raised his hand and waved. Several of his bodyguards pushed several small carts over and opened the boxes on the carts one by one. I know little sister-in-law doesn't lack anything, but I can't think of what to give as a thank you gift. I feel that anything I give you is a bit unpresentable. I'm a common person, so I'll give you something common first. I hope little sister-in-law doesn't dislike it. When I get something good in the future, I'll give it to little sister-in-law. Those boxes were full of golden bars. Li Yan was in the gold business. He had a chain of gold shops in all the big and small cities in the country. Luo Xiu accepted the gift for Meng Yang. They had been friends for so many years, so he didn't need to be polite. Li Yan wanted to toast Meng Yang again. Meng Yang drank a small cup, and the rest was drunk by Luo Xiu. Meng Yang felt that the wine tasted good. Seeing Luo Xiu talking with his friends, he wanted to drink another cup secretly. Who knew that when he just put the wine cup to his mouth, Luo Xiu took away his wine cup and gave him a cup of juice. Meng Yang looked at the juice in his hand and pursed his lips. Then he put the juice down and started to eat. Although Luo Xiu took the wine away, Meng Yang had a keen sense of smell. Especially among all kinds of mixed dishes, the smell he liked was particularly obvious to him. That kind of fruit wine smelled really good. Luo Xiu's friends saw Meng Yang looking at the bottle of fruit wine, so they poured another cup and handed it to him secretly. Meng Yang thanked them in a low voice. After drinking half a cup, it was taken away by Luo Xiu again. You'll get drunk. Luo Xiu looked at Meng Yang and said. How can I get drunk just by drinking 1 cup? Meng Yang also looked at him and said. Luo Xiu's friends saw him looking after Meng Yang like a child. They all smiled and then spoke for Meng Yang. Let him drink it. This kind of fruit wine is similar to juice. The alcohol content is so low that it can be ignored. He won't get drunk. Yeah, let him drink it if he likes. We're all on the same side. It doesn't matter. They didn't know how bad Meng Yang's alcohol tolerance was. They also didn't know that once he started drinking, he couldn't stop. Luo Xiu didn't want to explain too much. He could only say to Meng Yang, you can only drink 3 cups. Drink 1 cup. Every 10 minutes. After drinking, we'll go home. Okay. Meng Yang nodded with a smile and obediently agreed. Luo Xiu put some of Meng Yang's favorite dishes in front of him. It was the first time for others to see Luo Xiu being so considerate and caring. They also knew Luo Xiu's personality. If it wasn't true love, even if he was single for a lifetime, he wouldn't get married, let alone take the initiative to do these things. Therefore, they further understood the importance of Meng Yang in Luo Xiu's heart. Luo Xiu began to talk with his friends again. As long as they got together, they would not only talk about the company and business, but also talk about some things in life and at home. If they had some troubles, they could give advice or help. It was very important for them to stick together as long as they were close friends in the business world, where there were ups and downs and huge waves from time to time. Luo Xiu said that he would only let Meng Yang drink 3 glasses, and Meng Yang agreed obediently. However, it was one thing to agree, and it was another thing to do it. If Luo Xiu wasn't here, Meng Yang would definitely try to restrain himself. However, Luo Xiu was right beside him, and the others were all Luo Xiu's friends. He felt that he didn't need to restrain himself at all. As long as he was happy, it was enough. Therefore, he finished a bottle within 10 minutes. Luo Xiu's friends saw that he liked to drink, so they gave him another bottle. Soon, another bottle was finished. Luo Xiu naturally saw it, but he knew that even if he didn't let Meng Yang drink, Meng Yang would still drink. Therefore, he simply waited until Meng Yang was almost finished and took him home directly. In less than half an hour, Meng Yang was drunk and fell directly to Luo Xiu. The second wife of a rich old man 44 Luo Xiu rested his head on Meng Yang's thigh. Meng Yang massaged Luo Xiu's head while telling him about what happened at the fragrance therapy branch during the day. Luo Xiu was so comfortable being massaged by Meng Yang that his mind was blank. Although he heard Meng Yang's words, he didn't think about it, so he didn't answer Meng Yang. Did you hear what I said? Meng Yang saw that he didn't answer, so he pinched his nose discontentedly. Luo Xiu came back to his senses and said, yes, I'm listening. Go on. Meng Yang continued to voice his concerns. Although it's just as you said, I'll be able to learn more if I join the fragrance therapy branch. However, I've heard that the fragrance therapy branch is very complicated. I don't have much experience in scheming and I'm not particularly good at it. When it comes to strategizing, I'm not even as good as your finger. What if I get schemed against? Luo Xiu sat up and hugged Meng Yang. Don't worry. Although you're young and have little experience, you're smart and eager to learn. You won't be easily fooled. As long as you're careful enough, I'll back you up. You don't have to be afraid of deep water. I will teach you how to swim. When you learn, you will understand the joy of swimming in deep water. Meng Yang hugged Luo Xiu's neck and said, that's right. With a sea monster like you, why should I be afraid of other deep-sea animals? Even if it's a tiger shark or a whale, if they dare to bully me, you can help me teach them a lesson. I will cooperate with you. You are worth teaching. Luo Xiu turned over and pressed Meng Yang on top of him. They began their waist exercise for the night. The procedures for Meng Yang to become a junior member of the fragrance therapy branch were quickly completed. From now on, he could freely enter and leave the fragrance therapy branch without the guidance of Lin Sung Tai. The place that Meng Yang frequented the most was the information center. He would look for and borrow the records of typical medical cases and aromatherapy processes. On this day, Meng Yang finished taking notes and returned the aromatherapy notes that he had already read. He went to find Wu Feng and the others to see if they were done with their work. He wanted to go back to school with them. After passing through the corridor, Meng Yang walked into a room with an open door. He looked for Wu Feng in the busy crowd and walked towards him. "Senior brother," Meng Yang called out. Wu Feng turned to look at him and said, "Have you finished taking notes?" "Yes." Meng Yang nodded and asked, "How much longer do you need?" "It definitely won't be finished anytime soon." Wu Feng glanced to the side. His face was full of unhappiness. Meng Yang followed his gaze and looked to the side. He saw Fu Yuqian sitting and resting like a supervisor. Yu Junchen and a few of his seniors were sitting next to Fu Yuqian. They were all chatting with Fu Yuqian. It was clearly something that should be done by all the reserve members, but Fu Yuqian only let Wu Feng and the others do it. Yu Junchen and the others were sitting and resting. It was obvious that Fu Yuqian was usually very arrogant and the status of the reserve members was very low. "Go find a place to rest or go back to school. Don't stay here. He won't bother you again," Wu Feng said to Meng Yang. Meng Yang suppressed the anger that was gradually rising in his heart and turned to leave. "Stop!" Fu Yuqian shouted. Meng Yang stopped and turned to look at him and asked, "What's the matter?" "There are too many things that need to be organized. We don't have enough people right now. You should go and help," Fu Yuqian said in a commanding tone. "You're a junior member. I'm also a junior member. What right do you have to order me to do things?" Meng Yang asked coldly. "Because I've been a junior member for a few years. Because I'm your senior." Meng Yang showed a mocking smile and said, "You still think you're quite proud, right? I was a junior member when I came in. You've been here for a few years and you're still a junior member. Instead of being ashamed, you think you're proud?" Fu Yuqian suddenly stood up and glared at Meng Yang and said, "What do you mean? Are you mocking me? The truth is so obvious. Do I still need to mock you? Also, didn't you say it yourself? You've been a junior member for a few years." With such a proud tone, I thought you were talking about a senior member. At the very least, you should be an intermediate member. Fu Yuqian was about to charge at Meng Yang with anger, but he was stopped by Yu Junchen and said, "Senior brother, forget it. Don't bother with him. Meng Yang, don't say too much. Senior brother is indeed your senior. It's not too much to ask you to do something. What kind of senior is he?" Meng Yang said disdainfully, "If I stayed here for a few years and was still a junior member, I wouldn't have the face to come here. I would have left the fragrance therapy branch. But he doesn't have any real ability. He only knows how to bully reserve members because he's an official member. How can he be so proud? I really don't understand. What do you have to be proud of?" Meng Yang's words made Fu Yuqian angry, but he couldn't refute. He shook off Yu Junchen's hand and rushed at Meng Yang. Meng Yang purposely didn't dodge and fell to the ground with his strength. "Meng Yang." Wu Feng and the others quickly ran to Meng Yang and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" With the help of Wu Feng and the others, Meng Yang stood up. Wu Feng glared at Fu Yuqian and said, "You're simply..." Meng Yang stopped Wu Feng and told him not to speak. Then he clapped his hands and said, "You all saw it. He started it first. Rich old man's second wife 45-inch, why should I speak less?" Meng Yang couldn't suppress his anger anymore. He said loudly, "You can ask them. Fu Yuqian has tried to make trouble for me time and time again and I ignored him. Now that he's directly attacking me, do you think I should endure it and be scolded by him? What master? You have no morals, character, ability, or talent. You think you're so great just because you're old. Have been in this circle for a long time, and know how to memorize a few ancient books. My title of genius was won by me through fair and square competitions. If you have the ability, you should also participate in an international competition and get first place. Show us the title of genius." "You." Master Meng Yang scolded until his blood pressure rose. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. "Meng Yang, have you said enough?" The vice president said in a low voice, hinting at Meng Yang to stop talking. "I haven't said enough. Anyway, I have to go to the headquarters to find the leaders. At worst, I won't stay in this noble place anymore. Today, I'll tear off their fake noble and hypocritical old face." Meng Yang said coldly. "We'll go with you to the headquarters to find the leaders." Wu Feng said loudly, at worst, we won't be some stupid reserve member anymore. What era is this? How can there be people who don't treat people as people just because they've been here for different levels and length of time? We'll go too. We won't be reserve members either. Since everyone doesn't want to be a reserve member, then that's good. In the future, we'll give all the opportunities and places to Master Su Wanya's students. It's all because of Master Su Wanya's good teaching. Meng Yang said, his students have no ability except during competitions. Otherwise, they're very capable. Whether it's in school or in this branch, they're all arrogant as if they've saved the world. Every day, they look down on others with their nostrils. I don't know why they're so arrogant. It's as if they're the only ones who are nobler than anyone else. The other students have to not fight back when they're beaten or scolded. Su Wangya, who had been silent the whole time, was scolded by Meng Yang, and his face turned ugly. Moreover, this matter was indeed Fu Yuqian's fault, and his actions could not be justified. Since he was not in the right, he had nothing to say. Master Lin, please advise him as well. The vice president did not expect Meng Yang to have such a fiery temper. Not only did he dare to say anything, but he also stirred up other people's emotions. He didn't say anything wrong. Why do you want me to persuade him? Lin Sungtai also said with a sullen face, he was useless when he was young, and he's still useless even at this age. Yet, he still can't stand others who are capable. He earned the title of master by fooling around, but he doesn't feel guilty at all. He thinks he's so great. As long as he doesn't like someone, he doesn't care about reason or anything. He just wants to teach them a lesson. The grandmasters were so angry that their faces turned green, but they couldn't refute him. And you, Fu Yuqian. Lin Sungtai pointed at Fu Yuqian and scolded, it's been so many years and you're still a junior member. Is that something you can be proud of? Aren't you a little too thick-skinned? Tell me, why are you so rampant all the time? What gives you the right to be so arrogant? Just because the president is your uncle? Call the president over. I'll ask him if you're so arrogant because of him. Master Lin, you're going off topic again. What does this have to do with the president? The vice president was really helpless. This young man didn't listen to his advice, and the old man didn't listen either. It seemed like he couldn't continue talking today. Otherwise, before the young man's matter was settled, the old man's argument would start again. Everyone, let's calm down. The vice president advised, let's all go back and calm down today. After everyone has calmed down, we can discuss how to deal with this matter. Actually, it's just a quarrel between kids. It's not a big deal. It's not that. Before the vice president could finish, his assistant hurriedly pushed open the door and said, Vice President, Boss Luo is here. The vice president was stunned for a moment, then he looked at Meng Yang. Before Meng Yang was brought here, he had already called Luo Xiu. Just as the assistant finished speaking, Luo Xiu had already walked in through the door. When Luo Xiu entered, he looked at Meng Yang and walked towards him. You're injured? Luo Xiu looked at Meng Yang and asked. Meng Yang shook his head. Luo Xiu heaved a sigh of relief and asked, Who hit you? Him. Meng Yang pointed at Fu Yuqian. I only pushed you a little. You were the one who pinned me to the ground and hit me. Fu Yuqian argued loudly. Did you hit me first? Luo Xiu looked at Fu Yuqian coldly and asked. Fu Yuqian was scared by Luo Xiu's gaze. He couldn't help but lower his head and didn't dare to look at him. Uncle Luo. Meng Yang leaned into Luo Xiu's arms and cried as if he had been wronged. Why are you pretending? You. Fu Yuqian was furious. He immediately pointed at Meng Yang and was about to scold him. Luo Xiu slapped his hand away and made a loud sound. What are you pointing at? Luo Xiu scolded with a cold face, You have no manners. Brother Luo. Fu Yuqian held his hand and looked at Luo Xiu with grievance. The back of his hand was burning with pain and it was already red. Brother Luo? Meng Yang glanced at Fu Yuqian from the side. He saw the grievance and sadness in Fu Yuqian's eyes as she looked at Luo Xiu. Only then did he realize that she liked Luo Xiu. It was no wonder that Fu Yuqian had been causing trouble for him since the first time they met. Boss Luo, it's not a serious matter. It's just a fight between kids," the vice president said to Luo Xiao. The second wife of a rich old man 46 after leaving the aromatherapy branch, Meng Yang and Luo Xiao got in the car and prepared to go back to the Longlingshan main residence. Luo Xiao hugged Meng Yang and asked again, "Are you hurt anywhere on your body? Even if it hurts a little, you have to tell me." "It hurt a little when I fell at the beginning, but it doesn't hurt anymore. He can't beat me, so I hit him later," Meng Yang said. "It shouldn't be the first time he made trouble for you, right?" Luo Xiao asked again, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "I didn't know that his older brother was your friend, and I didn't know that he deliberately made trouble for me because he likes you. I originally thought that it was because our teachers didn't get along, and he was jealous that I was better than him, so he was like this. I thought that he was a mad dog, and I didn't want to lower myself to his level. If I knew that he was like this because he likes you, I definitely would have told you." "He likes me?" Luo Xiao couldn't help but frown, and his eyes were puzzled. "You didn't know?" Meng Yang leaned in his arms and looked up at him. "I only met him a few times, and every time it was with a group of people. I only heard a little about his arrogant and despotic character, and I know that he is Fu Jiang's younger brother. Fu Jiang sometimes mentioned his younger brother in front of us, but he didn't tell me that his younger brother likes me. Maybe he already tested you, and felt that there was no chance, so he didn't say it out loud," Meng Yang said. Their group of friends, every time they gathered, would often talk about him not getting married for many years. He didn't remember that Fu Jiang specifically tested him. Moreover, he was so busy, and his headaches often acted up before, so how could he remember those insignificant things? After returning home, Luo Xiao just entered the room and said to Meng Yang, "Take off your clothes and pants, let me see if you are injured." Meng Yang thought, "Why does this sound like a hooligan?" He couldn't help but blush a little, and looked at Luo Xiao. "I said that I am not injured, and I don't feel any pain. I need to take a look." Luo Xiao helped him take off his clothes. Meng Yang didn't feel shy at all when they were intimate and doing it in bed at night, but Luo Xiao's way of checking his body made his face couldn't help but become redder. Luo Xiao wasn't really taking a look as he said. He was checking very carefully. Meng Yang stood upright, his breathing becoming more and more rapid. The next day, Li Yan heard from somewhere that Fu Yuqian had called Meng Yang, and he was immediately angry. He called Fu Jiang to question him. Fu Jiang explained for a long time, and promised that he would definitely punish Fu Yuqian and make Fu Yuqian apologize to Meng Yang. Li Yan hung up the phone. Luo Xiao's other friends also called to ask about this matter, and told Fu Jiang that he must educate Fu Yuqian well, or else he would get into big trouble in the future. On the third day, Fu Jiang took Fu Yuqian to Longling Mountain to apologize to Meng Yang. Fu Yuqian's face was pale. He had only drunk a little water in the past 2 days, and his brother was determined to teach him a lesson. He was really scared, so he agreed to apologize to Meng Yang. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have deliberately made trouble for you because I was jealous of you. I know I was wrong, and I promise that I won't appear in front of you in the future. I hope you can forgive me." Fu Yuqian stood in front of Luo Xiao and Meng Yang, and then he bowed and apologized. "I've already talked to my uncle yesterday." Fu Jiang said to Luo Xiao, "My uncle also said that Yuqian has to bear the main responsibility for this matter, because it was all because of him. Therefore, his official membership will be revoked, and he will not be allowed to join the fragrance therapy branch in the future." After my uncle talked to other people, he found out that Yuqian's tyrannical behavior had caused a lot of dissatisfaction, and the vice president had been helping him to hide it. Therefore, he reported to the headquarters and removed the vice president from his position. He will also bear the responsibility that belongs to him. Don't worry, this is not the end. I will definitely make him suffer and teach him a lesson. Fu Jiang said, "In the future, I won't let him appear in front of you in the future." Luo Xiao was still unhappy, but Meng Yang felt that this result was already very good. As long as Fu Yuqian didn't appear in front of him in the future, then he wouldn't continue to hold on to this matter. After all, compared to Luo Xing's deep hatred, this matter was really nothing. Even if Luo Xing had learned his lesson and didn't appear in front of him as much as possible, he would never let him go. After Fu Jiang left with Fu Yuqian, Meng Yang turned to look at Luo Xiu and said, "Why did the vice president help to hide Fu Yuqian's matter? Was it because he was afraid of the president? What do you think?" Luo Xiu looked at him and said, "Think about it carefully." Meng Yang seriously thought about it for a while, then looked at him with uncertainty and asked, "He wants to use Fu Yuqian, and wait for Fu Yuqian to cause more trouble so that he can get rid of the president? Am I thinking too badly of him?" "Most likely. You are very smart, worthy of being my little genius." After Luo Xiu praised him, he lifted Meng Yang's chin and kissed him on the lips. "You really can't judge a book by its cover." Meng Yang couldn't help but sigh. "I thought the vice president was a good person before, but I'm still too young." "You are indeed young. Your body is as tender as a peach, and water will come out with a gentle pinch." Luo Xiu held Meng Yang's hand and got up. "Let's go." "Where are we going?" Meng Yang asked doubtfully. "It's a rare day off, so I'll give you a physical examination," Luo Xiu said. "Physical examination again?" Meng Yang's face immediately turned red, and he muttered in a low voice, "I said I'm not injured, but I still have to check my body every day." In the blink of an eye, it was going to be summer vacation. Summer vacation time was very precious for students. After they entered society, there would be no such thing as summer vacation. Therefore, during the summer vacation, it was necessary to make reasonable arrangements. Not only must they have enough time to relax, but they also couldn't just play. The school would also arrange a lot of activities during the summer vacation, and students could choose whether to participate or not. Meng Yang looked at the brochure in his hand in a daze. This brochure brought back some of his memories. The words Fenglinjia were written on it. Fenglinjia was a continuous mountainous area. Meng Yang had been there 4 times in his previous life, because it was an activity organized by the school to train the students. If the students performed well, they could get extra points in the annual score. In his previous life, Meng Yang went every time for the sake of points. The second wife of a rich old man 47 Luo Xiu had finished washing up and was ready to go to the company. He saw Meng Yang leaning on the bed listlessly. He sat down beside the bed and stroked Meng Yang's face. He said worriedly, "Do you feel uncomfortable? I'll take you to the hospital." Meng Yang held his hand and shook his head with a smile. "I don't feel uncomfortable. I just feel a little tired. It's almost the end of the semester. I've been studying for too long recently." "Then don't go to school today. Have a good rest at home." Luo Xiu looked at him and said, "Whether it's the exam, the ranking, or anything else, nothing is more important than your health. Do you understand?" "Got it." Meng Yang nodded and said, "I'll rest at home today. I won't do anything." "Don't worry. Didn't you say that you have an important meeting in the morning? Go ahead." Luo Xiu held Meng Yang's face and kissed him on the forehead. Then he got up and left. Luo Xiu went to the company. Meng Yang felt lazy and didn't have any strength. But it was too boring to just lie down. So he took a book and went to the greenhouse. He lay on the big sofa bed and prepared to read. After reading for a while, he really couldn't concentrate. So he played light music with the remote control and closed his eyes to rest. Xiaoke called Meng Yang and said that he had something to talk to him about. Meng Yang didn't want to go out, so he asked him to meet him directly in the main house. Under the guidance of the helper, Xiaoke walked into Meng Yang's greenhouse. Although he seemed to have a lot on his mind, he still took a good look at the beautiful and peculiar greenhouse. It was as if he was in a fantasy. "Sit down," Meng Yang said. "I've never seen such a fantastic and beautiful greenhouse. How did you come up with such a design? Isn't that too imaginative?" Xiaoke said after sitting down. "I told you my idea. Uncle Luo paid a lot of money to design it." Meng Yang was also very satisfied with the greenhouse. It was a gift from Luo Xiu. "I have something that I can't think of anyone else to help me with, so I can only come and ask for your help," Xiaoke said. "Tell me about it," Meng Yang said after drinking the milk. After Sudi woke up, he has been undergoing rehabilitation treatment. His body is recovering well. After the doctor confirmed that he can be discharged, I took him back to his own home. At first, everything was normal. I really thought that he was completely recovered, so I was very happy. Although he occasionally had nightmares at night, we all thought that he would be fine after a while, but the problem became more and more serious. During this period, he began to have insomnia every night, or dare not to sleep. When he saw the car, he would tremble. It has seriously affected his daily life and his health. He has a very serious psychological problem. Meng Yang asked, "Did you take him to see a psychiatrist?" I went to see a psychiatrist many times. The psychiatrist gave us a lot of suggestions and asked us to try. We also tried hypnosis, but there was no good effect. The psychiatrist said that we could try aromatherapy. He said that a real aromatherapy master can change people's dreams when they are in light sleep. If Seti can face it bravely in his dreams, it will play a great role in his spirit and psychology. Although I know a lot of great aromatherapy masters, the one I trust the most is only you. Meng Yang thought for a while and said, "A good aromatherapy can change people's dreams or make them enter a deep sleep, but it is only effective for people who are usually under a lot of pressure and easily have nightmares." According to your description, Xiaoka's psychological problem is too serious. If you want to change his dreams, I can only say that aromatherapy is not that powerful. But this is our only hope. We've tried all the other methods we can try. We've even taken the medicine, but none of them have any effect. Even if we just let him stay in the room and not go out, he'll still have nightmares at night and be scared awake. He won't dare to sleep. Xiaoka looked at Meng Yang with pleading eyes and said, "I hope you can help me think of a way." Meng Yang sighed and didn't have the heart to refuse him. He thought for a while and said, "How about this? I will first make some sleeping incense for him. You bring it back and let him try it. As for changing his dreams, with my current ability, I can't do it in a short period of time. But I will try my best to read ancient aromatherapy books and go to the branch to look for previous aromatherapy records to see if there are any methods that can be used as a reference. One more thing is to find a better psychiatrist and let him overcome his inner fear. Otherwise, any method can only treat the symptoms and not the root cause." "I understand. Thank you for being willing to help," Xiaoka said gratefully. Meng Yang went to the studio. After mixing the sleeping incense, he also mixed some fragrances for medicinal baths and essential oils for massages for him to bring back. After Xiaoka left, Meng Yang went to the study and opened the safe. He rummaged through the aromatherapy books. He found a few books that he thought might be useful and put them on the desk. Then he sat down and prepared to read. Changing his dreams? Just listening to it was difficult. Meng Yang sighed as he flipped through the books. He hadn't even solved his own psychological problems yet, and now he had to start helping others. He finally understood what it meant to be a doctor who didn't treat himself. It was easy to help others analyze their problems, but he couldn't easily face his inner fear. Until the afternoon, Meng Yang still didn't have a clue. His brain was stuffed with cotton and couldn't work. Not only did he not have a clue today, but he also didn't have a clue for the next few days. And when he slept at night, he would still have nightmares. Even the sleeping incense didn't have any effect. He still had to hide it from Lu Xiu. He didn't dare let him know. The school's leaders didn't give up on persuading him to go to Phoenix Forest boundary. But he had already spent enough time in the mountains in his previous life. In this life, he didn't want to go. Plus, he didn't want to face the fear in his heart, so he firmly refused again and again. After all the exams in Aromatherapy Academy ended, the students officially entered the holidays. There was a custom in this country. After the students finished a semester of study, on the day of the holidays, their families or friends would bring gifts to pick them up and bring them home. The students had already packed their things and stood at the gate, waiting for their families or friends to pick them up. Meng Yang saw Lu Xiu walking towards him. He smiled and waved at him. As soon as Lu Xiu appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Because his presence and aura were too strong, regardless of parents or students, everyone couldn't help but look at him. "Is that your classmate's family or friend? He's so handsome. His figure is also good. He looks like a male model. I don't know if he's married. Is he your classmate's family? Can you introduce us?" "He's already married. He's here to pick up his wife." The second wife of a rich old man 48 Luo Xiu felt like a year in the outside world, but the time in Meng Yang's mind had stopped. He was in that dark dream and couldn't feel the passage of time at all. Meng Yang knew that he had fainted. He also knew that Luo Xiu must be very anxious now. He thought that he must wake up quickly, but he didn't know how to wake up. Just as Meng Yang was trying hard to wake up quickly, he suddenly heard a baby crying. At first, he thought that he had misheard, but the baby's crying became more and more obvious. He walked in the direction of the sound and saw a ball of light on the ground, and a baby was lying in the light. Meng Yang quickly walked over, squatted down, and carefully held the baby in his arms. The baby stopped crying immediately when he was in his arms. Meng Yang looked at the white and tender chubby baby and liked him to the extreme. He couldn't get enough of him. Meng Yang held the baby and coaxed him. He didn't know how much time had passed. Suddenly, he remembered that Luo Xiu was still waiting for him to wake up. Then, a light appeared in front of his eyes. As soon as Meng Yang opened his eyes, he saw Luo Xiu looking at him attentively and affectionately. He opened his mouth and said, "Uncle Luo, the baby." Luo Xiu held his face and kissed his forehead. "The baby is fine. You're fine too. Don't worry." Fine? Meng Yang wanted to say that he just dreamed of a baby. Why did Luo Xiu say that the baby was fine? The doctor checked you. You're more than 2 months pregnant. You fainted because you were too tired recently. Luo Xiu stroked his face and said, "I'm pregnant?" Meng Yang still didn't know how to react. "Yes, you're pregnant." Luo Xiu thought that Meng Yang heard the doctor's words when he was in a coma, so he asked about the baby as soon as he opened his eyes. Meng Yang wanted to sit up, but Luo Xiu immediately helped him up and let him lean in his arms. "I have a baby?" Meng Yang put his hand on his belly. No wonder he had such a dream. Although he knew that the baby in his belly was definitely smaller than a pinky finger, he felt that the little boy in his dream was his baby. Meng Yang's was one of the few men who could conceive naturally. This was confirmed when he was very young. Other men who couldn't conceive naturally could only give birth to their own children with the help of medical science and technology. Children who could conceive naturally would be healthier and smarter. Luo Xiu put his hand on Meng Yang's hand. He could understand the joy and emotion in Meng Yang's heart, because he felt the same joy and emotion in his heart. He was almost 40 years old, but only now did he have his own child. Even he didn't know how to describe his feelings. "Are you happy? We have a child." Meng Yang looked up at Luo Xiu and asked. "I'm happy." Luo Xiu kissed the corner of Meng Yang's mouth and said, "But you'll definitely have a hard time in the future. This kind of hard work is worth it." "I'm happy." Meng Yang leaned over and hugged Luo Xiu tightly and said, "We have our own child. It's a life born from the fusion of your blood and mine. This is my long-awaited wish. I really feel happy and satisfied." Luo Xiu hugged Meng Yang tightly with one hand and held his face with the other hand and said, "I'll definitely let you have a happy and stable life. I promise I won't let anyone disturb you." "No one. I believe in you," Meng Yang replied. The two hugged each other tightly and kissed affectionately. This kiss didn't have any sexual desire, but it was full of emotion and affection. The two kissed for a long time before separating. Meng Yang looked at Luo Xiu and said, "I want to go home. I don't want to stay here." "Okay, I'll take you home right away," Luo Xiu said, and then picked up Meng Yang and walked out. Luo Xiu took Meng Yang home and put him on the bed. He put a big pillow behind him and let him sit. "It's just the beginning of your vacation. You should have a good rest for these 2 months. Put everything else aside for now. Take care of your body first." Luo Xiu looked at Meng Yang and said, "Sit here and hug me." Meng Yang patted the seat next to him and said. Luo Xiu sat next to Meng Yang and held him in his arms. Meng Yang leaned in Luo Xiu's arms and felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. From now on, they were a family of 3. Meng Yang's cell phone rang. He picked it up and looked at it. Then he handed it to Luo Xiu and said, "It's the director of the school. He must be advising me to go to Xianxia. Pick it up." Luo Xiu took Meng Yang's cell phone and picked it up. Then he talked to the director. Luo Xiu's words were simple and clear. After greeting the director, he said that Meng Yang wasn't feeling well and had to rest at home. Although his tone and attitude were normal, it made people feel that there was no room for negotiation. After that, the director didn't call again. For the time being, Luo Xiu did not plan to let others know about Meng Yang's pregnancy. He wanted to keep it a secret for as long as possible. When Meng Yang's belly got bigger and could no longer be hidden, he would announce the news of her pregnancy. Meng Yang had a lot of plans for his summer vacation, but now he had to ensure that he had enough time to rest. So he cancelled all the plans that could be cancelled. Moreover, after he knew that he was pregnant, he felt much better. It was as if his whole body was full of energy. His heart was full of courage. He no longer had nightmares at night and completely recovered his previous state. In fact, Meng Yang knew very well that he hadn't overcome the fear and shadow in his heart. It was only because he knew that he had a child that he could do anything to protect the child that he temporarily suppressed the shadow in his heart. Sooner or later, he would have to face what he had to face and overcome what he had to overcome by himself. But now was not the time. The most important thing for him now was to give birth to the child safely and healthily. Even though he had enough time to rest, Meng Yang couldn't just sit around doing nothing. Otherwise, he would fall sick from boredom. Therefore, he decided to rest while continuing to research how to treat Sudi's nightmares and insomnia caused by psychological problems. The second wife of a rich old man 49 Luo Xiu came out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around his waist. He was drying his hair with a towel. "Uncle Luo." Meng Yang reached out to him. Luo Xiu walked to the bed and looked down at him. Meng Yang hooked his fingers around the edge of his towel. Luo Xiu held Meng Yang's hand and sat down on the bed. He leaned over and pressed his forehead against Meng Yang's. "Are you sure you can do it?" "The doctor said that I can't do it for the first 3 months and the last 3 months." Meng Yang hinted. "You have to be careful." Luo Xiu untied the towel around his waist, lifted the quilt, and got on the bed. He lay down beside Meng Yang and kissed his face. "I will be very careful. How about you command me?" "Okay." Meng Yang put his arms around his neck and kissed him back. Luo Xiu turned over to face Meng Yang and tried not to put his weight on him. He said in a magnetic voice in his ear, "Let's start, little commander." "I want a cannon," Meng Yang said proudly. "Do you want to test it again?" "Let me give you a hint. Considering the commander's physical condition, the cannon will hurt you." Luo Xiu looked at him and said. Meng Yang bit his thumb and thought for a moment. She was pregnant now, so she really shouldn't have such a fierce weapon. After serious consideration, he said, "Then we'll have something that isn't as fierce as a cannon." "Anything." Luo Xiu couldn't help but laugh. "You just want a cannon, right? Hurry up. Don't dawdle," Meng Yang said with a red face. "Then I'll ask the commander to check it first." Luo Xiu said. Meng Yang put his hand under the quilt. Unlike the previous intense and passionate sessions, Meng Yang felt Luo Xiu's gentleness this time. Whether it was his soul or his body, it felt as if they were about to melt under his gentleness. "How do you feel, little commander?" Luo Xiu hugged Meng Yang and asked, "Do you feel comfortable? Satisfied?" "It's very comfortable." Meng Yang breathed heavily as he requested, "Again. Once a night is enough." Luo Xiu stroked his face and said, "One more time." Meng Yang wanted more. How could half full be enough? He had to be at least 70 to 80% full. He urged, "Hurry up." Luo Xiu couldn't do anything about him and could only continue to satisfy his request. Before the other students came to this country, Meng Yang had been living in the manor. During the day, Meng Yang enjoyed and appreciated the scenery in the manor. At night, he enjoyed the comfort and satisfaction brought to him by Luo Xiu's gentleness in bed. During the day, Luo Xiu sometimes had to leave to deal with some things and couldn't accompany him all the time. However, Meng Yang still felt that it was good to live like a vacation. With such a place that belonged to him, even if he couldn't live here every day, it was still a happy thing. A few days later, the other students also came to this country. This time, they didn't live in a hotel. Meng Yang asked Luo Xiu to arrange for them to live in the manor. The students also got off at the entrance of the manor, and then a carriage took them to the castle in the center of the manor. Because the scenery was so beautiful, the students couldn't help but take out their mobile phones to take pictures. They just raised their hands and took a beautiful picture of the table. It's so beautiful. This was the 10th time that Wu Feng said it was so beautiful after entering the manor. He sighed with emotion to Qin Hong, I feel like I'm in a movie. Is this a fairyland? It's so beautiful. Qin Hong agreed, the key is that these beautiful sceneries make people feel that they are formed naturally and not decorated. This is the rarest part. I seem to see mountains of gold and silver in these sceneries. Your idea is so vulgar. You're ruining such a beautiful scenery. Shut up and don't talk anymore. Wu Feng said with dissatisfaction. All the carriages entered the castle. Meng Yang was standing outside the door of the hall to welcome them. Meng Yang. After Wu Feng got off the carriage, he walked towards Meng Yang. Senior. Meng Yang looked at Wu Feng with a smile and said, I haven't seen you for more than a month. You seem to have lost a lot of weight. Don't mention it. The first half of the month, we were in Phoenix Forest boundary. After half a month, they took us to Tsuyao County. They actually made us stay in the mountains for more than a month. They were too cruel. I rested for more than 10 days and still couldn't recover. Wu Feng complained to Meng Yang. He originally didn't want to go to Phoenix Forest boundary, but the school's leaders persuaded him to go with Qin Hong again. There were all kinds of training in the mountains. He almost wanted to escape. Rich old man's second wife 50. After the auction started, Meng Yang and Luo Xiao went to the round table and sat down. Meng Yang had already flipped through the catalog of auction items. There wasn't anything that he particularly liked. However, since he was already there, he had to bid for a few items. Thus, he pointed at a few items in the catalog and asked his assistant to bid later. Ching Fengfei was sitting at a table not far from them. Meng Yang didn't know whether it was a coincidence or Ching Fengfei did it on purpose. Among the things he fancied, there were two that Ching Fengfei wanted very much, but he got them in the end. Ching Fengfei was secretly anxious when she saw that the things she wanted were bought by Meng Yang. Because these two things were the gifts she was going to buy for Luo Xiao's mother. She came for these two things. She knew that Luo Xing's situation in the family Luo was not good now. Luo Xiao married a young new wife, so naturally, he would have another child. She had to help Luo Xing. She couldn't let him be too passive. And the best way was to get the support of Luo Xiao's mother. For so many years, she had been hiding the fact that Luo Xing was not Luo Xiao's biological son. She also struggled in her heart to tell the truth. But so many years had passed, and she didn't tell anyone about it, including Luo Xing's biological father. She thought that since no one else knew, then the lie could become the truth. As long as she didn't say it, Luo Xing would always be Luo Xiao's eldest son. Ching Fengfei turned her head and looked at Luo Xiao's side face. She thought that the man she hated so many years ago was so charming now. Ching Fengfei's friend said to her, "Your first husband was richer than the other 3 husbands. It's a pity that you didn't get any benefits from him. He became so rich many years after I divorced him." Ching Fengfei said. "I heard that he bought Anfield Manor some time ago. Although you have a child, he has remarried. If you want your child to inherit everything he has, you have to put in some effort." Of course. After the auction, Luo Xiao was talking to his friend. Meng Yang went to the bathroom. His assistant and bodyguard followed him. After coming out of the bathroom, he met Ching Fengfei in the corridor. "You are Meng Yang, right?" Ching Fengfei asked Meng Yang with a smile. Meng Yang raised his hand and motioned for the bodyguard and assistant to stand a little further away. Then he looked at Ching Fengfei and said, "My name is Meng Yang." "Hello, Aunt Ching." Ching Fengfei's smile stiffened when she heard Meng Yang call her aunt. But she quickly recovered and said, "You dated Luo Xing. You should call me aunt." Unfortunately, Luo Xing didn't know how to cherish it. "I think you are much better than Yu Junchen." "Thank you, but I don't regret breaking up with Luo Xing at all. Uncle Luo can give me a lot of things that Luo Xing can't. And Uncle Luo is gentle and considerate. He also spoils me." Sometimes I even feel that thanks to Luo Xing and Yu Junchen, I have the opportunity to be with Uncle Luo. Meng Yang's smile had obvious happiness. It's normal for an old man to spoil his young wife. What's more, you are so young, beautiful, and excellent. Cheng Fangfei said, are you free tomorrow? I want to have a good talk with you. And I want to apologize to you for the excessive things that Luo Xing did to you before. Although Uncle Luo is very good to me, he is also very strict with me. He will not be happy if I talk to other men. Although you are a woman, I don't think he will agree to let me go out with you. Meng Yang pointed to the back and said, you see, even when I go to the toilet, there are people following me all the time. Cheng Fangfei glanced at the bodyguards. He thought that Luo Xiao was actually so possessive. But he married such a young boy. He was at the age where he was full of curiosity about everything and couldn't resist the temptation. It was normal for him to feel uneasy and want to control him a little more. This was a place that could be used. You don't need to apologize to me for Luo Xing because Luo Xing has already apologized to me. And Uncle Luo also told me not to care about him. After all, Luo Xing is his eldest son. Even if they don't have any father-son relationship, the blood relationship can't be broken. It's enough to scare him. Meng Yang smiled and said, I'm trying to forget and not care about those things now. I'm trying to get along well with Luo Xing because I don't want Uncle Luo to feel embarrassed. Cheng Fangfei nodded and said, if there is a chance, I really want to talk to you about something that Luo Xiao will never tell you. I think I can tell you. I will return to China after a while. I hope I can have a chance to meet you alone. Okay, I'll find a chance to meet you after I return to China. Meng Yang said. After Cheng Fangfei left, the smile on Meng Yang's face disappeared immediately. He thought that Cheng Fangfei was completely different from the capricious and domineering young lady she used to be. It seemed that 4 marriages had made her smarter. After Cheng Fangfei divorced Luo Xiao, she married 3 more times and got a lot of money from her 3 husbands. She was a representative of getting rich by marriage. Meng Yang didn't go back to the manor that night. He went to a dinner party with Luo Xiao and then they stayed in a villa in the city for a night. He had an appointment with Circe. After Luo Xiao went to the company, he went out to meet her. Meng Yang came to the hotel suite where Circe stayed. When he was about to ring the doorbell, the door opened from the inside. However, it was not Circe who opened the door, but Blairet with messy hair and untidy clothes. Meng Yang was surprised, but Blairet was obviously more surprised than Meng Yang. Blairet closed his eyes and wiped his face. After taking a deep breath, he walked around Meng Yang and left quickly. Meng Yang and his assistant walked in directly without needing to open the door. So early? I thought I got up early enough today. Circe just finished washing up and walked out of the bedroom in a nightgown. She didn't expect Meng Yang to come so early. I always go to bed early and get up early. It's good for my health. Meng Yang looked at her and asked, what did you do to Blairet? He looks like he's been defiled. I met him at a friend's party last night. I talked about a perfume topic that he was interested in. When I left, I asked him if he wanted to continue the conversation. Then he followed me here. We continued to drink and chat. It's inevitable that something will happen when you drink too much. Circe walked to the bar and poured himself a glass of wine. He looked at Meng Yang and asked, do you want a glass? Meng Yang shook his head and said, I'm not a good drinker. With the alcohol content of your wine, I'll be drunk after 1 glass. If I get drunk here, Uncle Luo will never allow me to see you again. Meng Yang didn't tell him that she was pregnant. He and Luo Xiao didn't want anyone else to know about it for the time being. Circe nodded and took out a bottle of purified water from the fridge for Meng Yang. She motioned for Meng Yang to follow her into the study. Circe had booked this suite for a long time. It was equivalent to his residence. Meng Yang took the small suitcase from the bodyguard and followed Circe into the study. Circe sat down on the sofa and put the wine glass on the coffee table. She lit a mint cigarette and said, it's a pity that you got married so early. If you weren't, I could take you to experience more interesting things. The second wife of a rich old man. It was almost time for the competition, and the masters had already arrived in the country. Although Meng Yang would not participate in the competition, He went with them to the lakeside hotel at the foot of the mountain where the competition would take place. Before the competition began, there would be some banquets and interviews, and Meng Yang was also invited. After the formal banquets in the day, there would be various themed banquets in the evening. Circe booked the most beautiful lakeside banquet hall in the hotel, and invited all the young people under 25 to attend his banquet. The theme was a banquet in white, and everyone who attended the banquet had to wear white shirts. Meng Yang came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. He casually took a white shirt from Luo Xiu's clothes and put it on, and then put on a pair of blue jeans. His belly was already visible, and the waists of all the pants had been changed. His own shirt was just right, and Luo Xiu's shirt was wide enough. Even if he stuffed some of it in the front, no one would be able to tell that his belly was bulging. Luo Xiu put down his phone and walked towards Meng Yang. He put his arm around his waist and looked at him, saying, "No drinking, come back early." "How could I drink?" Meng Yang tiptoed and kissed him, saying, "Don't worry, I won't stay for too long." Luo Xiu looked at Meng Yang in his shirt, revealing his collarbone, and didn't want him to go out at all. He looked too clean and too attractive, like a half-open pure white rose, and people couldn't help but look forward to his appearance when he bloomed. Meng Yang rolled up his sleeves to his elbows and kissed Luo Xiu's chin, saying, "I'm leaving." Luo Xiu watched Meng Yang leave. Although he arranged for someone to follow him, he still couldn't calm down, because he knew that as long as Meng Yang walked out, someone would definitely be attracted to him. He didn't stop Meng Yang from leaving because he felt that even if Meng Yang was married to him and had his child, he didn't want to let Meng Yang miss out on something that he should experience at his age because of his selfishness. Many things felt and had a completely different meaning once they were older. Senior. Meng Yang walked towards Wu Feng and the others who were waiting for him in front. "Wow, you're wearing Boss Luo's shirt?" Wu Feng looked at Meng Yang and asked, "He actually let you come out like this?" "My shirt is too tight, and I didn't bring any other white clothes with me, so I casually took his shirt and put it on. It's quite comfortable to wear like this." Meng Yang lowered his head and looked at himself. He asked in confusion, "Does it not look good?" "That's not it." Wu Feng shook his head. To be honest, there was nothing wrong with the clothes. The problem was that he looked too seductive when he wore it like this. The beautiful young men in white were all walking towards the banquet hall by the lake. They gradually gathered together and attracted a lot of attention along the way. When Meng Yang and the others entered the banquet hall, Circe, who was talking to his friends, saw Meng Yang and immediately walked towards him. Meng Yang introduced his senior to Circe. After greeting them, Circe took Meng Yang to greet his friends in the perfume industry. Then, he took Meng Yang to the small bar that only he, the host of the banquet, could use. Circe looked at Meng Yang and said, "I still think it's a pity that you're getting married so early. Many men would go crazy for you. Even if I could choose all the men in the world, I would only choose my husband." Meng Yang said with a smile. After walking to the bar, Circe mixed a glass of wine and put it in front of Meng Yang and said, "Try it. The alcohol content in this glass is negligible. I guarantee you won't get drunk after drinking it." Meng Yang picked up the wine glass and sniffed it. Just by smelling it, he knew that this glass of wine must be very delicious. However, he could only say regretfully, "I'm in a special period right now, so I can only smell it. In a few months, I'll definitely have a good taste of your wine." Circe didn't know what special period he was talking about, but he didn't try to persuade him to drink. He mixed himself a glass of wine and said, "I heard that you didn't participate in the competition this time?" "I hate entering the natural forest." Meng Yang said. "To be honest, I hate it too. Also, I don't understand why a perfumer has to show his ability to survive in the wild." In this competition, the contestants had to go to the mountains to collect fresh ingredients. They had to extract and mix the ingredients themselves. They had a total of 3 days to find the ingredients they needed in the mountains. The organizers would broadcast the whole process live. This way, the competition would be interesting to watch and attract more attention. Most of the flowers and plants in the mountains were man-made. However, after many years of planting, they could be considered semi-wild. There are a lot of live broadcasts nowadays. In order to make a dish or something, you have to go to the mountains or the sea to collect the ingredients. Many celebrities have started to use this to increase their popularity. Perhaps the people who came up with this competition got their inspiration from this. Meng Yang remembered that in his previous life, this competition was held when he was in his third year of university. In this life, it was held earlier than expected. He felt that it was probably because he won first place in the international competition that these Western countries wanted to hold another competition this year. The company insisted that I participate. They said that this competition will be very popular. It's a good opportunity to increase popularity and sales. If I knew that you weren't going to participate, I would have insisted on not participating. Xianxia said. Meng Yang took out a small bottle as thick as a finger from his pocket and handed it to him. Smell this. Xianxia took the bottle and opened it. He fanned himself a few times and closed his eyes to feel the fragrance. Xianxia seemed to be lost in the fragrance. He didn't open his eyes for a long time. He didn't speak either. Meng Yang looked at his expression of enjoyment and already knew how he felt. Seductive and sexy. Xianxia finally opened her eyes and sighed. It's really wonderful. I can't imagine how you managed to mix such a fragrance in such a short time. Because I have the best man in the world. Meng Yang's eyes were full of pride. When he thought about what happened that night, he couldn't help but blush. I can already feel it from your perfume. Xianxia said. He must be very, very sexy. I tried my best to make it neutral. Otherwise, I would have mixed a bottle of male hormones or an aphrodisiac. Anyway, it's not suitable for perfume. Meng Yang said. The second wife of a rich old man 52. When it was time for the competition to start, the contestants went to prepare. Meng Yang and Luo Xiu left the hotel. He didn't stay in the hotel room to watch the live broadcast, because he was still a little conflicted about this kind of outdoor survival competition. Meng Yang and Luo Xiu didn't go back to the manor, because Luo Xiu had something to deal with in the company, so they stayed in a villa in the city. Meng Yang went to bed a little late last night, so he got up a little late. He walked to the living room and saw Luo Xiu sitting on the sofa as if he was thinking about something. He walked over, sat down, and leaned on him. Luo Xiu hugged Meng Yang and kissed him. Meng Yang took a sip of the warm water the helper gave him, then looked at Luo Xiu and asked, "Did she come to meet you with Qing Fangfei just now?" "She left for a while." Luo Xiu looked at Meng Yang and said, "Did you see her?" "I just got up." "How could I see her?" Meng Yang said and pointed at his nose. Luo Xiu nodded, indicating that he understood. "Who's the other woman?" Meng Yang asked. "My mother." Luo Xiu said. "She's also in this country?" Meng Yang said in surprise. "Her lover's condition is getting better, so she brought him here for a vacation." Luo Xiu looked at Meng Yang and said, "She'll come back soon, and you'll definitely meet her then. She's very mean and difficult to get along with, so you have to be mentally prepared. Don't be affected by anything she says." "Then what should I do?" Meng Yang asked. "Just ignore her. No matter what she says or does, just ignore her. Leave the rest to me. I won't let her disturb our lives for too long. Since you've already said that, it seems like the meeting between the two of you must have been very unpleasant. When she returns home, there will inevitably be a storm." Meng Yang sighed and said, "But no matter what, she is still your mother." "Mother?" Luo Xiu smiled sarcastically and said, "I have tolerated her all these years, but I don't want you to tolerate her with me. You don't owe her anything. You don't have to tolerate her just because you married me. If necessary, I will announce in advance that Luo Xing is not my son. Even if I have to sever my relationship with her, I will never let her hurt you." "I believe you." Meng Yang held his hand and said. He knew that Luo Xiu would definitely protect him, and he would also become Luo Xiu's inner pillar, supporting him and warming him. The 3-day competition was in progress. Meng Yang did not watch the live broadcast. He just asked his assistant to tell him about the competition. 3 days later, the competition ended. As expected, Xianxia won first place. Although he didn't perform as well as some of the others in the process of collecting the ingredients, no one was better than him in terms of his talent in perfuming. He used fewer ingredients than the others to create a better perfume. As for Yu Junchen, Wu Feng, and the others, they did not let down their month-long training in the mountains. They performed very well in the process of collecting raw materials, but in the end, they still did not make it into the top 10 in the perfume evaluation and voting. Meng Yang went to the banquet after the competition. After congratulating Circe, he went to chat with Wu Feng and the others. I heard that you guys performed very well in the process of collecting the raw materials this time. There's already news in the country praising your performance. The hardship in the mountains can be considered to have paid off, said Meng Yang. But in the end, you still did not make it into the top 10. Wu Feng said, if you had participated in the competition, you would have definitely made it into the top 3. No matter how good our performance in the process of collecting materials was, in the end, we still could not beat them. Meng Yang subconsciously put his hand on his belly. He just smiled and did not say anything. Even if he wanted to participate, he could not. Moreover, he did not want to participate in such a competition at all. Yu Junchen stood aside and listened to their conversation. He happened to see Meng Yang's movement. He was stunned for a moment, and then his face immediately became ugly. This was because he knew why Meng Yang did not participate in the competition this time, and what his movement meant. Meng Yang also noticed Yu Junchen's eyes and expression. The two of them looked at each other for a while. Meng Yang's eyes were full of fearless toughness. It was not until Yu Junchen inexplicably looked away that the two of them stopped looking at each other. Now that I think about it, this competition is really neither fish nor fowl. Wu Feng did not notice the confrontation between Meng Yang and Yu Junchen's eyes. He continued to say, are we competing in the ability to survive in the wild and collect materials, or are we competing in the talent of perfuming? If we are competing in the former, why did the scoring and voting method not change? If we are competing in the latter, then what is the meaning of what we have done for the past 3 days and 2 nights? At least this competition has received unprecedented popularity and attention. It also got the effect that the organizers wanted. It is a good way. Qin Hong said. Anyway, I will not participate in the next competition no matter what. Whoever wants to participate can participate. Wu Feng curled his lips and said, why should I work so hard only to let them get the effect that they want? The competition was over, and Wu Feng and the others were about to return to China. Meng Yang did not return with them because he had to participate in a very important spice auction. Participating in this auction could be said to be one of the main purposes of his trip to this country. The spice auctions in Western countries were based on the price of the highest bid. There was no guessing auction like in China's spice market. Therefore, Meng Yang was mentally prepared to spend a lot of money to get these 2 spices. Meng Yang was a little nervous. Luo Xiao held his hand and comforted him, don't be nervous. Since you want it, we will definitely be able to get it. At worst, we will just have to spend a little more money. I have looked up a lot of information. For the time being, I can't find a better substitute for these 2 spices. I have to buy it and bring it back. Only then can the situation in city improve. Meng Yang held his hand and said, if we can also have a guessing auction here, I won't feel nervous. The auction began. Today, there were a total of 10 rare spices to be auctioned. Those who came to participate in the auction were either rich or famous perfumers. They were constantly discussing with the people around them while raising their cards to bid. The second wife of a rich old man 53 after Meng Yang returned to China, he first prepared the perfume for City and then went to see how City was doing with Lu Yunjing. Xiaoke told Meng Yang about City's situation during this period and thanked Meng Yang for taking care of City. Then, they talked about Meng Yang. Your perfume sales are really amazing now. Even my dad said that if you continue to keep it up, you might earn more than our family in a few years, Lu Yunjing said. There are also sleeping incense, calming incense, essential oils, and so on. Now, they are essential for many psychologists. It's difficult to buy them even if you want to, Xiaoke said. I usually just pay attention to the sales. I don't care about how much I earn, Meng Yang said with a smile. I heard that the live broadcast competition this time is very popular. Even some of my friends who have no interest in perfume watched the live broadcast of the competition this time. They said that it was very interesting and they also understood the process of making perfume. Xiaoke said, but I'm still very puzzled. Why didn't you participate in this competition? You took first place in the international competition last time. Meng Yang said, I didn't want to participate in the first place. Because I'm pregnant, it's even more impossible to participate. Lu Yunjing was stunned for a while with her mouth open. Then, she came back to her senses and said, You're pregnant? Yes. Meng Yang put his hand on his stomach and said with a smile, It's almost 5 months. I was wondering why you looked so fat. It turns out that you're pregnant. Lu Yunjing looked at him and said, You're not even 20 years old. Isn't it too early to have a child now? Meng Yang said, I want to give birth to a child for him as soon as possible. Before I married him, I started looking forward to this child. Now that I'm pregnant, as long as the child can be born healthy, my wish will be fulfilled. Since this is what you want and can make you feel happy, then I wish you and this child. Lu Yunjing said. Congratulations, Xiaoke said. Thank you. Meng Yang smiled and said, but from now on, family Luo won't be peaceful for a while. I hope everything will pass as soon as possible. What happened? Lu Yunjing asked. Luo Shou's mother is coming back. Meng Yang said. What are you going to do? Lu Yunjing looked at Meng Yang worriedly. Don't worry, Uncle Luo will protect me, Meng Yang said calmly. He was not afraid at all. Meng Yang returned to the Longlingshan main residence. As soon as he got out of the car, he intuitively felt that the atmosphere in the house was different from usual. After Meng Yang entered the hall, he saw many people sitting in the hall. Luo Shou's mother, Su Minhua, was sitting opposite Luo Shou. Luo Shou's brother, their wives, and children were sitting on the sofa on both sides. Luo Xing and Yu Junshan were also there. Meng Yang walked over to Luo Shou. After sitting down beside Luo Shou, he smiled at Su Minhua and said, Mother-in-law, welcome home. The 2 spices you need, I've already mixed them into medicinal fragrances and sent them to my friend. I originally thought that if there were any left, I could give you some, but there was none left. I'm really sorry. As long as you have the heart. Su Minhua suppressed her anger and said as calmly as possible. Luo Shou hugged Meng Yang and asked, Did you go to eat with your friend? No, I went to see City with Yunjing. I gave him the freshly mixed fragrances. Meng Yang leaned on Luo Shou and said. Are you hungry? Luo Shou touched Meng Yang's stomach and asked. No. Meng Yang shook his head. Make a cup of milk and bring it here. Luo Shou turned to Uncle Yuan and said. Yes. Uncle Yuan raised his hand and motioned one of the helpers to make milk. Although such a big family was sitting, the atmosphere was not lively at all. The younger generation had nothing to say. Although Luo Shou's younger brothers and sisters-in-law had been talking to Su Minhua, because Luo Shou was here, they were careful not to say anything wrong. After dinner, the whole family moved to the dining room and sat down. Meng Yang couldn't eat greasy food. He only drank the fresh and sweet vegetable and pork rib soup specially made for him by the kitchen. Originally, he was drinking well, but suddenly he felt nauseous. He turned his head and vomited all of it. Luo Shou immediately put down his chopsticks and supported Meng Yang. He asked worriedly, Are you very uncomfortable? Meng Yang shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Su Minhua held the chopsticks tightly. She felt that Meng Yang was deliberately showing off to her, but in front of Luo Shou, she couldn't lose her temper. She could only suppress her anger. Rich old man's second wife 54. After Su Minhua returned to the Longlingshan main residence, she naturally wanted to invite her friends whom she hadn't seen for a while to gather at her home. She thought that she might as well throw a banquet and invite more people to join in the fun. In the afternoon, the people who came to attend the banquet arrived one after another. Su Minhua brought Yu Junshan to her side to greet her acquaintances and friends. From her words, it was clear that she was satisfied with Yu Junshan. Meng Yang could tell that Su Minhua was deliberately showing that she valued Yu Junshan more to embarrass him. He didn't care and prepared to sit for a while before going back to rest. After Su Minhua greeted her friends, she went to sit opposite Meng Yang and looked at him with dissatisfaction. Don't just sit there. Go and greet people and talk to them. Since you're married to Luo Shou, you should show the upbringing and etiquette worthy of your current status. Meng Yang looked at her and said, Isn't this what you want to see? What are you talking about? Do you think I want to see you embarrass the Luo family? Su Minhua frowned and said unhappily. Then she turned her head and called, Luo Xing, come here. Luo Xing, who was talking to someone, heard Su Minhua call him and immediately walked over. I said before that I hope you can at least get along with each other in front of outsiders, Su Minhua said. Luo Xing, take him to greet the guests. Meng Yang looked at Luo Xing and sneered. Then he got up and left. Stop right there. Su Minhua shouted in a low voice. Meng Yang ignored her and turned to leave. He went to the greenhouse to read and rest. Seeing that Meng Yang dared to ignore her words, Su Minhua was furious. Because she didn't want to lose face in front of so many people, she could only suppress her anger. She thought that she would find a chance to teach Meng Yang a lesson later. Luo Xing looked at Meng Yang's back as he left. Thinking of what Su Minhua had said to him last night, he lowered his head and pondered. When Luo Xiu was there, Su Minhua's attitude towards Meng Yang was pretty good, as if she was really prepared to get along with Meng Yang. However, as long as Luo Xiu was not around, Su Minhua's attitude and appearance were very different. Her attitude of looking down on Meng Yang was especially obvious. Meng Yang didn't complain to Luo Xiu about anything. He just pretended that nothing had happened, thinking that it would be fine after a few more days. Meng Yang now almost used the greenhouse as a study. He stayed in the greenhouse most of the time to read and study. Meng Yang was lying on the sofa bed, looking at the notes he had taken at the aromatherapy branch. The helper outside used the intercom to tell him that Luo Xing and Yu Junchen were looking for him. Meng Yang's eyes moved from side to side, and then he said, "Let them in." The greenhouse was very big. After Luo Xing entered, he kept looking at this place that was full of mystery and fantasy. Even he felt that he couldn't move his eyes away, let alone Yu Junchen, who was behind him. Yu Junchen kept looking at the greenhouse, looking at every corner. He felt envious. From Anarphi Manor to this greenhouse, he could see how much Luo Xiu doted on Meng Yang. Although he knew that Luo Xing really loved him, it was impossible for Luo Xing to do this for him in a short time. What's the matter? Meng Yang didn't raise his head. He continued to look at the notes in his hand and asked. My friends are here. Grandmother asked me and Junchen to take you to chat with my friends. She also said that even if you don't want to, you should take a few minutes to show that we are on good terms, Luo Xing said. You go and tell her that we have already shown that we are on good terms in front of your friends. If she doesn't believe it, you can describe to her what happened at that time. Meng Yang looked up at him and said. Luo Xing was silent for a while, and then he said, I hope you know that my grandmother's intentions don't represent my intentions. I really don't want to provoke you anymore, and I don't have the courage to cause you trouble again. I just want to not appear in front of you as much as possible and keep a suitable distance from you. Luo Xing took the initiative to show weakness to Meng Yang in case his grandmother's plan didn't succeed. He didn't want to be implicated. I understand. Meng Yang said calmly, if there's nothing else, you can leave. As for your grandmother, I'm sure you can find a good excuse to deal with her. Luo Xing looked at Meng Yang again, and then turned to leave. Yu Junchen also looked at Meng Yang, and then quickly looked around the greenhouse. Then he turned and left with Luo Xing. In the evening, the banquet continued. There were friends of Su Minhua, Luo Xing, and Luo Xiu's younger brothers. Everyone was talking and laughing, and it was very lively. Meng Yang was too lazy to show up. At night, he went back to his room to rest. Luo Xiu returned to the main house. After washing up, he came out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around his waist. He lay on his side on the bed, hugged Meng Yang from behind, and asked, Did they disturb your rest? If they annoyed you, I'll ask them to leave in advance. The advantage of having a big house is that they can't affect me no matter how noisy they are. Meng Yang swiped the flat screen with his finger, and said, Let them have their last party. They won't be happy for long anyway. I can bear it for a while. Luo Xiu kissed Meng Yang's face. Meng Yang's cell phone suddenly rang. He pressed Luo Xiu's hand with one hand, and picked up the phone with the other. Meng Yang turned over, lying on his side in Luo Xiu's arms, and talked to the person on the other side of the phone. After the call, Meng Yang looked up at Luo Xiu and said, Cersei said he wanted to come and play with me. He also wanted to bring a few friends. I agreed and asked him to come over at any time. He said he would be here in 2 days. I have to think about how to entertain him. How do you want to entertain them? Luo Xiu asked, stroking Meng Yang's hair. The second wife of a rich old man 55 Luo Xiu's nephews had received permission from Su Minhua to hold a banquet in the main house. They were all very happy because they could show off to their friends. They found Yuan Mo and told him that they would be inviting their friends over today and tomorrow. Yuan Mo told them that Luo Xiu would be holding an important banquet in a few days and had to be prepared immediately. Therefore, the main house could not prepare any other banquets for the next few days. They were a little disappointed, but when they heard that Luo Xiu was going to hold a banquet, they did not dare to say anything. Su Minhua asked Yuan Mo after she heard about it. She got the same answer. Since it was Luo Xiu's order and there was an important banquet to hold, she did not say anything. Circe and his friends were flying in the afternoon. They slept on the plane and arrived early the next morning. Lu Yunjing, Xiao Ku, and Wu Feng also arrived early. They waited with Meng Yang for Circe and his friends to arrive. After Circe and his friends got out of the car, Meng Yang and his friends greeted them. After they introduced each other and greeted each other, Meng Yang led them inside. Your house is really big. Circe looked up at the magnificent building in front of her and sighed, it's good to be rich. Aren't you rich yourself? Meng Yang said with a smile, you earn a lot every year, don't you? I earn a lot, but I also spend a lot. Circe said, if I wanted to buy such a mountain and build such a big house, it would take several years even if I didn't eat, drink, or spend a penny. Meng Yang took them to the place that had been prepared for them. There were a lot of entertainment equipment on the huge lawn and all kinds of food on the table. Next to it was a garden and an enormous outdoor swimming pool. Beyond the garden was an indoor banquet hall. During the day, they could play outside. When the sky darkened, they could move into the banquet hall to continue playing. Circe took off her sunglasses, looked at everything in front of her and said, did you build an amusement park at home? My husband knows that I'm going to entertain you, but because I'm pregnant, it's not convenient for me to go out and play, so he specially asked someone to prepare these, Meng Yang said with a smile. You're pregnant? Circe looked at Meng Yang in surprise and asked, is it inappropriate for us to come here now? I've been recuperating at home most of the time and I'm feeling bored. You guys came at the right time. Let's have some fun together. Even if I can only watch you guys play, I feel quite happy. Did your husband prepare these for you? Circe looked at the F1 car and the small driveway in front of them. There were racing machines, gambling boards, various game tables, a small simulated shooting range, and a large bar specially used for bars. This place was simply an adult amusement park. For people like them, everything here was not rare, but it was rare to see all these things gathered together. At least, they had never seen anything like this before. They were all young people in their 20s, and these were all things that they would like to play with. Therefore, it could be said that this was a place that all young people who liked to play would want to have. It's specially prepared for you guys. I can only look at it. After the baby is born, I can play with you guys. Meng Yang pointed in front of them. In the middle of the room, there was a large round table with a large sunshade fan. There was a sofa around the round table and said, that's the place specially prepared for me. Let's go have breakfast first, and then you guys can play. Before Luo Xiu left for the company, he specially came to see Meng Yang. Meng Yang walked towards Luo Xiu, hugged his waist and said with a smile, thank you for preparing these things. I will watch them have fun. As long as you are satisfied. Luo Xiu held Meng Yang's face and kissed him, if you feel tired, go back to your room and sleep for a while. Don't force yourself, okay? Okay. Meng Yang agreed obediently. The two kissed for a while, and then Luo Xiu turned and left for the company. After Meng Yang sat down, Circe looked at him and said, your husband is so handsome. I suddenly understand why you are willing to get married at such a young age. For me, this is the life I want the most, the happiest state. Meng Yang looked at him and said, but for you, this is not the life you want, right? Circe drank her cocktail and nodded in agreement. Meng Yang asked Xiao Ku to bring his friends from the motorcade. Although they did not have much interaction in this life, Meng Yang had a good relationship with them in his previous life. Therefore, Meng Yang asked them to come and join in the fun. Although there were not many of them, everyone ate, drank, and laughed. It was very lively. Meng Yang sat on the sofa with a thin blanket covering his stomach and legs. He watched the others play happily. Circe and Lu Yunjing sat around him and chatted with him. Meng Yang's depression in the past few days had dissipated a lot. Luo Xiu's nephews were only in their teens. When they saw such a scene, they all wanted to go and have some fun. However, the bodyguard stopped them because Luo Xiu had personally ordered that no one was to disturb Meng Yang when he was entertaining his friends. They could only go to Su Minhua. Su Minhua came over and saw it. She immediately frowned and asked Uncle Yuan unhappily, "Yuan Ma, is this the important banquet that Luo Xiu is preparing for?" Mr. Luo Xiu ordered all of this to be prepared. Uncle Yuan replied, "Mr. Luo also ordered that no one is to disturb young Master Meng Yang when he is entertaining his friends. Therefore, he arranged for bodyguards to be on guard." Su Minhua's face darkened. She felt that Meng Yang was deliberately provoking and showing off to her. However, she could only turn around and leave angrily. Uncle Yuan said to Luo Xiu's nephews, "Young masters, please go back." Luo Xiu's nephews could only leave in disappointment. The second wife of a rich old man 56 Luo Xiu stood up and took the fruit knife from Uncle Yuan's hand. He walked in front of Su Minhua and slammed the knife on the coffee table. He looked at Su Minhua and said, "Since you feel that I can't repay you with money for raising me, then from today onwards, I won't spend a single cent on you people. You can stab me right now as I'm returning my life to you. I won't repay you in any other way in the future. I've had enough after so many years, and I won't use any other way to maintain the so-called mother-son relationship with you." Su Minhua was so angry that her whole body trembled. "Big brother, how can you stab me in front of Mom?" Luo Qi said, "Mom is also doing this for..." Luo Xiu turned his head and looked at her. Luo Qi immediately fell silent. She didn't dare to look into Luo Xiu's cold eyes. She could only turn her head away to avoid Luo Xiu's gaze. "You want to break off the mother-son relationship with me?" Su Minhua looked at Luo Xiu with an ugly expression. "That's right." Luo Xiu looked at her and said coldly, "You're right. I want to break off the mother-son relationship with you completely." "Just for him?" Su Minhua pointed at Meng Yang and said, "Just for this one person, you want to be an unfilial person. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? If God has eyes, he definitely won't strike me. I've already done everything I can for you." Luo Xiu picked up the knife and put it in front of her and said, "You only have this one chance. You only have this one chance. No matter where you stab, whether I'm dead or alive, it'll be considered as returning your life. If you miss this chance, I'll take it as you giving up. I won't give you a second chance. But let me tell you, even if I die, you won't get a single cent from me." Su Minhua looked at the fruit knife in front of her and felt an unprecedented fear in her heart. She felt that Luo Xiu was not just trying to scare her. He was really determined to cut off all ties with her. She was very clear in her heart that except for Luo Xiu, her other sons were unreliable. Once she lost Luo Xiu, her life would plummet. But after so many years, she was used to being strong and couldn't say the words to be soft. In such an atmosphere, Luo Xiu's 3 younger brothers could only try their best to reduce their presence. They knew that as long as they opened their mouths, no matter what they said, they would only anger Luo Xiu even more. But looking at Su Minhua stubbornly refusing to give in, they were very anxious. Luo Xiu had already shown such decisiveness. At this time it was the most stupid thing to do. If Su Minhua said a few words to give in and promised that she would not interfere with Luo Xiu's affairs in the future, there might be room to ease the situation. Since you don't seize this opportunity, there won't be a second chance. Luo Xiu turned around and handed the knife to Uncle Yuan. Then he sat down beside Meng Yang. Meng Yang leaned on him and held his hand, silently conveying his comfort to him. Although Luo Xiu was going to announce everything today and cut off all ties with his so-called family members and completely get rid of them, Meng Yang knew that Luo Xiu didn't feel happy in his heart, because it was not a happy thing to have developed to this point. As for Meng Yang, he didn't feel much joy. Instead, he felt more heartache for Luo Xiu. People like Luo Xiao seemed to be indifferent, but in fact, he was the most emotional person. But once his feelings were exhausted, he would be more heartless than anyone else. Su Minhua looked at Luo Xiao and shed tears. Because of fear, she wanted to give in, but she couldn't say anything. She had nothing to rely on except for her identity as Luo Xiao's mother. Now that Luo Xiao was going to cut off all ties with her, it was impossible for her not to be afraid. Master Qing and his family have arrived. Uncle Yuan reported to Luo Xiao. Let them in. Luo Xiao said. Luo Xiao's several younger brothers looked at each other. They didn't know why Master Qing came at this time. Master Qing, his two sons, Qing Fangfei, and Luo Xing came in together from outside. As soon as they entered the hall, they felt that the atmosphere was not right, but they still sat down, because Luo Xiao asked them to come. He said that there was an important announcement about the successor of the family Luo. Mom, you don't look so good. Are you okay? Qing Fangfei looked at Su Minhua and asked with concern. In fact, he wanted to sound out the reason why the atmosphere was so bad. These years, you are as close as mother and daughter. Luo Xiao looked at Su Minhua and said sarcastically, in fact, Qing Fangfei is your biological son, right? No matter what, she is Luo Xing's biological mother. She gave birth to a son for you. Do you want me to treat her like an enemy before you are satisfied? Su Minhua looked at Luo Xiao and said, I know you hate family Qing, and blame me for not hating family Qing as much as you do. But who am I doing this for? Isn't it for you? Luo Xing is your eldest son. For so many years, you ignored him, and family Qing carefully cultivated him. It can be said that you have repaid the family Luo. So, I should be grateful for your good intentions, right? Unfortunately, your painstaking efforts are worthless. Luo Xiao looked at Su Minhua and said to Qing Fangfei, do you want to say it, or should I say it? Say what? Qing Fangfei looked at Luo Xiao and suddenly had a very bad premonition in his heart. Say, who is Luo Xing's biological father? Luo Xiao looked directly at Qing Fangfei and said. Luo Xing's biological father, of course, it is you. What are you talking about? Qing Fangfei panicked and couldn't speak smoothly. The others also looked at each other and didn't understand what Luo Xiao meant. Luo Xiao raised his hand and the assistant put 2 documents in his hand. He threw them on the table and said, these 2 documents, one is the paternity test report of me and Luo Xing, and the other is the judgment of me and Luo Xing canceling the father-son relationship. You can enjoy it. Luo Xiao and Meng Yang looked at the changes in their facial expressions and also at the shocked expressions on everyone's faces. Su Minhua and Master Qing, especially, couldn't react after hearing Luo Xiao's words. Only Qing Fangfei's face showed obvious panic. Master Qing looked at Qing Fangfei. He didn't even need to look at the paternity test report. He already knew the truth from Qing Fangfei's guilty and panicked expression. His breathing gradually became difficult. That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if you don't want me to inherit the family Luo business, you shouldn't insult my mother and me like this. Luo Xing shouted loudly, and then rushed over to open the 2 documents. After reading the words and pictures on them, his whole body stiffened and his brain stopped thinking. He was completely unable to react. Luo Qi picked up the paternity test report and said, Luo Xing is actually not elder brother's biological son? Then whose son is he? Is what he said true? Qing Fangfei's elder brother, Qing Kong, looked at her nervously and sternly and asked, did he slander you or is it true? Say something. Qing Fangfei couldn't say a word. For so many years, she had always thought that only she knew the truth. She didn't expect that Luo Xiao also knew that Luo Xing wasn't his biological son. She turned to look at Luo Xiao, wondering when he found out. I knew from the very beginning that you drugged my tea. Luo Xiao looked at her and said, from our marriage to our divorce, I never touched you. How could Luo Xing be my son? The second wife of a rich old man 57-inch murder? The car accident you made was called murder. What kind of murder is this? I didn't get any evidence of you at that time. Do you think I'll let you get evidence of me now? Luo Xiao said coldly, you can sue me. I'm waiting for your lawyer's letter. Family Chang's brothers were so angry that they wanted to beat Luo Xiao, but this was the family Luo's house. If they beat Luo Xiao, they would die. Call someone, hurry up. Ching Kong said to the bodyguard, the more, the better. We can't wait. Ching Sang said to the bodyguard, remove the lifting part of the baffle and bring it here. Be quick. The bodyguards spent a tremendous amount of effort and used all the tools available to them before they were able to remove the lifting part of the baffle. After the baffle was brought in, several bodyguards, under the command of Ching Kong and Ching Sang, carefully moved Master Ching onto the baffle. Master Ching didn't look as serious as before. Luo Xiao sighed with disappointment in his heart. It was reasonable to let the car overturn and the goods fall on the ground to block the road. If he let people stop family Chang's people and didn't let them go, they would really have evidence of the murder. And looking at Master Chang's appearance, he didn't think anything would happen. This opportunity was most likely wasted in vain. After Master Ching was carried away, Luo Xiao looked at Ching Fengfei and said, you can also go. You can take these two things back and enjoy them. Tonight, the news network will publicize this matter. Ching Fengfei dragged Luo Xing, who seemed to have his soul taken away, and left quickly. When they returned to family Ching, there would definitely be another storm. However, since she had done it back then, she had to face it now. Anyway, she had almost never returned to family Ching these years. At worst, she would completely cut off all ties with them. At her age, what else could she not face? You should also go back and pack up. I will give you 2 days to move out. Luo Xiao looked at his several younger brothers and said. Big brother, this has nothing to do with us. Luo Qi said in a panic, we didn't have much contact with Master Ching and family Ching, nor did we protect Luo Xing. That's right, big brother. Are you done? Luo Xiao roared, if I tell you to scram, then scram. Isn't it enough that I've raised you for so many years? Do I still have to raise your sons and grandsons? I don't lack the spare money to raise you, but Mom said just now that money can't repay her for raising you, so I won't pay it back. Haven't you been waiting for Mom to come back and make decisions for you? You want her to control me and teach me how to spend money, right? Now that she has completely controlled me, I won't give you a single cent. Are you still not satisfied? If you don't move out in 2 days, don't blame me for not giving you any face and directly throwing you out. Luo Xiao got up and went back to his room. Mom, big brother is really going to drive us out. What should we do? Mom, go and beg big brother. We promise that we won't say a word about anything big brother does in the future. Say something. What can we do to make big brother calm down? Su Minhua only felt dizzy. She couldn't use any strength and couldn't even make a sound. Old Master Ching was sent to the hospital and slowly got better. However, he still felt a dull pain in his heart. If Ching Fengfei had told him from the beginning that Luo Xing wasn't Luo Xiao's son, he wouldn't have suffered such a huge blow and could have made more preparations and arrangements. Luo Xiao also knew from the beginning, but he hid it for so long before exposing it. This caused him to miss the opportunity to completely destroy the family Luo in one fell swoop. Now, he had become his biggest opponent. His idea of waiting for Luo Xing to inherit the family Luo business was completely shattered. He was tricked by his daughter and Luo Xiao. The two of them hid it for so many years in order to take revenge on him. When he thought about how his years of planning and painstaking arrangements were all in vain and how everything was under Luo Xiao's control, he was so angry that he had difficulty breathing and his whole body trembled. In his anger, he almost had a heart attack several times. He stayed in the hospital for a period of time before being discharged. After Luo Xing came back to his senses, he was unwilling to accept the fact that he wasn't Luo Xiao's son. He felt that this must be a scam and there must be some conspiracy. Then, Ching Fengfei told him that he really wasn't Luo Xiao's son because she didn't have any relationship with Luo Xiao. Luo Xing immediately exploded. Why are you doing this to me? Luo Xing cried and shouted at Ching Fengfei, why didn't you tell me from the beginning? Why did you hide it from me for so long? What did I do wrong? Why are you doing this to me? I wanted to tell you earlier. It was because you were too young and I didn't find the right opportunity, so. I don't want to hear these excuses. Luo Xing roared, what do you think I am? A tool for you to take revenge on Grandpa? You hate Grandpa for not caring about your feelings and forcing you to get married. Should I hate you for not caring about my feelings and letting me be born like this? In Qing Fangfei's heart, the only person she felt sorry for was Luo Xing. When she brought Luo Xing abroad, Luo Xing was still very young. She wanted to wait until he was a little older. However, a few years later, Luo Xiao made a comeback. Her father asked her two older brothers to forcibly bring Luo Xing back to family Qing. He even asked her to go back, saying that he would arrange a better marriage for her. She would rather marry a rich foreign old man immediately than go back to family Qing. However, Luo Xing was still taken away. Because she didn't want to go back to family Qing, she didn't have much time to interact with Luo Xing. She also didn't have the right opportunity to tell Luo Xing the truth. When she saw that Locke Group was getting stronger and stronger, and Luo Xing believed that Luo Xiao was his father, she couldn't bring herself to say it. She didn't want to say it anymore. Qing Fangfei held Luo Xing's hand and said, "Even if you're not Luo Xiao's son, it's not a big deal. You're Mom's only son. Everything Mom has is for you. Even if Mom doesn't like you Junchen, she won't stop you two from being together. In the future, you two, what's the point of saying this now?" Luo Xing shook off Qing Fangfei's hand forcefully. He glared at her and said, "How can everything you have compare to Locke Group? Even family Qing can't compare to family Luo now. What I thought would belong to me has nothing to do with me at all. Do you know how I feel? Do you know how I feel? You might as well not have given me such hope in the first place. Luo Xing, don't call me Luo Xing." Luo Xing suppressed the pain in his heart and roared, "My surname isn't Luo at all. I don't even know my surname. It's all because of your selfishness and your revenge. It's because of you that I can't be Luo Xiao's son. It's because of you that I can't have the surname Luo." Luo Xing turned and ran out. His heart was filled with pain and anger. He didn't want to see Qing Fangfei, who caused all of this. Qing Fangfei sat on the ground, covered her face and cried. She was too young and didn't have the courage to completely fall out with her father. Now, it was too late for regrets. Back then, she should have risked her life to keep Luo Xing by her side. After the news came out, it immediately caused a lot of discussion in the business circle. Almost everyone who saw the news and knew about Locke Group was discussing this matter. Even Luo Xiao's friends were very shocked. One by one, they called him to confirm the truth of this matter. Yu Junchen was suspended from school. When he saw the news, his first reaction was that he couldn't believe it was true. He wanted to ask Luo Xing what was going on, but he couldn't get through to Luo Xing's phone. As for his family members, they were so anxious that they couldn't sit still. They anxiously urged him to find Luo Xing and ask what was going on. The next day, when Meng Yang went to school for class, Wu Feng immediately went to him and asked, "The news said that Luo Xing isn't Boss Luo's biological son. Is this true?" The second wife of a rich old man, 58, Meng Yang, walked to the side of the car and stopped. He turned to look at Yu Junchen. He came to see him like this and was so excited. Even if he agreed to let him come, the bodyguards wouldn't let him come. "What do you want to say?" Meng Yang looked at him and asked, "Do you want to ask me about Luo Xing?" I want to beg you. Please don't blame me for sneaking into your greenhouse. Please help me this time." Yu Junchen looked at Meng Yang anxiously. He did not believe that the news about Luo Xing was true. He felt that there must be a reason for such news. The most important thing now was to solve his own problem. "Why should I help you?" Meng Yang sneered and said, "It's true that you want to steal things. We didn't frame you. You can ask for anything. As long as I can do it, I will agree." Yu Junchen said, "I don't have any requests." Meng Yang said coldly, "I just didn't close the door. You really dared to go in. Do you think I will let you get those things so easily?" "I didn't control myself. It's my fault. I apologize to you. I promise you that I will never think about your things again. If you can help me this time, I can also promise you that I will never tell anyone that you have those things." Meng Yang looked at Yu Junchen and said, "It seems that I am afraid that you will tell others. Even if you tell others, what can you do? Do you think you can threaten me now that you've grasped my weakness?" "I never wanted to threaten you." Yu Junchen quickly explained, I just want to ask you to let me go this time. In order to repay you, I will keep my promise and promise. I don't want to threaten you. If you want to say it, just say it. I don't care. Meng Yang said and got in the car. Meng Yang. Yu Junchen saw Meng Yang get in the car. He wanted to follow him, but he was stopped by the bodyguard. He could only watch Meng Yang's car drive away. Su Minhua was sick. But her illness was 30% real and 70% fake. Because before, Luo Xiu put a knife in front of her and said that he would give his life back to her. Then, she found out that Luo Xing was not Luo Xiu's son. Luo Xing's birth was just Qing Fengfei's revenge. Then Luo Xiu wanted to drive her and her other sons out. This series of blows was really hard for her to accept. But she deliberately pretended to be sick so that Luo Xiu would not say anything about cutting off their relationship and driving them out. Luo Xiu was determined to drive these people out, so that Meng Yang and their soon-to-be-born children could have an environment where they would not be disturbed. So, even if Su Minhua was really sick, Luo Xiu would not let her recuperate in the main house, let alone pretending to be sick. His several brothers, wives, and children still hoped that Luo Xiu would not drive them out, so they stayed in the house and refused to move. But Luo Xiu said 2 days, so it was 2 days. If they did not move, Luo Xiu asked people to move for them. Seeing a large group of strong men break into the house, Luo Xiu's several brothers' wives and children were scared and screamed. "What are you doing? If you dare to touch me, I will call the police. This is mine, let go of me. Ah. This is our house, we won't leave. We won't leave. Let go of me. Do you hear me?" In the 3 mansions on the mountainside, the same thing happened, and the same shouting was heard. As for Su Minhua, because she was lying on the bed and pretending to be sick, Luo Xiu had someone push her out in a wheelchair. Her things were all packed, and they were ready to put her and her things into the car and send her away. Su Minhua sat in the wheelchair and pressed her chest because of anger. She glared at Luo Xiu and said, "I gave birth to you, and you really don't care about the relationship between mother and son? Before you use up the relationship between mother and son, why don't you think that I am also your son?" Luo Xiu looked at her and said, "You said that money can't repay your kindness of raising me. Am I not doing what you want now? I hope you can always remember this sentence." Luo Xiu's 3 brothers ran over. Although they were stopped by the bodyguards, they still shouted at Luo Xiu excitedly, "Big brother, we really didn't do anything. We have no contact with the family Qing, and we never wanted to hurt you. We are all for your own good. We are worried that you will be impulsive and marry such a young man, and spend so much money on him. If you divorce later, he will take away most of your property. We are worried that you will regret it in the future, so we asked Mom to come back and persuade you. We don't want to interfere in your affairs. So, I should thank you, right?" Luo Xiu looked at them coldly and said, "Then when you spend my money, why do you take it for granted? Big brother, I promise that I will not say a word about your affairs in the future. After the children graduate from college, I will take them out immediately. We can't be kicked out now. We are begging you." "That's right, big brother. Please, for the sake of the children, let us stay for the time being. If we are chased out of Dragon's Ridge Mountain like this, who knows what kind of gossip the people outside will say. We don't care, but how will the children go out and meet people? Please let us stay. In a few years, we will definitely move out. Your children are the responsibility of the biological parents, not me." Luo Xiu finished speaking and raised his hand to let people drag them out. "Mom, you have to say something for us." "Mom." Su Minhua looked at Meng Yang and said, "You are just going to watch him kick us out? Aren't you afraid that your children will treat you like this in the future? Don't worry, no matter how many children Luo Xiu and I have in the future, we will give them the same love, and will not be partial to any one of them. Luo Xiu and I will teach them well, let them have independent personality and ability, and give them freedom to choose. We will never use the kindness of giving birth to them to force them to live according to our ideas." Meng Yang said. Meng Yang felt that everyone could not choose their own birth, but everyone should have the right to choose their own life. Parents brought their children into this world, it was the parents' unilateral choice, not the children's choice. Parents had the responsibility to teach their children independent thinking and ability, and they had the obligation to raise and teach their children before they became adults. Even if the life was countless times better than that of ordinary people, it was also the parents who were willing to give it, not the children before or after they were born. Therefore, it was not a reason for parents to control their children's freedom of marriage and personality. Although some people lived in the modern era, they were still spiritual ancient people, retaining the old morals and ideas of the feudal society. For example, Master Qing and Su Minhua, they felt that they had to do what they wanted because they gave birth to them and raised them. They had to marry whoever they wanted them to marry and do whatever they wanted them to do. Otherwise, they would be unfilial. If every parent thought like this, then what was the difference between living in a feudal society and living in it? The development of society and the progress of the times should not only be about the improvement of living standards and science and technology, but also about the advancement of ideas and the pursuit of a higher spiritual level. Rich old man's second wife 59 Meng Yang and Luo Xiu's first child was born. He was born very quickly, and Meng Yang did not suffer for long before he came to this world. Meng Yang felt that this child was indeed very considerate. From the time he was conceived to the time he was born, he did not suffer much. Baby. Meng Yang carefully carried the child, who had just changed his clothes, into his arms and said with a smile, "You're 1 month old today. Are you happy? Little Junie." After the child was born, Meng Yang saw Luo Xiu cry for the first time. He knew that Luo Xiu was heartbroken and touched. At that time, he was also very touched. Meng Yang now wished that he could not take his eyes off the child for a moment. Every time the child looked at him with his beautiful eyes, he really felt that he was willing to do anything. Luo Xiu walked into the room and hugged Meng Yang from behind. He looked at the child and said, "Are you ready?" "Yes, I'm ready," Meng Yang said with a smile. Luo Xiu gently touched his son's tender face with his finger. "Let's go." Luo Xiu lowered his head and kissed Meng Yang's face. Then, he hugged him and walked out. Today was Luo Xiu and Meng Yang's eldest son, Luo Xiu, 1-month-old banquet. Luo Xiu held a big banquet for guests. The number of guests who came to congratulate him was no less than the number of guests who came to congratulate him on his wedding day with Meng Yang. Luo Xiu hugged Meng Yang, and Meng Yang carried the child. The family of 3 came to the banquet hall under the gaze of the guests and received the guests' blessings. Did you see that? That's the real family Luo, little prince. Previously, I thought that Luo Xing would be the heir of the family Luo. I didn't expect that he wasn't a family Luo at all. No wonder Luo Xiu left Luo Xing to the family Qing all these years and let the family Qing educate him. It turns out that he already knew that Luo Xing wasn't his son. Do you think this will, as the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy? With Luo Xing as an example, the child that she had after so many years will naturally be more cautious. Look at today's grand occasion, and look at the smile on Luo Xiu's face. When did he smile like this before? Therefore, he must be his biological son. The fate between people really can't be compared. Even I can't help but envy that baby who was just born a month ago. Reincarnation is also a technical job. Because there were too many people in the hall, Meng Yang took the baby to the small banquet hall after letting some of Luo Xiu's close friends see the baby. The small banquet hall was full of his friends. After Meng Yang sat down on the sofa with the baby in his arms, Lu Yunjing and the others immediately surrounded the baby to look at him. "He's so cute. Did you really give birth to him? He looks like a ginseng baby." Lu Yunjing looked at the baby and said, "I thought that all children of this age would look the same. But why is he so good-looking?" "Of course he's good-looking," Meng Yang said with a particularly proud smile. "You're still so young, but you're already a father. I feel that it's amazing that you gave birth to such a cute baby," Wu Feng sighed. "After he was born, I had a kind of magical happiness every day." Meng Yang gently touched the baby's face with his lips. Sudi stood behind the sofa and looked at the baby's black and bright eyes, which were more beautiful than black pearls. His small round face was so white and tender that he thought his skin was so delicate. He looked at the baby and couldn't help but sigh in a low voice, "He's really cute." Xiaoke hugged him and smiled. Thanks to Meng Yang's help, Sudi was now completely recovered. He was full of gratitude to Meng Yang and hoped that one day he could repay Meng Yang's kindness. The baby didn't cry when there were so many people looking at him. When he was hungry, he hummed a few times. When he was sleepy, he closed his eyes and directly fell asleep. It was rare to see such an easy child. However, these young people who had never raised a child thought that children were so easy to raise. Moreover, the baby was so cute that they wanted to have a child. As soon as Yu Junchen entered the living room of the villa, he smelled a strong smell of alcohol. After he saw the news, he immediately rushed over. As expected, Luoxing began to drink again. "You're here?" Luoxing had just woken up, so he wasn't drunk yet. He took another sip from the bottle and wanted to get drunk quickly. Yu Junchen sat down opposite Luoxing. He looked at Luoxing's haggard face. In the past few months, Luoxing seemed to have aged more than 10 years. He drank every day and did nothing. He was sent to the hospital for gastric bleeding several times, but he began drinking again after a few days. Yu Junchen tried his best to persuade Luoxing, but Luoxing looked like he had given up on himself. It was as if he didn't plan to pull himself together for the rest of his life. Luoxing threw the tablet computer on the coffee table and said, "Look at the news today. Lock Group's little prince's grand 1-month-old birthday party. Famous political and business figures are all present to congratulate him. He's only a 1-month-old child, but there's such a grand occasion. Famous political and business figures are all there to congratulate him on his 1-month-old birthday. Who asked him to be reincarnated and be the prince of Lock Group the moment he was born? I, the fake prince, am still the laughing stock of people's leisure conversations. But it's really funny. Even I find it laughable." Facing Luoxing like this, Yu Junchen's heart was exhausted to the extreme. After the theft incident, although he wasn't expelled because of his good performance and good enough grades, when he returned to school, he also struggled to hold on in the face of his classmates' comments and criticism. This was because he couldn't give up. If he gave up on himself like Luoxing, it would be even more difficult to pull himself together. "Luoxing." Yu Junchen walked to his side and sat down. He held his hand and said, "Things are already like this. You should face reality and pull yourself together, okay? Don't go on like this. Your mother also said that as long as you pull yourself together and live a good life, she'll give you 2/3 of her assets and only leave 1/3 for your retirement. After you successfully graduate, she'll hand over her overseas company to you to manage. This is already much better than ordinary people. I believe that you can rely on your own ability. Don't say good things for her anymore." Luoxing shook off Yu Junchen's hand, stood up suddenly and shouted, "I'm like this now because of her. Her little bit of wealth couldn't even compare to the Qing family, let alone the Luo family. What's more, I don't care about the assets she got by marrying an old man. I think it's dirty. But the family Luo's assets have nothing to do with you. Are you going to be like this for the rest of your life?" Yu Junchen said with tears, "If you really want to be so decadent, I can only break up with you." "You want to leave me, too?" Luoxing looked at Yu Junchen with gloomy eyes and said, "Even you look down on me and don't want to see me anymore, right? Now it's not me who looks down on you, it's you who looks down on yourself." Yu Junchen looked at him and said loudly, "Looking at you giving up on yourself every day, I really can't hold on anymore. If I don't leave you, I'm going to collapse, you know?" Rich old man's second wife 60 Meng Yang sat in the car and looked at his son lying in the baby blue. He was reluctant to get out of the car and leave. "Quickly close your eyes and sleep. How can I bear to leave when you look at me like this?" Meng Yang touched his son's little face with his finger and said, "Do you not want me to leave? Is that why you look at me like this? You're usually asleep at this time." Luo Xiao had expected such a scene, so he sent Meng Yang to school in advance. "I'm leaving." Meng Yang looked at Luo Xiao and said, "There are only 2 classes today. After class, I'll go to your office." "Okay." Luo Xiao nodded with a smile. This was the 5th time Meng Yang said this. "What are you laughing at?" Meng Yang pinched his waist with dissatisfaction. "I'm laughing. Today, when your 2 classes are over, you're still saying this." Luo Xiao raised his hand and stroked Meng Yang's hair and said, "If you don't want to leave, then go to the company with me. It's only 2 classes. The time will pass after he sleeps. I can do it. Meng Yang seemed to have made a great decision. He kissed his son's forehead and opened the car door. He looked at Luo Xiao and said, I'm leaving. When he's awake, remember to hug him. I know. Just kiss him. Won't you kiss me before you leave? Luo Xiao took Meng Yang into his arms and kissed him deeply for a while before letting him go. Meng Yang took a deep breath and then opened the car door. He quickly walked forward as if he would rush back into the car if he was one step slower. Luo Xiao watched Meng Yang's back disappear before he let the driver start the car. Meng Yang. Wu Feng saw Meng Yang coming in and said to him with a smile, You look very different now. After Meng Yang sat down, he smiled and asked, What's different? I feel like I'm glowing. Wu Feng looked at him and asked, You're going back to school to study now. Can you bear to leave the child behind? When I'm studying, the nanny will take good care of him. Uncle Luo will also accompany him. Meng Yang said, Uncle Luo doesn't want me to give up what I want to do just because I have a child. I also think that I shouldn't give up my studies just because I have a child. However, I will try my best to reduce my study and busy time to accompany and take care of him. Uncle Luo also said that he will help me share the burden. Although it's tiring to take care of both sides at the same time, I think it's all worth it. Wu Feng nodded and said, Nowadays, many children are taken care of by nannies. When I was young, my parents were so busy that they didn't have much time to sleep. My brother and I were brought up by nannies and tutors. My parents could only watch us through the surveillance video. Although my parents also wanted to spend more time with us, in order to create a better living environment for us and let me receive a better education, they couldn't stop working because money couldn't fall into my family directly from the sky. When I grew up, I realized how difficult it was for them. Life can't be perfect, and people can't want everything. It's very important for parents and children to understand each other. It's definitely not easy to be a responsible parent, Meng Yang said. However, Boss Luo is really a good man. He's willing to really consider things from your point of view. He doesn't think that you can give up your studies and stay at home with your child because he thinks that you don't need to earn money for the rest of your life. Even if it's only temporarily, he still shares the responsibility of taking care of your child with you in such a busy situation. Wu Feng sighed. Meng Yang smiled. He agreed with what Wu Feng said in his heart. After the class started, Meng Yang couldn't help but start to be absent-minded. He thought about whether his child was asleep or awake, whether he had drunk milk, or whether he had cried. Although he tried very hard to concentrate, he still felt that he couldn't find the right state of mind. However, he hadn't concentrated on his studies for more than 2 months, including the winter vacation. He needed some time to find the right state of mind. After the 2 classes, Meng Yang immediately packed up his things. After informing Wu Feng, he quickly walked out. When Meng Yang was about to get in the car, Yu Jinshan was about to get in a black car as well. Both of them were stunned for a moment when they saw each other. Then, they immediately got in their own cars without any delay. Meng Yang wanted to see his child as soon as possible, so he didn't want to waste any more time. On the other hand, Yu Jinshan suddenly saw Meng Yang. He suddenly felt embarrassed, so he immediately got in the car. Yu Jinshan didn't expect Meng Yang to come back to school so soon. During Meng Yang's absence, he became the first in the grade again. However, this didn't change the fact that he was being talked about and looked at differently in school. Fortunately, Xianxia didn't give up on him and was still willing to continue to train him. However, Yu Jinshan knew that if there was a student who was more talented than him, Xianxia would definitely give up on him without hesitation. Yu Jinshan told Xianxia that Meng Yang had those ancient books. However, Xianxia told him that he didn't have anything on Meng Yang. Even if he announced this, it wouldn't have any effect, because those aromatherapy centers that had been open for many years were able to survive because of their own ancestral formulas. If he announced that Meng Yang's ancestral formulas were very powerful, it would be equivalent to helping Meng Yang publicize. It would make people more confident in Meng Yang, and more people would come to him for aromatherapy. Yu Jinshan clenched his fists tightly. He swore that no matter what, he would get everything he wanted. As soon as Meng Yang entered Luo Xiao's office, he hurriedly asked, "Where's my son?" Luo Xiao was on the phone. He put down his hand and said, "He's sleeping in the room." Meng Yang immediately ran to the door of the lounge. After slowly opening the door, he walked in with light steps. The two nannies who were guarding the bed immediately stood up when they saw him come in. "Baby." Meng Yang lay down on the edge of the crib. Looking at the baby's sleeping face, he finally felt a sense of relief. The nannies brought in mouthwash and warm water. After Meng Yang rinsed his mouth and washed his hands with the hand soap, he kissed the baby's little face and held his little fist. The nannies who took care of the baby were all professionally trained and had many years of work experience. Luo Xiu ordered all the nannies to wear masks when taking care of the baby, and to have their bodies checked every 3 days. Luo Xiu then came in and motioned for the nannies to wait outside in the lounge. Then he walked behind Meng Yang and hugged him, saying, "Before, every time you came, you kissed me first. Now you don't even look at me and look for the baby first. Have I fallen out of favor?" Meng Yang turned his head and kissed Luo Xiu's face. Then he continued to look at the baby's sleeping face, as if he couldn't get enough of it. Luo Xiu put his forehead on Meng Yang's shoulder and said in a helpless tone, "I really have fallen out of favor." The second wife of a rich old man 61, his child was now 2 months old. Luo Xiu took time out of his busy schedule to bring Meng Yang and his child back to his hometown to worship their ancestors. He wanted to let his father know that his real eldest grandson had been born. Another thing was that the child's name should also be added to the family Luo's family tree. Luo Xing's name was also removed from the family tree. Luo Xiu went back to his hometown to worship their ancestors once every 3 years. His uncles, cousins, and his 3 younger brothers went back to their hometown to worship their ancestors every year, wantonly planning to show off their wealth. Before Luo Xiu took Meng Yang and his child back to his hometown, he asked his assistant to inform the people guarding the family Luo's ancestral home to prepare and arrange for the child's 2-month-old birthday and worship their ancestors. Sitting in the car, Luo Xiu and Meng Yang talked about the family Luo's past. "My father is the second son. He has an elder brother. I heard that my eldest uncle is very similar to my grandfather. He is talented, smart, and capable. My grandfather also carefully cultivated him and had great expectations. Unfortunately, not long after my cousin was born, my eldest uncle died of cancer. My grandfather lost his eldest son, who he had high hopes for, and fell ill. Later, he barely held on for a few years, wanting to train my father again. Unfortunately, compared to my uncle, my father was much more slow-witted. But among my grandfather's remaining sons, only my father could be considered a little capable. So after my grandfather passed away, my father took over the Luo family's business. If my eldest uncle was still alive, the family Luo business would not be faced with the situation of being trampled by the family Qing. You also wouldn't have to struggle so hard." Meng Yang felt pity in his heart. "A long time ago, I occasionally visited some of my grandfather's old friends. They also said that I was like my grandfather. If I was born more than 10 years earlier, I would have been personally cultivated by my grandfather. Then I would certainly have great achievements. If you were born more than 10 years earlier, you would be in your 50s now. Then, wouldn't we have changed from an uncle-niece relationship to a grandfather-grandchild relationship?" Meng Yang said with a smile. Hearing this, Luo Xiu couldn't help but laugh. Then he continued, "My parents met each other when they were studying. They fell in love and got married. My mother personally thought that most of the men in the world were not as good as her because she had read some books. In fact, she was only a little smart, but she didn't have great wisdom. However, she liked to make decisions about everything. In addition to her beautiful face, her temper was extremely bad. Only my father could stand her. My father could be considered to have truly fallen in love with her. The fact that the family Luo business could be maintained for so many years in their hands is all thanks to their family's wealth. I've met my mother's lover a few times. I thought it would be good to have someone to accompany her for the rest of her life. I'm not short of money anyway, and it's enough for her to enjoy. But she's old and wants to force me, so I can only break off this mother-son relationship." Meng Yang leaned into Luo Xiu's arms and hugged him silently to comfort him. The hurt between parents and children was the most painful thing. As a child, from the moment he decided to take revenge on his parents, it was already a double-edged sword. One side hurt the other side, and the other side hurt himself. He deeply understood this point. Luo Xiu's uncles, cousins, and younger brothers knew that Luo Xiu was going to return to his hometown to worship his ancestors. They immediately returned to the ancestral home 3 or 4 days in advance to help Luo Xiu prepare. After Luo Xiu's car entered the town, they sent people from the town entrance to welcome them outside the family Luo mansion. This attracted a lot of townspeople to come and watch. Meng Yang looked out of the car window. There was flowing water under the quaint stone bridge. Occasionally, 1 or 2 boats could be seen on the water. There were drooping willow trees on the wide bluestone road. On both sides of the road were rows of old houses. Meng Yang had the illusion that he had entered an ink painting. It was as if time had stopped here. Everything had an ancient and elegant appearance. The car stopped outside the family Luo mansion. Luo Xiu's peers and all the juniors came out to welcome them. There were also many townspeople who came to watch. Although they were blocked by the helpers, they all tiptoed and stretched their heads out to see the legendary family Luo's head and wife. The bodyguards got out of the car first and guarded outside Luo Xiu and Meng Yang's car. Then, they opened the door. The child was sleeping soundly in the baby blue. Because the temperature outside was still very low, Meng Yang covered the child with a thick quilt before getting out of the car. Luo Xiu got out of the car first. Meng Yang covered the baby blue and handed it to Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu took the baby blue out of the car and handed it to the nanny. Then, he reached out to help Meng Yang get out of the car. Luo Xiu's cousin, Luo Xiu, as the representative, came forward to talk to Luo Xiu. How was the journey? Fortunately, the journey was smooth. Luo Xiu said faintly. Then, he turned around and helped Meng Yang tidy up his scarf and windbreaker. All the preparations and arrangements for the child's double full moon birthday and ancestral worship have been made. Do you want to have dinner first? Or do you want to see if the arrangements are appropriate and if there is anything that needs to be changed? Luo Hong said. Are you hungry? Luo Xiu looked at Meng Yang and asked. Not very hungry. Meng Yang shook his head. Sit for a while first, then look around. Luo Xiu said. Then, he held Meng Yang's hand and slowly walked inside. Meng Yang looked up at the big horizontal board above. The 2 words Luo Residence were written on it. The open wooden door looked heavy and imposing. Meng Yang looked at the courtyard and the house while walking. He thought that this was the real family Luo's ancestral home. And the financial strength of the family Luo could be seen from this big and deep house. Luo Xiu's uncles were already waiting in the main hall. After entering the main hall, there was a large carved bed and a small table in the middle. Luo Xiu sat in the main seat. Meng Yang sat beside him. Luo Xiu's father inherited this house from his grandfather. Luo Xiu also inherited this house from his father. He was the head of the family and the head of this big house. His several uncles could only sit below. A well-dressed middle-aged woman came in with a smile on her face. Behind her were several servants carrying trays. She directed the servants to put the tea and snacks on the short table. Then, she said to Meng Yang with a smile, "These are some local specialties. I don't know if you are used to them. Just treat it as a new taste." "Thank you." Meng Yang smiled and thanked her. Because he didn't know how to address this woman, he turned his head to look at Luo Xiu. "This is Aunt Huang," Luo Xiu said. "Aunt Huang," Meng Yang called. On the way here, Luo Xiu told him that this Aunt Huang was the person who took care of him when he was young. "Oh, okay." Aunt Huang smiled and then walked out of the hall with the servants. Luo Xiu's uncles and his cousins were saying some pleasantries, some of which were complaining and trying to curry favor with him. Meng Yang listened to them talk while taking small bites of the tea and snacks. The light sweetness was not greasy. It was in line with his light taste. Luo Xiu relied on the real estate business to make a comeback. Then, he slowly expanded his business and entered various fields. The original family Luo business was now inferior to many of his branch companies. But the people sitting in the hall relied on those businesses to live. Seeing that Luo Xiu was about to give up the family Luo business, these people were so anxious that they couldn't sleep well. Rich old man's second wife 62. As soon as Meng Yang put the child to bed, the helper came in and told him that Luo Shou's 3 sisters-in-law came to talk to him and asked if he would like to see them. Meng Yang directly said, "Tell them that I'm already asleep and let them go back." Even if Meng Yang didn't see them, he could guess what they wanted to say. It was nothing more than some pitiful words to gain sympathy. Because he also had a child now, they would definitely say something about the child. It was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Even if they could live a better life than ordinary people, it was too difficult to change their previous habits. There would definitely be some contradictions. Moreover, Luo Xiu did have the idea of giving up the family Luo's original company. They didn't dare to imagine what their standard of living would be like, so they were really afraid. Meng Yang put the child on the innermost side of the big bed. He slept in the middle of the big bed and waited for Luo Xiu. After Luo Xiu went back to the room to wash up, he went to the bed and hugged Meng Yang and kissed him. The two kissed for a while. Meng Yang pushed Luo Xiu's face away and said, "Let's not do it tonight. This is the family Luo's ancestral home." "What's wrong with the ancestral home?" Luo Xiu asked doubtfully. "We came back to worship the ancestors. If the ancestors really came back and hurt us, it would be bad." Meng Yang was a person who had been reborn, so he was more or less superstitious. Luo Xiu couldn't help but laugh and said, "I think the family Luo's ancestors wouldn't be so vulgar as to eavesdrop. They definitely understand the principle of not listening to indecent things. You can rest assured. It's not good to wake the child up." Meng Yang looked back at the sleeping child and said, "Let's be quiet. We won't wake him up," Luo Xiu said as he pressed on Meng Yang's body. Meng Yang put his hands on his shoulders and asked, "Do you really want to do it? Because this is the ancestral home. Let's consummate our marriage tonight," Luo Xiu whispered in his ear. Meng Yang couldn't help blushing. She didn't refuse Luo Xiu again. The next day, before dawn, the servants and helpers of the family Luo mansion were already busy preparing. Luo Xiu also woke up early. He was going to open the door, set up the incense table, light incense, and welcome the ancestors. About an hour after Luo Xiu left, Meng Yang got up and washed up. After washing up and changing his clothes, the nanny came in and told him that Luo Xiu's cousins and sisters-in-law had come to bring him breakfast. In the past, there was indeed the etiquette of sending food to the mistress of the house during festivals or other important occasions. However, that was the old custom of the past. Now, they could choose not to send food. Therefore, they did it purely to please Meng Yang. Meng Yang thought that if he were to reject them when they came to deliver breakfast to him so early in the morning, he would seem too unreasonable. Thus, he went out to meet them. "Good morning. Thank you for thinking about me. Have you eaten?" Meng Yang said with a smile as he walked to the bed and sat down. The women looked at each other and didn't say whether they had eaten or not. They just smiled and opened the food boxes they brought. They took out the food boxes one by one and put them on the big round table in the middle. "This is mutton cream cake. It's sweet but not greasy. It melts in the mouth. It's perfect for breakfast. This is wild vegetable shrimp dumplings. The soup is very fresh. It's best to eat it while it's hot. This is fish soup noodles. It's made with wild eel bones, small carp, and pig bones. It's mellow and delicious. This is fresh meat wonton. This is bird's nest porridge. This is crab roe dumpling." Meng Yang watched them take out more than a dozen bowls and plates. The portions weren't big, but each of them was delicious. Meng Yang thought it was funny. Since he entered this mansion, he felt like he was in ancient times. Now, they made him feel like he was living in ancient times. Although he knew that they wanted to please him, no matter what, he was still a man. These women, who were more than 10 years older than him, looked like they wanted to serve him breakfast, which made him very uncomfortable. Meng Yang was about to ask them to go back for breakfast, but before he said it, the maid came in and said that Aunt Huang was here to bring him breakfast. "Let her in," Meng Yang said. Aunt Huang came in with the maid. When she saw Luo Xiu's sisters-in-law, she was stunned. Then she said with a smile, "Madams, you're early. You're even earlier than me. Aunt Huang walked to Meng Yang and said with a smile, "Before we came, Mr. Meng Yang specifically told us that young Master Meng Yang likes light food. We can't put too much seasoning. It can't be greasy, too salty, or too sweet. It must be easy to digest and taste good." Meng Yang smiled. He thought that he wasn't as picky as he said. As long as it was cooked, he would eat anything. Just don't put too much oil and seasoning. Don't be too salty or too sweet. Just make it easy to digest. Young master, try this bowl of dragon whisker noodles. Aunt Huang took out a medium-sized bowl from the food box held by the maid and put it on the low table next to Meng Yang. The second wife of a rich old man's banquet didn't start until noon. Meng Yang left the child in the courtyard and asked the nannies to take care of him. Then, he went to sit with Luo Xiu. The dishes on the banquet were definitely rich in fish, meat, and oil. Because there were so many people and so many dishes, Meng Yang didn't feel good and didn't have much appetite. Meng Yang definitely couldn't eat the dishes on the banquet, so the kitchen specially prepared some light dishes for him. Luo Xiu filled a small bowl with some rice, then scooped a few spoonfuls of boiled cabbage soup and put some tender yellow cabbage into the bowl. He put it in front of Meng Yang for him to eat. Meng Yang ate with a spoon, and Luo Xiu would put food in his bowl from time to time. Only when Meng Yang shook his head and indicated that he was full did Luo Xiu stop. The family Luo's relatives saw this. From these details, they already knew Meng Yang's position in the family Luo. Today, there were many relatives. Meng Yang had already rested after worshipping the ancestors. Naturally, he couldn't immediately go back to the courtyard after eating. It was inevitable that he would talk with the relatives or listen to what they wanted to say. After all, this was the family Luo's ancestral home. Meng Yang had to be polite and courteous, and let them talk about other things. In the afternoon, the tributes were distributed to everyone. The tributes in the ancestral hall were distributed to the family Luo's relatives, and the tributes in the courtyard were distributed to the townspeople. Only then did Meng Yang find an excuse to go back to the courtyard to rest. Luo Xiu also went back to the courtyard and sat down next to Meng Yang. He looked at him and asked, "Are you tired?" "A little." Meng Yang gently patted the child and said. Luo Xiu kissed Meng Yang's forehead and said, "Sleep early tonight. I'll take you out for a walk tomorrow." "Really?" Meng Yang looked at him and asked, "Aren't we going back tomorrow?" "We'll leave at noon tomorrow. We can go out for a stroll in the morning. The morning air is good. We can take the child out for a walk and let him see things he has never seen before." Luo Xiu said. "Okay," Meng Yang said with a smile. Meng Yang took a nap at noon and went to bed early in the evening. The next morning, he got up early and strolled around the town with Luo Xiu and the children. Luo Xiu held Meng Yang's hand and walked in front. The nanny pushed the baby carriage and followed behind them. There were many bodyguards beside them. The town's morning was tranquil and beautiful. Walking on the flagstone road and looking at the ancient houses on both sides, one could not help but feel relaxed. This was a good place to enjoy a slow life. Because it was the off-season, there were not many tourists in the town. They were all residents who lived here. Meng Yang stopped in front of a small shop. He took a rattledrum and walked to the baby carriage to play with the child. "Baby, look at this. Do you like it?" Meng Yang asked as he shook the rattledrum. Luo Jun, who was more than 2 months old, did not seem interested in the rattledrum in Meng Yang's hand. His eyes were looking at the rotating colorful pinwheels. Meng Yang turned his head and glanced at it. He asked Luo Xiu to give him a pinwheel. After Meng Yang took the pinwheel, he looked at the child and asked, "Do you like this? Then I'll give you the pinwheel and give you the rattledrum. Let father buy it for us, okay?" Meng Yang plugged the pinwheel into the baby carriage and played with the rattledrum by himself. He walked with Luo Xiu and looked around. There was a small stall selling breakfast by the side of the road. Meng Yang felt that the bone soup cooked by the stall smelled good, so he pulled Luo Xiu to sit down and asked for a bowl of wonton. After the wonton was served, Meng Yang and Luo Xiu shared it. Meng Yang only drank the soup and let Luo Xiu eat the rest of the wonton. Luo Xiu saw that he liked the wonton, so he asked, "Do you want another bowl of soup?" Meng Yang shook his head and said, "It's better to eat like this." just the soup alone is not that good. What Meng Yang enjoyed was the happiness of sitting by the side of the road with Luo Xiao and sharing the same bowl of wonton. It was not that the bowl of wonton and the soup were particularly good. After eating the wonton, the two continued to walk hand in hand. Along the way, Meng Yang would ask Luo Xiao to buy some snacks and trinkets for him. He did not eat them and let his assistant hold them. He only enjoyed the process. Meng Yang's mouth was always smiling. As long as Luo Xiao saw that Meng Yang was happy, he also felt happy. In the future, can I often wander around such a beautiful town and find a place where no one knows us, just the two of us? Meng Yang said. Luo Xiao said, as long as you want, you don't have to wait for the future. You can do it now. Let's wait until the child is a little older, when you and I are not so busy. Meng Yang turned to look at him and said, the matter of family Qing has not been solved yet, and I have not graduated yet. When there are no worries, we can occasionally enjoy the slow life. Luo Xiao looked at him and nodded. The number of people gradually increased. Many of the town's residents came to see the two of them. Meng Yang did not want to be surrounded by people, so he went back with Luo Xiao. After lunch, the two of them took the child back to the city. The second wife of a rich old man 64-inch Meng Yang. Vice President's son walked towards Meng Yang. Meng Yang turned around and patted the crumbs off his hands. Vice President's son, what's the matter? Vice President's son said, do you have anything to do next week? Vice President's son asked because Meng Yang had taken many days off from her pregnancy to the birth of the child. Next week? Meng Yang thought for a moment and said, other than going to classes and taking care of the child, I don't have anything else to do. Next week, when the overseas psychotherapy team comes to our branch for an academic exchange, the president will let you participate as Master Lin's assistant. You will help Master Lin record the meeting, Vice President's son said. Record the meeting? Meng Yang was stunned. Isn't this something that only the senior members do? There's no explicit rule that only the senior members can do it. You're outstanding enough, so it won't be a problem for you. You won't be the only junior member participating. When the time comes, the president will arrange for some outstanding members to sit in and listen. All right, I'll prepare well. Meng Yang nodded. Vice President's son was about to turn around and leave, but then he turned back and looked at Meng Yang. It's that psychiatrist and expert called Corsi. He's the captain of their team. He seems to know you. Meng Yang was stunned. I've only met him a few times. I'm not very familiar with him. A friend of mine had a serious psychological problem because of a car accident. My friend used some connections and spent a lot of money to invite Quarks for his friend. Because I'm also helping that friend of mine with aromatherapy, I've seen him a few times. I see. Vice President's son nodded. Then, he turned around and said, Masters, we'll have a meeting in an hour. Please come on time. I'll go and prepare first. Vice President's son left quickly after he finished speaking. Meng Yang, you're amazing. I can't believe that I can participate in such an important exchange meeting now. Wu Feng exclaimed excitedly in a suppressed voice. Yeah, Meng Yang. When the time comes, you'll definitely learn a lot. This kind of opportunity is really hard to come by. It's a pity that we're not even official members. Otherwise, we might have the chance to sit in and listen. Meng Yang, you have to grasp this opportunity and learn more. Yes, yes, yes. Wu Feng said, since the people who are coming are all very good psychologists, you have to learn something from them. Meng Yang smiled and nodded, thinking that this was indeed a rare opportunity. Wen Yuan looked up at Meng Yang and threw the spices into the bamboo basket. Then, he turned his head and looked at Yu Junchen. However, he couldn't see any emotion on Yu Junchen's face. Yu Junchen was like a different person now. He was silent and alone. He didn't say a word to anyone, including Wen Yuan. This kind of situation made Wen Yuan very worried. The masters went to the meeting. Meng Yang and the others finished their work for the day and were ready to go home. When they were walking out, Wu Feng told him about Yu Junchen. I think Yu Junchen is weird now. Wu Feng whispered to Meng Yang, when I was at school, sometimes I would bump into him. I saw him standing there in a daze. Sometimes he would laugh and sometimes he would cry. Sometimes he looked very sad and painful. Sometimes his eyes were very scary. I heard that he broke up with Luo Xing. Could it be that the shock was too big and caused some psychological or mental problems? Meng Yang thought for a while and said, "Who cares? It doesn't matter what he does. It has nothing to do with us anyway. He can't do anything now. Even if that's the case, it's better to be safe than sorry. If he loses his mind and hates you, it wouldn't be good if he did something to harm you. It's best if you take precautions." Wu Feng said. "Don't worry. As long as I go out now, there are people following me all the time. He should be thankful that I don't do anything to him. If he dares to have any bad thoughts about me, then he is looking for death. Uncle Luo can crush him in the palm of his hand." Meng Yang said. Meng Yang didn't put Yu Junchen in his eyes. This was because the situation now was completely different from his previous life. He had a lot more advantages than Yu Junchen now, so there was no need to worry about anything. On the other hand, if Luo Xing continued to be drunk like this, then it would be fine. If he suddenly stopped being drunk, then he would have to be extra careful or do something. As soon as he entered Luo Xiu's office, Meng Yang saw Luo Xiu walking back and forth with the child in his arms. He smiled and walked towards them. "You came back a bit late today," Luo Xiu said as he looked at Meng Yang. "Yeah, there were too many spices that just arrived, so I was delayed a bit," Meng Yang said as he took the mouthwash and warm water from the helper to rinse his mouth. After washing his hands and wiping them clean, he walked to Luo Xiu's side and kissed him. Then, he gently touched the child's little face. "I have to go out for a bit. I have a social engagement in the evening. You and the child can go back first," Luo Xiu said. "Okay." Meng Yang took the child and said, "Is it about family, Qing? Master Qing is really tough. He has had several heart attacks and survived each time. Moreover, he is still in charge of family Cheng's company. He is just consuming his life faster. When he is at the end of his life, he won't be able to hold on even if he wants to," Luo Xiu said as he changed into his clothes. "But why do I feel that he is still quite full?" Meng Yang said as he curled his lips. Luo Xiu smiled and walked to Meng Yang's side. He hugged him and kissed him, saying, "Don't worry. He was so much stronger than me in the past, but I was still able to survive. Now that I am stronger than him and he is old and weak, he won't be able to hold on for long." The second wife of a rich old man Meng Yang asked Wu Feng and the others to leave first and not wait for him. Then he went with his assistant to the courtyard where the chairman was entertaining Quarks. After Meng Yang sat down, Quarks couldn't wait to ask, "Do you still have the medicine that you gave to Sudi last time? I have a patient who is in a similar situation as Sudi. He is also traumatized by the car accident. He always has nightmares and can't sleep. He feels scared when he sees a car. I tried the medicine that you gave him and the effect is good. But the medicine has been used up and the treatment needs to continue. I want to ask you to buy some more." Xiaoku had already paid for the fragrances that Meng Yang gave to Sudi last time, but there were still some left. Quarks wanted to buy them from Xiaoku when he saw the effect of the fragrances. Xiaoku didn't want to sell them at first, but he thought that if he refused, it would be difficult to ask Quarks for help later. So he sold them to him. Quarks took the medicine back to another patient who was also in a car accident and often had nightmares. He learned from Meng Yang's method of using the medicine and then combined it with his psychotherapy. The effect was good, but the treatment still needed to be continued. So he wanted to buy a lot from Meng Yang. Meng Yang thought for a while and said, "I'm afraid that I can't make the same fragrances in a short time. After all, it's hard to get the spices." Quarks immediately said, "Maybe I can help you find the spices you need. Money is not a problem. Come, come, come. The dishes are all here. Let's eat first. We can talk about other things in detail after we are full." The chairman greeted them and winked at Lin Sungtai. "Meng Yang, you still have classes in the afternoon. Go back to school first," Lin Sungtai said to Meng Yang. Meng Yang was stunned for a moment before he replied, "Okay." Seeing Meng Yang stand up and leave, Quarks was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand why Meng Yang suddenly left when he hadn't finished speaking. The president continued to invite him to eat and said that they would talk more after the meal. Although it was not as common to see a psychiatrist in Eastern countries as compared to Western countries, it was gradually becoming more and more important. They all felt that making aromatherapy the main form of psychotherapy in Eastern countries would be beneficial to the development of aromatherapy. However, they still had a lot to learn about psychology. Since the Quarks had something to ask of Meng Yang, this was a good opportunity. Therefore, 1 month later, Meng Yang went abroad to study as the representative of the branch. In the room of Luo Xiu's private jet, Meng Yang was lying sideways on the big bed. He looked at his son who was already 100 days old. Like a chubby little worm, he was lying on the bed, trembling and trying to raise his head. When he was tired, he turned over and turned his head to look at Meng Yang with his big watery eyes. Meng Yang couldn't resist his gaze. He moved over and held him in his arms. He gently stroked his back and said, "Are you happy now? Who was crying so sadly just now?" 2 hours ago, after the plane took off, the child was very uncomfortable and cried loudly because of the air pressure. Since he was born, he had never cried so loudly for so long. Meng Yang was distressed and kept holding him and comforting him. Meng Yang sat up with the child in his arms and leaned against the small round window. He pointed outside and said, "Baby, look, there are so many cotton candy outside. We are swimming in the cotton candy. Look, isn't it beautiful?" Luo Xiu pushed the door open and walked in. After closing the door, he took off his shoes and got on the bed. He sat behind Meng Yang and kissed him. Then he kissed the child's chubby little face. Neither of them spoke. Meng Yang turned his body sideways and raised his head to kiss Luo Xiu. After a while, the two separated. Meng Yang found the child looking up at them with his big round eyes. He felt a little embarrassed. "Why are you looking at me?" Meng Yang looked at the child with a slight blush and said, "Do you want me to kiss you too?" Meng Yang pouted and kissed the child's tender little red lips. Then he smiled proudly and said, "You lost your first kiss. Haha, let's see how you explain it to the person you like in the future." Luo Xiu looked at Meng Yang's childish and happy appearance. His heart was incomparably stable and happy. Because the child was still a little meatball, he could do all kinds of intimate things to him, such as kissing his little face, taking a bath with him, rubbing his body, doing exercises, and holding him in his arms to sleep. When he grew up and was a few years old, he couldn't do these things. So Meng Yang cherished this short period of time very much. When it was time to take a nap, the three of them were only wearing underwear. Meng Yang's back was facing Luo Xiu, and his side was in his arms. The two of them were covered with a thin quilt. The child was covered with a small blanket and slept in front of Meng Yang. After the family of 3 arrived, they rested in the villa in the city for a day. Then they began to busy themselves. It was still like in China, where it was convenient to take care of the child. The branch had already reached an agreement with Corky. Meng Yang would study with the Quarks, and the Quarks would also arrange for the students to study fragrance therapy in the branch. The time was tentatively set for 1 month. The next time and the number of students would be discussed. The fragrant medicine that Meng Yang had concocted for Sooty would be mass-produced after the formula was adjusted. As for filing with the Food and Drug Administration and finding a pharmaceutical distributor, Meng Yang didn't have to worry about these troublesome and trivial matters. Luo Xiu would naturally get someone to handle them. Meng Yang directly gave the formula to Luo Xiu, and all kinds of contracts were signed by Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu was one of Luo Xiu's best friends. His family had been running a pharmaceutical factory for many years, so naturally, they were assured to cooperate. Speaking of the pharmaceutical factory, Meng Yang remembered that family Cheng's main business now was the pharmaceutical factory business. There were all kinds of psychological and mental problems, and the causes were also different. Now, there were some patients who knew that they had some kind of disease that was difficult to cure. Even if there was still hope to be cured, they would first scare themselves to death. Their mentality would collapse, and their condition would become more serious. Many people were scared to death by themselves, so there were many people who went to see a psychiatrist because of their illness. When Meng Yang followed the Quarks to the hospital, unexpectedly, he met Su Minhua. Su Minhua was also surprised to see Meng Yang. Meng Yang was about to leave directly, but Su Minhua stopped him and said that she wanted to talk to him. Meng Yang thought for a while and agreed, because he also had something to say to Su Minhua, but he didn't have time today, so they agreed to meet the next day. Meng Yang stood outside the ward and looked inside through the small glass window on the door. It was a high-class single ward that was decorated like a bedroom. The person sitting on the bed looked very haggard, but still looked gentle and elegant. Su Minhua was sitting on the bed and talking to him. According to Meng Yang's knowledge, this man was a university professor, and he was very polite. Su Minhua had a hot temper and was very controlling. In the past few years, because of his persuasion, Luo Xiao and Su Minhua eased a lot. However, it was hard to change one's nature. In the end, Su Minhua completely disappointed Luo Xiao and broke up with her. The next day, Meng Yang and Su Minhua met in a coffee shop. Su Minhua took a sip of coffee and asked, "How's the child?" "Very good. He can eat and sleep well. He's very strong." Meng Yang looked at Su Minhua and said, "I heard that you don't seem to be living very well recently. Your lover is seriously ill, and you have to sell the house." The treatment fee of Su Minhua's lover was very high, and Luo Xiao said that he wouldn't give her a penny. He also kept his promise. The second wife of a rich old man 66 Luo Xiao was playing with the child on the bed. Meng Yang came out of the bathroom and said, "I went to meet your mother today. She gave me a box and said it was a gift for the child. It was the most precious and meaningful gift your father gave her. She asked me to keep it for the child for the time being. When the child grows up, he can decide whether he wants it or not. Since it's not for you or me, you can keep it for the child first. We'll talk about it when he grows up," Luo Xiao said calmly without any other reaction. Meng Yang just told Luo Xiao and didn't want to continue the topic. Su Minhua's current living situation had nothing to do with them. He didn't want to talk about it. Meng Yang sat cross-legged on the bed, patted Luo Xiao and said, "Turn around and lie down." "Do you want to give me a massage?" Luo Xiao asked. "Yes." "No need." Luo Xiao picked up his hand and kissed it. "You've been studying hard. Have a good rest. I haven't massaged for a long time. I'll use you to practice. Otherwise, I'll forget how to feel. How can I teach others?" Meng Yang urged, "Lie down." Luo Xiao could only put the child aside, put the pacifier in the child's mouth, and let him lie down and lie down. Meng Yang sat on Luo Xiao's waist and began to massage Luo Xiao. In fact, he didn't want to practice. No matter who he massaged, Meng Yang would let a professional masseuse do it. It was only after meeting Su Minhua that he felt sorry for Luo Xiao and wanted to do something for him that he felt comfortable in his heart. Luo Xiao naturally knew Meng Yang's thoughts, but he didn't expose Meng Yang. He just enjoyed what Meng Yang did because he felt sorry for him. Because this was what Meng Yang wanted. It felt good to be cared for and loved by others, especially by the person he loved. This was the source of happiness. Meng Yang would stay here to study for a month. During this period, Luo Xiao had to go back to China twice. The rest of the time, he tried to stay here to accompany him and the child as much as possible. Quarks was a psychology and neuroscience expert. He also taught some students. Meng Yang was now with his students, listening to Quarks's lectures and learning by his side. Neuroscience was a very complicated subject. It included biochemistry, pharmacology, physiology, pathology, development, genetics, and so on. Because he only had a month to study, the next time he came to study was not fixed. Therefore, Meng Yang was very diligent and hardworking. Every teacher liked this kind of hardworking, smart, and talented student. Therefore, Meng Yang was the person who Quarks most often asked questions and praised in class. When treating patients, Meng Yang was also the person who was most often by his side as an assistant. Quarks was teaching the students. When it was time for the students to ask questions, he let Meng Yang be the first to ask questions. "I just finished the incense treatment for a bipolar patient this morning. This time, the incense I gave him can calm his mood. The medicinal bath and acupuncture have the effect of waking up the brain and regulating the qi and blood. The main effect is to dredge the liver." Meng Yang said, "But we still have to let him overcome the psychological factors to achieve the effect of a radical cure." Do you have any good suggestions for his situation? Quarks nodded. Just as he was about to speak, his assistant knocked on the door and came in. What's the matter? Quarks turned and asked. Dr. Devik is back. He said that he hopes that you can go to the hospital. He has something to discuss with you, the assistant said. Quarks turned back and looked at the students. Today's class ends here. Everyone, go back. Teacher, I'll go with you. Teacher, I'll go too. Me too. Bring me along, teacher. More than a dozen students expressed that they wanted to go with Quarks to see Devik. Meng Yan did not know who Dr. Devik was, so he did not make a request. Go back and quickly revise your papers, Quarks said. Meng Yan, get ready and come with me. Okay. Meng Yan began to pack his things. The other students showed a disappointed and pitiful expression. Meng Yan got up and followed Quarks out. Quarks said to Meng Yan, Devik is a very good doctor. He has a wide range of knowledge and has a certain understanding of your country's ancient medicine and aromatherapy. He also knows acupuncture. As long as it's a treatment that has an effect on the patient, he will try to understand it. He was also very active in recommending your country's aromatherapy to me. Meng Yan nodded. From the other students' expressions, he could already guess that Dr. Devik must be a very good doctor. The two of them chatted as they walked out. After getting in the car, Meng Yan called Luo Xiao and said that he would go back a little later today. He asked him to send the child home first before going to socialize. After hanging up the phone, Luo Xiao asked the nanny to take the child home. Rich old man's second wife 67 Meng Yan had to get permission from Kaylee's parents before he could treat him. However, Kaylee's parents didn't understand the treatment, so they didn't agree to treat Kaylee this way. Devik was communicating with them. Dr. Devik, it's not that we don't want to believe you, but you know that Kaylee's body is special. His condition isn't very good right now, so we really don't dare to take this risk. Kaylee's father said. Yes, this treatment method sounds like Eastern witchcraft. How can I be at ease letting him use it on Kaylee? Kaylee's mother said, I hope you can understand our feelings as parents. Fragrance treatment isn't witchcraft. Fragrance treatment is a branch of ancient Eastern medicine. Derek patiently explained to them, the ancient medicine of the East has been passed down for thousands of years. In ancient times, their medical skills and use of medicine were much better than ours. Even now, it's still a very good treatment method. Kaylee's mother glanced at Meng Yan and said, but he looks like a child. He should be about the same age as Kaylee. How can we be at ease letting him treat Kaylee? Meng Yan thought that whether it was the East or the West, age was the first factor to judge a person's ability because age represented experience. Because he used fragrance treatment to wake up a person who was in a coma for more than a year after a car accident, so I specially invited him to treat Kaylee. Do you think I would joke about Kaylee's life and my reputation as a doctor? Kaylee's parents looked at each other and were gradually convinced. You can go back and think about it, but I have to remind you that Kaylee's current condition is that the longer he is in a coma, the worse it is for his body. Devik said. How confident are you that you can wake Kaylee up as soon as possible? Kaylee's father looked at Meng Yan and asked. When he heard that Meng Yan had the experience of waking up a person who had been in a coma for a year, his heart was already shaken. I can't give you any guarantees about how confident I am in waking him up and how long it will take to wake him up, Meng Yan answered honestly. Dr. Devik. Kaylee's father looked at Devik and said, is there really no better way? For now, I can't think of a better way. There are too many medicines that I don't dare to give Kaylee. Even if it can be used, I can't promise you anything. All we can do is try our best. Dwick said, or, we can only wait for him to wake up. Kaylee's parents were silent. Devik asked them to go back and think about it carefully. Then, he led Meng Yan and the others out of the suite's living room. After 2 days of thinking, Kaylee's parents felt that even if they didn't trust Meng Yan, they should trust Devik. Hence, they agreed to let Meng Yan give Kaylee the treatment. After the 5th treatment, Meng Yan left the hospital and prepared to go home. When he walked to the hospital's parking lot, he was stopped by a few people in black and sunglasses. Although Meng Yan had more bodyguards, he still had to be very careful if there was a conflict. One person walked out from the group and said politely, "I'm sorry to disturb you. We don't mean any harm. My boss wants to talk to you about young Master Kelly." As the person spoke, he glanced at the car beside him. Meng Yang followed his gaze and also glanced at the car. Then, he said, "I don't care who your boss is. I won't get into a stranger's car. If he wants to know about the treatment I gave Kelly, please go to the hospital and make an appointment." A tall man with a cold face got out of the car and walked to Meng Yang. "I'm Kelly's boyfriend. I have some things I want to know about Kelly's treatment with you. Why don't we find a cafe to sit down and talk?" "Sorry, my husband doesn't allow me to accept any invitation from other men. If you want to know about Kelly's situation, it's more appropriate to find Dr. Davik. He's Kelly's main doctor." Meng Yang didn't even know who he was. How could he go with him? Even a child knew not to leave with strangers. Xianxia hadn't appeared in the past few days, so he was even more cautious. Meng Yang got into the car under the protection of the bodyguards and left. Meng Yang returned to the villa. After playing with the child for a while, he continued to read and study in the living room. The helper said that Luo Shou was back. Meng Yang immediately got up and walked quickly to the door. "Uncle Luo." Meng Yang hugged Luo Shou's waist and raised his head to wait for his kiss. Luo Shou hugged Meng Yang and kissed him on the lips. "We have guests." "Guests?" Meng Yang tilted his head and looked behind Luo Shou. There were two people behind him, and one of them was the man who claimed to be Kelly's boyfriend at noon. Luo Shou introduced the two people to Meng Yang. One of them was Luo Shou's friend in this country and was also his business partner. The man who claimed to be Kelly's boyfriend was a friend of Luo Shou's friend, named Frenson. Luo Shou already knew that Frenson had looked for Meng Yang at noon. Meng Yang felt that since they were friends of Luo Shou's friend and Luo Shou brought them home, he naturally couldn't treat them with the same attitude as he did at noon. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for Luo Shou to offend them for no reason. They sat down in the living room. Frenson wanted to ask the same question as Kelly's parents. He wanted to confirm with Meng Yang in person how sure he was that he could wake Kelly up. He hoped that Meng Yang could tell him the truth. Meng Yang also answered him with the same words. He couldn't make any guarantees. All he could do was try his best. "Actually, I believe and have confidence in your incense therapy because I know that you woke up a person who had been in a coma for more than a year. Originally, I already had the idea of asking you to treat Kelly, but it just so happened that Dr. Dwick found you to treat Kelly before me. I can prove that this is indeed the case," Luo Shou's friend said. Frenson looked at Meng Yang and continued, "The main purpose of my meeting with you this time is that I hope you can let me accompany Kelly when you treat him." The second wife of a rich old man Meng Yang had learned about Kelly and the feud between his parents and the Frenson family, but he was still hesitant to agree to Frenson's request. One day, Meng Yang went to give Kelly a treatment and met Circe at the door of the suite. "Circe?" Meng Yang called. "Meng Yang." Circe was surprised to see Meng Yang. He looked at Meng Yang and asked, "Why are you here?" "I'm here to give Kelly a treatment." "Are you here to see him?" Meng Yang said. Circe nodded and said, "He's my friend. I've made an appointment with the hospital in advance to see how he's doing." The two walked in together. Circe walked to the glass door and looked at Kelly for a while before asking, "How long will it take for him to wake up?" "I'm not sure. Although we've tried our best to wake him up, the most important thing is whether he wants to wake up." Meng Yang said, "Can you tell me more about him? I hope you can tell me everything you know about his relationship with his parents and his relationship with Frenson." Meng Yang asked Circe to sit down on the sofa, and the assistant poured tea for the two of them. Everything Meng Yang knew about Kelly came from Kelly's parents and Frenson. They must have their own feelings about him. He wanted to know more from Circe's perspective as a friend. Circe sighed and told Meng Yang everything he knew. In fact, it wasn't a very complicated matter. It was just that Kay and Frenson fell in love, but the two families had been rivals for many years. Over the years, they had formed a grudge, so Kay's parents naturally wouldn't allow them to be together. They did everything they could to prevent the two from meeting. Kay, on the other hand, missed Frenson so much that he sneaked out to see him. However, he had no sense of direction and accidentally lost his way. He ran to a place where security was particularly bad and was unlucky enough to be beaten up by a group of people who mistook him for someone else. Meng Yang knew all this. Meng Yang asked Circe if Kaylee had said anything to him before. Circe told Meng Yang that Kaylee loved his parents and Frentzen very much. He was caught in the middle and felt very miserable. Kaylee also told him that he felt the happiest when he was with Frentzen. However, because of his parents' strong opposition and Frentzen's request to break up with him, he was even more embarrassed and didn't know what to do. After Circe left, Meng Yang stood outside the glass door and looked at Kaylee. He wondered what kind of mood he had when he sneaked out. Was it because he missed Frentzen so much, or was it because he finally mustered up the courage to pursue what he wanted the most in his heart? Meng Yang felt that the grudges between the two families had nothing to do with him and he didn't want to know. What he wanted to do was to try his best to wake Kaylee up. Since he wanted to do his best, he had to use all the methods available. Meng Yang went to persuade Devik. When Kaylee was undergoing the treatment, Frentzen would be by his side and the chances of him waking up would be higher. This was because the person he sneaked out to see was Frentzen. Devik felt that Meng Yang's words made sense, so he went to Kaylee's parents to discuss this matter. Kaylee's parents naturally strongly opposed it and were reprimanded by Devik for being too selfish and not qualified to be parents. He could use this as an excuse to apply for the revocation of their guardianship of Kaylee. Kaylee's parents could only agree. Meng Yang adjusted the formula of the incense again. Then, during the treatment, he asked Frentzen to stay by his side and talk to him. He also asked Frentzen to complete part of the massage. Meng Yang felt that this kind of intimate behavior between lovers might be able to stimulate Kaylee and make him wake up as soon as possible. More than a month later, Kaylee woke up. When Kaylee's parents and Frentzen received the news, they immediately rushed to the hospital. When Kaylee saw his parents and Frentzen appear by his side at the same time, he thought he was dreaming. Because he was still very weak and needed to rest, after a few minutes, Kaylee's parents and Frentzen were asked to leave by the nurse. "Thank you." Frentzen looked at Meng Yang and said gratefully, "I will remember this favor. I will definitely return it." "I don't need you to return the favor, but if you feel that you must do something to feel better, maybe you can talk to my husband," Meng Yang said. "I will. I wanted to make friends with him before," Frentzen said. Kaylee's parents also came over to express their gratitude to Meng Yang. Although they strongly opposed Meng Yang's treatment of Kaylee and questioned Meng Yang's ability, now they truly felt grateful. "I can now understand why Quark said that you are the best fragrance therapist he has ever seen." Devik said, "To be honest, when he said this to me, I also told him that it must be. Because he has not seen many fragrance therapists. But now, I have to say that you are really amazing. It's not me who is amazing. It's the formulas I used. These are the crystallization of the wisdom of the ancestors. It's definitely not my personal credit." Meng Yang said truthfully, "Without those formulas, with my current ability, it's impossible to wake Kaylee up. You Easterners are still habitually modest. I know that your fragrance therapy has developed for many years and has various formulas, but it doesn't mean that you can do what you can do with the formulas," Devik said. Meng Yang helplessly thought, "I'm really not being modest. Every word I say is the truth." Meng Yang should also return to China. His study time in this country had ended. It was because of the fragrance therapy for Kaylee that he delayed his return to China. Because he couldn't fall behind in his studies in China, he still had to bring what he learned here back to the fragrance therapy branch, so he went back as soon as possible. Quarks asked him to stay and hoped that he could stay in the university here to study. Meng Yang naturally refused with polite words. 2 days later, the helpers had already packed their luggage. Meng Yang held the child and sat in the living room, waiting for Luo Xiao to come back from the company so that they could leave for the airport. "We are going home. Are you happy?" Meng Yang held the child and gently swayed. He smiled and asked, "Do you miss home?" Although he knew that the child couldn't understand, Meng Yang always liked to tell him all kinds of things. He didn't know if other parents had this habit, but he couldn't help but say it. Meng Yang took advantage of the fact that Luo Xiao hadn't come back yet. He couldn't help but secretly kiss the child and then whispered, "This is a little secret between us. We can't let your father know, okay? The second wife of a rich old man 69 Meng Yang went to the study to get a tablet computer, a variety of materials and books, and then went to the small living room to meet Lin Sung-tai and the vice president. Teacher, vice president. Meng Yang walked into the small living room and greeted the two as he sat down. Thank you for your hard work. I heard from Quarks that you're very hardworking, and your performance is better than his other students. Lin Sung-tai said. Although I don't want to boast, I also think that my foundation is better than the other students, so I learned faster. Meng Yang said with a smile, because I didn't have a long time to study, I can only try my best to memorize what I can learn. These are my personal notes, and these are the records of Professor Corky's previous treatments. Also, these are some books that I think are good. I want to recommend them to other students to read as well. Meng Yang did learn a lot from Quarks, and these were all valuable experiences. It could be said that he couldn't learn these things just by studying in school. Lin Sung-tai and the vice president looked through the books and prepared to bring them back to the psychology professor they hired. Then they would discuss how to arrange for the professor and Meng Yang to share these contents with other students. Before you came back, Quarks told us many times that they want you to continue studying there. The vice president looked at Meng Yang and said, Do you have any ideas? I think the previous arrangement is pretty good. Although I also want to learn more there, I think that studying in China is more important. I can't fall behind. Meng Yang replied. The vice president nodded and said, Then let's proceed according to the previous arrangement. I can feel that Corky wants you to stay in his country for a long time, or rather, stay in his psychological hospital for a long time. But I'm sure you understand that our branch and our country need you more. Meng Yang smiled and said, My home is here, how can I stay there for a long time? Although the vice president knew that Meng Yang was married, and Locke Group was in China, so it was unlikely that Meng Yang would stay there for a long time, he and the president were still a little worried that Meng Yang would be persuaded by Quarks. After all, who wouldn't try to keep a genius and talent like Meng Yang? Even the headquarters often called to ask about Meng Yang's studies. They must expand the use of aromatherapy in order for it to have a better future, and Meng Yang was very likely to become a key figure in the future. After they chatted for a while, Lin Sung-tai and the vice president got up and left. Meng Yang walked them to the door and asked the nanny to bring the child over. Then, he took the child back to the room to sleep. Meng Yang changed into a nightgown and changed the child into thin clothes. Then, he put the child on the big bed and waited for him to fall asleep. However, Meng Yang was already drowsy, but the child's big black eyes were still open. Meng Yang deliberately closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. From time to time, he would half open his eyes to look at the child. The child was eating by himself and kicking his legs happily. Meng Yang unknowingly fell asleep. When Meng Yang woke up in a daze, Luo Xiu was sleeping behind him and hugging him. Meng Yang turned over and hugged Luo Xiu. He rubbed his face against Luo Xiu's chest and woke up a little. Meng Yang thought that he didn't wake up when Luo Xiu fell asleep beside him. The quality of his sleep was getting better and better. It should be said that he felt more and more secure in this house and didn't have his guard up. Luo Xiu also woke up. He lowered his head and kissed Meng Yang. Just as the two were about to take the next step, the child sleeping next to them woke up. They could only separate. Then, they asked the nanny to make milk for the child and bring it in. After the nanny brought the milk in, Meng Yang held the child. Luo Xiu held Meng Yang and leaned against the bed and said, Do you still remember what you said to me when I had a headache? Meng Yang looked at him in confusion. He had said so many things to him, but he didn't know which sentence he was referring to. Rest is for better and more efficient work. Luo Xiu said, so this sentence can also be interpreted as rest is for better and more efficient learning. I know. Meng Yang smiled and said, When I was abroad, I had limited time. That's why my study schedule was so full. Now that I'm back in China, I will definitely arrange my time well. I will definitely rest when I need to. I won't tire myself out. The two watched the child drink milk and kissed each other from time to time. Meng Yang went back to school the next day. When he was at school, he received a call from Xiaoke. Xiaoke told Meng Yang that he went out to drink with his friends yesterday and met Xianxia and several of his friends. Xiaoke's friends deliberately mocked Xianxia, and Xianxia was angry. He took the initiative to ask Xiaoke to race with him, and it was the last time. This would determine the winner. After he woke up in city, Xiaoke didn't practice driving. Now that he had started to study in the company, he didn't plan to play with cars in the future. Originally, he wanted to directly refuse, but he thought that the person who had been winning against Xianxia was Meng Yang, so it was up to Meng Yang to decide whether to refuse or accept. In addition, he thought that Meng Yang could use this opportunity to decide whether to let Xianxia know who had won against him. Therefore, Xiaoke didn't directly refuse, nor did he explicitly agree. He just waited for Meng Yang's reply. After Meng Yang seriously thought about it, he asked Xiaoke to agree to compete with Xianxia. The time was set for 10 days later. During this time, Meng Yang wanted to practice and get a feel for it. In the next few days, Meng Yang would play with Lu Yunjing and Xiaoke outside for 2 hours before going home. In fact, he was practicing at the place where Xiaoke had practiced before. This place was safe and hidden. Most importantly, the assistant and bodyguards wouldn't find out and complain to Luo Xiao. Meng Yang had already decided that this would be his last race. After all, he had practiced so hard in his previous life. This was a farewell to the past. He would let Xianxia know who had won against him. Even if other people knew, it didn't matter, as long as Luo Xiao didn't see the process of him racing. Anyway, this was his last race. Meng Yang went out to play for 2 hours every day before going home. Luo Xiao naturally didn't have any objections. Instead, he felt that it was good that Meng Yang knew how to go out to play. Meng Yang said that this race with Xianxia shouldn't be watched by too many people. Also, because Meng Yang decided to race for the last time, Xiaoke specially used his father's privilege to reserve a track in the VIP area of the racetrack. This was a place where rich people would invite professional racers to compete and gamble. It was also a place where rich people would spend a lot of money to buy cars and let them test them. Meng Yang sat in Xiaoke's car. Xiaoke drove the car into the garage of the VIP area. They got out of the car, and Meng Yang was ready to change cars. This time, Xiaoke didn't get in the car. Meng Yang drove out to race with Luo Xiao by himself. Alas, this person is. Qin Feng came out of the VIP room's toilet. When he passed by the monitoring area, he was stunned when he saw the biggest screen. Then he immediately said to the monitor, wait a minute. Change the image back to the biggest screen. Li Yan turned around and said, why are you so nervous? What did you see? The person on the screen just now seemed to be Luo Xiao's wife, Qin Feng said. How is that possible? Li Yan didn't believe it. He got up and walked towards him. When Luo Xiao heard this, he immediately turned around to take a look. Then, he got up and walked over. Although he felt that Qin Fei must have made a mistake, he still wanted to see it with his own eyes before telling him that he had made a mistake. Replay the image just now, Qin Fei said to the monitor, because the other car in the garage had already driven out of the garage. Rich old man's second wife 70 Xianxia followed Meng Yang and drove the car into the garage. After he got out of the car, he walked quickly towards Meng Yang angrily. Xiaoke's bodyguards immediately got out of the car and stopped him from approaching Meng Yang. Are you two teaming up to fool me? Xianxia looked at Xiaoke and shouted angrily, from the first time you beat me, he won for you, right? So what if I did? Xiaoke said calmly, did I say that I won against you? I've told you repeatedly before that it was our team that beat you, not me. Meng Yang joined our team a long time ago. He raced with you on behalf of our team and then beat you. Can't he do that? What's the reason for you to be so angry? Meng Yang looked at Xianxia and said, do you think that losing to me is more shameful than losing to Xiaoke? Or do you think that Xiaoke cheated by finding someone to beat you on his behalf? Or are you angry that you lost to me? You should have all of them, right? Xianxia clenched his fists tightly and his face turned red with anger. Meng Yang was right. If you think that what we did was wrong, then you can go and make it public. We don't care anyway. Xiaoke said, I won't race with anyone in the future. Meng Yang also decided that this will be the last race. Do you want others to think that you lost to me or to know that you lost to Meng Yang? It's up to you. The iron door behind Meng Yang and Xiaoke suddenly rose quickly. They both looked back at the same time. Meng Yang saw Luo Xiu standing in the middle at a glance. He was shocked and wondered why Luo Xiu was here. Xiaoku was also stunned. He turned his head and looked at Meng Yang, who was stiff and couldn't react. He inexplicably sympathized with him. Luo Xiu just stood there and looked at Meng Yang without saying a word. Meng Yang lowered his head guiltily, like a child who had been caught doing something wrong by his parents. He walked slowly to Luo Xiu and whispered, "Uncle Luo, when did you get here?" Meng Yang knew that Luo Xiu must have seen him racing with Qingxing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared here directly. "A little earlier than you." Luo Xiu's tone was very calm, but Meng Yang could still feel that he was angry. "Let's go and eat first. We'll talk while eating." Li Yan hurriedly tried to smooth things over. He wanted to persuade Luo Xiu not to be angry while eating. "You guys go and eat. We'll go back first." Luo Xiu reached out his hand to Meng Yang. Meng Yang walked over and held Luo Xiu's hand. "Let's meet another day." Luo Xiu held Meng Yang's hand and walked away. Li Yan and the others looked at each other. They suddenly felt a little sympathy for Meng Yang. Although they had never seen Luo Xiu angry, they could feel that even if Luo Xiu wasn't angry, he must be unhappy. But thinking about it, no matter who it was, he would be unhappy if he saw his wife race with others in such a dangerous way behind his back. Xiaoku also hurriedly drove away. He felt that Luo Xiu seemed to have glanced at him just now, which made him feel nervous and scared. Qingxing watched Meng Yang and Xiaoku leave. He could only leave with a belly full of anger. Little sister-in-law looks so gentle and delicate. I didn't expect her driving skills to be so wild when she was racing with others. She even dared to use such a dangerous technique. If she didn't control it well, she might have directly crashed into others. Qin Feng sighed and said. Even Luo Xiu didn't think of it. How could we have thought of it? His driving skills can't be practiced in a day or two. He actually managed to hide it from Luo Xiu. He is quite capable. You guys should stop talking. They might have a conflict between them. Why are you still sigh and analyze here? Li Yan shook his head and said. After getting in the car, Meng Yang sat so far away from Luo Xiu for the first time. After hesitating for a while, he moved his body and leaned close to Luo Xiu. He held his arm and asked, "Are you angry? Do you think I should be angry? Or should I not be angry?" Luo Xiu asked in a tone as if he was letting Meng Yang choose. Meng Yang didn't know how to answer. After a moment of silence, he could only change the topic and asked, "Why were you there?" Qin Feng got some imported cars and asked someone to test their performance. He said that they were modified and safer. He asked us to choose 2 cars each. I thought that your car should be changed, so I went with them to have a look. Luo Xiu still answered calmly. Is it? Have you chosen one? Meng Yang asked in a low voice. He thought that he had changed his car less than half a year ago. How could it be so coincidental? I didn't have time to choose because I wanted to watch a wonderful race. Luo Xiu said. Meng Yang was speechless again, but he still held Luo Xiu's arm tightly. Even if he knew that Luo Xiu was angry, he still had to hold him like this to feel at ease. They didn't talk all the way back to the main house. After returning to the main house, Meng Yang got out of the car and quickly walked back to his room, as if someone was chasing him. He almost ran. Meng Yang asked the nanny to bring the child. He knew that Luo Xiu would definitely ask him, so he held the child to increase his courage. When the child saw Meng Yang holding him, he smiled and patted Meng Yang's face to show his happiness. The second wife of a rich old man. While the masters were sleeping, the helpers were quietly cleaning and tidying up the house. Suddenly, they saw Meng Yang running down the stairs barefoot, with Luo Xiu chasing after him. The helpers were shocked and didn't know what was going on. Meng Yang ran into the greenhouse, but before he could close the door, he was hugged by Luo Xiu. Let me go. Meng Yang struggled to push Luo Xiu away. Luo Xiu closed the door of the greenhouse, picked up Meng Yang and walked to the sofa bed. Luo Xiu threw Meng Yang on it and pressed him hard. Let me go. Meng Yang still wanted to struggle, but Luo Xiu pressed on his body and pressed his hands, so that he couldn't move. Luo Xiao looked at Meng Yang's tear-stained face and kissed him hard. Meng Yang's lips and tongue were very painful. Luo Xiao kissed him so roughly for the first time. It was basically kissing and biting. Meng Yang couldn't breathe normally. Because of the lack of oxygen, he began to become confused. His body gradually softened and he couldn't exert any strength. Luo Xiao held him in his arms, lifted his nightgown, and slapped his butt 3 times, making a crisp sound. "Are you still going to run?" Luo Xiao looked at Meng Yang and asked with a straight face. Meng Yang was scared. He felt a burning pain in the place where he was slapped. He looked at Luo Xiao and didn't dare to speak. This was the first time he saw Luo Xiao being so fierce to him. He felt a little scared. "Do you really think I won't teach you a lesson after making a mistake?" Luo Xiao said angrily. With tears in his eyes, Meng Yang looked at Luo Xiao with an aggrieved expression as if he wanted to cry but didn't dare to. "Do you know how dangerous racing is? Do you know how many people have been injured or even died because of car racing?" Luo Xiao sat up and asked Meng Yang to sit face to face with him. Then he continued to lecture him. "Do you know how I felt when I saw you racing in such a dangerous way? If you were injured, how bad would it be for me? You must have known all of this. You must have known it clearly in your heart. But you still did it. You did it behind my back. If something happens to you without me knowing, how am I supposed to live? What about the child?" "I'm sorry." Meng Yang apologized with tears in his eyes. He was indeed a little selfish. He only wanted to finish what he didn't finish in his previous life. He didn't think about how sad Luo Xiao would be if something happened to him or if he was injured. When Luo Xiao was angry and cold to him, he realized that he was wrong. So he hoped that Luo Xiao would scold him and teach him a lesson. That way, he would feel better. He didn't want to have a cold war with Luo Xiao. It would make him feel scared. So in the end, it was Luo Xiao who compromised first. Meng Yang knelt and straightened his body. He hugged Luo Xiao and said while sobbing, "I will never drive again. I will never leave the bodyguards to do anything. I promise I will do it. Trust me this time. If I do it again, you can lock me up." Luo Xiao hugged Meng Yang and let out a long sigh in his heart. He still felt a lingering fear in his heart. He really couldn't imagine how he would live on if something had really happened to Meng Yang. This was the most unbearable what if in his life. "Do you know you are wrong?" Luo Xiao asked. "I know I am wrong," Meng Yang replied while sobbing. Luo Xiao had never thought that such a docile and well-behaved person would have such a wild personality. Meng Yang had secretly practiced driving and raced behind his back. Although he had to admit that Meng Yang's driving skills were indeed very good and comparable to professional drivers, the way he drove was as if he didn't care about his life. It really made him very angry. "This is not your first offense. It's just that I didn't find out until now. If I didn't find out, you were probably going to hide it from me for the rest of your life, right?" Luo Xiao asked Meng Yang to sit down and looked into his eyes. Meng Yang lowered his head guiltily. "In the future, unless you are at home, as long as you are out of the house, you can't leave the sight of the bodyguards and assistants." Luo Xiao wanted to ensure Meng Yang's safety and give him as much personal space as possible. He didn't want him to be monitored all the time like a prisoner. But he really didn't expect that Meng Yang would take advantage of the personal space he gave him to get rid of the bodyguards and assistants and do such a dangerous thing. Meng Yang knew that he was in the wrong, so he didn't dare to refute or say no. He could only obediently agree. Luo Xiao looked at Meng Yang's well-behaved appearance. He felt helpless and angry, but he also loved him to the extreme. He hugged him and kissed him gently. The two of them fell on the sofa bed. Meng Yang hugged Luo Xiao's shoulder, raised his head and whispered, "There is no raincoat here. If there is no raincoat, then there is no raincoat." Luo Xiao thought that it wouldn't be so coincidental. The next day, Meng Yang woke up on the big bed in his and Luo Xiao's bedroom. Luo Xiao went to the company early in the morning. He woke up later today because he cried and made a fuss last night. After Meng Yang got up and washed up, he asked the nanny to bring the child over. He touched his butt. The place where Luo Xiao hit him yesterday was still aching. He didn't want to go out today. He just wanted to stay at home and reflect on his mistakes. Lu Yunjing and Xiaoke also called him to ask if he quarreled with Luo Xiao. Meng Yang only said that he was scolded. He didn't have the nerve to say that he was spanked like a child. For the whole morning, Meng Yang only drank a glass of milk and ate 2 mouthfuls of muffins. Because he blamed himself, he couldn't eat anything. He wanted Luo Xiao to hug him. After thinking about it, he simply took the child to Luo Xiao's company to find him. After entering Luo Xiao's office, Meng Yang asked the nanny to take the child to the lounge. He sat down opposite Luo Xiao and then leaned on the desk. "Don't you have classes in the afternoon? Why didn't you go to school?" Luo Xiao asked. "My butt hurts. I don't want to go to class." Meng Yang looked at him with pitiful eyes. He didn't know whether he was angry or not. Anyway, he pretended to be pitiful first. The second wife of a rich old man 72, Meng Yang began his busy life of studying hard and taking care of his children. The school and the club would organize the students to go to Zhujiao County during the summer vacation. It didn't matter if he didn't participate in the competition training, but because they needed to buy some important spices, the club hoped that Meng Yang would go. Meng Yang agreed, because he felt that it was time to face the fear in his heart. He couldn't delay it any longer. He felt that he had enough courage to face it, and his heart was fearless. But as the days passed, Meng Yang began to be absent-minded and couldn't lift his spirits when he thought of going to Zhujiao County. Although he didn't have nightmares, he still felt inexplicably flustered. Luo Xiao walked into the greenhouse and saw Meng Yang sitting on the sofa in a daze. When he was about to go over and sit down, he saw tears on Meng Yang's face. He was shocked and quickened his pace. "What's wrong? What happened?" Luo Xiao hugged Meng Yang, raised his chin and looked at his face. "You're back?" Meng Yang came back to his senses and asked, "What time is it now?" "I came back at noon. We had lunch together, and then I went to the study to work." "Did you forget?" Luo Xiao looked at Meng Yang's confused expression and became more worried. "I was too absorbed in thinking about things, and I didn't react for a while," Meng Yang said with a smile. "What are you thinking about that made you cry?" Luo Xiao wiped Meng Yang's tears with his thumb, hugged him and said, "Forget it. No matter what it is, don't think about it anymore. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. I won't ask again in the future." "Did I cry?" Meng Yang was puzzled. He touched his face with his hand and thought for a while. "Maybe I forgot to blink, so the tears flowed down. I'm not thinking about anything sad." Indeed, he wasn't thinking about anything sad. He was just thinking about his studies and what he should do when he got to Zhujiao County. He didn't feel sad and didn't know that he was crying. Luo Xiao hugged Meng Yang, kissed his forehead and said, "You may be too tired recently, rest for a few days." Meng Yang didn't answer him, but said, "The school and the club want me to go to Zhujiao County during the summer vacation. Can you go with me? Just treat it as a vacation." "Okay." Luo Xiao immediately agreed. How could he refuse Meng Yang's request? Meng Yang hugged Luo Xiao and leaned his head on his shoulder. He thought that as long as Luo Xiao was with him, he would be able to overcome all his fears. Because the children were still young, they often had colds and fevers. There were many helpers in the main house, and they often had to check their bodies. Therefore, there were 3 doctors and 6 nurses living in the main house, and all kinds of equipment were available. Luo Xiao saw that Meng Yang didn't have much energy, so he asked the doctor to check him. After the doctor checked Meng Yang, he said that he might be too tired, so he didn't have any energy. Luo Xiao let Meng Yang rest at home, so the next day, Meng Yang didn't go out. When he was playing with the children, he received a call from Frentzen. Frentzen said that Kaylee's mental state wasn't very good, and he hoped that Meng Yang could go over and help him with his treatment with incense. Because Meng Yang's mental state wasn't very good, he refused with the excuse that his recent schedule was very full. He told Frentzen that he would go abroad to see Kaylee's condition after he came back from Zhujiao County. Frentzen repeatedly asked him to spare some time and go over as soon as possible. After that, Kaylee's parents and the Quarks also called him separately, saying that they hoped that he could help Kaylee with his treatment. Meng Yang thought that after succeeding once, he could gain a lot of trust. He relied on his ancestors' incense formula to wake Kaylee up from his coma, which made Kaylee's parents and Frentzen think that he must have a way to solve Kaylee's psychological problems, forgetting that he was still just a student. Kaylee's physical condition was special, and he needed to be very careful when treating him. Because he wasn't in a good state now, he didn't want to take on too much pressure, so he still refused. Meng Yang refused several times, but Frentzen and Kaylee's parents called him again and again to plead and persuade him, and said that they wanted to come to their countries to talk to him face to face. Even Cersei called him and said that she hoped that he could help Kaylee. When Meng Yang was still hesitating whether to go or not, Lin Sun-Tai suddenly told him that the school was arranging for the first batch of exchange students to go abroad to study psychology, and asked if he wanted to go with them. Meng Yang thought that it was too much of a coincidence. After he told Luo Xiu about it, Luo Xiu asked his foreign friends about it, and sure enough, Frentzen did it in order to get him to treat Kaylee. In fact, Meng Yang could have refused, because he had been studying abroad for more than a month, and he didn't have to go this time. However, thinking that Frentzen had gone through so much trouble for Kaylee, and Cersei had called him several times to ask him to help, he decided to go and see how Kaylee was doing. If he could help, he would help. If he couldn't, he would directly refuse. Except for Meng Yang, there were only 10 people in the first batch of exchange students to go abroad, and all of them were recommended by masters. Luo Xiu had something to do in the company, so he couldn't go abroad with him right away. Meng Yang thought that he was just going to check on this situation first, and if he couldn't help, he would come back directly. If he stayed for a long time, he would wait for Luo Xiu to go abroad, and then take the child with him. Therefore, he didn't take the child with him. Because there were only 10 people, it was convenient to go abroad with Meng Yang on Luo Xiu's private plane. So this is what a private plane looks like, Wu Feng said after sitting down and looking around. What did you think it looked like? Meng Yang asked with a smile. In fact, it's not much different from what I imagined. Wu Feng said, it's this luxurious and comfortable feeling, and it's decorated like a living room. But it's my first time on a private plane, and I always feel that something is missing in my heart if I don't sigh. Meng Yang smiled again. After the plane took off, the staff brought in a fruit plate and various desserts. Meng Yang picked up a cup of caramel pudding and ate it with a spoon while chatting with Wu Feng and the others. Yu Jinchen sat on the sofa by the window, looking outside in a daze. He didn't touch the fruit desserts that the staff put on the table in front of him. The second wife of a rich old man 73 Meng Yang stood outside the glass wall and looked at Kaylee who was sitting on the sofa. His eyes were filled with obvious melancholy and his face was pale without blood. His eye sockets were sunken and he looked even more haggard than when he was unconscious. The glass wall could be seen from the outside but not from the inside. After Kaylee woke up, his parents and Frentzen tried their best to avoid arguing. At least in front of him, they acted as if they could get along well. His parents had already made concessions and didn't say anything against him being with Frentzen. They even told him that as long as he could get better, they could discuss anything. In this situation, Kaylee should be getting better day by day, but his psychological problems were getting worse. About half an hour later, Devik and Quarks also came. They told Meng Yang the main reason why they asked him to help with the treatment. Kaylee's body is special and the side effects of Western medicine are great. We gave him many different kinds of medicine, but every medicine he takes makes him vomit and have diarrhea. So now we can only try the incense treatment. Devik said. Meng Yang looked at Quarks and said, is the reason why his psychological problems are getting worse because of the psychological trauma from the attack? That should be the main reason. He is awakened by nightmares every night and often loses control of his emotions. Before the accident, he was slightly depressed and autistic. Now his depression is even worse. I tried to communicate with him, but he resisted and didn't even want to talk. That's the biggest problem. Quark said. The most important thing for psychological problems is to talk and communicate. If even you can't get him to talk, then I definitely can't do it. Meng Yang said, but I can give him some incense treatment and see if he can recover a little. Devik and Quarks both nodded. That was the only way now. Kai had always been frail and sickly since he was young, and he was the only child. His parents had always been strict with him, so his mental fortitude was very weak. He had a certain degree of depression in the past, and he was someone who liked to keep everything to himself. Naturally, he was very resistant to therapy. So after Devik and Quarks discussed it, they agreed that it might be better to let Frenson take Kaeli back and treat him at home. Frenson took Meng Yang and the others to meet Kaeli. "This is Meng Yang, the person I told you about." Frenson introduced him to Kaeli. "He is here to treat you. Someone who was in a similar situation was cured by him. Thank you for letting me wake up." Kaeli sincerely thanked Meng Yang. "I wanted to thank you in person, but I didn't have the chance. I had to wait until you came to treat me again before I could thank you. I'm really sorry." "It's okay," Meng Yang said with a smile. Although Kaeli was very weak, he was very polite and well-educated. Meng Yang couldn't imagine what it would be like if he lost control of his emotions. "Kaeli, Meng Yang is very experienced in treating insomnia and nightmares," Quark said to Kaeli. "In his country, many rich people spend a lot of money to ask him to treat insomnia. So far, he hasn't failed, so as long as you can cooperate with his treatment, you will definitely be able to get rid of your nightmares." Kaeli glanced at Meng Yang and nodded. "Thank you for your trouble." Quarks was telling the truth, but he also wanted to give Kaeli more confidence. He hoped that he would work hard to control his emotions and actively cooperate with the treatment. Meng Yang carefully observed Kaeli's expression. He noticed that after hearing Quark's words, Kaeli didn't have the slightest hint of joy. There was even a flash of resistance. Frenson helped Kaeli back to the room. There were private doctors and nurses here, all of whom were hired by Frenson. Everything that needed to be prepared was also prepared. After Meng Yang prepared the fragrant medicine he brought, he went to Kaeli's room with his assistant to prepare to give him his first fragrant treatment. The nurse was already waiting in Kaeli's room. Meng Yang entered Kaeli's room, followed by the assistants. One of the assistants came in with a small cart of medicine. Frenson helped Kaeli stand up from the sofa and was about to take him into the bathroom when Kaeli's whole body suddenly trembled. "Kaeli, Kaeli?" Frenson held Kaeli and cried out in panic. The nurses were about to go over, but Kaeli suddenly broke free from Frenson's grasp and rushed toward the small cart. He swept everything off the cart and pushed it over. "Kaeli!" Frenson wanted to hold Kaeli, but Kaeli struggled too hard. He didn't dare and didn't have the heart to use too much force, fearing that he would hurt him. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Kaeli screamed and struggled like a madman. Several nurses came to help. After giving him a sedative, he went limp in Frenson's arms. When Kaeli rushed to the small cart, the assistants had already protected Meng Yang and quickly retreated, then blocked Meng Yang behind them. Meng Yang was very calm and carefully observed Kaeli's crazy expression and all of his actions. Kaeli's appearance when he lost control of his emotions was indeed different from his normal self. However, Meng Yang also saw something else, which made him fall into deep thought and think of a possibility. Frenson picked up Kaeli and put him on the bed. He knelt beside the bed and held Kaeli's hand. He was so distressed that even his breathing was not smooth. He really regretted it. Countless times of regret and self-blame made his heart very painful. He shouldn't have forced Kaeli to make a choice. If he hadn't broken up with Kaeli and deliberately refused to see him, none of this would have happened. The nurses and assistants had already picked up the medicine that had been swept to the ground. Although Kaeli was sedated, the aromatherapy could still continue. Frenson got up and wiped his face. He walked to Meng Yang and said, "I'm sorry. He was never like this before. I apologize on his behalf." "It doesn't matter. He's a patient." "I can understand," Meng Yang said. Meng Yang asked the assistant to push the cart into the bathroom. Frenson picked up Kaeli again and sent him to the bathroom. The second wife of a rich old man 74. After breakfast, the two of them sat in the small living room and watched some relaxing and healing movies. Meng Yang didn't sleep well last night, and she missed Luo Xiao and her son, so she watched with Kaeli listlessly without saying a word. Kaeli turned his head to look at Meng Yang from time to time. He thought that Meng Yang would say something to him, such as some words to comfort him. He had been waiting for Meng Yang to speak, but Meng Yang didn't seem to want to speak. They sat like this until noon, and the two of them didn't say a word. You don't look very energetic. Did you not sleep well last night? Kaylee asked. Because Mengyan didn't speak, Kaylee felt that he should say something, or else it would be a little awkward to just sit there like this. I didn't sleep well. I miss my husband and son a little. Mengyan smiled and said. I'm sorry, it's all because of me. Kaylee lowered his head again and blamed himself. Mengyan turned to look at him and said, Why do you always blame yourself so easily? Kaylee was silent and didn't say anything. Actually, I can understand your feelings. I also went through some things. Before, I couldn't sleep well because of the fear in my heart. I even had nightmares for a while. As long as I left home and my husband's side, I would feel uneasy, so I almost didn't sleep last night. Aren't you a very good psychiatrist? Kaylee asked doubtfully, Can psychiatrists also have psychological problems? Who told you that I'm a psychiatrist? Mengyan was stunned and looked at him and asked. They all said that you are very good. Kaylee thought and said, Dr. Dwick and Dr. Cork said that you can help me recover a little. Frenson said that you can solve my nightmares. Cersei also said that you are very good and a genius more talented than him. He also gave me the perfume that you made. It smells very good, and I like it very much. I'm still just a student. I only have a perfumer's license, not a psychiatrist's license. Mengyan said, I just started studying psychology myself not long ago. Perfumer? Kaylee thought and said, So you're not a psychiatrist? Do you think that I'm a psychiatrist? You're worried that I'll ask you all kinds of questions and lead you to tell me your inner thoughts, so you've been guarding against me? Mengyan asked. After a moment of silence, Kai asked, Then, can you help me solve the problem of nightmares? Frenson said that you have experience and have treated many people's insomnia and nightmares before. As long as I cooperate with you, you will definitely be able to cure me. It depends on whether you want to or not. If you want to be cured, I can cure you. But if you don't want to be cured, then I definitely can't cure you, Mengyan said. Of course I want to be cured. Kaylee didn't know why Mengyan said that. Is that so? Mengyan looked into Kaylee's eyes and said, You should be very conflicted in your heart, right? Nightmares make you feel scared and can't sleep makes you feel very painful and uncomfortable. But in your heart, you don't want to get better. Kaylee avoided Mengyan's gaze and said, How can I not want to get better? Because you're afraid that after you recover, your parents will continue to oppose you being with Frenson. Frenson will break up with you again. But if you're like this now, your parents will make concessions and Frenson will spend more time with you. Mengyan looked at him seriously and said, So your emotional loss is just an act because you don't want to be treated. But if you continue like this, your body will be completely ruined and can't be cured even if you want to. Kaylee was frightened by Mengyan's eyes. He trembled slightly and wanted to get up and leave, but Mengyan pressed him back down. If you want to be with Frenson, there are many other ways. Why do you have to choose the stupidest way? Kaylee looked at Mengyan's eyes and was almost scared to tears. In fact, Mengyan's eyes weren't fierce, but he didn't know why, but he felt especially scared. Seeing Frenson come in, Kaylee ran over and hugged him. What's wrong? Frenson asked in confusion as he hugged Kaylee and found tears in his eyes. I don't want it, don't. Kaylee shook his head and sobbed, unable to speak a complete sentence. Don't want what? Frenson asked in confusion. Don't want him to treat me. Let him go. Kaylee cried. Frenson looked at Mengyan in confusion and asked, What happened? Take him back to his room to rest. I want to talk to you, Mengyan said. Kaylee shook his head anxiously and said to Frenson, Don't talk to him, don't talk to him. Okay, I know. I won't talk to him. Frenson gently patted Kaylee's back to comfort him, and then took him back to his room with his arms around him. After returning to the room, Kaylee kept asking Frenson to send Mengyan away. Frenson asked him what happened, but he couldn't be sure. Seeing that Kaylee was about to lose control of his emotions again, Frenson could only pretend to agree and let the housekeeper send Mengyan away immediately. After Kaylee fell asleep, Frenson went to talk to Mengyan. The two talked for more than an hour. Rich old man's second wife 75. While Kaylee was soaking in the medicinal bath, Meng Yang sat on the side and showed him the child's photo on the tablet. "This is my son, isn't he cute?" Kelly looked at the white and delicate chubby face on the screen and said, "Cute. Do you want to have a child with Frenson?" Meng Yang asked. Kelly blushed and didn't answer, but Meng Yang could see from his expression that he definitely wanted to. "Even if you want to, you definitely won't be able to for at least a few years," Meng Yang said in a regretful tone. "Why?" Kelly asked with a shocked expression. "Why do you think?" Meng Yang looked at him and said, "You're not in good health, and there are a lot of medicines that can't be used. Now that your physical condition is even worse, it's impossible for you to have a child. Then if I cooperate with your treatment, how long will it take for me to get pregnant?" Kelly looked at Meng Yang and asked. "This is hard to say. In fact, I don't have much confidence that I can make your body better. After all, your physique is too special, and it's very troublesome to treat," Meng Yang said. "How can you be like this?" Kelly looked at Meng Yang with dissatisfaction and said, "Can't you give me a little confidence? If even you say that you don't have confidence, then why should I cooperate with your treatment? My confidence depends on whether you have the confidence to overcome the shadow in your heart. In fact, in your situation, aromatherapy is only auxiliary treatment. The most important thing is to accept psychological treatment. I definitely can't give you good psychological treatment right now, but Teacher Quarks can do it, as long as you are willing to cooperate." "I can see that." Kelly responded to Meng Yang's words that he couldn't help him with psychological treatment. After the medicinal bath was over, Meng Yang's assistant fumigated Kelly again. The acupoint massage was still not possible because Kelly was very resistant to other people's touch. Meng Yang did not force him. For the next few days, Kelly was very cooperative. There were two main reasons. First, Meng Yang told him that if he continued like this, he might not be able to have children for the rest of his life. Of course, this was an exaggeration. Meng Yang deliberately made it sound very serious to scare him. Anyway, it was fine as long as he could cooperate with the treatment. Secondly, Kelly himself didn't know why, but he was a little afraid of Meng Yang. He also felt guilty that Meng Yang was separated from her husband and child because of him. Kelly obediently cooperated with the treatment. Meng Yang was also able to go to school with Wu Feng and the others. Quarks came to give Kelly psychological treatment. They used hypnotherapy to give him psychological hints and teach him to overcome his fear in dreams. While hypnotizing Kelly, they lit Meng Yang's aromatherapy pills, which would have a better effect. Before leaving for school, Meng Yang said to Kelly, "Cooperate with the treatment. Don't throw a tantrum, understand?" Kelly nodded like an obedient and well-behaved child. Quarks felt that it was very strange. How could Meng Yang make Kelly so obedient and cooperative? "The sooner you can get better, the sooner I'll tell you what you want to know." Meng Yang touched Kelly's head and said to him in a childlike tone, "Be brave. You can do it. If you're afraid, think about what I told you." Kelly nodded again. Frenson also felt that it was very strange. He didn't know why Kelly listened to Meng Yang's words. He didn't say anything when he asked him. He just blushed and said that it was a secret between them and that he shouldn't ask. When Frenson thought that Kelly had a secret with someone other than him, he felt a little jealous. But when he saw that Kelly was obediently cooperating with the treatment and trying to get better, he felt very gratified and grateful to Meng Yang. Meng Yang and Wu Feng set off for school. The bodyguard helped Meng Yang open the door. After Meng Yang got in the car, the two bodyguards also got in the car and sat on both sides of Meng Yang. Wu Feng and the others sat in the car behind. After getting out of the car outside the school, Meng Yang felt that someone was secretly observing him. He looked around and didn't find anyone suspicious, but he knew that his feeling was definitely not wrong. What's wrong? After getting out of the car behind, Wu Feng saw Meng Yang standing still as if he was looking for something. He felt a little puzzled. Nothing. Let's go. Meng Yang and Wu Feng walked into the school together. Cheng Kong and Cheng Xing sat in the car and watched Meng Yang and the others walk into the school. Cheng Kong said to Cheng Xing, "I told you that it's not that easy to kidnap Meng Yang. Even if Luo Xiu isn't here, he will definitely be on guard and won't give us a chance to take advantage of it. Look at those bodyguards. It can be said that they don't leave him at all. Even if we create a commotion, it will be difficult to take him away from their protection. No matter how strict his protection is, there will definitely be a time when there will be a flaw. It's just that we haven't found it yet. If we observe for a few more days, we will definitely find a flaw, Xianxia said. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, if we just wait and observe like this, even if we wait until they return to China, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to find an opportunity. We have to rely on ourselves to create an opportunity. Why don't you contact Yu Junchen and see if you can cooperate with him from the inside? Xianxia nodded and said, I will talk to him. There were only 2 classes today. After the class, Meng Yang was ready to go back with Wu Feng and the others. Before he could react, he was taken to a room by the assistant and bodyguards. What are you doing? Meng Yang looked at them in confusion. Young Master Meng Yang, please change into this set of clothes quickly. The assistant didn't explain anything. Instead, he opened the door of the changing room and said to Meng Yang, please be quick. The second wife of a rich old man 76 Meng Yang coaxed the child to sleep early. Sitting on the bed, he looked at the notes on the flat screen while waiting for Lu Xiu and Frentzen to come back to the room. As soon as Luo Xiu came in, Meng Yang sat up. When Luo Xiu came closer, he hugged him tightly and said, I missed you so much, I know. Luo Xiu lowered his head and kissed Meng Yang's face and said, I'm going to take a shower. Okay. Meng Yang nodded. When Luo Xiu came out of the bathroom, Meng Yang leaned in his arms and felt very safe. He closed his eyes and asked, what were you doing during the day? You were so mysterious. First, you asked me to hide and change clothes, then you changed the car. You didn't really want to give me a surprise, did you? Xianxia is dead, Luo Xiu said calmly, as if he was talking about the good weather today. When did this happen? Meng Yang suddenly opened his eyes. He suddenly remembered that other students were talking about the car accident. Connecting all the things, he seemed to understand something. Today. His death was confirmed. Was it an accident, or, you just need to know that it was an accident? Don't think about anything else and don't ask. Luo Xiu didn't want Meng Yang to know these things. I got it. Meng Yang closed his eyes again. He stopped thinking about it and stopped asking. The reason why Luo Xiu let Meng Yang come here by himself was because he knew that no one could touch Meng Yang in Frentzen's territory. Moreover, Frentzen had promised him that he would ensure Meng Yang's safety. Even Luo Xiu didn't expect that Xianxia and Xianxia would be so stupid as to kidnap Meng Yang in Frentzen's territory. If they dared to have such thoughts and take action, Luo Xiu would never let them go. This time, Luo Xiu didn't need to do anything in person because Frentzen dealt with them. After all, this was Frentzen's territory. Luo Xiu didn't want to steal the show, so he didn't participate. Meng Yang didn't want to think about what happened to Xianxia, but before he fell asleep, he couldn't help thinking that Master Qing would definitely have a heart attack after knowing this. If he could survive this, he would be a miracle man. When Master Qing received the news that Xianxia died on the spot in a car accident, he immediately fainted and was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. Family Chang's people were now in a panic. Xianxia's death was confirmed. If Master Qing couldn't hold on and passed away, then the family Qing would really be finished. Master Qing woke up after being in a coma for 2 days, but he was so weak that he couldn't even speak. After all, he was old and had a heart disease. The blow of seeing his son die made him know that he didn't have much time left. However, he wanted to find out how Xianxia died. Otherwise, he couldn't take it lying down. The first person he thought of was Luo Xiu. The news that old Master Qing received was that a criminal had run into Xianxia's car in a panic when he was trying to evade arrest. This was purely an accident. Master Qing naturally didn't want to believe that this was really an accident. After Xianxia's subordinates told him everything that Xianxia and Xianxia did, Master Qing immediately knew what was going on. If Xianxia was still alive, he would definitely scold him for being stupid. Before doing such a thing, he actually dared to make a decision without consulting him. But now that he was dead, who else could he scold? Xianxia was still in a coma, and it was uncertain whether he could wake up. Master Qing asked someone to bring Xianxia back and bury him properly. He knew that he was dying, so he made a new will and called his family over to make arrangements for his funeral. Xianxia knelt by the bed and cried, "Dad, please don't say these inauspicious words. You must get better. If you are gone, our family company won't last long." Xianxia still knew what he was capable of. He knew that once Master Qing left, he would definitely not be able to fight against Luo Xiu. Family Chang's company would definitely be destroyed soon. Master Qing shook his head slightly and said weakly with all his strength, "I can't get better. Today, this step, it's all my fault. If there is a chance in the future, you must do good for your children and grandchildren." Master Qing also knew very well that once he left, family Qing would definitely not last long. He regretted that he had been too ruthless in the past. He did not accumulate any good karma for family Qing and his children and grandchildren. He did not teach his children and grandchildren well and even harmed them. He really regretted it now, but it was too late. Everything was too late. Master Qing slowly closed his cloudy eyes full of regret and left amidst the sorrowful cries of his children and grandchildren. Family Qing, this dangerous building, was finally going to collapse. Dr. Dwick, Dr. Quarks, and Circe all came to visit Kaoli. They saw that Kaoli's complexion was much better than before, mainly because he looked more energetic. They were very happy and felt that Meng Yang was really amazing. "I told you, Meng Yang is really amazing. Your complexion looks much better than when you were in the hospital," Circe said with a smile. "I don't have nightmares anymore." Meng Yang said that as long as I can sleep well at night and recover mentally, my body will recover faster, Kaoli said with a smile. Meng Yang is really a genius. He is also very talented in psychology. He is also more hardworking than others. In the future, he will definitely have great achievements in psychology, Quark said to Dwick. Dwick nodded. Luo Xiu returned to China 5 days ago. 5 days ago, Master Qing was about to die. There were many things in China waiting for him to deal with, so he went back first. Meng Yang was on the phone with Luo Xiu. He knew that Master Qing had passed away and that family Qing was in the final struggle and could not hold on for much longer. The second wife of a rich old man 77 Meng Yang and the others could relax for a few days after their final exams ended. Then, they set off for Chuyao County. Luo Xiu and his friends agreed to go horseback riding at the racecourse. Meng Yang's exams just ended, so Luo Xiu took him there to relax. Meng Yang hadn't ridden a horse in a long time. When Luo Xiu said that he wanted to take him to the racecourse, he naturally agreed happily. Just as the 3 tour buses were about to drive over, a handsome young man on the bus saw Meng Yang's horse from a distance and immediately shouted, "Stop, stop. What's wrong?" Zhao Dihao asked curiously. "There's a golden horse over there. It's so beautiful." Zhao Yi craned his neck to take a look. He fell in love with the horse at first sight. Just by looking at it, he knew that it wasn't cheap. His father definitely wouldn't buy it for him, but it was good to be able to take a few more looks. "Isn't that the chairman of Lock Group, Boss Luo?" A middle-aged man in the back of the bus said. "Where?" "The one who's leading the golden horse." "It's really him." "Who's sitting on the horse?" "He's able to make Boss Luo lead the horse himself." "Aren't you asking the obvious?" "It must be the one who gave birth to the little prince of Lock Group. Who else can make Boss Luo lead the horse himself?" "Hey, look, Director Li, Director Qi, and Director He are all here too. Director Wang, aren't you close to Boss Luo? Let's go over and say hello to Boss Luo." "Okay, let's go." Wang Xian knew that these people wanted to use him to get to know Luo Xiu and the others. Although he didn't want to be the middleman, he couldn't directly reject them since they happened to meet. They got off the tour bus and walked towards Luo Xiu and the others. However, when they were about to get close, they were stopped by Luo Xiu's bodyguards. Although the bodyguards knew Wang Xian, there were too many people who didn't, so they had to follow the rules. One of the bodyguards turned around to explain the situation to Luo Xiu. After getting Luo Xiu's permission, they let them pass. "Aren't you guys busy these days? How come you have time to come to the racecourse today?" Wang Xian walked closer and asked. "We're taking a break from work." Luo Xiu glanced at the people walking behind Wang Xian and said, "You guys are here to discuss a collaboration?" The collaboration was settled yesterday, so we're here to relax, Qian said. Let me introduce you guys. This is Zhao Yao from Hengfeng. These two are his friends, Director Sun and Director Qian. These three are their sons, Young Master Zhao, Young Master Sun, and Young Master Qian. Hello, Boss Luo. I'm Yu Diheo from Hengfeng. I've cooperated with Lock Group before. Zhao Diheo reached out to shake hands with Luo Xiao, then shook hands with Li Yan and the others. The other two middle-aged men also shook hands with Luo Xiao and the others and introduced themselves. After Luo Xiao shook hands with the three of them, he turned around and helped Meng Yang down from the horse. The other three handsome young men who came with the three presidents all looked at Meng Yang with envy. Luo Xiao was not only rich and powerful, but also very handsome. If they had a choice, they would definitely choose someone like Luo Xiao. Unfortunately, it was not up to them to decide their own marriage. This should be young Master Meng, right? Zhao Diheo looked at Meng Yang and said. Luo Xiao held Meng Yang and nodded. This is my son, Zhao Yi. Zhao Diheo immediately introduced, he's a first-year student at St. Elegant Academy. He's Mrs. Luo's junior. Hello. Meng Yang smiled and nodded to them. Zhao Yi looked at the horse and liked it even more when he saw it up close. He then looked at Luo Xiao and thought that if he could meet such a good man earlier, then the horse would be his now. They just happened to be resting in the stands for a while, so those people did not leave immediately. They all sat down and talked to Luo Xiao and the others. After all, this was a rare opportunity, so of course they could not leave immediately. Meng Yang sat and listened to them talk while drinking juice. He felt a little bored, so he got up and walked to the horse, wanting to ride it for a while. Seeing Meng Yang walk over, Zhao Yi also got up and walked behind Meng Yang, wanting to talk to Meng Yang. Young Master Meng. Zhao Yi smiled and looked at Meng Yang and said, it's a pleasure to meet you. Meng Yang turned his head and looked at Zhao Yi, then smiled and nodded without saying anything. Young Master Meng, do you also like to ride horses? Zhao Yi asked. I took horsemanship as an elective, so I occasionally ride. Meng Yang said lightly. This horse is very beautiful, it looks very noble. Zhao Yi praised. The second wife of a rich old man 78. When Meng Yang rode back, Luo Xiao got up and walked over. He carried Meng Yang down from the horse and took a wet towel to wipe the sweat on his forehead. He asked, are you hungry? A little bit. Meng Yang closed his eyes and let Luo Xiao wipe his face. Today's sun was a little bit strong, so it was really hot. Let's go eat. After eating, we'll take a rest and then go home. Luo Xiao lowered his head and kissed Meng Yang's red face. Li Yan and the others booked a private room in the horse racing club. It was time for lunch. They were going to eat and chat, but Zhao Diheo and the others didn't want to leave. In order to save Wang Xian's face, Li Yan invited them. Zhao Diheo naturally agreed immediately. After arriving at the club, Meng Yang went to the room to take a bath and change his clothes. Then he walked into the private room with fresh clothes. He sat down next to Luo Xiao and prepared to eat. Before all the dishes were served, the waiter came in with a palm-sized white jade bowl on a tray and put it in front of Meng Yang. Li Yan said to Luo Xiao, this is specially prepared for my sister-in-law. I like to eat this. Unfortunately, there is little rain this year, and this thing can only be found by the stream. I asked people to find it all over the mountain, but there was only this small bowl. Today, I reluctantly give it up and let my sister-in-law have a taste. Luo Xiao picked up the small white jade bowl and smelled it. Then he brought it in front of Meng Yang and let him smell it too. Meng Yang smelled the fragrance of the plant and suddenly felt that his appetite had increased. Zhao Yi and the other two young men looked at the small white jade bowl curiously, wondering what was so precious. It was just a small bowl, but the dignified directorly said that he was willing to give it up. The waiter behind them brought a small bowl of white rice. Luo Xiao mixed the chopped green vegetables in the small white jade bowl with the soup. After mixing, he put it in front of Meng Yang and let him eat with a spoon. Meng Yang tasted it carefully and felt that the taste was really delicious. It was really to his taste. He chewed and swallowed slowly one mouthful after another. After all the dishes were served, the others ate and chatted. In order to show his etiquette and education, Zhao Yi's hands were like tied with a string. Zhao Yi looked at Meng Yang from time to time and found that Meng Yang was as free as if he was at home. And Meng Yang ate everything. Luo Xiu spoke while he ate, he personally helped himself. How could he not be envious? Zhao Yi looked at Luo Xiu and thought, who wouldn't want such a good man? After Meng Yang was full, he got up and walked to the sofa next to him. He sat down and looked at his mobile phone, waiting for Luo Xiu and the others to finish eating and chatting to go home. If the incident just now hadn't happened, Zhao Yi would definitely have taken the initiative to talk to Meng Yang. But just now Meng Yang showed that he obviously hated him. Although he regretted what he said just now, he couldn't immediately ignore it and talk to Meng Yang. He could only think about countermeasures in his heart. Once these people started talking about business, there was no end to it. However, every time Luo Xiu brought Meng Yang out, they would go home whenever they decided to go home. They wouldn't delay for too long, so Luo Xiu left with Meng Yang not long after they finished eating. A few days later, Meng Yang and the others were ready to leave for Xiao County. Before leaving, Meng Yang calmed down. He thought that he had to face it eventually. All the sufferings were in his previous life. What was there to be afraid of in this life? What was there to be afraid of? Master Qing and Qing Kong were dead. Qing Xing was lying on the hospital bed paralyzed. Yu Junchen was now like a ghost. His mental state was obviously abnormal. Those who hurt him and those who owed him had all received their retribution. Why would he still be afraid of the sufferings from his previous life? Meng Yang and Luo Xiu left in advance by private plane. Wu Feng and the others had more people, so they would arrive one day later. On the plane, Luo Xiu found that Meng Yang seemed to be particularly quiet today. His expression was serious, as if he was going to accomplish something important in his life. What's wrong? Luo Xiu pulled Meng Yang into his arms and kissed his forehead. Why do you look so serious? Meng Yang came back to his senses. He leaned his head on Luo Xiu's shoulder and said, "It's nothing. It's just that this trip to Xiao County is very important to me. So I couldn't help but become serious." What's so important about it? Luo Xiu was puzzled. Meng Yang didn't plan to participate in the competition more than a month later. This trip to Xiao County was just to buy some spices and relax. Why did it suddenly become so important? Meng Yang didn't answer Luo Xiu. Instead, he thought to himself, because there are the most beautiful and painful memories of my previous life. But no matter how beautiful or painful it is, I have to say goodbye and let the past stay in the past forever. Then I can truly start a new life wholeheartedly. I won't let the past affect my happiness. The car drove into Linqi Resort Villa. Lock Group's hotels were all over the country. But in such a place with beautiful natural scenery and strong local culture, it was meaningless to stay in those modern high-rise hotels. Rich people didn't want to stay in those inns and homestays. So this kind of high-end villa was a place where rich people would specially spare time every year to stay for 10 days to half a month. Blending into nature and appreciating the attractive natural scenery could heal people's hearts. Artificial scenery could never surpass the uncanny workmanship of nature. After entering the villa, Meng Yang looked at the scenery outside the window. Many places evoked memories in his mind. After the car stopped, Luo Xiu carried the child out of the car and put the child in the stroller. Then, he reached out to help Meng Yang get out of the car. Meng Yang looked at this place that he had recalled countless times in his previous life. Suddenly, he felt dizzy and his body swayed. Meng Yang? Luo Xiu found that something was wrong with Meng Yang and immediately hugged him. I'm fine. It's just altitude sickness and a little lack of oxygen. Meng Yang closed his eyes and the dizziness quickly passed. Luo Xiu reached out to take the oxygen bottle from the bodyguard and put it over Meng Yang's mouth and nose to let him breathe. Meng Yang shook his head and pushed Luo Xiu's hand away and said, I'm fine. I've adapted. Luo Xiu walked into the courtyard with Meng Yang in his arms. The courtyard was square, and the front was filled with rocks and flowing water. Moreover, it was a real mountain and not an artificial one. There were 2-story wooden buildings on both sides, and in the middle was a stone floor. There were all kinds of flowers and plants planted in the mud without stone tiles. The entire courtyard was spacious and neat. This was Luo Xiu's courtyard. He didn't receive any guests. The courtyard was classical and elegant with lush flowers and plants. There were red lanterns hanging under the eaves. There were also local ethnic decorations. This courtyard had a total of 10 rooms. Meng Yang had stayed in this courtyard in his previous life. However, he didn't stay in the master bedroom on the second floor because that was Luo Shou's room. The second wife of a rich old man 79 Meng Yang looked at Zhao Yi and then looked at Wu Feng with a questioning look. Wu Feng explained to him, he is a new student of the teacher. His name is Zhao Yi. He is the top student in the first grade and can participate in the field training. The teacher asked him to come with us in advance. Meng Yang remembered that in his previous life, Zhao Yi was Su Wanya's student and Yu Junqian's junior brother. How did he become his junior brother now? He really had some ability. 2 masters could choose at will. After the final results came out, Zhao Yi was the top student in the first grade. Su Wanya really wanted Zhao Yi to be his student. Yu Junqian's grades had dropped too much. He didn't even qualify for the competition. Su Wanya urgently needed a student who could hold the scene. However, whether it was in the school or in the fragrance therapy branch, Lin Sungtai obviously had the upper hand. Zhao Yi certainly wanted to be Lin Sungtai's student more, but Lin Sungtai didn't want to accept him as a student. He could only ask his father to use his connections. After a lot of effort, he finally got Lin Sungtai to accept him. The classmate next to Zhao Jing elbowed him and then signaled him to look at Zhao Yi with his eyes. Zhao Jing looked at Zhao Yi with disdain in his eyes. Then he took the room card and walked out of the hall with the other classmates. Meng Yang didn't bother to pay attention to Zhao Yi. He looked at Wu Feng and said, "You didn't eat well on the plane, right? The food is ready. Let's go eat first. After eating, go back to your rooms and have a good rest. Let's go." Wu Feng and the others put down their luggage and followed Meng Yang out. The staff would help them check in. Except for Luo Shou's car, no one else's car was allowed to enter the mountain villa. However, the mountain villa was too large, so they had to take a tour bus to move around. Wu Feng said to Meng Yang, "The scenery here is amazing. It's rare for me to come here. Since I don't have to participate in the training this time, I will definitely enjoy the scenery and food here. It's a pity that senior brother Qin can't come with us. Otherwise, you two could take advantage of this opportunity to have a proper date," Meng Yang said with a smile. Qin Hong had transferred to the School of Economics, and his schedule was full, so he couldn't come with them. "Don't worry. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Although Wu Feng also felt that it was a pity, he didn't feel bad when he thought about the future. Meng Yang nodded in agreement. The place where they ate was called Mountain View Pavilion. From there, they could see the continuous mountain peaks in the distance and the unpredictable sky and clouds. No matter how good the special effects in movies were, they couldn't compare to the feeling of being in the mountain. It made people feel more open-minded and addicted. While waiting for the dishes to be served, Meng Yang talked to Wu Feng and the others while looking at the scenery outside. Meng Yang wanted to go to the toilet, so he got up and walked out. Zhao Yi saw him and immediately got up and followed him out. "Senior brother Meng, can I talk to you for a while?" Zhao Yi followed behind Meng Yang and asked in a low voice. "What do I have to say to you?" Meng Yang didn't stop or look back. He said coldly, "Why should I listen to you? I was too rude last time. I want to apologize to you. I know you look down on me, but I didn't choose to be born as an illegitimate child. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want to be born as an illegitimate child, but I didn't have a choice. I have nothing to say if you look down on me because of this, but I will use my own efforts and strength to protect my dignity," Zhao Yi said. "Nothing to say?" Meng Yang walked out of the toilet and stopped. He turned around and looked at him sarcastically. "Aren't you good at talking? Does it have anything to do with me whether you are an illegitimate child or not? Do I need to look down on you because of this? Let me tell you the truth. I don't care about you at all, let alone whether I look down on you or not. Also, you'd better put away your thoughts in front of me, or I will let you know what it means to regret it. Also, if you think that your identity as an illegitimate child makes you feel inferior and it is a stain in your life, then you can blame your parents. Don't always mention it in front of me. Do you think I have to feel anything about your identity? I didn't give birth to you. What's wrong with always mentioning it in front of me? Meng Yang had never been a good-tempered person. He was even more bad-tempered in his previous life. However, he suffered too much in his previous life, so his character was much calmer, but it didn't mean that his temper became better. Meng Yang didn't know if Xiaoyi would regret what he did in his previous life if he was reborn. However, in this life, if he wanted to use those methods on himself, then he was destined to continue to bear the consequences of his previous life. Xiaoyi was shocked by Meng Yang's gaze and aura. After being stunned for a moment, he suddenly felt flustered. He didn't know why he was flustered. He just wanted to curry favor with Meng Yang and build a good relationship with him. Even if he had other thoughts, he hadn't done anything yet. What was there to be flustered about? The door of the toilet suddenly opened, and Xiaoyi walked out. When Xiaoyi saw Zhao Jing, he was stunned again. Then, he almost subconsciously glared at him. Meng Yang turned around to look at Zhao Jing, then turned around and walked into the toilet. Zhao Jing looked at Xiaoyi with a mocking and disdainful gaze, then turned around and left. What Xiaoyi couldn't stand the most was Zhao Jing's gaze. He thought to himself, what's so great about Zhao Jing? You're just a little luckier than me. You were born in a marriage and your grandfather's family is rich. Your mother has already divorced and left the family with nothing. What are you so proud of? If you want to compete, let's compete with each other. Xiaoyi wanted to follow him into the toilet, but he was stopped by the bodyguards. The toilet was very large and spacious. There were more than a dozen single rooms, but when Meng Yang went in, he gestured to the bodyguards not to let Xiaoyi in, so the bodyguards wouldn't let him in. Xiaoyi could only suppress his anger and turn around to go back to the private room. Everything he had now was earned by his own efforts. In the future, he would also rely on his own ability to fight for it. In order to succeed, he had to do whatever he wanted. The winner had the final say. No matter how righteous the loser was, it was useless. After dinner, Wu Feng and the others went back to the yard to rest. It was already dark. The lights in the villa were on. Everywhere was brightly lit. It was different from the daytime. Many people came out for a walk. Beautiful lights were also on in the yard. Some people sat in the yard, drinking tea and chatting. Some people sat by the windows in the room, quietly enjoying all this. There were some old streets and markets in Xuyao County. They were all the same as they were many years ago. Now, they had become tourist attractions. Early the next morning, Meng Yang and the others took a car and went to the market. It took them an hour to get to the place they wanted to visit. Normally, they were students of the Fragrant Academy. They would definitely prefer to visit the medicinal herbs market, the spice market, or the flower market. However, they had plenty of time to visit these places later. In order to taste the most authentic local food, they first went to the mountain goods market. Looking at the dazzling array of mountain products on both sides of the street, they felt that their eyes were not enough to take in all of them. Just the wild mushroom species alone was already somewhat uncountable. After all, this area accounted for 2/3 of the edible mushroom species in the country. There were also wild fruits, wild vegetables, pheasants, hares, wild boars, nuts, and other wild animals and plants. Rich old man's second wife, 80 Meng Yang and his group walked to the street next to the restaurant and then entered Longfeng Game Restaurant. Because it took time to wait for the dishes to be served, Meng Yang asked those who still wanted to walk around and those who wanted to rest to sit and wait with him. They didn't ask for a private room, but sat down at 2 big round tables on the first floor. The waiter brought the menu to them and asked them to order. Meng Yang didn't open the menu, but said, "Ask your manager to order for us." Even though the waiter hadn't seen much of the world, he could tell that Meng Yang wasn't an ordinary person from his aura and the bodyguards standing behind him. So he didn't say anything and immediately turned around to ask their manager. Unaiding was checking the inventory in the kitchen when the waiter walked in quickly and said that there was a guest outside who asked him to order. He nodded and walked out with the inventory record book. Meng Yang was looking at the menu when he saw Unaiding coming out of the corner of his eye. He looked up at him and said, "Are you the manager here?" Unaiding saw Meng Yang's face and immediately froze, as if he had seen a ghost. He was a tall and strong man, so his expression looked a little funny. Meng Yang was confused at first why he looked at him with such an expression. In this life, they had never seen each other before. Even if he knew who he was, he wouldn't be so shocked. Could it be, are you the manager here? Meng Yang asked again. Unaiding still didn't come back to his senses. He just looked at Meng Yang in shock. The waiter next to him pushed him in confusion and said, Manager? Manager? Unaiding seemed to be awakened from a dream. He suddenly turned his head to look at the waiter who pushed him, and then turned his head to look at Meng Yang again. What's the specialty of your restaurant? Meng Yang looked at him and asked, Is there any fresh game today? Yes, today. Unaiding's mind went blank. He didn't know what to say. The waiter didn't know what was wrong with their manager today. It was as if he was possessed, so he could only answer for him quickly. Meng Yang looked into Unaiding's eyes. He wanted to confirm his thoughts from Meng Yang's eyes. When their eyes met, time seemed to have stopped. Unaiding felt an inexplicable fear because of Meng Yang's eyes. Wu Feng and the others were very puzzled. If they didn't know how much Meng Yang loved Luo Xiao, they would definitely suspect that Meng Yang had an ambiguous relationship with this manager. After all, this manager was quite handsome. He had deep facial features and a good figure. He was tall and strong with well-proportioned muscles. Zhao Yi looked at Unaiding and then looked at Meng Yang. He was thinking seriously. From Meng Yang's strange behavior in the tea house and the way he looked at the manager now, Zhao Yi felt that the relationship between Meng Yang and this person was definitely not ordinary. However, Meng Yang was already married to Luo Xiao. Could it be that this person in front of him was his old lover, and they still had feelings for each other? If that's the case, then that's great. This is a huge weakness that can be used against him. Zhao Yi's heart was secretly excited. Make 2 servings of each of the dishes you just mentioned. Meng Yang looked at the waiter and said. Okay. The waiter immediately went to the kitchen to prepare the menu. Unaiding looked at Meng Yang again, then turned around and left quickly. Do you know that manager? Wu Feng asked. No, I don't know him. Meng Yang shook his head. Zhao Yi sneered in his heart. Why are you pretending? We are not blind. The way you looked just now, your love was written all over your faces. Who would believe that you don't know him? He couldn't even lie well. Luo Xiao would definitely find out about it soon. Now was the season for a large number of wild mushrooms. Meng Yang didn't hear clearly what the waiter said just now, but as he expected, all kinds of mushroom dishes were brought to the table one after another. There was a wild mushroom platter, which could be boiled in the bone soup like a hot pot. There was also chicken steamed meat with mushrooms, charcoal roasted matsutake, dried mushroom scrambled eggs, braised green mushrooms, stir-fried pork with bolitas, matsutake chicken soup, matsutake flour and bamboo sparerib soup, and pheasant, hare, and wild pork. The chef here was very good at cooking, so everyone ate happily. Only the snake meat and bee pupae were not eaten. Probably because of the psychological effect, everyone only dared to look and didn't dare to eat. Meng Yang didn't have much of an appetite, so he only drank some soup. Anyway, these could be eaten in Lingqi Mountain Villa. Eating here was just to experience the atmosphere and the different cooking skills here. After eating and resting for a while, Meng Yang and the others left. Unaiding was in the office on the 2nd floor. He opened the window a little and watched Meng Yang's back gradually disappear. The panic in his heart had already calmed down. He regretted that he lost his composure just now. Everyone could see that there was something wrong with him just now. Wu Nading thought to himself. Although the fate of the person called Meng Yang in this life was completely different, the complicated and heavy feeling from his previous life appeared once more. Because he was completely unprepared for this situation, suddenly seeing Meng Yang caused him to recall the memories of his previous life. That was why he was temporarily unable to react. Unaiding thought that the reason why Meng Yang's fate was completely different from his previous life was that he was also reborn. This was the only reasonable explanation for him. Unaiding was lost in thought. He didn't know whether Meng Yang appeared in front of him deliberately or not, and he didn't know what to do next. After Meng Yang returned to the villa, he also analyzed the reason why Unaiding was so shocked to see him. The biggest possibility he thought of was that Unaiding was also reborn. When going to bed at night, Meng Yang lay in Luo Xiao's arms and said to him, today we went to the mountain goods market. There is a restaurant called Longfeng Game. You go and buy it. Why do you want to buy that restaurant? Luo Xiu asked doubtfully. The annual profit of that restaurant was not even as high as the annual salary of Meng Yang's assistant. It was useless to buy it. Luo Xiu couldn't think of the reason why Meng Yang wanted to buy it. The second wife of a rich old man 81 Wu Feng found an excuse for his uncontrollable desire to buy and did not want to seriously pick up the leftovers. He also sincerely felt that with Meng Yang around, the chances of others winning were very small. However, as soon as he said that, the students at the other tables deliberately laughed loudly to attract their attention. Wu Feng and the others turned their heads and looked over. There were more than a dozen people sitting at a large round table, and the ones who laughed were a few of them. Seeing that they had successfully attracted Wu Feng and the others' attention, they deliberately talked loudly. Did you hear that, Wu Su? Last year's winner hasn't said anything yet, and someone is already talking big. Keep your voice down. He is not an ordinary person. Not only is he rich and powerful, but he is also an idol in the fragrance field. He has a large group of fans. Be careful of what you say. If his fans hear you, they will attack Wu Su. Don't hurt Wu Su. I know he is rich and powerful. Otherwise, how could he be so famous? Isn't it because of the power behind him? You don't say. It is not certain whether Wu Su can win this time. After all, who can guarantee that there is no under-the-table manipulation? We can only say that we are unlucky to have met him. What can we do? Wu Feng and the others glanced at Meng Yang. Meng Yang signaled with his eyes that they did not need to care and let them talk. These people had nothing else to say except to vent their jealousy. Wu Feng and the others smiled and did not care about what they said. At first, they would feel angry when they met such people, but after a few more times, they would only feel that their ugly faces were funny and sad. Meng Yang's fame was growing day by day. Now, most of the people he met were those who were curious about him and secretly observed him on the street just now. Then, there were people like Zhao Jing, who worshipped him and regarded him as their goal and idol. Occasionally, he would also meet people who were jealous of him in all aspects, who would then make all kinds of conspiracy theories and spread rumors. However, most of these people only dared to talk about it behind his back. Very few people dared to talk about it deliberately in front of Meng Yang. The reason why these people dared to deliberately say this to Meng Yang was because they felt that their school had their own backing, and the lock group's influence could not reach that far. Another reason was that they had also heard that Meng Yang was very good at distinguishing spices, so they deliberately provoked Meng Yang in order to provoke him and make a big deal out of it. It would be more beneficial for them to spread rumors about Meng Yang's underhanded methods after they lost, so as to cover up the fact that they lost because their skills were inferior. However, Meng Yang did not react at all. Wu Feng and the others only felt that it was ridiculous. Their reaction made those people angry. After drinking tea, eating snacks, and resting for a while, Meng Yang and the others continued to buy spices. This time, they did not act separately. Although they acted together, they did not communicate. After the shopping time was over, they went to the management meeting and waited for the results to be announced. Lin Sung-tai and the others, as well as the masters from other schools and branches, were already waiting. When they were talking about which school's student had a higher chance of winning, they all agreed that Meng Yang was definitely the strongest among all the students in terms of strength. However, when it came to picking up scraps, there was still a lot of luck involved, so it was really hard to guess who would win in the end. Meng Yang and the others entered the hall and found a place to sit down. Originally, most people were quite relaxed, but when they entered, many people could not help but feel a little nervous, especially those who thought that they might have a chance to win. After receiving the results, the president went to the stage and announced, a total of 50 high-quality spices were released in this event, and a student bought 36 of them at a price lower than half the price. This student is, the president deliberately paused and said, "Congratulations to St. Elegant Academy student, Meng Yang." Wu Feng and the others took the lead in applauding, and looked at Meng Yang happily and said, "I knew it must be you. Let's celebrate tonight, shall we?" Meng Yang smiled and nodded. Also congratulations to St. Elegant Academy for obtaining the priority to buy this time, the president continued to announce. Lin Sungtai and the others were also very happy. Last year, Mengyan did not come, and Xianxia Academy obtained the priority to buy. They could only choose from the remaining spices, and Xianxia Academy had never thought of leaving anything good for other schools. The students began to walk out, and Wu Feng and the others just happened to walk to the side of the people who deliberately ridiculed Mengyan at noon. Wu Feng did not deliberately speak loudly, but said to the other senior brothers in a volume that those people could hear, "When your skills are not as good as others, you only want to slander others to prove that you are not inferior to others. I don't know how these people's parents taught them. In fact, they are very self-aware. They knew that they would lose, so they found a reason to comfort themselves. Why do you have to tear apart other people's fig leaf? I feel a little sympathy for their parents. Perhaps they did not know that they were so shameless outside, and they never thought that their actions would shame their parents and make others think that their parents did not teach them well." Those people's faces were all red, and they looked very angry. No one would be happy when their parents were mentioned, but when these people showed their ugly faces, they never thought that they were shaming their parents and made others think that their parents did not teach them well. Some people were born selfish. As long as they could vent their jealousy, they did not care what others thought. After returning to the villa, Wu Feng and the others all said that they should celebrate. Meng Yang called the manager and asked him to arrange it. In order to please Meng Yang, the manager closed the entire Galaxy stage to the public and specially held a celebration banquet for Meng Yang. The Milky Way stage was a very large circular platform built in the water. Due to the terrain, people would feel like they were covered by a dense sky of stars when they stood on the Milky Way stage at night. The surrounding water reflected the starry sky, making people feel like they were in a Milky Way. At night, Meng Yang and the others went to the Galaxy stage. There was a bonfire in the middle, and they ate barbecue and chatted while admiring the starry sky. It was a very interesting scene. Zhao Yi returned to the Galaxy stage after using the toilet. As soon as he walked to the entrance, he saw Zhao Jing and a large group of his classmates walking over. "What are you doing here?" Zhao Yi looked at them with a haughty attitude and said, "Today, the Galaxy stage is not open to others. Only the students of St. Elegant Academy can enter. Don't you know that?" The waiter next to him immediately stepped forward and said, "Young Master Meng Yang invited them here." Zhao Yi looked at the waiter and was stunned for a moment, speechless. The second wife of a rich old man 82. After unaiding learned that the restaurant had been sold, he was very surprised. This was because he had already asked the owner to sell the restaurant to him. The owner had already agreed, saying that he would sell the restaurant to him in 2 years. But now, the owner didn't even say goodbye to him before selling the restaurant and leaving. Unaiding stood outside the lounge of the original boss with the other employees, waiting to see their new boss. The assistant walked out and let Unaiding go in alone. Unaiding walked into the lounge and saw Meng Yang sitting on the bed drinking tea. He was stunned. "Do you know me?" Meng Yang put down the teacup in his hand and asked. Unaiding opened his mouth, but didn't know how to answer. "I know you, and I remember the valley." Meng Yang smiled and said, "I can't forget it even if I want to. So if you remember it, just say it. Don't beat around the bush." "I remember you, and I also remember." Unaiding lowered his head. Facing Meng Yang, he had mixed feelings. "Really?" Meng Yang had expected this answer. Meng Yang looked at him and asked, "Do you still remember the promise you didn't keep?" "I'm sorry, because..." Unaiding glanced at the assistant and bodyguard standing next to him and didn't continue. "Give this to him." Meng Yang took the tablet computer and handed it to the assistant. The assistant took it and gave it to Unaiding. Unaiding quickly wrote a few words on the screen, then turned off the screen and returned the tablet computer to the assistant. Meng Yang took the tablet computer and clicked on the screen. It said that he died 3 days after the accident. "Give me more details." Meng Yang deleted the words on the screen and asked his assistant to pass the tablet to Unaiding. Unaiding wrote on the screen. "Originally, I planned to find a way to leave my boss's side to save you on the 5th day, but I died in an accident 3 days later. My soul kept drifting, but it just couldn't return to the bottom of the cliff. I don't know how long I drifted, but one day, I was suddenly reborn. After my rebirth, I asked around about you, hoping to help you change your fate. However, I learned from the news that you have married the chairman of the lock group. I secretly observed for about half a year, and when I saw that your fate had changed, I thought that you might have been reborn, so I came back here." After reading it, Meng Yang was silent for a long time. His mood was even more complicated. He didn't know if all of this was destined to happen. He also didn't know whether he should hate Unating or thank him. In his previous life, Unating worked as a security guard in a bar. Due to his straightforward and inflexible personality, he offended someone and was almost beaten to a pulp. It was Qingxing who saved him. In his previous life, Luoxing was the young master of the lock group. He was family Cheng's most valued grandson. Everyone had to give him some face. Qingqing saw that Wu Nating had a strong body and was quite nimble. He also had a simple and honest personality. Qingqing thought that since he had saved Wu Nating's life, it could be said that Wu Nating was indebted to him. He did not need to worry that such a person would betray him. Thus, he kept Wu Nating by his side as a bodyguard. When Meng Yang was discovered by Qingxing, he saw with his own eyes that Unating quickly changed the medicine when Qingxing was about to give him the medicine. Qingxing ordered his subordinates to bury Meng Yang in a faraway place. It was Unating who brought the others to a remote mountain. Then, he suggested that they just throw Meng Yang down the cliff. There was no need to go through the trouble of burying him. Unating was deeply trusted by Qingxing. The others also obeyed his words. Meng Yang listened to Unating persuade the others. Then, before he was thrown down the cliff, he felt that Unating secretly slipped a small note into his pocket. There were several towering trees at the bottom of the cliff. After Meng Yang was thrown down, he was blocked by the lush foliage of the trees. Under the trees was very tall and thick grass. He was only unconscious for a while before he woke up. He didn't know what medicine Unating gave him. Although he didn't die, his stomach was very painful. It was so painful that he kept sweating and twitching all over. He took out the note and saw that there was a cave in a certain location. There was food and sleeping bags in the cave, and he could also make a fire. He could hide in the cave for the time being, and in 5 days to a week at most, he would go down to save him. Meng Yang endured the pain in his stomach. Every step was very difficult. He searched for a long time before he finally found the cave. At that time, he didn't expect that he would stay in the cave for 15 years. Now, Meng Yang wanted Unating to lead the way. He wanted to go to the cave again and say goodbye to the past. Unating didn't think much and agreed. Luo Xiu was asked by Meng Yang to accompany him to a place. Although he didn't know where it was, Luo Xiu still accompanied him. The next day, they set off before dawn. They took a car to a mountain far away. The car stopped on the side of the road. They could only go into the mountain on foot. Meng Yang originally thought that they had to go up the mountain. Because he couldn't find the way out after searching for more than 10 years, he had guessed that the only way Unating could get to the valley was to fall down the mountain with a steel cable. This was the method that people who looked for wild honey on the mountain wall would use. But now, Unating took them to walk on a very small and difficult road. Some places had to be sideways to pass. The mountain road was very difficult to walk on. After walking for about 3 or 4 hours, Meng Yang's feet began to ache. Unknowingly, they entered the valley. Meng Yang couldn't help but tremble. Luo Xiu held Meng Yang. Looking at his pale face, he asked worriedly, "What's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Don't go forward. Let me carry you back." Meng Yang shook his head. With tears in his eyes, he looked back at the path and said, "There was no such path before. There was no such place to pass through. There was no such thing, there was no such path before. I specially spent money to hire people in the village. It took me a year to build this path with great difficulty," Unating said. Meng Yang grabbed Luo Xiu's hand and continued to walk forward. After entering the valley, he could walk to the cave even with his eyes closed. The valley was very big. After walking for a long time, they finally arrived outside the cave. It was a big cave. There was a wooden door at the entrance. Meng Yang knew about this wooden door. It was there in his previous life. The second wife of a rich old man 83 inches fact, Meng Yang didn't feel much sadness in his heart. After all, it was something that happened in his previous life. Now, he was very happy. However, when he recovered from his memories, he found that he was already crying unconsciously. Luo Xiao looked at Meng Yang's appearance. His heart was throbbing. He wanted to know what happened to Meng Yang. Meng Yang wiped his tears and shook his head. Don't ask. I beg you. Don't ask. Meng Yang didn't want to tell Luo Xiao about his previous life. He came here to bid farewell to the past, not to transfer the pain. He especially didn't want to transfer his sadness to Luo Xiao's heart. If Luo Xiao knew what he had experienced in his past life, he would definitely be sadder and in more pain than him. He didn't want Luo Xiao to bear this kind of pain after he had bid farewell to the past and forgotten the sorrow. If Luo Xiao was tormented by this kind of pain in the future, then he would also feel sorry for Luo Xiao and wouldn't be able to completely walk out of the pain. Therefore, he absolutely couldn't start such a vicious cycle. The best way was to treat everything in his past life as a nightmare and forget it. Luo Xiao looked at Meng Yang's eyes and was silent for a long time. I beg you. Meng Yang looked at Luo Xiao again and begged seriously. Okay. Luo Xiao wanted to know the reason. But looking at Meng Yang, who was about to cry, and his pleading eyes, he couldn't harden his heart to ask Meng Yang. He could only agree to his request. Luo Xiao hugged Meng Yang tightly. The two stood like this for a while. Meng Yang looked up at Luo Xiao and said, I want to stay here for a night. Can you accompany me? Stay here for a night? Luo Xiao looked at the cave that was barely habitable and said, if you want to stay here, I'll accompany you in 2 days. I'll ask someone to clean up this place. Meng Yang shook his head and said, no need. We'll stay here for a night. We'll leave tomorrow morning and never come back, okay? Luo Xiao sighed in his heart. He had already agreed not to ask Meng Yang about the things he wanted to know. How could he not agree to this request? Luo Xiao told his assistant that he would be spending the night here and asked the bodyguards to prepare. The assistant immediately called the people in the villa and asked them to send tents, sleeping bags, food, toiletries, and other things over. Many people who studied psychology chose to major in psychology because they were traumatized in the past or when they were very young. After Meng Yang began to study psychology, he focused on studying ways to heal psychological trauma. Meng Yang held Luo Xiao's hand. He closed his eyes and slowly walked forward step by step. In his previous life, he had wished so much for Luo Xiao to be by his side. So now, he wanted to fulfill his wish from his previous life. He wanted to hold Luo Xiao's hand and walk through the places he had walked in his previous life. He wanted to use the memory replacement method. He wanted to replace the memory of his previous life with his current memory. Every time he thought of this place, Luo Xiao would be by his side. He wouldn't feel sad anymore. Unaiding's father made a small vegetable garden here and planted some vegetables. Because the land was fertile, some vegetables could continue to grow even if they weren't specially taken care of. There were also all kinds of wild vegetables, fruits, walnuts, chestnuts, and so on. After they were dried and stored, they could be eaten for a long time. Although it was very hard to collect these things, at least he wouldn't starve to death. Sometimes he could pick and choose what he liked to eat and collect more. After walking for a while, Meng Yang slowly opened his eyes. He suppressed the panic and sadness of his previous life and tried to concentrate on appreciating the scenery in front of him. The scenery in this valley was really beautiful. The plants were growing very well. The natural landscapes were more artistic than man-made ones. In his previous life, when he wasn't completely blind, he was just looking for a way to leave in a panic. He didn't have the slightest mood to appreciate the scenery. After he was completely blind, it was even more impossible to appreciate the scenery. The dark memories of his previous life overlapped with the scene in front of him. He could already see Luo Xiao beside him, holding his hand and walking with him. Luo Xiao turned to look at Meng Yang's face. He felt that Meng Yang's mind was wandering, but he was also looking at everything in front of him very seriously. He felt a sense of ritual from Meng Yang. Meng Yang seemed to be doing something very important. Although he was full of doubts and wanted to understand what was going on, he had a premonition that if he really wanted to clear his doubts, it would definitely hurt Meng Yang the most. Therefore, he chose not to ask. When it was almost dark, Meng Yang held Luo Xiu's hand and returned to the cave. The valley was really too big. It was impossible to cover all the places in half a day. The bodyguard had set up a simple bed in the cave, and a few emergency lights lit up the villa. Meng Yang squatted down beside the stove. He didn't use his lighter, but he wanted to start a fire with a drill tool. He was very familiar with this in his previous life, but in his previous life, his palms had a thick layer of calluses. In this life, his palms were still soft and tender. After a while, his palms turned red and hot. Furthermore, the speed was not as fast as in his previous life, and there wasn't a single spark on the dry grass. Luo Xiu walked to his side and squatted down. He held his hand and gently rubbed it. Stop playing. If you don't master the technique, you won't be able to make a fire like this. Meng Yang looked at Luo Xiu's wide palm and closed his eyes. This scene overlapped with the memory of his previous life. In the end, Meng Yang gave up on drilling wood to start a fire. He used his lighter to start a fire in the stove and began to boil water. The bodyguards brought in food. There was fish, meat, vegetables, and matsutake chicken soup. It smelled especially delicious. Meng Yang was a little hungry. He looked at the food and swallowed his saliva. He thought about how he could eat as much as he wanted in the future. He and Luo Xiu would only stay here for one night. They would leave early the next morning and never come back. Therefore, he asked the bodyguards to take away the food and prepared to cook for himself. Meng Yang washed the fresh wild mushrooms and blanched them. Then, he boiled the water and put it in the pot. After it was cooked, he took it out. After the mushrooms were cooked, he washed and boiled the various wild vegetables. He didn't add anything. He didn't add any oil or salt. He just ate it directly. Meng Yang put the two big hands on the small table. He looked at Luo Xiu and said, "Since we have come to this isolated place, let's also try the most primitive food. Just this once, okay?" Luo Xiu looked at Meng Yang and said, "It's not a big deal. You can decide. You don't have to ask me if it's okay. Then feed me." Meng Yang looked at Luo Xiu and said. Luo Xiu picked up the chopsticks left by the bodyguards and fed Meng Yang a mouthful. Then, he ate a mouthful himself. He didn't even add any salt. The taste was really bad. There was no oil or water. It could barely fill their stomachs. However, they didn't eat it for the taste or to fill their stomachs. They just wanted to experience this atmosphere. Meng Yang once again overlapped the current events with the dark memories of his previous life. Although he suffered a lot because of his blindness in his previous life, he now found a benefit. That was, the dark memories of his previous life made it easier for him to overlap them. After eating all the dishes, the two sat and chatted in a low voice. About an hour passed. The two of them simply washed up and then lay down on the simple bed. They covered themselves with a quilt and prepared to sleep. Meng Yang leaned on Luo Xiu's arms and whispered, "Why do you think someone would surround this valley? Could it be that there is some treasure hidden here?" It was not a simple matter to completely surround such a valley without being discovered. The person who could do this was definitely not an ordinary person. At least, there must be a lot of people under his command. If you are curious, I will find a way to buy this place and develop it. I will let people look for it carefully. Regardless of whether they can find it or not, with the beauty of the scenery here, we can build some wooden houses and bamboo houses in the air. Then, we can connect the wooden houses with wooden bridges. We can also build a swimming pool inside or outside the wooden houses. We will try to maintain the original beauty as much as possible. It can make people live comfortably. Although it is a bit remote, we can fabricate some legends to create a sense of mystery. It can form a supporting service with the villa and become a holiday attraction. There will definitely be people willing to come. Luo Xiu said. Rich old man's second wife 84. After returning to the villa, Meng Yang immediately took the child from the nanny's hands. The child let out a cry, as if he was complaining that Meng Yang and Luo Xiu had sneaked out without him. Meng Yang smiled and kissed the child's white and tender little face. He thought to himself, from today onwards, we don't need to be sad, don't need to remember the past, and just live happily ever after. Meng Yang turned to look at Luo Xiu. Luo Xiao saw the look in Meng Yang's eyes, walked to his side, hugged him, and kissed him. The child looked up at the two and reached out his chubby little hand, wanting to put his fingers into their mouths. After lunch, Wu Feng and the others came to talk to Meng Yang. Meng Yang asked someone to take them to the living room on the first floor. After coaxing the child to sleep, he went downstairs to meet them. This courtyard is really nice. Wu Feng stood by the door and looked at the mountain rocks and flowing water, as well as the exotic flowers and plants in the courtyard. He said, looking at such an elegant and beautiful scenery, I can't help but want to say something tacky. It's really nice to be rich. Meng Yang took a sip of tea and said, of course it's nice to be rich, but the pressure you have to bear is also not ordinary. Zhao Yi lifted the teacup and covered half of his face. He curled the corner of his mouth, and the jealousy in his heart kept coming out. Because Boss Luo is not an ordinary person. Naturally, he can bear extraordinary pressure. Wu Feng walked back and sat down, then continued to look outside and drink tea. The assistant came in and told Meng Yang that Anading had arrived. Meng Yang asked the assistant to take him to the living room opposite to wait. You guys continue to chat. I'll come back after saying a few words, Meng Yang said. Wu Feng and the others nodded. Meng Yang walked to the living room opposite the building, where Anading was waiting for him. Have a seat, Meng Yang said as he walked towards the spacious bed in the main seat. Anading sat down on the first chair on the left. There's no other reason why I asked you to come here. I just want to tell you that I'll give you the restaurant as a gift. Consider it as my gratitude for letting me have a place to shelter me from the wind and rain, Meng Yang said calmly. Anading immediately refused. In the past, I was also an accomplice. Not only did I not call the police as soon as possible, but I also did not fulfill my promise. So, as the perpetrator, how can I accept your gratitude with a clear conscience? I don't want to dwell on what happened in the past. I naturally have my own standards to judge whether I should thank you or not. Meng Yang said expressionlessly, you don't have to think too much. Just accept it. I'm putting an end to everything in the past. Let's pretend that nothing happened. You and I never knew each other, and we never met. I want to ask, how long have you been living in the valley? 15 years, Meng Yang said calmly. 15 years. Anading looked at Meng Yang in shock. The guilt in his heart grew stronger. He would never be able to forgive himself in this life. I can't remember every day. I can only remember the seasons. There are 15 winters in total. Unless the seasons are chaotic and it snows twice a year, it's 15 years, Meng Yang said. Wu Nading thought to himself, how could there be any chaos during the transition between spring, summer, autumn, and winter? 15 years is already a long time for a normal person, let alone. Zhao Yi raised his head and looked at the opposite hall. All the doors and windows in the opposite hall were open, and he could see inside from the outside. He was really surprised, thinking that Meng Yang would be so bold as to directly bring his ambiguous partner here. Zhao Yi took out his phone, opened the camera function, and zoomed in on the screen. He wanted to take a picture of this scene. He felt that it might come in handy in the future. Wu Feng saw Zhao Yi's action and asked unhappily, what are you doing? Zhao Yi looked at Wu Feng's eyes. He put down his phone silently and said with a smile, the yard is so beautiful. I'm taking a picture of it as my desktop. Don't blame me for not reminding you. You'd better not use your little tricks on us, especially on Meng Yang. Otherwise, it'll be too late for you to regret. Wu Feng looked at him and said, we're not fools. We can tell what kind of person you are. If you don't have any bad ideas, we can be polite to each other. If you dare to do something bad, don't blame us for not giving you face. Zhao Yi looked at Wu Feng and then looked at the other's eyes. Then he lowered his head and looked wronged. Zhao Yi had been out of place among them from the beginning. Whether it was his personality or his style in the study of incense, he was more like Su Wangya's students. No matter how he pretended and hid, he could not fool Wu Feng and the others. What's more, he did not hide it well. Sometimes, his eyes were too obvious. Lin Sungtai reluctantly agreed to accept Zhao Yi as his student because he owed someone a favor. In fact, he was not willing to accept Zhao Yi. As long as Zhao Yi did anything improper, it would be the reason for him to cancel Zhao Yi's qualification as his student. Zhao was also clear about Lin Sungtai's thoughts, so he had been careful not to act rashly. Today, he was scolded by Wu Feng just because he took a photo. He felt very wronged. However, there were too many benefits to being Lin Sungtai's student, and many of these benefits were brought by Meng Yang. In any case, he did not want to be disqualified as Lin Sungtai's student, so he had to endure it. After Meng Yang and Unaiding finished talking, they returned to the hall opposite. They sat down and continued to drink tea and chat with Wu Feng. Soon, he noticed that Zhao Yi's expression was a little unnatural. After the others went back to rest, Meng Yang sent Wu Feng out and asked him if something had happened just now. Wu Feng told Meng Yang that Zhao Yi had taken a photo and was warned by him. The second wife of a rich old man, Meng Yang, came out of the bathroom. His face was still hot, but he knew that Circe and the others must be waiting for him, so he quickly changed his clothes. After Meng Yang changed his clothes, Luo Xiu came out of the bathroom. Meng Yang walked over, put his arms around Luo Xiu's neck, and kissed him on the lips. "I'm going out with Circe and Kelly today, so I can't see you off. You don't have to come over when you're done with your work. I'll go back after a few days with them. Don't you want to go abroad with them?" Luo Xiu asked as he put his arms around Meng Yang's waist. "No, I'm not going. I'm not going to participate in any competitions. Even if I go, I'll just go to all kinds of parties. It's better to stay at home with the kids, or go to the company with you," Meng Yang said. "Since you're going out today, I'll leave early. Remember to call me at night." Luo Xiu hugged and kissed Meng Yang for a while before letting him go. Meng Yang went downstairs to the restaurant. Circe and the others were already waiting for him. Seeing Meng Yang coming over, Circe smiled and said, "It's really hard to part with a married woman. Sorry to keep you waiting. He's going back today, so I talked to him for a while." Meng Yang walked over and sat down. He smiled calmly and said, "After breakfast, I'll take you to the old street or the market. Do you want to go to the flower market or the spice market? I'm tired of looking at flowers. Let's try the most authentic food here." Circe looked at Kelly and asked, "What do you think?" "Okay." Kelly nodded and said, "Let's go eat something delicious. Then let's go to the mountain goods market. Many tourists still can't forget the food there after they leave here," Meng Yang said. After deciding on a place to visit, they finished their breakfast and took a stroll outside before heading to the mountain goods market. After entering the market, Circe saw all kinds of things that she had never seen before. She smiled excitedly and said, "This place looks very interesting. Are these all edible?" Circe ran to a small stall that was selling all kinds of fresh mushrooms. She squatted down and picked up a mushroom that even Meng Yang didn't know the name of. She held it up and said to Meng Yang and Kelly, "Look at this, it's so cute. Doesn't it look like the elf's little house in fairy tales?" Kelly also walked over and squatted down, choosing the mushrooms that he felt were beautiful. In their common sense, beautiful mushrooms were poisonous and couldn't be eaten. But since these mushrooms were sold, they were certainly edible. They were very curious about what these beautiful mushrooms would taste like. Meng Yang stood at the side and smiled as he looked at the two of them who still had their childlike innocence. As for the old granny of the small stall, she had never seen such a good-looking young man. If it was someone else who was so picky about the mushrooms that her son had worked so hard to get from the mountain, she would definitely be unhappy. However, looking at the two beautiful young men in front of her, she only revealed a loving smile and looked at them. After the two of them were done choosing, Meng Yang asked his assistant to pay for everything on the stall. He even bought the few bamboo baskets that were placed next to the stall. The assistant gave her double the money, but the old lady refused to accept more. She insisted on returning the extra money to the assistant. The three of them walked on the street, and 100% of the people turned to look at them. It could be said that they attracted everyone's attention. Meng Yang's appearance was needless to say. In the Fragrance Academy, which was generally very good-looking, he was also recognized as the most good-looking person. Kelly was delicate and beautiful, like a carefully carved white jade doll. Circe had blonde hair and blue eyes, and when she smiled, she was like a little sun. It was difficult not to attract attention when the three of them walked on the street together. Because there were too many things that they didn't know, the two of them were full of curiosity. They asked questions along the way, but there were many things that even Meng Yang couldn't explain. Cersei suddenly smelled very good food and couldn't help but run toward the stall that sold some snacks. Because the stone floor was uneven, he accidentally twisted his foot and almost fell. "Be careful." Unaiding, who just came from the corner, held Cersei. "Cersei." Meng Yang trotted over, looked at Cersei and asked, "Are you okay? Did you twist your foot?" "I'm fine," Cersei shook her head and said after she steadied herself. Then she turned to look at Unaiding and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Unaiding looked at Cersei's face and couldn't help but be stunned. When he turned to look at Meng Yang, he was stunned again. Thinking of what Meng Yang said to him before, he politely nodded to Meng Yang and then turned to leave. "Is your foot really okay?" Meng Yang was still worried and asked again. "It's fine. I didn't twist it." Cersei tiptoed and then asked, "Do you know the person just now?" "Not really. I just had a meal at his restaurant before," Meng Yang replied. Cersei thought for a moment and asked, "Was it delicious?" "Not bad," Meng Yang said. "Then let's go again, okay?" Cersei looked at Meng Yang and asked. Meng Yang was stunned for a moment and then nodded, "Okay." Meng Yang felt that if he refused, it would be too deliberate. He had really let go of everything that happened in his previous life, so when he saw Unaiding just now, he was very calm and didn't feel anything, so there was no need to deliberately avoid it. After shopping for a while, they went to Unaiding's restaurant to have lunch. The second wife of a rich old man 86 the next morning, after Meng Yang got up, his assistant told him that Cersei was back. After Meng Yang washed up, he went to Cersei's room in the opposite building. Cersei just walked out of the bathroom. Meng Yang looked at her and asked, "How was it? Did you find the inspiration you wanted?" Last night, Cersei wrote on the note that she went to look for inspiration. "I got some good inspiration," Cersei said with a smile. She walked to the bed and lay down. She sighed and said, "I'm so tired, you didn't sleep at all last night?" Meng Yang walked to the bed and sat down. "Not at all." Cersei lifted the quilt and lay down. She sighed again and looked at Meng Yang. She said, "I couldn't help it. I hit honest guy. I feel guilty when I think of his expression." Meng Yang knew that Cersei was like this, but he still thought that Cersei was very capable. She even managed to get rid of Unaiding in one night. "It's a pity that we can't go to the mountain goods market when we come here again. There are so many delicious foods," Cersei said with regret. Kaylee also got up. He walked into Cersei's room and saw Meng Yang sitting on the bed. He complained, "What are you guys whispering about? Why didn't you bring me along?" "We're whispering something that is not suitable for children," Cersei said with a smile. Kaylee saw Cersei's tired face and immediately understood. He climbed onto the bed and sat down. He looked at Kaylee and said, "Did you look for inspiration last night?" Cersei nodded with her eyes closed. "You really couldn't help it?" Kaylee asked, "How much inspiration did you get this time?" "I got some good inspiration." Cersei closed her eyes and said, "I'm very satisfied. I'm very satisfied in all aspects." Meng Yang saw that Cersei was sleepy, so he said, "Are you going to sleep? We're going to have breakfast first. You should sleep well." "I really want to sleep, but I'm too tired to sleep. You guys talk to me. Maybe I'll fall asleep while talking. Why don't you get up and have breakfast first?" Meng Yang said. "I don't want to leave the bed. I just want to lie down," Cersei said weakly. "Then I'll have breakfast served." "Let's eat here," Meng Yang said. "Okay," replied Cersei. The three people's breakfast was sent to Cersei's room. The assistant put two low tables side by side on the bed. The three people sat on the bed and ate breakfast. If you publish a book that teaches others how to successfully seduce the person they fancy, it will definitely sell well. Meng Yang felt that it would be a pity if Cersei didn't publish a book to teach someone with her talent. Pfft. Cersei almost spat out the sweet rice soup in her mouth. She wiped her mouth with a tissue and said, "If I really write a book like that, my reputation will be ruined. My boss will kill me. Also, this kind of thing can't be learned by others just because I write a book. Kaylee nodded and said, "This kind of thing also depends on talent. Cersei was born with it. Others can't learn it. But if you really write a book like that, I'll definitely want to read it. Even if I don't learn it, it'll satisfy my curiosity." Meng Yang thought that Cersei was born with the ability to observe and control people, so he was very curious about how he did it. "Can you guys not talk about this kind of thing in such a serious manner?" Cersei said helplessly, "Let's talk about something else. By the way, Meng Yang, are you sure you're not going to participate in the competition this year?" "Yeah, I'm not going to participate." Meng Yang said, "If I participate in the competition, I'll have to go to the mountains to train. But it's summer vacation and I want to have a good rest, so I'm not going to participate in the competition." Meng Yang wasn't afraid of going to the mountains now, but he had participated in a lot of training in the mountains in his previous life. He was tired of staying in the mountains, so he didn't want to participate in any competitions. "How long does the training in the mountains last?" asked Cersei. "More than a month, about 40 days. "That long?" Cersei looked at Meng Yang in surprise and said, "Just to participate in a competition? Is that necessary? Even if it's a live competition, it's still a competition of perfumery. Because of our school, every year during the summer vacation, we bring some students to the mountains to train. If they perform well, they'll get extra points. But because of the competition, the training is more difficult, so a lot of people who know that they won't be able to get a place in the competition are not willing to participate. It'll be great if you participate. Otherwise, I think it's a bit boring," Cersei said regretfully. Luo Jun, who was already 7 years old, was standing in Luo Xiu's study room being reprimanded. Luo Xiu was very strict with his children's education. When it was time to criticize and punish, he would never be soft-hearted just because the child was young. However, when the child did well enough, he would also praise them. There were always some people who felt that when a child was still young, they wouldn't be able to understand reason. They shouldn't be too strict with the child and make him lose the innocence that a child should have. Then, they would use the excuse that he was still a child to indulge and cover up his wrong actions. When the child grew to a certain age, they would find that the child was too rebellious and couldn't be controlled at all. The simplest way to destroy a child's future was to let him grow up freely and happily. Although Luo Xiu was very busy, he didn't neglect his child's education at all. He wanted the child to learn self-discipline, learn the correct attitude to deal with people, and let them have strong enough perseverance. He wanted to teach them how to face setbacks and guide them to find ways to solve the problems they encountered. Petty tricks will never be as good as great wisdom. If you develop the habit of playing petty tricks at a young age, the higher you go in the future, the worse you will fall. Luo Xiu looked at Luo Jun and asked, "Do you understand what I said to you?" "I understand, father." Luo Jun stood straight and replied, "Go and apologize to the teacher, then do all the practice questions again and show them to me." Luo Xiu said with a straight face. "Yes." Luo Jun turned and walked out. After all, he was only a 7-year-old child. After being taught such a harsh lesson by Luo Xiu, he couldn't help but feel depressed and sad. He lowered his head and walked towards the door. "Raise your head," Luo Xiu said sternly. Luo Jun was so scared that he trembled. He immediately straightened his back, raised his head and looked straight ahead. Then, he opened the door and walked out. Luo Jun returned to his study room. After apologizing to the 2 teachers, he sat down and continued to solve the questions. Meng Yang was in the greenhouse, hugging his 1-year-old son who was almost 2 years old. He watched his 4-year-old second son unravel the wooden box of wisdom. He knew that Luo Jun had been called by Luo Xiu to criticize and teach him a lesson for playing tricks on his teacher. However, he didn't intend to say anything about it. Every time the child did something wrong, and Lu Xiu lectured the child, Meng Yang didn't participate, didn't interrupt, and didn't appear. He wanted the child to learn to reflect on his mistakes. Luo Junhan pushed the last symbol into the right position, and all 4 locks of the wooden box were finally unlocked. He said happily, "Dad, look, I've unlocked them all again." "That's great," Meng Yang praised with a smile. "You took less time than last time and Junhan has become smarter again." Hearing Meng Yang's praise, Luo Junhan smiled happily. He locked the box again and continued to open it. Meng Yang continued to watch him unlock the box of wisdom. The way to unlock the box of wisdom was different every time. It was specially used to train the child's ability to use his brain actively. Although Junhan was only opening the beginner's box of wisdom, he was only 4 years old and had already unlocked it several times. This beginner's box of wisdom was suitable for children between 7 and 10 years old. Meng Yang thought that although Junyi was only 7 years old, he had long stopped playing with the wisdom box. This was because he could easily solve the high-level wisdom box. This child was really smart, so the correct guidance and education was even more important. Luo Xiao walked into the greenhouse. When Luo Junhan saw him, he immediately stood up and called out, "Father." Luo Xiao nodded and walked to Meng Yang's side and sat down. "Go outside and play. Dad wants to talk to Dad for a while." Meng Yang looked at the child and said with a smile. "Okay," Luo Junhan replied obediently, then turned and walked out. "Shoo, shoo." Luo Zhengxia looked at Luo Xiao and called out. "Call me father." Meng Yang immediately corrected him. "Call me father." "Hugh group," Luo Zhengxia called out. Because Meng Yang called Luo Xiao Uncle Luo, this child also followed Meng Yang and called Luo Xiao Uncle Luo Xiao. First and second didn't do this. Meng Yang taught him many times, but he couldn't change it. As a result, Meng Yang didn't dare to call Luo Xiao Uncle Luo anymore. Originally, Meng Yang only planned to have 2 children. This child was really unexpected. But since she was pregnant, Meng Yang naturally had to give birth to him. This was also fate. Family Luo could afford to raise hundreds of children, but it wasn't easy to educate and accompany each child well. So Meng Yang made up her mind that she couldn't get pregnant again. Meng Yang turned and kissed Luo Xiao's face and said, "Thank you for your hard work, father." Woo, woo. Luo Zhengxia saw this and pouted, wanting to kiss him too. Meng Yang looked at him helplessly, thinking that this child really wanted to learn everything. Then, he kissed his little face, but the child still pouted and whimpered. Meng Yang raised the child and let him kiss Luo Xiao's face. Luo Xiao's face was covered in saliva. Meng Yang smiled and raised his hand to help Luo Xiao wipe off his saliva. When Luo Xiao was about to kiss him, he covered his mouth with his hand and said, "This little guy is like a spirit. He wants to learn everything we do. Let's not let him see." Luo Xiao turned the child to let Meng Yang hold him. Then, he covered the child's eyes with one hand and kissed Meng Yang's head with the other. Because the child couldn't see, he turned his little head and made dissatisfied sounds. Late at night, Meng Yang fell asleep in Luo Xiao's arms. In fact, he didn't fall asleep at all. Instead, he was calculating the time in his heart. Meng Yang gently moved out of Luo Xiao's arms, then got out of bed, put on his coat, and walked out. Luo Xiao woke up as soon as he got out of bed. Knowing what he was going to do, Luo Xiao didn't move or stop him. End of chapter 87. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.